Chapter 1. O heavens, why must my fate be so wretched? With a sigh, she appeared before me, clad in a gossamer gown as delicate as a cicada's wing. Her skin, partially veiled beneath the fabric, emanated an enchanting radiance, and her figure was a vision of grace. A few rebellious strands of hair playfully adhered to her fair, elongated neck, enhancing her allure. The pronounced curvature of her bosom and the slenderness of her waist formed a perfect silhouette, exuding an irresistible charm. This exquisite being was none other than Lin Miaoying. Brother Jiang Ping, your time is drawing to a close. Do you have any final wishes? I shall assist you in fulfilling them, she said. Jiang Ping, a traveler from Earth, had just awakened to find himself inhabiting the body of a decrepit old man. The thought of hanging himself from a crooked tree crossed his mind, for the reason was simple. He had been thrust into the life of a 70-year-old, devoid of hope for survival, yet lacking resolve to embrace death. At that moment, the system arrived. Congratulations on awakening the perfect life system. Jiang Ping, disregarding Lin Miaoying, silently cursed, "Damn you, system. What use are you to me when I stand on the brink of death?" The reason was straightforward. He had but a year left to live. Jiang Ping gazed up at the resplendent Lin Miaoying, his heart a tumult of emotions. In his memories, she was a paragon of talent, a favored disciple of the Yin Palace, and the esteemed master Shun Peiji had intended to nurture her. However, Lin Miaoying stubbornly refused to part with her beloved Jiang Ping. Shun Peiji, contemplating delivering a lethal blow to Jiang Ping, hesitated, fearing the repercussions for her own cultivation path. Thus, she brought Jiang Ping to the Yin Palace, relegating him to the role of a menial disciple in the Herb Garden. Under Shun Peizi's tutelage, Lin Miaoying swiftly awakened her water spirit physique, advancing in her cultivation at an astonishing pace, now having achieved the Golden Core stage. Meanwhile, Jiang Ping remained stagnant at the 5th level of qi refinement, his progress solely attributed to Lin Miaoying's unyielding generosity in sharing her precious elixirs. Brother Jiang, I had intended to bury you after a year during my seclusion, but my master foresaw calamity and insisted I enter seclusion immediately. By the time I emerge, you will likely have become nothing but a handful of dust. Speak, what are your desires? Today, I shall satisfy them. Lin Miaoying spoke hesitantly, her cheeks flushed. Jiang Ping understood her intentions, yet he felt utterly incapable. With a sigh, he replied, Miaoying, perhaps you could procure me 365 red pills? Upon hearing this, Lin Miaoying was taken aback, exasperated by his frivolity. You are about to die, and yet you cannot speak seriously? Jiang Ping, resigned, lamented his predicament. He had arrived in this world as a virgin, only to find himself in the body of a decrepit man, destined to depart this life with lingering regrets. Why did he desire 365 red pills? The absurdity of it all was not lost on him. Lin Miaoying, instantly comprehending the implication of his request, realized he intended to indulge without restraint in his final days. Frustrated, she tossed aside a jade vial and soared away, admonishing him to conserve his desires. Jiang Ping, ignoring her retreat, focused on the troublesome system that had accompanied him here. As he concentrated, the system materialized before him. Would you like to bind the perfect life system? Of course. Bind it now. If you don't, I will perish, and why even ask? Due to the host's repeated insults, the beginner's gift package has been revoked, and the current singular function has been awakened. Damn you, system. Are you truly going to hinder me at this critical juncture? Increase affinity with the female protagonist. All expenditures will be returned 100-fold to 10,000-fold. Jiang Ping felt utterly helpless. What use were these rewards to him? His frail body was of no consequence. He called out to the heavens, yet received no response. Jiang Ping grasped a half-broken branch standing at the edge of the table, forcing himself to stand, albeit shakily, as he stumbled toward the inner room. At that moment, the door to the herb garden swung open, and a fair-skinned female disciple entered. Brother Jiang, she exclaimed, rushing to his side, quickly supporting his arm. Had she raised her voice a tad louder, Jiang Ping might have toppled over. It is you. He recognized her as He Qinghuan, an external disciple of the Yin Palace. What brings you here? Jiang Ping inquired. Brother Jiang, I wish to request a few century-old medicinal herbs to exchange for a pill. I also seek to attempt foundation establishment. Once more, perhaps I may succeed. He Qinghuan was no stranger to misfortune. After joining the Yin Palace, she dedicated herself to relentless training, yet her poor aptitude hindered her progress. She held herself in high regard, dismissing the attention of ordinary male disciples. Though she aspired to associate with the inner disciples, they regarded her as unworthy. Thus, she remained without a dual cultivation partner. Suddenly, an idea struck Jiang Ping as he observed King Huan's despondent demeanor. The system had indicated that increasing his affinity with the female protagonist would yield substantial rewards. Why not test this theory with her and see if it bore fruit? If successful, perhaps he could discover a means to extend his lifespan. With this thought, Jiang Ping's gnarled hand shot out, resting upon King Huan's tender hand. Qing Huan recoiled in disgust, feeling as though a toad had touched her. Yet, desperate for assistance, she swallowed her revulsion, vowing to sever ties with this repulsive old man as soon as she achieved her goal. At that moment, Jiang Ping noticed the system flash before him, Affinity 20. He was momentarily stunned, pondering, how much must this girl loathe me? Yet, he understood that King Huan's only hope now rested upon him, this decrepit figure. Otherwise, why would she come to seek his aid? With this in mind, Jiang Ping produced a vial of red pills, waving it enticingly before Qing Huan. As long as you can accompany this old man daily, feel free to gather any herbs you desire from the garden. Should any trouble arise, I shall shoulder the burden. You know as well as I that your foundation establishment is a matter of urgency without my assistance. Your chances of success are non-existent. I shall not make it difficult for you, ponder it well. With that, Jiang Ping, leaning on the trembling branch, staggered into the room, leaving Qing Huan, still reeling from the whirlwind of emotions, outside, disregarding her entirely. Jiang Ping felt confident he believed he could win this gamble. After all, this was the realm of cultivation, where strength reigned supreme. King Huan's mind swirled in confusion. Why must my life be so arduous? I have guarded my virtue, only to end up in this predicament with this old man. Yet, as I gaze upon the vast expanse of herbs in the garden and recall my stagnant cultivation, I find myself compelled. In that instant, she gritted her teeth and followed Jiang Ping into the room, gently closing the door behind her. At that moment, Qing Huan summoned a dazzling smile, ready to speak, but Jiang Ping interrupted, "Heaven knows, earth knows, you know and I know." With that, he tossed the branch aside and retrieved a red pill from the jade vial, swallowing it whole. Immediately, he began to tremble uncontrollably, collapsing into King Huan's embrace, disregarding the bed and beginning to disrobe right there on the floor. Jiang Ping felt a deep frustration. He realized his lifespan and vitality were dwindling by the day, to the extent that even undressing required assistance. Chapter 2. System, could you please be a bit more serious? Within a minute, Jiang Ping was drenched in sweat, panting like an exhausted beast, having finally released his pent-up desires. At that moment, his legs felt as weak as noodles, barely able to support his weight. Qing Huan sighed softly, unsure whether to mourn for having bestowed her first experience upon such an old man or to lament her own unfortunate fate. With a numb expression, she donned her clothing, gazing at the crimson petals scattered beneath her, her heart aching as if pierced by 1,000 blades. Once dressed, she gritted her teeth, summoning all her strength to lift the limp Jiang Ping and place him on the bed. At that moment, the system suddenly notified Jiang Ping. Affinity 50, reward, 1 foundation establishment pill. This revelation struck Jiang Ping like a bolt from the blue, reverberating in his mind. He recalled that a foundation establishment pill could enhance a cultivator's success rate by 80 during their foundation establishment phase. Thus, if he were to present this pill to Qing Huan, she would have a guaranteed chance of success. What a divine opportunity this was. Yet, he was merely a 5th-level Qi refinement cultivator. The pill held little value for him, nor would it extend his life. Jiang Ping's heart swelled with conflicting emotions. If a mere 50 affinity points yielded a foundation establishment pill, what rewards would await him if his affinity reached 100? The Yin-Yang Palace was not considered a top-tier sect within the Heavenly Punishment Mountain Range. Treasures like foundation establishment pills were tightly held by the sect leader and elders, with others rarely having a chance to obtain them. In the realm of cultivation, achieving foundation establishment was akin to ascending to the heavens. Jiang Ping observed the dazed Qing Huan, fully aware of the significance of this moment. Qing Huan harbored no genuine feelings for this old man. It was merely a transaction of interests. Nevertheless, she was the first woman he encountered after his recent transmigration. A night of marriage brings 100 days of affection. How could she possibly be slighted? Jiang Ping patted the bed beside him, and Qing Huan sauntered over, feigning intimacy as she nestled against his shoulder, speaking in a coy voice. "Jiang Shixiao, you must keep your word. From now on, I can freely gather herbs in the medicinal garden, right?" Jiang Ping pinched her chin playfully, grinning as he replied, "Little girl, if you make me happy, I might just bestow upon you a tremendous opportunity." Qing Huan forced a smile, inwardly scoffing, "What opportunity could you possibly offer? Aren't they just herbs?" However, Jiang Ping's subsequent words left her frozen in place. As long as you keep me in your heart and serve me diligently, I shall reward you with a foundation-building pill, ensuring your success in establishing a foundation. Upon hearing this, He Qinghuan felt as if she were dreaming. She couldn't believe it. A foundation-building pill was a divine artifact. How could Jiang Ping possess one? But then she thought of Lin Miaoying. Could it be that Lin Miaoying had given it to him? Was he truly going to give it to her? Suddenly, He Qinghuan grasped the crux of the matter. This old man likely had only a year left to live. Why not wholeheartedly accompany him for a year? If the foundation-building pill really could facilitate her foundation establishment, she could become an inner disciple of the Yinyang Hall and cultivate the supreme martial arts of Tai Shanqingju. He Qinghuan's mind raced faster than a windmill, and in an instant, her previous discontent vanished. She seized Jiang Ping's withered hand and pressed it against her chest, swearing, "Heaven above, in this lifetime, I, He Qinghuan, shall be loyal to Jiang Shixiang alone. If I betray this vow, let me meet a terrible fate." Jiang Ping was acutely aware of the weight of such oaths in the realm of cultivation, where one must heed the laws of cause and effect. Sure enough, a moment later, the Tongzi directly notified her. Due to achieving 100 affinity points with the heroine, a Wan Shou Dan and a volume of Huan Gong were rewarded. Damn it, Tongzi, you finally show me some tender care. At that moment, He Qinghuan noticed Jiang Ping trembling like a leaf, and she feared that their brief encounter had taken a toll on his life. It couldn't be. That minute was hardly significant. "Jiang Shixiang, are you all right?" She genuinely feared for Jiang Ping's life, as her foundation-building pill had yet to be secured. Having given her purity to this old man, if she gained nothing in return, her fate would be dire. In truth, Jiang Ping was merely overwhelmed with excitement, yet his frail body was indeed struggling after such a surge of emotions. He began to breathe heavily. It was no wonder He Qinghuan feared he might perish. "Qinghuan, you should return for now." He Qinghuan widened her eyes at Jiang Ping, puzzled. Was he going back on his word? Jiang Ping flashed a grin. "Come and serve me again tomorrow, and I will give you the foundation-building pill then." Upon hearing this, He Qinghuan sighed. This old man was truly difficult to please. Even on the brink of death, he still had such base desires. Relenting, she decided to let it be. Pressuring him too much might yield adverse results after all. There's a saying that good things come to those who wait. As she left Jiang Ping, she glanced back thrice, genuinely worried that he might pass away the moment she was gone. Once He Qinghuan departed, Jiang Ping excitedly retrieved the Wan Shou Dan from the Tongzi's exclusive storage space. The Tongzi informed him, due to the host's imminent demise, the first use of the Wan Shou Dan would only add 50 years to his lifespan. Jiang Ping, nearly toppled from the bed. 50 years was more than sufficient for him to rise to prominence. Without hesitation, he swallowed the Wan Shou Dan. Although he had transmigrated, this body was at least at the 5th layer of the qi refining stage. At that moment, he felt a surge of life force spreading throughout his body. He watched as his withered skin visibly rejuvenated, and his formerly sparse white hair not only thickened but also sprouted a few strands of black. Jiang Ping, overjoyed, attempted to stand, only to find his legs weak, causing him to fall unceremoniously. He had been walking unsteadily, and suddenly moving quickly left him unprepared, resulting in a rather comical tumble. Lying on the ground, he reveled in the newfound vitality coursing through him, feeling quite pleased with himself. After calming his emotions, he sat up and retrieved the volume of Huan Gong that he had been awarded. Upon opening it, he was taken aback. "Tongzi, you wretched scoundrel, can't you be serious for once?" The book was filled entirely with illustrations depicting various postures of intimacy, complete with marked acupoints. By following the guidance of Huan Gong during intimate encounters, one could enhance their cultivation. This was merely the beginner stage. The intermediate stage involved guiding one's partner to channel their internal energy, creating a loop between them. The stronger the partner, the greater the benefits to oneself. As for the more esoteric content that followed, Jiang Ping lacked the motivation to delve deeper. Indeed, he would test it with He Qinghuan tomorrow. After all, this was the realm of cultivation. Although no one was currently causing him trouble, strengthening his body and prolonging his life could only be beneficial. He pondered whether Lin Miaoying would be astonished to find him still thriving when she emerged from her seclusion. At that point, he would ensure that he had her beneath him, leaving no regrets. The next day, before the sun had even risen, He Qinghuan hurried to the medicinal garden. She could hardly contain her impatience, having slept restlessly the previous night, fearing that Jiang Ping might succumb to excitement and pass away. Without bothering to announce her arrival, she pushed the door open, only to discover Jiang Ping seated in meditation on the bed. He stared at Jiang Ping, bewildered. What was happening? Could it be a fleeting revival? It is said that when one is nearing death, they may experience a period of vitality. Jiang Ping opened his eyes, locking gaze with He at the doorway, and said, "Why are you just standing there? Close the door and come in." He was unsure how she managed to enter. Jiang Ping wrapped his arms around her slender waist, leaving no room for refusal, and tore her clothing apart, seizing her ample bosom with his hands. He gasped softly. Today, Jiang Ping was completely different from the man he had been yesterday. Had he consumed the entire vial of red pills? He understood that this was Jiang Ping's final struggle after today. She would likely be free from her torment. Yet, as Jiang Ping delved deeper into their discussion, she sensed something was amiss. The entire morning, Jiang Ping was relentless, like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain, continuously demanding from He. It cannot be entirely blamed on Jiang Ping. He was engrossed in the practice of the harmony technique. In the initial stages, he exerted tremendous effort, painstakingly completing a single circulation of spiritual energy based on the intricate meridian points. As it was his first attempt, he was rather clumsy. Taking an entire morning to achieve this feat, this left He in a predicament, as she languished on the bed, utterly drained and incapable of movement. She found it perplexing that someone on the verge of death could be so formidable. After all, she was at the pinnacle of the chi refinement stage, poised to establish her foundation, yet she was exhausted by a mere fifth-layer chi refinement practitioner. Struggling to comprehend this, she decided to relinquish her thoughts. After all, if she endured today, this old man should soon meet his end. At that moment, Jiang Ping gently placed a kiss on her forehead and softly called her name, Qinghuan, before placing a pill in her embrace. As the fragrance of the medicine wafted through the air, Qinghuan instantly sat up, feeling invigorated and devoid of fatigue, primarily because her spirit had been rekindled. Having encountered foundation establishment pills before, she recognized this one as genuine at a glance, and its crystalline clarity indicated its exceptionally high grade. Jiang Ping slowly descended, his back turned to He, observing Jiang Ping's upright silhouette. He thought to herself that he had likely reached a point of exhaustion. In an impulsive moment, she descended and embraced Jiang Ping's waist, saying, "Brother Jiang, may your journey be smooth. I promise to erect a tombstone for you and visit you often." Upon hearing these words, Jiang Ping shuddered, and it was at that moment he realized that this girl believed he was nearing his end. Jiang Ping swiftly pulled He into his embrace, saying, "Remember to come here every day for our mutual cultivation. By the way, you may establish your foundation here. This medicinal garden is abundant in spiritual energy." He mused to herself, recognizing that this old fellow was clearly clinging to his vitality, yet she chose not to expose him. Nevertheless, she accepted Jiang Ping's proposition, as it was indeed a suitable place for her advancement. Dressed appropriately, He consumed the foundation building pill, which dissolved instantly upon entering her mouth. Having been stuck at the 9th level of chi refinement for far too long, the assistance of the foundation building pill rendered her breakthrough effortless, and she swiftly ascended to the rank of a foundation disciple. Now, she could enter the inner sect and cultivate the Tai Shanqing Sutra. Gratefully, He gazed at Jiang Ping, who merely smiled in return. During their shared cultivation, he too sensed the bottleneck at the 6th level of chi refinement. Yet his dense mind remained oblivious to how to overcome it, leaving him trapped in that state. He bid farewell to Jiang Ping, informing him of her intention to report to the inner sect. She reassured him that while she might be preoccupied with her training and unable to visit daily, he need not worry. She remained his in life and his spirit in death. At that moment, the system reminded the female protagonist that her favorability rating had doubled and unlocked a new feature, exchange. Meanwhile, Jiang Ping observed a system notification indicating that he had earned 1 point, though he was baffled as to how this point was calculated. Jiang Ping tossed and turned, finding little allure in anything. What he truly desired was longevity. At last, he stumbled upon the exchange points for the Wan Shou Dan, requiring 2 points. Yet, how these points were calculated eluded him. He decided not to dwell on it, for he already possessed 50 years of lifespan. The Yingyang Hall was a sect where female cultivators outnumbered their male counterparts. As long as one was not as feeble as Jiang Ping, any male disciple who entered the inner circle would be granted a dual cultivation partner. Jiang Ping stepped out of his room, marveling at the blessing of longevity. At that moment, 2 female disciples approached the medicinal garden. According to the established customs, Jiang Ping, serving as a peripheral disciple, essentially the gatekeeper of the garden, was obliged to pay his respects to these inner disciples. However, it was well known within the sect that Jiang Ping enjoyed the protection of Lin Yaoying, the future sect leader, which deterred anyone from offending him. Even if Jiang Ping were to act slightly out of line, none would dare to voice their objections. Suddenly, a thought struck Jiang Ping. He decided to test whether he could enhance his rapport with these 2 female disciples. After exchanging pleasantries, the 2 women said, "Jiang Shixiang, we are seeking 2 medicinal herbs that are 200 years old." Jiang Ping laughed so heartily that his mouth seemed to stretch all the way to the back of his head. He patted his chest, causing himself to cough repeatedly. His constitution truly left much to be desired. After a dry cough, he declared, "From now on, whenever you visit the medicinal herb garden, feel free to pick any herbs you desire. Should any issues arise, I shall bear the responsibility." Jiang Ping pondered to himself, surely this is enough sincerity. I must have moved him, and my favorability should have increased. However, he waited in vain, as the Lord showed no sign of response. As time passed without a word from him, Jiang Ping's composure began to wane, and he inwardly cursed. "Oh, Lord, for heaven's sake. Could you not pay a bit more attention? Instead of sending me obscene publications, you choose to be unresponsive at such a crucial moment. At this rate, you will be the death of me." Meanwhile, the two female disciples regarded Jiang Ping as somewhat of a fool, having gathered quite a bounty of herbs. As they departed, they offered him their thanks, yet still, the Lord remained silent. Jiang Ping felt utterly defeated. This time, he had indeed lost both his lady and his soldiers. This simply could not continue. Such misfortune was intolerable. Just as the two female disciples departed, a captivating woman suddenly materialized from the void, perfectly proportioned in all the right places. Chapter 4. What am I to do? At that moment, Jiang Ping raised his gaze and was astonished to see that the visitor was none other than Shenpeiji, the esteemed leader of the Yin-Yang Palace. Just then, the unreliable system unexpectedly chimed in. Favorability level, 20. Jiang Ping was momentarily taken aback, pondering to himself, 20? What reward could this possibly yield for me? Yet, the official remained as mute as a fish, offering no further explanation. Jiang Ping was utterly exasperated. He clearly remembered that when his affinity with He Qinghuan reached 50, the system rewarded him with a foundation establishment pill. How incredibly challenging this was. To think that the sect leader would need to enhance his affinity with me, what utter nonsense. I suspect this meager 20 points were merely bestowed out of pity for this dying man. Yet, in the next moment, it was not Jiang Ping who was lost in thought, but Shenpeiji. Her eyes widened in bewilderment as she pondered the situation. What is happening here? Was it not stated that only a year remained of his lifespan? How could he suddenly gain an additional 50 years? What kind of elixir has he consumed? It's impossible. There is certainly nothing of the sort. Shenpeiji was all too familiar with the contents of the herb garden. Even a pill could not yield such an effect. Could it be the legendary celestial elixir? Even that seemed implausible. She had never encountered such a thing. And how could a dying old man possibly procure it? Regaining her composure, she fixed her piercing gaze upon Jiang Ping and exclaimed, "Jiang Ping, what sorcery have you employed to miraculously extend your lifespan by 50 years? I had originally intended to escort you to the back mountain of the Yin-Yang Hall, as per Miao Yin's request, to find a picturesque place for your burial once you have passed. It appears you have deceived Miao Yin, and I too have been kept in the dark." At this moment, Jiang Ping resembled an ant on a hot stove, anxiously pacing back and forth. His mind plagued with doubts. How could I possibly discuss matters concerning the leader with you? Just then, the unreliable leader chimed in, reminding him, "Your affinity with the female protagonist has decreased by 30. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ping was on the verge of tears, lamenting in despair. What is this predicament? Originally, there was little connection between him and Shenpeiji, and the prospect of enhancing their rapport seemed as arduous as climbing to the heavens. Yet now, he found himself plunged into a frigid abyss. Jiang Ping felt a sense of unease, pondering whether his constant criticism of the leader had led to the latter intentionally placing obstacles in his path. How could he be so unfortunate as to encounter a second female protagonist, and one who happened to be the headmaster at that? At this moment, Jiang Ping lifted his gaze to meet Shenpeiji's. Although she was somewhat older, her beauty was utterly captivating, aptly described as voluptuous. Shenpeiji felt uneasy under Jiang Ping's ardent stare, pondering to herself, "How peculiar. I am here to inquire. Yet I find myself unsettled by the gaze of an outer disciple." Particularly, the hem of her skirt was inadvertently lifted by a gentle breeze, causing Jiang Ping's eyes to widen in astonishment. In the next instant, Jiang Ping tasted a salty sensation in his mouth, only to discover that he had inadvertently let his nose bleed. Shenpeiji furrowed her brows in irritation, reprimanding internally, what unseemly thoughts occupy this old fool's mind? Clearly, she was somewhat flustered and indignant, but out of obligation to her disciple, she chose not to confront Jiang Ping. As for the matter of his lifespan, with 50 years remaining, she intended to leave the leadership to Miao Yin upon her emergence from seclusion, allowing them to resolve their own affairs. With this thought, Shenpeiji tossed a jade vial towards Jiang Ping, filled with crimson pills meticulously prepared by her master during Miao Yin's retreat. She shook her head, thinking, what use are these pills for someone on the brink of death? His mind is filled with sordid thoughts. Shenpeiji felt a sense of injustice on behalf of her disciple and chose not to pursue the matter further. She simply could not comprehend why this old man dared to gaze at her so boldly, leaving her slightly flustered. Turning on her heel, she departed, leaving Jiang Ping to sigh deeply. Miao Yin, oh Miao Yin, you have truly placed me in a predicament. Why must it be your master who delivers these red pills? The matter of my thick skin is inconsequential, but how can I reconcile the fact that Shenpeiji has also been assigned to this task? Jiang Ping was deeply frustrated, uncertain whether failing to complete this task would lead to new assignments. Initially, he had planned to exert himself vigorously to enhance his abilities, but now, he found himself regressing to a prior state, completely hindered by a single task. Jiang Ping wished to discuss with Tongzi the possibility of changing tasks. Yet Tongzi's responses seemed entirely contingent upon his mood. Jiang Ping, on the verge of unleashing a torrent of curses, hesitated upon contemplating the daunting task set by Shenpeiji, fearing that Tongzi might conjure some further complications for him. With little else to occupy his time, he dejectedly retreated to his modest chamber, where he sat cross-legged on the bed, pondering whether he could independently cultivate the foundational stage of the Hahuan Gong. After all, he considered himself an ambitious individual. As fate would have it, he remained in deep contemplation for an entire afternoon, and to his astonishment, he managed to break through to the 6th layer of qi refinement. Not only did he achieve this breakthrough, but he also sensed that his strength and realm could continue to ascend, which was far beyond his expectations. However, his frail constitution posed a significant limitation. As his physical condition forbade any further progression, advancing any further would surely lead to his demise, as his meridians could not endure the strain of additional spiritual energy circulation. Reluctantly, Jiang Ping conceded, contemplating the need to devise a means to enhance his physical form, but without a task at hand. Any aspirations for improvement seemed akin to chasing phantoms. At that moment, he perceived a disturbance outside. The sky was nearly darkening, and he wondered who might venture to this secluded place. Ever since his breakthrough to the 6th layer of qi refinement, his senses had sharpened considerably. To his surprise, it was the same 2 enchanting female disciples from earlier, here once more to gather medicinal herbs. These young women offered no greetings, directly proceeding to their foraging tasks. Jiang Ping, in a fit of anger, burst through the door and shouted, "Put that down. Leave the herbs there. Who permitted you to gather them without my consent?" The 2 female disciples were taken aback. After all, Jiang Ping had previously agreed to allow them to pick freely in the herb garden. How could this old man suddenly change his stance? Jiang Ping, undeterred, bellowed, "Put it down and get lost." The 2 female disciples possessed far superior cultivation compared to Jiang Ping. To eliminate him would require 10 of his ilk. Yet, they refrained from taking action. For a simple reason, this old man was backed by Lin Miaoyan, the future head of the Yinyang Hall. The 2 disciples tossed the herbs aside in a huff and stormed out of the herb garden, one of them casting a fierce glare at Jiang Ping, her eyes seemingly intent on devouring him. Jiang Ping remained indifferent. Since he was not the target, there was no chance of gathering medicinal herbs. Shortly after the 2 female disciples had departed, they returned accompanied by a male disciple. This young man was quite handsome. Yet it was evident that he had undergone rigorous training, his gait reminiscent of Jiang Ping's earlier demeanor, albeit less unsteady. As the trio re-entered the medicinal herb garden, Jiang Ping was unable to discern the male disciple's prowess, yet he was certain that it far surpassed his own, making him someone not to be trifled with. Chapter 5. Why is my life so difficult? Upon entering, the male disciple pointed at Jiang Ping and commanded, "Fetch the required herbs for my 2 companions." Jiang Ping raised an eyebrow, silently cursing, "How dare you entertain such thoughts? This medicinal garden is a precious gift on my journey of growth. You, with merely a fleeting word, wish to claim the herbs as if they were your own. This is utterly outrageous." Regardless of his formidable strength, Jiang Ping bellowed, "Get lost. All of you." The young man was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Ping's vehement outburst, and thought to himself, "My father is an elder of the Yinyang Hall, and this mere outer sect servant who tends to the medicinal garden dares to insult me. If I do not eliminate him today, how will I ever show my face in the Yinyang Hall again? What will the 2 lovely maidens by my side think of me?" Without uttering another word, he launched a powerful punch straight at Jiang Ping's chest. Such a blow was far beyond Jiang Ping's capacity to withstand. He was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground and spewing blood, with 2 of his ribs shattered. The young man spat on the ground. "Waste, you are nothing but a waste." At this moment, the 2 female disciples approached him, and the young man embraced one of them, saying, "Darling, go finish him off." The 2 female disciples replied, "Let it be. A mere lesson will suffice. He has Lin Miaoyan backing him." "Lin Miaoyan? Ha! She will inevitably be at my mercy. You 2 go gather herbal medicine. Take as much as you desire." At this juncture, Jiang Ping could no longer endure. His body was on the verge of collapse, and as darkness enveloped him, he fainted. Once the trio departed, rain suddenly began to fall from the heavens, instantly awakening the unconscious Jiang Ping. Jiang Ping lay motionless on the ground, his body feeling as though it had been shattered into pieces. At that moment, a graceful figure suddenly appeared in the medicinal garden. It was He Qinghuan. Upon seeing Jiang Ping, her immediate reaction was one of dismay. This old fool was destined for demise. She thought to herself. He had consumed an entire bottle of red pills, a feat even the most exalted of immortals would hesitate to undertake. In his reckless pursuit of indulgence, he seemed utterly oblivious to the peril he faced. It appeared he would not survive the night. He Qinghuan, primarily alarmed by the blood pooling on the ground, initially assumed it was a consequence of his reckless behavior. At that moment, Jiang Ping rasped out a hoarse plea, "Help me." Without hesitation, He Qinghuan rushed to assist him, recalling the bonds of their shared life, and resolved to fulfill her duty as a partner in his final moments. She bore no disdain for the muck that clung to him. After all, today marked her initiation into the inner circle and her acceptance of a minor. She had intended to attend to Jiang Ping with care that very evening, but fate had intervened with this unforeseen calamity. He Qinghuan helped Jiang Ping into the house, where he lay upon the bed, struggling for breath. The force of a single punch from someone of a significantly higher realm had proven too much for his already fragile body, and this devastating blow had sealed his fate. Jiang Ping was acutely aware that he had but 3 days to live. However, he possessed nothing but the red pill, which would only exacerbate his injuries, yielding no benefits whatsoever. The only person he could conceive of who might save his wretched life was Shen Peizhi, perhaps, out of regard for Lin Miaoying. She would extend a lifeline to him. Jiang Ping firmly grasped He Qinghuan's delicate hand, exhibiting an unexpected strength that caused her considerable discomfort. Jiang Ping spoke with great urgency. As though each word he uttered diminished his lifespan. Qinghuan, I beseech you for a favor. Now that you are an inner sect disciple, you can meet with the master. It was a fortuitous coincidence that He Qinghuan had just joined the inner sect and received her token that very day. He Qinghuan remained silent, listening to Jiang Ping, who continued to pound his chest in desperation. However, upon such a strike, she sensed something was amiss. Why was he so gravely injured? Was it the backlash from consuming the red pill? No, it was evident that he had been physically harmed. He Qinghuan could not fathom who within the sect would dare to lay a hand on him. At this moment, she felt a pang of anxiety, perplexed as to why she was so concerned for this old man, as if she held a genuine regard for him. Jiang Ping spoke wearily. Go find the master and tell her that I am on the verge of death. I implore her to come to the medicinal garden and save me. He Qinghuan understood the gravity of the situation. Were this request made by anyone else, she would undoubtedly scoff at the notion of a mere outer disciple, tasked with tending the medicinal garden, summoning the master for aid. However, Jiang Ping's words held weight due to his connection with Lin Miaoying. Brother Jiang, you must hold on. I shall go at once. Without a moment's hesitation, He Qinghuan hurried to the residence of the inner sect's master. Although she was now an inner disciple, gaining an audience with the master was a daunting task, especially at night, when she would have to pass through several layers of scrutiny. After successfully navigating the examinations, just as she was about to meet Shen Peizhi, she encountered the final barrier, 2 close attendants of Shen Peizhi, who informed her, the master is resting and will not meet anyone until tomorrow. The 2 female cultivators were unyielding. Tomorrow it would be. He Qinghuan, unable to accept this, felt an unexpected surge of courage. Defiantly, she stood outside the grand hall and shouted, Master, help. Jiang Ping is dying. Her cries reverberated through the air, catching Shen Peizhi's attention. With her cultivation, she could sense even the faintest disturbance. How could she ignore such a desperate outcry? Shen Peizhi mused, this cannot be right. He still had 50 years of life left. How could he be on the brink of death? Surely, this old fool must have consumed all those red pills in one go. Is he in conflict with some female disciple, determined to end his own life? How utterly disappointing. Though initially reluctant to intervene, the thought of her cherished disciple, facing her wrath upon emerging from seclusion, compelled her to act. With a heavy sigh, she muttered, what a calamity. In a flash, she appeared outside. At that moment, He Qinghuan had already been subdued by the 2 female cultivators, who were preparing to hand her over to the law enforcement hall. Shen Peizhi interjected, who are you? What has happened to Jiang Ping? He Qinghuan, disregarding her own dignity, put aside her concerns. The urgency of saving a life took precedence. Initially reluctant to disclose her association with Jiang Ping, fearing humiliation and the judgment of her disciples, she ultimately felt compelled to address Shen Peizhi. I am the Dao partner of Brother Jiang. He has been grievously injured and is on the brink of death. I implore you, Master, to save him. It was Brother Jiang who urged me to seek your assistance, claiming that only you possess the power to rescue him. What did you say? Shen Peizhi's mind struggled to comprehend. She was overwhelmed by the sudden influx of information, unable to process it all. Jiang Ping, with his character, is still seeking to engage in sparring? This woman is unexpectedly Jiang Ping's dual cultivation partner? Shen Peizhi scrutinized He Qinghuan from head to toe, pondering, this cannot be true. Is this girl blind? He Qinghuan possesses foundational cultivation, so how could she be enamored with a dying wretch, a man utterly devoid of merit? Shen Peizhi's mind was clouded with confusion, and upon recalling Jiang Ping's sudden extension of life, she promptly whisked He Qinghuan away towards the medicinal garden. As a perfected nascent soul cultivator, Shen Peizhi arrived at the garden in mere breaths. Chapter 6. Everything is for better cultivation in the future. Upon entering the room, Shen Peizhi immediately discerned the location of Jiang Ping's injury. To her, this wound was of little significance, however. The environment of the medicinal garden was not conducive to his recovery. Remembering her poor disciple's request prior to seclusion, Shen Peizhi disregarded He Qinghuan and directly took Jiang Ping away. Jiang Ping, in a daze, gazed at Shen Peizhi and also noticed He Qinghuan, who was drenched in sweat. He even gestured towards He Qinghuan with a slight nod. He Qinghuan, observing the scene clearly, pondered within herself, what time is it? And yet they are still preoccupied with that matter. At this moment, Jiang Ping inadvertently wrapped his arm around Shen Peizhi's slender waist. Shen Peizhi felt as if she had been struck by lightning, nearly losing her balance. Where on earth was this old man placing his hands? She was tempted to throw him off, but seeing how frail he appeared, she relented, considering it a form of atonement for her disciple. Just as Jiang Ping was drifting into a stupor, a sudden system notification interrupted him. Jiang Ping's favorability rating had reached 50. In that instant, he felt as if he had been resurrected from the brink of death, his excitement causing his grip around Shenpeiji to tremble. This time, the system had bestowed upon him a longevity pill, not one that granted 50 years of life, but a staggering 100 years. Altogether, that amounted to a remarkable 150 years. This was truly a stroke of fortune. The punch he had endured was not in vain, yielding him an additional century of life. How splendid! His exhilaration intensified, while Shenpeiji, bewildered by the old man's sudden exuberance, found herself increasingly aware of his hand's lingering touch upon her body. Such unfamiliar sensations flooded her mind, leaving her feeling somewhat lightheaded, as if struggling for breath, perplexed by the unfolding events. Meanwhile, Jiang Ping grew even bolder. A journey that would typically take mere breaths had now extended into what felt like half a stick of incense. Shenpeiji had never experienced such sensations before and, to her astonishment, found herself somewhat enjoying the old man's embrace. What was happening to her? At this moment, Jiang Ping regained a semblance of consciousness and, upon glancing down, was nearly struck with terror at the altitude they had attained. In a surge of excitement, he inadvertently pressed his hand against the prominent bosom of Shenpeiji. She gasped, feeling as though a bolt of lightning coursed through her entire being. In that instant, she felt as if she had succumbed to a debilitating technique, her body weakening, causing her to release Jiang Ping. Fortunately, in a moment of dire urgency, she instinctively caught him. Otherwise, had he not perished from the blow, she would have certainly faced dire consequences that night. Shenpeiji hastily ushered Jiang Ping into her chamber, her cheeks flushed and heart racing, bewildered by her own reaction. The sensation she had just experienced was utterly intoxicating. Could it be that this old man had cast some spell upon her? It was not entirely unfounded for Shenpeiji to entertain such thoughts, for she too possessed a body of ethereal grace, albeit not as pure as Lin Miaoyin's and lacking a dual cultivation partner. Thus, the events that transpired stirred her emotions profoundly. However, this awakening of feelings inadvertently elevated Jiang Ping's favorability to a perfect score of 100. Jiang Ping was utterly bewildered. Having just received the elixir of longevity, he was now being presented with yet another gift. The sovereign directly bestowed upon him a manual of the harmony technique. Upon seeing these three characters, Jiang Ping felt that the sovereign's rewards were consistently frivolous. Was he the last reward a manual of the very same technique? Could it be that this time it contained the incantations rather than illustrations? Furthermore, he was granted a flying sword, which Jiang Ping sensed was anything but ordinary. Yet the sovereign's reminders did not cease there. He was also awarded a point. Jiang Ping was on the verge of leaping up, disregarding his injuries and his excitement. With 2 points accumulated, he could exchange them for a one shodan. However, he was not in a rush to redeem them. After all, he had waited for 150 years. Points were of paramount importance, and he intended to utilize them judiciously. This was not the time for idle speculation. Jiang Ping lay on the bed, while Shenpeiji cast an embarrassed glance at him. At this moment, Jiang Ping realized something was amiss. Pondering to himself, what is that expression on her face? Could it be that she is captivated by my extraordinary charm? Jiang Ping was still reveling in his triumph when a sharp pain suddenly shot through his wound, forcing an involuntary groan from his lips. Shenpeiji snapped out of her reverie and scolded him with affectionate exasperation. Look at the state you're in. Yet here you are still lost in thought. As she spoke, she began preparing to tend to his injuries. At this moment, Jiang Ping dared not act too recklessly and quickly sought to ingratiate himself, saying, with the esteemed master personally attending to my injuries, I anticipate a swift recovery. Shenpeiji cast him a sidelong glance as she began to channel her spiritual energy, streams of light penetrating into Jiang Ping's body. Jiang Ping suddenly felt a surge of vitality spreading throughout his limbs and bones, and his breath gradually began to recover. At this moment, Jiang Ping gazed at Shenpeiji, noticing the fine beads of sweat emerging on her forehead, as a single droplet gently trickled down her smooth, round face. Jiang Ping's Adam's apple involuntarily bobbed, as he swallowed hard with a distinct gulp. At that moment, Shenpeiji sensed something amiss and hastily placed her hand over her chest. Inwardly cursing, this old wretch shows no respect for the leader of the sect. His gaze is perpetually akin to that of a ravenous wolf, unabashedly unbearable. Shenpeiji shot Jiang Ping a fierce glare, pondering to herself how she could stoop so low as to argue with a mere servant disciple, and how she could even feel anger rising within her. It felt as if all her years as the sect leader had been in vain. Having failed to establish even a modicum of authority, she glared at Jiang Ping once more and admonished, "You shameless old man. If you continue to gawk, be wary that I might truly cast you out." At this moment, Jiang Ping could not help but swallow hard, an unexpected surge of courage prompting him to suddenly declare to Shenpeiji, "Master, you are truly exquisite. I simply cannot contain myself." The words erupted like a thunderclap in Shenpeiji's ears. She believed her beauty, while not unparalleled, was indeed remarkable. However, in her pursuit of superior cultivation and the awakening of her water spirit body, she had long cast aside the affairs of love and desire. Yet, at this moment, someone had so candidly expressed their feelings, stirring the long-dormant ripples in her heart. Shenpeiji realized she could no longer indulge Jiang Ping in this conversation. She reached out, gently grasped his chin, and placed a pill into his mouth. With a graceful flick of her dress, she offered him a captivating silhouette before turning and departing, choosing to ignore him thereafter. As Jiang Ping watched Shenpeiji's somewhat melancholic figure fade away, a myriad of thoughts swirled in his mind. Being a time traveler, though he had not personally experienced romantic entanglements, he had witnessed enough to sense Shenpeiji's inner void. In that instant, a bold idea took root within him. He perceived that this might be the very moment Shenpeiji most needed companionship and solace, even if he could recover from his injuries swiftly. He was reluctant to leave this place. He vividly recalled unlocking a function of exchange after significantly enhancing his affinity with Yi Qinghuan. Jiang Ping pondered inwardly, contemplating whether capturing such an exquisite beauty would unlock a new facet of himself. No, he resolved, his wounds must not heal too swiftly. During the time he spent with Shenpeiji, he aimed to peel away the layers of her long-buried heart like an onion, melting her defenses and helping her release the grievances that burdened her soul. If all else failed, he would not hesitate to consume an entire bottle of red pills, determined to engage in a life-and-death struggle with Shenpeiji. It must be said, Jiang Ping was audacious to the extreme. Were the male disciples within the sect to learn of his intentions, they would likely venerate him, bowing in reverence daily. He was indeed the embodiment of masculinity, a paragon for his peers. Yet, he adorned his motives with a grandiloquent justification, all for the sake of his future cultivation. Chapter 7. In the dream. The elder brother reigned supreme, having utilized her inner strength to mend Jiang Ping's fractured rib. He, resolute in his determination, unleashed all his might in a reckless punch to his own chest. Given his already frail constitution, this act proved catastrophic. Despite possessing the strength of the sixth layer of qi refinement, his chest caved in instantaneously, and alas, he had struck himself into unconsciousness. One must admit, Jiang Ping was indeed a relentless character. In his pursuit of Shenpeiji's affection, he would resort to any means necessary. Shenpeiji had not ventured far and distinctly heard the commotion within the room. Fearing a calamity, she swiftly re-entered. Upon witnessing Jiang Ping's dismal state, she was taken aback. Another blow could lead to a grievous outcome. He was already bleeding from 3 orifices. Shenpeiji was genuinely alarmed. Upon closer inspection, her brows knitted in concern. Her keen insight allowed her to discern that this predicament was self-inflicted, leading her to wonder, what on earth was he attempting? Had he been so humiliated that he could no longer bear to live? Yet, she recalled how thick-skinned he had been previously, despite the multitude of wrinkles on his face. Jiang Ping's youthful charm from his past remained undeniable, stirring a flicker of empathy within Shenpeiji. She pressed her fingers gently upon his damaged chest, and at that moment, Jiang Ping felt as though he were lost in a long, beautiful dream, filled with visions of tempestuous encounters with Shenpeiji. Unconsciously, he murmured her name in his slumber. Shenpeiji, already stirred by Jiang Ping's earlier advances, found her defenses crumbling at his audacious display. She realized that he was entirely absorbed in his dream, and his hands, no longer restrained, firmly grasped hers, pulling her against his chest. Startled, Shenpeiji felt her heart race uncontrollably, akin to a frightened rabbit. In that moment, she fervently wished for Jiang Ping to remain oblivious. Fate, however, had other plans. At that precise moment, Jiang Ping stirred awake. The instant his eyes opened, they were captivated solely by Shenpeiji. Believing himself still ensnared in a dream, he mused, in this dream, I have nothing to fear. Today, no matter who you are, even if you are a celestial fairy from the heavens, I shall claim you. With newfound vigor, he embraced Shenpeiji tightly. Although Shenpeiji had reached the pinnacle of her cultivation, she was momentarily flustered, teetering on the brink of emotional collapse from the electrifying sensation coursing through her. In that instant, she found herself at a loss, lacking the desire or will to resist, yielding entirely to Jiang Ping's advances. Jiang Ping had long since convinced himself that this was merely a dream. It was only in dreams that Shenpeiji would be so submissive to him. And perhaps only in dreams that Shenpeiji would not resist. At this moment, Jiang Ping has completely liberated himself. He poured an entire bottle of red capsules into his mouth, thinking to himself, why not? Today, I shall indulge in a fantastical escapade. He gradually peeled away the delicate veil from Shenpeiji, revealing her pristine and ethereal form entirely before him. Jiang Ping, no longer inclined to be courteous, directly captured Shenpeiji's scarlet lips. Lacking any experience, Shenpeiji found herself overwhelmed, struggling even to breathe as Jiang Ping silenced her. Jiang Ping paid no heed to such matters. In his dreams, he was the undisputed ruler. He harbored no compassion for Shenpeiji. Previously, Jiang Ping had already gained an additional 50 years of lifespan, significantly rejuvenating his vitality. Furthermore, after Shenpeiji had channeled spiritual energy into him on 2 occasions to mend his injured body, this energy had not merely repaired his fractured ribs but had also proven beneficial to other aspects of his physical condition. Not to mention, he possessed a vial of crimson pills. Just 1 vial could resurrect even a corpse from its grave. Jiang Ping has truly let loose this time. No matter how much he stirs up trouble, Shenpeiji continues to play along. Jiang Ping suddenly had a revelation. After perusing numerous illustrations, he realized it was high time to hone his skills. He yearned for an advancement even in his dreams. Lost in thought, a grin spread across his face. Shenpeiji, bewildered by Jiang Ping's demeanor, wondered if this old man truly found joy in her presence. Observing his predatory gaze, it was evident he had long harbored designs upon her. At that moment, Jiang Ping began to channel his spiritual energy through the body's acupoints. Lacking the prowess to cultivate intermediate techniques, he initially resorted to the most rudimentary harmonious union technique. However, he quickly reconsidered. Engaging in dual cultivation with someone of higher cultivation would be far more beneficial. Disregarding the risks, he resolved to venture into the intermediate harmonious union technique. He began to channel his feeble spiritual energy into Shenpeiji's body, aligning it with the flow of her acupoints. Shenpeiji, perplexed by his actions, pondered if he was truly concerned for her well-being. To her surprise, this old man displayed an unexpected tenderness. Perhaps her companionship hadn't been in vain after all. In the next moment, however, Shenpeiji sensed something amiss. Despite his frail energy, once it entered her body, it operated through a unique set of acupoints, resulting in a resonance with her own spiritual energy. At that instant, Shenpeiji's gaze turned dreamy. The figure before her transformed from that of an old man into the beloved of her dreams. As her powerful spiritual energy coursed through her acupoints and re-entered Jiang Ping's body, the impact was profound. Jiang Ping's narrow meridians were on the verge of being completely shattered by this overwhelming force. Yet, gritting his teeth, he resolutely held on, thinking to himself, I must endure. For this might be my opportunity, the very foundation of my existence. In that moment, Jiang Ping recalled the scene of being struck away in the herb garden. The humiliation and trampling he had endured so easily at the hands of others. Unable to contain himself any longer, he let out a roar. At that moment, Shenpeiji's surging energy surged directly into Jiang Ping's body, causing him to bite down hard on Shenpeiji's fair shoulder. She let out a soft gasp, experiencing a strange blend of pain and pleasure, an indescribable joy. However, after being struck by such formidable power, Jiang Ping's realm shattered like an eggshell. The once fragile barrier of the seventh layer of qi refinement was breached. Yet this was not the end. He began to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth to stabilize his realm. It is often said that women are made of water. And with Shenpeiji being of the water spirit body, their dual cultivation proved to be remarkably effective. Chapter 8. 1,000 Years in a Dream. A kiss seals the fate. At this moment, Shenpeiji transferred her internal spiritual power to Jiang Ping. Jiang Ping's frail constitution was a source of concern for Shenpeiji. However, to be honest, Jiang Ping had proven himself quite resilient. As long as his body could withstand the 8th level of the qi refinement stage, he could enter it at any moment. This barrier was no more than a thin veil. The credit for this progress was largely due to the risk he took in cultivating the intermediate stage of the harmony technique. But the primary reason was Shenpeiji's extraordinary strength. It was evident who benefited the most from the dual cultivation between a qi refinement practitioner and a fully realized nascent soul master. At this moment, Jiang Ping lay helplessly upon Shenpeiji, gazing down at her. With a weak voice, he murmured, Peiji, I love you dearly. How wonderful it would be if this were not a dream, allowing me to remain by your side forever. Yet, when the dream fades, you will depart again. I truly wish to lie here in your embrace, never depart. Upon hearing this, Shenpeiji thought, what? So this old fool has been under the impression that he was dreaming? Does he think he can indulge without accountability? At a loss for words, Shenpeiji pondered whether she should shamelessly insist, you must take responsibility for me. After all, she was the esteemed leader of the Yin Yang Hall. Could she really stoop to such depths as to utter those words? A single tear escaped from the corner of her eye, and inwardly she cursed. All men are unfaithful scoundrels, indulging without a thought of responsibility. Jiang Ping, despite his unwillingness to acknowledge the situation, secretly wished for more opportunities to embrace such moments. Upon witnessing the tears glistening in Shenpeiji's eyes, he tenderly kissed them away, exclaiming, Peiji, you are so beautiful. Are you hurt? I truly wish to remain by your side forever, yet I fear that when I awaken, you will send me back to the medicinal garden. Once I return there, I may never see you again, and our paths will diverge eternally. No, please do not tend to my wounds. Should you restore my health, I would hastily return to the garden. Instead, I must inflict further harm upon myself, even if I cannot possess you. Merely gazing upon your silhouette each day would bring me joy. Which woman could withstand such declarations of affection? Even the celestial Chang'er would be utterly captivated by Jiang Ping's charm. Shenpeiji, unaware that his injuries were a result of his desire to remain close to her, found herself profoundly moved, tears streaming down her face. In that moment, she was completely melted by Jiang Ping's sincerity, enveloping him tightly and whispering softly in his ear, I will not allow you to leave me. At that instant, Jiang Ping placed a gentle kiss upon Shenpeiji's forehead and lay silently beside her, his thoughts swirling. What a dream, what a dream. Yet, as he lay there, an unsettling feeling crept over him, as if a pair of enchanting eyes were fixed upon him, sending shivers down his spine. What was happening? This dream seemed to stretch on far too long. Perhaps he could simply harm himself further to remain here? In the midst of his chaotic thoughts, Shenpeiji playfully kicked Jiang Ping, sending him tumbling from the bed. Once on the floor, he sprang to his feet, fixing a piercing gaze upon her, declaring, I may not dare to act against you in reality out of respect, but in dreams, do not forget that you are mine. As he uttered the words you are mine, an icy realization gripped him. Suddenly, it felt as though lightning had struck him, and instinctively, he pinched his waist, wincing in pain. Was this not a dream? Could it be that she truly? At that moment, Jiang Ping's mind was a whirlwind of confusion, unable to discern the reality of his situation. He rubbed his temples and examined his body, and upon realizing he had indeed ascended to the 7th level of qi refinement, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Would she resort to silencing him? I am merely a small pawn, and considering all I have said and done to her, would she seek revenge? A bead of sweat trickled down Jiang Ping's forehead, landing on the floor with a resounding thud. Shen Peiji observed the scene with a knowing smile, remarking, "Is this all you amount to? What happened to your grandiose declarations from the bed? It seems you are merely a blustering coward." Jiang Ping was apprehensive about being deemed inadequate, thus he rose and proclaimed, "Where do you find me lacking? Were you not aware of my capabilities just moments ago?" This assertion rendered Shen Peiji utterly mortified, leaving her at a loss for words. Yet, in the subsequent moment, the late-arriving notification from the system reminded him that the heroine's affection for him had doubled and continued to ascend, unlocking a new feature. Frankly, Jiang Ping was uncertain regarding the nature of this feature. He sought to engage with the system, but it paid him no heed. Now was not the time for exploring new functionalities. The paramount concern was to placate the esteemed lady beside him. If he managed to secure her favor, he would navigate the realm of yin and yang with ease. Previously, he had relied on Lin Miaoyin's protection, and now he had the sect leader safeguarding him. It was imperative to reclaim his standing and seek retribution against that scoundrel. Jiang Ping pondered for a moment and concluded that he must seek vengeance himself. Relying on Shen Peiji to avenge him seemed trivial and would ultimately disturb his own state of mind. If others were to overhear Jiang Ping's current thoughts, they would likely find it laughable, a mere lowly cultivator in the qi refinement stage, contemplating the notion of a righteous heart. With an audacious demeanor, Jiang Ping approached Shen Peiji. Now emboldened, he enveloped her in his arms. He felt no need to offer explanations. Believing that words were futile, the most straightforward and effective approach was to take action. He silenced Shen Peiji's lips once more with a kiss, dispelling her doubts and unraveling the emotional barriers that lay between them. This kiss could be deemed a silent vow of eternal commitment, sealing their fates and ensuring they would never part ways. What did societal norms matter? What significance did the opinions of others hold? After this kiss, all such concerns were cast aside. Shen Peiji, taken aback by Jiang Ping's sudden kiss, felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. She gently pushed him away, playfully chiding, "You rascal, you are becoming increasingly audacious." Jiang Ping chuckled and said, "Peiji, I simply couldn't help myself." Shen Peiji shot him a glare and replied, "Humph, you must refrain from such reckless behavior in the future, or I shall not spare you." Jiang Ping promptly nodded, resembling an obedient child. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted outside the door. Oh no, a great calamity has occurred." Shen Peiji furrowed her brow, adjusted her attire, and declared, "Stay here, I shall investigate." Stepping outside, she encountered a disciple rushing toward her in a fluster. "Master, it is dire. A disciple from the Yin-Yang Hall has slain a member of the Blood Demon sect, and their master, Shui Wuhan, is at our doorstep demanding an explanation." Chapter 9. Conflict ignited by disagreement. Shen Peiji's expression darkened as she scoffed. "Humph, Shui Wuhan is utterly overstepping." Before her words had fully escaped her lips, she darted forward like a flash of lightning towards the entrance. Inside, Jiang Ping could hardly remain seated. He stealthily followed her out. Jiang Ping's mind was as clear as a mirror. He understood that the Blood Demon sect's strength surpassed that of the Yin-Yang Hall to a considerable extent. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that the Blood Demon sect had a greater number of male disciples. And the moment a female disciple from the Yin-Yang Hall found herself alone, unforeseen circumstances would undoubtedly arise. The male disciples of the Blood Demon sect lurked outside the Yin-Yang Hall like ravenous wolves, their eyes fixated hungrily on the female disciples. Thus, a strict decree had been established within the Yin-Yang Hall. Female disciples were strictly forbidden from venturing out alone. However, in terms of overall strength, the two factions were relatively equal. Particularly notable was Shen Peiji, a perfected nascent soul practitioner with a water spirit body, while Shui Wuhan was merely at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. In terms of high-end combat capabilities, the Yin-Yang Hall evidently held the upper hand over the Blood Demon sect. Therefore, when Shen Peiji heard this news, she couldn't help but feel perplexed. What audacity was it that allowed Shui Wuhan to come to the Yin-Yang Hall to demand an explanation? Even if it were true that the Yin-Yang Hall had slain a disciple of the Blood Demon sect, he would have to swallow that bitter pill and likely resort to some underhanded means of retaliation against the Yin-Yang Hall, rather than brazenly seek them out. Strange occurrences often herald ominous undertones. Could it be that Shui Wuhan had advanced to the late stage of the nascent soul, or had he consumed some potent elixir, emboldening him to provoke them so audaciously? Meanwhile, as Jiang Ping stealthily slipped out of the main hall, he fortuitously collided with He Qinghuan. It turned out that He Qinghuan had been waiting outside Shen Peiji's quarters, intent on gathering information about Jiang Ping. Even she herself was uncertain of the reasons behind her concern, yet her heart was preoccupied with thoughts of this old man. She dreaded the possibility of him departing this world, for her ascension to an inner sect disciple was largely due to Jiang Ping's generosity. He had given her precious elixirs without reserve, not keeping any for himself. Thus, Qinghuan was indifferent to the blood demon sect's aggressive actions. If calamity were to befall her, she believed a taller figure would shield her. However, Jiang Ping was irreplaceable. If he were to vanish, what would she do? Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Ping had become her pillar of support. It was somewhat absurd to think that she had placed the latter half of her life in the hands of a man on the brink of death. Upon seeing Jiang Ping, Qinghuan's eyes instantly lit up. "Jiang Shixiang, are you all right?" Jiang Ping grinned broadly, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. "Of course, everything is perfectly fine. Not only am I unscathed, but I have also ascended to the 7th level of the Qi refinement stage." At this moment, he was riding high on the winds of success, his spirit soaring like a swift steed. Jiang Ping spoke as he firmly grasped Qinghuan's hand, leading her outside. At that moment, Qinghuan's gaze was dazed, and the instant Jiang Ping held her hand, a profound sense of security enveloped her. Once, her heart brimmed with disdain and aversion whenever she encountered Jiang Ping, yet now she found herself perplexed, unable to recall when this newfound sense of reassurance had taken root. Jiang Ping's image in her mind had subtly transformed over time. Upon reaching the entrance of the mountain gate, they beheld Shun Peizhi and Shui Wuhan standing in the void, locked in a distant standoff. Shui Wuhan, though not particularly aged, was clad in a resplendent red attire, hefting a formidable blade upon his shoulder. The weight of that sword was evident, requiring immense strength to wield. Jiang Ping, with his frail physique, would likely struggle to even lift it. Shun Peizhi found herself musing over Shui Wuhan's audacity, considering that he had not yet transcended his current realm. What audacious courage had he mustered to confront the Yinyang Palace? Shui Wuhan, focusing on the exquisite Shun Peizhi, burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ah, I never imagined that Master Shun has grown more enchanting than a celestial being. Would you consider becoming my dual cultivation partner? If you agree, my blood demon sect shall merge with the Yinyang Palace. A monumental event for the entire realm of cultivation." Shun Peizhi, bewildered, felt inexplicably pleased by Jiang Ping's attentions, yet the moment she heard Shui Wuhan's insolent words, her anger ignited. She was determined to teach Shui Wuhan a lesson, even contemplating slaying him to quench her wrath. Their confrontation was devoid of discussions regarding compensation for the disciples of the blood demon sect slain by the Yinyang Palace. It was clear that they were merely seeking conflict. As Shui Wuhan sensed Shun Peizhi's intention to strike, his expression darkened. "You insolent woman, you dare challenge me? Today, I shall demonstrate the might of my perfected blood demon blade. Do not presume that your late-stage nascent soul can intimidate me. Once you perish, the female disciples of the Yinyang Palace shall be at the mercy of my blood demon sect. I have heard the next leader of the Yinyang Palace is also of the water spirit body. I shall have both you and your disciple in my harem, serving me well." Shun Peizhi, her eyes aflame with fury, was determined to render Shui Wuhan unrecognizable. Ignoring the threat of the blood demon blade, she conjured a longsword with a flick of her wrist, performing a graceful flourish before unleashing a beam of sword light towards Shui Wuhan. Unfazed, Shui Wuhan advanced, positioning his massive sword defensively before him, emanating a fierce crimson aura. Shun Peizhi's sword energy collided with this fiery barrier, instantly consumed without a trace. Frowning slightly, Shun Peizhi was taken aback. Was the might of the blood demon blade truly so fearsome? Meanwhile, Jiang Ping seethed with rage below, wishing to confront Shui Wuhan and avenge the affront to the two women he held dear. Qinghuan, standing beside him, sensed the fury radiating from him. She mused to herself, while she could somewhat rationalize her connection to Lin Miaoying. The sect leader had merely saved her life for Lin Miaoying's sake. What special ties did Shun Peizhi have with him to provoke such intense emotions? At that moment, Qinghuan failed to recognize the irrational jealousy that stirred within her. "You think this is all you're capable of?" Shui Wuhan bellowed, immediately swinging his sword downwards with tremendous force akin to a mighty cleave, unleashing a blinding red blade of energy that surged toward Shun Peizhi with overwhelming ferocity. Jiang Ping's heart raced to his throat, while Shun Peizhi stood resolute, undeterred. With a gentle sweep of her sleeve, tumultuous waves surged before her. The roaring sea enveloped Shun Peizhi entirely, as the blade's radiance struck fiercely upon the waves, only to be instantly absorbed by the soft yet resilient force of the water. Chapter 10, A Perilous Moment. This was far from over. Shun Peizhi flicked her sleeve again, directing a motion toward Shui Wuhan. Instantly, the waves before Shui rose higher and higher, each surge faster than the last, crashing down upon him like an unstoppable tide. In response, Shui Wuhan gripped his sword with one hand and struck fiercely at the incoming waves, the immense blade aura cleaving the water in twain, dissipating into mist in the air. At that moment, Shun Peizhi, her hands weaving intricate spells, recited incantations. The sky darkened suddenly, with ominous clouds gathering. What had been a clear day transformed into an eerie silence that enveloped the world. Then, a colossal vortex manifested in the void, and as it appeared, a sharp sword tip thrust forth from its center. Gradually, a massive sword materialized within the swirl, casting an oppressive force that seemed to threaten the very fabric of the heavens. At that instant, Jiang Ping, upon witnessing this great sword, felt the weight of its presence, struggling even to lift his head. Although He Qinghuan possessed greater strength than Jiang Ping, her state mirrored his own. This disparity was unsurprising, given the vast chasm in realms between He Qinghuan and Shen Peizhi. At that moment, Jiang Ping felt as though his aging limbs were on the verge of being reduced to dust. Blood Wuhan laughed maniacally towards the heavens, his laughter echoing as if it could pierce the very clouds. Shen Peizhi, do you truly believe that such trivial tactics can vanquish me? As he spoke, the crimson garments enveloping him billowed violently, as if caught in an invisible tempest. An overwhelmingly sinister aura erupted from within him, akin to a volcano in full eruption. He gripped his colossal blade firmly, murmuring incantations, as the crimson flames atop the weapon surged violently, transforming into an enormous skull. The eye sockets of the skull glimmered with a malevolent red light, its gaping maw lunging ferociously towards the great sword. With a resounding crash, the two forces collided violently, akin to the cataclysmic upheaval of the heavens and earth, producing a deafening roar. This immense surge of energy distorted the surrounding space, rendering it visibly warped, as though the very fabric of reality were being torn asunder. Jiang Ping and He Qinghuan were abruptly hurled away by an overwhelming force akin to a tempest, akin to kites severed from their strings, crashing heavily to the ground. Jiang Ping, already bearing grievous injuries, found his frail limbs utterly incapable of withstanding the terrifying shockwaves generated by the battle of the Yuanian cultivators. In an instant, he felt a sweetness in his throat and coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, his complexion paling to that of parchment. He Qinghuan hurriedly assisted him to his feet, urgently exclaiming, "Brother Jiang, this is no place for us to linger. We must retreat at once." However, Jiang Ping, exhibiting an unusual stubbornness, resolutely refused to leave, insisting on remaining there. At that moment, he could not comprehend his own state. His heart hung precariously in his throat, each beat laden with profound anxiety, fearing even the slightest misfortune might befall Shen Peizhi. Just then, Shen Peizhi and Shui Wuhan's confrontation escalated into a life-or-death struggle. To Jiang Ping's astonishment, Shui Wuhan was surrounded by a swirling circle of diminutive red skulls, which danced around him in a frenzied manner before he charged wildly at Shen Peizhi. Armed with her longsword, Shen Peizhi clashed with Shui Wuhan, unleashing a torrent of formidable spiritual energy that flattened several nearby peaks. The onlooking disciples, witnessing the ferocity of the battle, were struck with terror and retreated hastily. Jiang Ping was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, struggling to rush towards the battlefield. He Qinghuan hurriedly grasped his arm and said, "Jiang Ping, do not act foolishly and throw your life away. Our meager abilities are of no help at all." Jiang Ping clutched his chest, his eyes fixed intently on the battle above. At that moment, he felt as if he were losing the strength to even walk. Yet, he observed Shui Wuhan fighting with an intensity akin to a fervent frenzy, becoming increasingly ferocious in his assault. A sense of doubt gnawed at Jiang Ping. Could it be that this fellow had consumed an entire basket of red pills, enabling him to unleash such formidable power? It was astonishing. Although Shen Peizhi possessed a higher cultivation level, female cultivators typically lacked the brute strength of their male counterparts. Moreover, Shen Peizhi had also discerned that Shui Wuhan must have employed some secret technique or ingested a forbidden elixir to unlock this latent potential. However, this power was exceedingly malevolent and dangerously violent. Shen Peizhi understood that such strength undoubtedly harbored drawbacks. If she could endure, Shui Wuhan would surely meet his demise. Yet, at this moment, Shui Wuhan showed no mercy, relentlessly attacking with his massive blade, which sliced through the air with a whistling sound. Enveloping Shen Peizhi in a torrent of blade shadows, she found herself in a position of defense, utterly unable to retaliate, and was left to endure the onslaught passively. Although Jiang Ping's strength was insignificant, he could discern that Shen Peizhi was in dire straits. It was unclear what had driven him to such desperation. He was truly risking everything at this moment. Ignoring his own injuries and sensing a decline in vitality, Jiang Ping produced the elusive Wanshou Dan and, before He Qinghuan, consumed it without hesitation. He Qinghuan, unfamiliar with the Wanshou Dan, was oblivious to the precious elixir Jiang Ping had ingested. At the very moment the pill slipped down his throat, his life force visibly surged, and most notably, his countenance underwent a transformation. He no longer appeared as aged and frail, as his skin gradually regained its smoothness. To He Qinghuan's astonishment, she detected a foul odor. Reminiscent of a sensation she had encountered before, this was a phenomenon typically observed when a cultivator, in the qi refining stage, drew spiritual energy into their body, purging impurities through the process of refining their essence. At that moment, Jiang Ping, who was merely a breath away from breaking through the 8th level of qi refining, experienced an instantaneous ascension. Jiang Ping was too preoccupied to stabilize his realm. His appearance and vitality were still in flux, yet he had no inclination to ponder such matters. He Qinghuan was momentarily transfixed, her thoughts racing. Is this truly the same old fellow I once knew? How has his countenance transformed into such striking handsomeness? Just then, a flying sword materialized in Jiang Ping's hand, its sudden emergence so stealthy that even He Qinghuan could not discern whence it came. She was acutely aware that Jiang Ping possessed no storage bags or rings to conceal such items. In a moment of panic, He Qinghuan grasped Jiang Ping's hand, fearing he might recklessly charge forth to confront danger. Jiang Ping, she exclaimed, that is a nascent soul cultivator. A mere sneeze from them could spell your demise. What are you thinking of doing? Jiang Ping allowed He Qinghuan to lead him without any resistance. At that moment, in the void, Shui Wuhan leaped high, raising his mighty blade above his head. Suddenly, a colossal spiritual figure emerged behind him, towering over his own form by more than 10 times. This apparition wielded a terrifyingly large sword, identical to that of Shui Wuhan. With a booming voice, Shui Wuhan shouted, "Die." Chapter 11. Still fierce in old age, Shen Peizhi was no pushover either. As the figure appeared, she positioned her long sword before her chest, swiftly shifting her hand seals to channel spiritual energy into the blade. In an instant, the sword before her transformed from 1 to 2, then 4. And within the blink of an eye, over 100 identical swords materialized. Pointing toward Shui Wuhan, she commanded all the flying swords to surge forth. Throughout this process, the swords combined and morphed, coalescing into a massive sword that charged with unstoppable momentum toward the figure behind Shui Wuhan. At that moment, crimson and azure spiritual energies collided in the air, and Shen Peizhi realized that this was likely Shui Wuhan's most formidable strike. If she could withstand it, Shui Wuhan would be left with little combat capability. Yet, Shui Wuhan's attack was overwhelmingly powerful. Shen Peizhi's colossal sword was forced back under the weight of his imposing presence. Nevertheless, as a master of the late stage of yuanying, she poured every ounce of her strength into the massive sword. Shui Wuhan bellowed again, "Damn woman, die!" and furiously channeled spiritual energy into his massive blade. In that fleeting moment, a fine crack appeared in Shen Peizhi's assembled sword, and before long, it was riddled with a web of fractures. With a thunderous crack, the great sword shattered. Shen Peizhi staggered backward, her breath unsteady. However, Shui Wuhan showed no sign of halting his assault, bringing his blade down toward her head. At this moment, Jiang Ping steeled himself, thinking, "Brother Tengzi, I'm counting on you. Let us see if this flying sword you bestowed upon me is of any use. If it works, I shall treat you like my own grandfather from now on. Brother, I trust you this time. You must help me block that great blade." With that, Jiang Ping hurled the flying sword into the fray. The sword transformed into a streak of light, capturing the attention of all. As no one had time to concern themselves with a mere side character, the flying sword collided with the massive blade, leaving Shen Peizhi momentarily dumbfounded. She caught a glimpse of Jiang Ping from the corner of her eye, who flashed a toothy grin before slowly closing his eyes. Having nearly exhausted all his strength in that throw, He Qinghuan quickly supported Jiang Ping and hurried him away from the battlefield. Shen Peizhi's mind was in turmoil as she pondered, was that his doing? Yet there was no time for contemplation. The great blade had been intercepted by the flying sword. But within mere breaths, the sword was sent flying. Nonetheless, Shen Peizhi seized this opportunity to catch her breath. She was correct. This was indeed Shui Wuhan's strongest strike. Upon realizing his attack had failed, Shui Wuhan's vitality waned, and he turned to flee. Shen Peizhi could not allow him to escape easily. Was the Yin-Yang Temple a place one could enter and exit at will? With another sword materializing in her hand, she lunged toward Shui Wuhan's back. He was too late to evade, swinging his blade backward in a desperate attempt to defend himself. However, in his weakened state, he could not withstand Shen Peizhi's strike. The agility of her sword proved superior, and before his blade could reach her, her sword pierced his back. Fortunately, Shui Wuhan managed to turn slightly, or else his heart would have been skewered, rendering his body lifeless. At that moment, the elders accompanying Shui Wuhan rushed to his side to catch him. Shen Peizhi realized that the opportunity to slay Shui Wuhan had slipped away. Forcing the issue would only lead to mutual destruction. She had no desire to plunge the Yin-Yang Temple into such chaos. Moreover, given Shui Wuhan's severe injuries and the consumption of forbidden drugs, it was likely that the Blood Demon sect would remain subdued for a time. Many had witnessed Jiang Ping's throw of the flying sword, particularly the high-ranking figures from the Yin-Yang Temple and the Blood Demon sect. They were in disbelief that a mere cultivator of the 7th or 8th stage of qi refinement had saved Shen Peizhi's life. The Blood Demon sect members assumed Jiang Ping had concealed his true power, while the members of the Yin-Yang Temple understood that he was merely a waste, a dying man. Shen Peizhi watched the retreating figures of the Blood Demon sect, suppressing her urge to unleash a massacre. She beckoned to retrieve the flying sword that had previously shielded her from a fatal blow, only to find it utterly unresponsive. Approaching, she discovered that the sword had vanished without a trace. Shen Peizhi gasped, pondering, how could this sword possess such spirit? I could never have imagined it was thrown by that old man. Realization dawned upon her that Jiang Ping was not as inept as she had initially perceived. Most importantly, his reckless bravery had significantly elevated her regard for him. At that moment, she found herself thoroughly entranced by Jiang Ping's charm, perhaps destined to live the remainder of her life for this man, and for an old man at that. Shen Peizhi glanced back at the disciples and elders of the Yin-Yang Temple, commanding, remember this. From today onward, no one is permitted to descend the mountain without permission. Everyone must stay put. If you cannot endure it, then bear it. Also, strengthen defenses. Be wary of a counterattack from the Blood Demon sect. Dismissed. With that, she vanished in the blink of an eye, her sole focus on finding Jiang Ping. She had seen clearly that He Qinghuan had taken Jiang Ping to the medicinal garden. And upon her arrival, He Qinghuan respectfully greeted her. Shenpeiji nodded slightly, contemplating. How could I allow Jiang Ping to recuperate here? With a flick of her wrist, she lifted Jiang Ping as if he were a chick, disappearing from the medicinal garden in an instant. He Qinghuan's mind raced. She sensed something unusual about Jiang Ping's relationship with the master. A woman's intuition is remarkably keen. And this feeling was not merely due to Lin Miaoying being Shenpeiji's disciple. The glances Shenpeiji had cast earlier were unmistakably those of a devoted wife gazing at her husband. Chapter 12. The helplessness of Shenpeiji. He Qinghuan stood rooted to the spot, gazing in the direction where the two figures had vanished, her heart a tumult of emotions. Biting her lip, she murmured to herself, could it be that by cultivating with this old fellow, I have stumbled upon a treasure? Suddenly, He Qinghuan felt as though she had inadvertently gained a significant advantage. Being alongside this old man did not seem so lamentable after all. Meanwhile, Shenpeiji brought Jiang Ping to her dormitory, gently tossing him onto the bed. As she looked at the unconscious Jiang Ping, Shenpeiji let out a resigned sigh. Within Jiang Ping's body, the spiritual energy was utterly barren. What astonished Shenpeiji the most was that he had previously been a mere 7th-layer qi refining disciple. And now he had inexplicably ascended to the 8th layer. It is well known that cultivation is akin to rowing against the current. Even prodigious disciples find it nearly impossible to break through to the 8th layer of qi refining within a month. Furthermore, he had been nursing an injury, rendering him unfit for such a breakthrough. Shenpeiji gently pressed her fingers against Jiang Ping's heart, allowing a soothing energy to flow into him. She was cautious not to exert too much force, fearful of rupturing the frail meridians of this old man. However, what truly astounded Shenpeiji was not merely his elevation in rank, but rather the revelation of Jiang Ping's lifespan. Previously, she had harbored suspicions that he had inexplicably gained an additional 50 years of life, although she had not scrutinized his lifespan in detail. Her disciple Lin Miaoying would never jest about such matters. Yet now, Jiang Ping's longevity had not merely increased by 50 years. It had surged by an astonishing 150 years. This revelation left Shenpeiji utterly bewildered, rendering any explanation elusive. Although Jiang Ping's appearance still bore the marks of age, his skin was undeniably smoother than before, imbued with a newfound elasticity, no longer withered but instead vibrant with life. In that moment, Shenpeiji sensed that Jiang Ping's body was brimming with infinite potential. While it was true that this old man had consumed a small vial of red pills during their dual cultivation, Shenpeiji felt that the pills were merely a supplementary factor. Jiang Ping now possessed formidable strength on his own. All these elements combined heightened Shenpeiji's curiosity about Jiang Ping, although she had never been averse to their relationship. As the head of the Yin-Yang Hall and blessed with remarkable beauty, she would typically have countless suitors vying for her attention. Ultimately, she had chosen a feeble and dying individual, and had others known this, they would surely have whispered behind her back. Yet at this moment, Shenpeiji regarded Jiang Ping as a rare treasure. Jiang Ping reclined upon his bed, sensing a remarkable surge in his body's self-healing abilities. Coupled with the infusion of spiritual energy bestowed upon him by Shenpeiji, his parched physique was instantaneously revitalized. Jiang Ping gradually regained consciousness and gazed at Shenpeiji, offering a grin he believed would utterly captivate her. Upon seeing this smile, Shenpeiji immediately recognized that this old scoundrel was once again indulging in improper thoughts. Yet, rather than feeling repulsed, she found herself harboring a flicker of anticipation. With a playful roll of her eyes, Shenpeiji teased, "You incorrigible rascal. Waking up and behaving so unseemly." Jiang Ping chuckled and remarked, "I find it difficult to be serious in your presence." Shenpeiji gently tapped Jiang Ping's head and replied, "You certainly have a way with words. However, consider yourself fortunate this time. Do not indulge in such recklessness again." Jiang Ping sat up, grasping Shenpeiji's hand, and said, "Rest assured, I shall exercise greater caution in the future." Shenpeiji withdrew her hand and replied, "Cease your flattery. Focus on your recovery. I will fetch you something to eat." With that, Shenpeiji turned and exited the room. Jiang Ping gazed at her retreating figure, feeling a warm sense of joy within. Shortly thereafter, Shenpeiji entered, carrying a bowl of steaming spirit porridge. "Quickly enjoy it while it's hot. I prepared it myself," Shenpeiji remarked. Jiang Ping, enticed by the delectable aroma, eagerly began to indulge in the dish. "Do take your time. You wouldn't want to choke," Shenpeiji remarked with a smile. Jiang Ping is currently merely a qi refining practitioner, possessing only a slight advantage over ordinary individuals, and has yet to reach the realm of fasting. Without entering the golden core stage, one cannot forego the consumption of grains. Masters like Shenpeiji, on the other hand, require no sustenance, as they can thrive solely by absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. Jiang Ping devoured his meal with great enthusiasm, incessantly murmuring, "Oh my! The dishes prepared by my wife are simply exquisite." Shenpeiji, blushing like a ripe apple, felt as if she could drip with embarrassment. She playfully retorted, "Who is your wife? Do not call me that." Jiang Ping blinked his eyes in disbelief. "Are you not?" Shenpeiji had come to understand that Jiang Ping possessed a resilience of character thicker than the very corners of a city wall. However, at that moment, A thought crossed Shinpeiji's mind, and she gazed at Jiang Ping, inquiring, what exactly was the matter with that flying sword you threw earlier? Jiang Ping's eyes darted mischievously as he fabricated a tale, claiming, I stumbled upon this intriguing object near our medicinal garden and, finding it delightful, decided to keep it by my side. Who would have known its formidable power? Shinpeiji, however, was not swayed by the old man's ramblings. As a mere nascent cultivator, even if he possessed a divine weapon, he would be incapable of harnessing its true potential. The flying sword that managed to stave off Shui Wuhan for nearly a breath of time was not a feat Jiang Ping could achieve. Rather, the sword possessed its own consciousness and could engage in battle independently. Shinpeiji, being astute, was acutely aware of the underlying significance of the matter. Yet, she refrained from pressing further, simply advising Jiang Ping, you must safeguard that flying sword. Now that many are aware of your treasure, there will surely be those who covet it. At the mention of her rescue, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Who was Jiang Ping? Could he possibly let such a splendid opportunity slip away? He cast aside the bowl in his hand and swiftly pulled Shinpeiji into his embrace. At that moment, Shinpeiji was in dire need of solace. Jiang Ping tenderly kissed away the glistening tears at the corner of Shinpeiji's eyes before capturing her lips in a passionate embrace. This unexpected gesture transformed the atmosphere instantly. What had been a moment of Shinpeiji's concern for Jiang Ping suddenly ignited into something far more fervent and intense. Jiang Ping, displaying a lack of decorum, boldly reached beneath Shinpeiji's skirt. Just as she was about to rise, Jiang Ping was unwilling to grant her the opportunity. Shinpeiji exclaimed, isn't it broad daylight? Jiang Ping, indifferent to the matter, exclaimed, what is this nonsense about day and night? Upon witnessing his obstinacy, Shinpeiji, feeling as if struck by an electric jolt, decided to relent and gracefully lowered the curtain. One could only say, familiarity breeds comfort. Jiang Ping embraced Shinpeiji tightly, akin to a gluttonous child clutching their beloved candy, murmuring sweetly, my dear, do not shy away. Let us indulge in affection today. Shinpeiji, feeling both bashful and exasperated, struggled and retorted, you shameless rogue, have you no sense of the time? Jiang Ping paid no heed to such matters, chuckling, who cares when it is? A moment in spring night is worth 1,000 gold. Chapter 13. Once again, there was an illustrated book. Shinpeiji, both embarrassed and annoyed, struggled to respond, you shameless old man, do you not realize what time it is? Jiang Ping, unconcerned by such matters, chuckled, who cares when it is? A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold pieces. Shinpeiji, both amused and exasperated by his playful banter, replied, you absurd fellow. I truly have no way to deal with you. Jiang Ping, while playfully engaging in his antics, could not resist teasing, my dear, yield to me, and I assure you, I shall lead you to ecstasy. Shinpeiji, unable to contain herself, delivered a light punch to him, exclaiming, you are utterly incorrigible, always spouting such nonsensical drivel. Jiang Ping seized the opportunity to grasp her hand and bestowed a kiss upon it, exclaiming, oh dear, do not strike, do not strike. To hit is to show affection, and to scold is to express love. Amidst their playful scuffle, the atmosphere grew increasingly intimate. Jiang Ping's breath quickened, my dear, I can hardly contain myself. Shinpeiji playfully chided, you impetuous fool, take it slow. Jiang Ping's attention was utterly consumed, akin to a famished tiger pouncing on its prey, as the two became entwined in a fervent embrace. Before long, exaggerated cries of Jiang Ping echoed through the room. Oh dear, my precious heart, you are simply remarkable. Shinpeiji, both exasperated and amused, retorted, could you not be a tad quieter? Are you not concerned about being overheard? Jiang Ping, undeterred by any concerns, thought, what is there to fear? Let them be envious. Jiang Ping gasped for breath, channeling the flow of spiritual energy as he once again activated the practice of the Hehuan technique. Having previously practiced alongside Shinpeiji, the feedback had been remarkably effective. As the saying goes, familiarity breeds mastery. Jiang Ping once again channeled his spiritual energy into Shinpeiji's body. This stream of energy followed the meridian pathways, establishing a cycle within her form, ultimately returning to Jiang Ping. At this moment, Jiang Ping's breath surged upward with fervor. Jiang Ping distinctly sensed the formidable barrier of the 9th layer of qi refinement. With but a thought of breaking through, it would be a matter of mere moments. He realized that his meridians were entirely capable of withstanding the onslaught of this level. However, Jiang Ping restrained himself, understanding that continual breakthroughs could lead to his own undoing. Until now, he had not practiced any cultivation techniques, focusing solely on a relentless surge forward. He feared that an overly rapid advancement might invite significant troubles. Moreover, if he were to persist in such breakthroughs, while he could manage, it would undoubtedly leave Shinpeiji bewildered, prompting her to pursue the secrets he harbored. Jiang Ping gritted his teeth, suppressing the urge to break free, and leisurely reclined beside Shinpeiji. Shinpeiji, growing increasingly familiar with Jiang Ping, exuded an irresistible charm at that moment. Casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Ping, she remarked, look at your meager aspirations. Is this all the ability you possess? Jiang Ping hastily offered a smile. You're absolutely right, my lady. Next time, I shall certainly be more formidable. However, Shinpeiji chose to ignore him. She quickly donned her garments and descended from the bed, pondering to herself, as the esteemed leader of the Inyang Hall, I cannot afford to remain entangled with this old fellow during daylight hours. Ever since I developed this intimate relationship with him, Have I not become a licentious and tyrannical ruler? Yet, as soon as Shinpeiji set foot on the ground, she sensed something amiss within her body. What could this be? She felt an extraordinary force nourishing every pore of her being. Even the residual effects from her earlier battle with Bloodless were now entirely healed. She could hardly fathom that engaging in dual cultivation with this old man would yield such miraculous results. In truth, Jiang Ping himself was unaware that this was all due to the wondrous effects of the harmony technique, serving as a significant boon for Shinpeiji. Confounded, she glanced back at Jiang Ping, who lay sprawled on the bed, and commanded, "You should remain here obediently and go nowhere." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ping inwardly exclaimed, "What a predicament! Is she truly intent on keeping me as a captive canary? This simply cannot be. A man's aspirations lie beyond the confines of domesticity. How could I possibly languish in your embrace day after day?" Though these thoughts raced through his mind, he dared not voice them. Firstly, he feared displeasing Shinpeiji, which was not in alignment with his principles. Secondly, being with Shinpeiji provided him a sense of security. There were certainly many in the sect who harbored intentions towards him. As a mere outer disciple, he was ill-equipped to safeguard such secrets. At this moment, he found himself regretting whether saving Shinpeiji had been the right decision. Perhaps she could have endured that blow on her own. Jiang Ping cursed himself for his folly, pondering what he was thinking. For the sake of his beloved, risking his very life was indeed worth it. Such is the kind of person I am. Deeply loyal and passionate. After Shinpeiji departed, Jiang Ping swiftly donned his attire, for he had a multitude of pressing matters to attend to. He had yet to thoroughly contemplate the rewards bestowed upon him and the newly emerged capabilities. At this moment, he diligently examined his rewards. The mere thought of having been granted a volume of the harmony technique ignited a surge of excitement within him. And he mused, perhaps this time the commander would not be so tedious and would provide him with a beautifully illustrated edition. Jiang Ping eagerly opened the second volume of the harmony technique, only to be met with a sudden overwhelming sensation in his mind. Indeed, it was an illustrated volume. However, as he scrutinized the illustrations with earnest attention, he discerned something extraordinary within them. Being a traveler from another world, he had previously encountered a technique in a novel that allowed one to harness the inner strength of others for personal use. Curiously, this second volume of the harmony technique revealed that the female protagonist could draw upon such power when she was injured or poisoned, facing life-threatening peril. Jiang Ping can employ the technique of dual cultivation to transfer the injuries within the female body along the pathways of spiritual energy into his own form. Subsequently, this force transforms within Jiang Ping into a nourishing essence that enhances his strength, without inflicting even the slightest harm upon him. Jiang Ping, filled with excitement, eagerly flipped through the pages, all of which detailed the various dangers one might encounter and the appropriate postures and methods for dual cultivation. Jiang Ping was so exhilarated that blood began to flow from his nostrils without him even realizing it. Coincidentally, at that moment, Shinpeiji walked in. Upon seeing Jiang Ping in such a state, her brows furrowed tightly, as if she could crush a fly between them. She pondered to herself, could it be that this fellow, with nothing better to do, is resorting to self-harm to elicit sympathy, hoping to linger by my side? Have I not explicitly instructed him to remain here and go nowhere else? Doesn't that imply my consent for him to stay with me indefinitely? Why then? Is he resorting to self-harm? Jiang Ping, fearful that Shinpeiji might glimpse the book in his hands, hastily concealed it. However, Shinpeiji paid little heed to this action. Yet, a sense of delight blossomed within her as she mused. It seems her beauty and charm have thoroughly ensnared this old fellow, who is resolutely determined not to part with her. Were Shinpeiji to discover that Jiang Ping's flustered state stemmed from viewing illustrations, she would likely drag him from the bed and deliver a sound thrashing. Chapter 14. The system is anything but serious. Shinpeiji let out a light huff and remarked, "Quickly wipe that nosebleed away. What a sight you are." As she uttered these words, her expression bore not a trace of anger, but rather exuded a playful air. Jiang Ping cleared his throat a few times, hastily devising a means to conceal his embarrassment. Jiang Ping stepped down from the bed, acutely aware that Shinpeiji had kept him here for his own benefit. However, remaining in this place was undeniably inconvenient, especially considering he had a multitude of tasks awaiting him outside. Jiang Ping gazed intently at Shinpeiji, seizing her delicate hands, and expressed, "Peiji, I yearn to return to the medicinal garden." Shinpeiji widened her eyes in astonishment, pondering to herself, wasn't this fellow always eager to linger by my side? Could it be that all he previously uttered was merely a performance for my benefit? Upon observing Shinpeiji's expression, Jiang Ping immediately discerned her errant thoughts and swiftly remarked, "You are the esteemed master of the Inyang Hall. It would be quite inappropriate for me to linger here. I shall return to the medicinal garden, where I can gather some spiritual herbs and elixirs for my cultivation. Furthermore, as merely a servant disciple, my prolonged presence here may lead other disciples to indulge in baseless speculation." Shinpeiji had not anticipated that Jiang Ping's intentions were entirely for her sake. In truth, she was indifferent to the judgment of the mundane world. Her aspirations were focused on the moment when Lin Miaoying emerged from her seclusion to advance to the nascent soul stage. At that juncture, she intended to pass the mantle of leadership to her, thereby granting herself the freedom to wander alongside Jiang Ping, unencumbered and unrestricted. To be candid, the position of master, which she once esteemed highly, had become a burden since her relationship with Jiang Ping deepened. Being a person of understanding, Shen Peiji produced a communication jade tablet and handed it to Jiang Ping, saying, "Then you should return to the medicinal garden and devote yourself to your cultivation." Subsequently, she deftly retrieved a jade vial and presented it to him. "This contains a foundation establishment pill. Once you succeed in your foundation establishment, you shall gain entry to the inner hall, where you can practice the superior martial arts of the Yin-Yang Hall, the Tai Shanqing Sutra." Without further ado, Shen Peiji pressed her fingertip to Jiang Ping's brow, and the secrets of the Tai Shanqing Sutra instantaneously penetrated his mind. At that moment, Jiang Ping found it difficult to articulate his feelings. Shen Peiji's unreserved generosity towards him was striking, particularly regarding the foundation establishment pill, which, despite Jiang Ping's apparent indifference, was a treasure of unparalleled value within the Yin-Yang Hall. She had selflessly bestowed it upon him without a second thought. Disregarding her own potential advancement to the foundation establishment stage, Shen Peiji continued, "Now, go forth. Should anything arise, inform me immediately using the communication jade tablet." Jiang Ping nodded and stepped out of Shen Peiji's room. To be honest, Shen Peiji felt a tinge of disappointment, yet her heart was warmed. Throughout her life, she had never encountered anyone like Jiang Ping, who was so attuned to her feelings and consistently considered her perspective, always putting her first. At that moment, Jiang Ping resembled a fish returning to the ocean, finally able to return to his rightful domain. He understood that returning to the medicinal garden would undoubtedly entail numerous challenges, yet he felt no apprehension. He mused to himself, surely the blood demon sect would not brazenly come knocking at his door. He needed to quickly clarify the new abilities bestowed upon him and ascertain the extent of the search function. It was imperative that he comprehended it fully. Now that he had gained longevity and the ability to cultivate, he must strengthen himself. Only then would others think twice before attempting to bully him. Jiang Ping could not help but feel a surge of anger at the thought of the young man who had previously injured him in the medicinal garden. Was it merely because he had an elder for a father? After all, he himself had the backing of the sect's matriarch. Should that young man dare to provoke him again, he would make him taste the sharpness of his flying sword. Jiang Ping returned to the medicinal garden, and everything appeared to be as it always was. He swiftly settled into a cross-legged position within the dwelling, instantly activating the second skill awakened by the system. Contemplating, he realized he must discern the true nature of this search function. Upon its activation, a map astonishingly materialized before him. The map displayed two types of colored dots, one red and the other blue. To his surprise, there were only two red dots, while several scattered blue dots remained. At this moment, Jiang Ping began to ponder the significance of these red and blue points in relation to his current location. Suddenly, he discerned the underlying meaning. Moving in the direction of the two red dots, the uppermost red dot evidently indicated the residence of the sect leader, Shen Peiji, while the other red dot represented the inner sanctum of the sect, the very place where He Qinghuan currently resided. It seemed that in the future, he would be able to ascertain the whereabouts of his beloved at any time. What a remarkable feature! But what could these blue dots signify? Could they represent other female leads he was meant to seek out? Upon closer inspection, Jiang Ping noticed a solitary blue dot within the sect, while the other blue dots seemed to have ventured far beyond the confines of the Yin-Yang Palace. This was not a favorable development, given his current strength. Possessing only an 80 cultivation level in the Qi refinement stage, venturing outside would merely render him a pawn for others, endangering his very life. The sole asset he could rely upon was that flying sword. Yet, thus far, he remained oblivious to the extent of its potential power in his hands. Previously, when he had rescued Shen Peiji, he had merely tossed the sword, depleting his internal reservoir of spiritual energy entirely. He was left with the capability for a single strike. If faced with two adversaries, he would undoubtedly find himself as vulnerable as a fish on a chopping block, at the mercy of his foes. Thus, the prospect of departing the Yin-Yang Palace to seek adventure seemed utterly unattainable. It was clear that he needed to devise a swift plan to establish his foundation. What could that remaining blue dot within the Yin-Yang Palace signify? Jiang Ping contemplated for a while, and it seemed that there was no such place as the Yin-Yang Hall in his memory. Suddenly, a thought flickered in his mind. Could it be the secluded retreat where Lin Miaoyin practiced her cultivation? However, he dismissed the notion, realizing that Shen Peiji would undoubtedly refuse to allow him to meet Lin Miaoyin. Once someone entered a seclusion, it was an impenetrable barrier. They would not emerge until they had transcended to the nascent soul stage. It appeared that this lead must be abandoned. Jiang Ping, with a sense of resignation, shook his head and murmured to himself, "It appears that everything must be pondered over slowly and planned meticulously." At that moment, he began to explore the exchange function within the system, for he currently possessed 2 points and was curious about what he could obtain. Having acquired the foundation establishment pill, it was now time to seek a martial art technique. He glanced at the Tai Shanqing Sutra provided by Shen Peiji, only to find it utterly unremarkable. This particular martial art was in direct opposition to Jiang Ping's current aspirations, or more precisely, in conflict with the system's objectives. It was no wonder that Shen Peiji, nearing 100 years of age and having attained the perfect realm of nascent soul, still retained her maiden status. It was evidently due to the influence of the Tai Shanqing Sutra. The further one practiced this technique, the less it demanded of dual cultivation, which certainly benefited Jiang Ping. However, this martial art held no value for him, and he promptly cast it aside. Jiang Ping opened the column for martial arts in the redemption feature and nearly erupted in frustration. Damn it, he exclaimed, once again feeling that the system was utterly unreliable. Whether it was the joyous sword, joyous blade, or joyous steps, every martial art was preceded by the word joyous. At that moment, Jiang Ping's mind felt overwhelmed. Was he supposed to suddenly leap from the bed in the throes of passion with his beloved and begin practicing swordplay? The mere thought left him questioning his sanity. He simply could not endure it. Moreover, upon glancing at the points required for redemption, he noticed they were quite substantial. Even the cheapest joyous sword demanded 3 points. Jiang Ping felt an intense discomfort, almost unbearable, prompting him to withdraw his consciousness from the system. He muttered under his breath, "This is truly exasperating." Chapter 15. A desperate leap into the river. Jiang Ping found himself in a state of profound helplessness, inwardly lamenting that this system had reached a new pinnacle of absurdity. However, at this moment, he dared not vent his frustrations towards the system. He feared that any display of anger might provoke it into assigning him bizarre tasks that were utterly unattainable. The only course of action available to him, and indeed the only imperative, was to urgently devise a method to establish his foundation. Should he succeed in this endeavor, he would at least be able to elevate his status from that of an outer disciple. After all, he had traversed dimensions, and it was only fitting to maintain a semblance of dignity and ambition. With newfound strength, what kind of exquisite beauty would be beyond his reach? As his prowess increased, the impression he left on young ladies would surely improve, making it far easier to win their affection. Well, since there were no women around him at present, he might as well immerse himself in the practice of the harmony technique alone. At this moment, Jiang Ping had become increasingly familiar with the pathways of his body's acupoints, and his cultivation speed surged as if propelled by a rocket. Alas, while his consciousness could swiftly direct the internal spiritual energy, his physical form could hardly withstand the strain. By the 5th cycle, Jiang Ping was drenched in sweat, resembling someone who had just emerged from the depths of a river. His body was utterly incapable of enduring such intense exertion, and he felt his vision darkening, while a foul stench relentlessly invaded his nostrils. He was beginning to grasp the intricacies of cultivation. The impurities expelled from his body were the byproducts of circulating spiritual energy to refine his physique. Despite his aging limbs, the accumulation of impurities was abundant. He hurriedly sought a place to cleanse himself. After all, he was no longer an old codger, boasting at least a lifespan of 150 years. Just as he prepared to rise, however, he lost his balance due to his previous exertions and fell to the ground with a thud, wincing in pain as he groaned. "Oh dear, my old back." At that moment, Jiang Ping caught sight of the sturdy branch leaning against the door. He pondered within himself, "Am I truly unable to rid myself of this crutch-like dependency?" Yet, at this instant, he found himself in dire need of it. With no other choice, Jiang Ping practically tumbled to the entrance, and the moment he grasped the branch, a surge of confidence enveloped him, as if his very soul had returned to its rightful place, invigorating his body with newfound strength. Jiang Ping rose to his feet, leaning on his staff as he made his way backward. Why retreat? Because behind him lay a tranquil stream, where he once spent his leisure time fishing and passing the hours, occasionally indulging in a refreshing bath. However, ever since he embarked on the path of cultivation, the frequency of his self-bathing has surged dramatically. Jiang Ping staggered towards the riverbank, resembling a drunken man with each unsteady step. Meanwhile, a disciple in the distance keenly observed the unfolding scene, his mind rife with doubts. Something seems amiss. Has the elder misjudged the situation? Why should I keep watch over a dying man? What treasures could he possibly possess? If there were any, wouldn't it be simpler to seize them directly rather than expend such effort? At that moment, in another location, 2 or 3 more disciples were also scrutinizing Jiang Ping. One of them, not forgetting to address his companion, urged, "We must hurry back to inform the elder. This old fool won't last much longer. Look at him, walking with his legs splayed, as if he has been castrated." Jiang Ping, possessing limited abilities, is utterly oblivious. Had he heard the words spoken by that disciple moments ago, he would likely have risked everything to contest the matter. Your entire family has been castrated. Such a blow is exceedingly blatant. Jiang Ping exerted every ounce of strength he could muster, finally managing to reach the riverbank. Had the stream been even a fraction farther, he surely would have been unable to traverse it. Just as he arrived at the river's edge, he carelessly tossed aside his walking cane, only to lose his balance and, with a resounding splash, plunged head first into the water. The disciples observing him from the shadows were taken aback, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. As they hastily activated their communication jade slips, "Elder, something terrible has happened. That old fool has thrown himself into the river." "What? Stop with the nonsense. Quickly, retrieve him. We haven't yet secured the flying sword." In an instant, a dozen figures darted toward the riverbank from all directions. Upon arrival, they exchanged glances, each recognizing the others. Their intentions crystal clear. It became evident that multiple parties had set their sights on Jiang Ping, and now all attention was fixated upon him. Meanwhile, Jiang Ping floundered in the water, splashing about joyfully, having swallowed several mouthfuls of the frigid liquid that rendered his legs trembling and unable to support him. At that moment, the disciples understood that their singular task was to rescue him post-haste. They rushed forward, nearly tearing him apart in their fervor, hands grasping wildly, some tugging at his hair, others pulling at his arms, and still others clutching his head, each seizing whatever they could. At this moment, Jiang Ping shouted at the top of his lungs, "Oh no! You've got the wrong place. There, over there, don't grab that." Jiang Ping was on the verge of tears. To make matters worse, an oblivious disciple couldn't resist teasing him, saying, "Old man, that thing of yours is of no use, it's fine." This remark nearly sent Jiang Ping into a fit of rage. After all, it was the very essence of his journey, his lifeline. How could one dare to claim it was useless? His future happiness depended on it. At this moment, Jiang Ping gazed at the disciples before him, and he had nearly deduced the situation. Shinpeiji had long cautioned him to be wary. It appeared that the treasure had been revealed, and surprisingly, there were so many who harbored intentions towards him. Jiang Ping was also aware that these individuals were disciples under the elders, likely dispatched by the elders within the sect to keep a watchful eye on him. Jiang Ping pondered within himself, fearing that his days would no longer be tranquil. At the very least, he would have eyes upon him every day. However, Jiang Ping was not foolish. He understood that he was, for the time being, safe. In the foreseeable future, few would dare to confront him openly. The reason for this was that the flying sword had yet to be taken from him, and thus these individuals would not risk attacking him, at least not overtly. Everyone was aware of his heroic act in saving Shinpeiji. Even if they had 100 times the courage, they would not dare to confront him directly. As for whether they might plot against him in secret, Jiang Ping was utterly oblivious to such schemes. At that moment, a junior disciple fixed his gaze upon Jiang Ping and inquired, "Brother Jiang, what on earth is happening? Why are you contemplating such desperate measures? Has someone in the sect wronged you? Speak to me, and I shall assist you in teaching them a lesson. Even if I cannot handle it myself, I will report to the elders, who will surely administer justice. Our Yin Yang Hall has always upheld fairness, and we would never allow you, Brother Jiang, to suffer even the slightest injustice. Moreover, you stood up to save her when the headmaster was in a difficult position. You are a paragon for all disciples of our Yin Yang Hall. Please, do not despair." Chapter 16. He Qinghuan becomes the center of attention. A cacophony of voices surrounded Jiang Ping, each disciple interjecting their thoughts, nearly overwhelming him. It turned out that they all believed he was attempting to take his own life by jumping into the river. Alas, it seemed his earlier demeanor had indeed left them in a state of confusion. However, this incident was not entirely without merit, for it revealed to him that many cared for him in silence. At that moment, Jiang Ping hastily clarified, "I merely wish to take a bath." The disciples exchanged glances, and suddenly, a chorus of laughter erupted. "Enough of this, Brother Jiang. Your earlier demeanor unmistakably suggested that you were quite fed up with life." Upon observing the situation, Jiang Ping realized that it was futile to provide any further explanations. He decided that there was no point in conversing with these individuals and opted for silence. At that moment, Jiang Ping attempted to step towards the river, intending to rise to his feet. However, fortune was not on his side. He inadvertently stepped on a smooth pebble, causing his foot to slip. Consequently, he fell to the ground with a resounding thud. Jiang Ping, filled with helplessness, shouted, "Help me." At that moment, over a dozen hands suddenly reached out, nearly wrenching his arm from its socket, causing him to grimace in pain. Nevertheless, he still yearned to continue his descent into the river. However, the disciples would not allow Jiang Ping to proceed any further. They swiftly lifted him and carried him back to the herb garden. At this moment, Jiang Ping found himself in a state of profound despair, teetering on the brink of tears, overwhelmed by thoughts of ending his own existence. How reminiscent it was of the time when he had once enjoyed such exceptional treatment. Surrounded by a throng of people who regarded him as a protected creature, concealed within the void were several elders. Observing Jiang Ping with a flurry of peculiar thoughts bubbling in their minds. How could this be? Was he not a man on the verge of death? Why then? Had his lifespan seemingly extended? The disciples, gripped by trepidation, dared not leave the medicinal garden, fearing that Jiang Ping might, in a moment of despondency, commit an act of self-harm. Yet, the elders hastily instructed their disciples to withdraw, deeming it inappropriate to linger and urging them to continue their covert observation. After exchanging pleasantries with Jiang Ping, the disciples could not help but reiterate, "Brother Jiang, please take care of yourself and live well." In this tumultuous moment, Jiang Ping truly found himself in a paradox, lacking the confidence to live yet devoid of the resolve to die. Jiang Ping sat quietly in the courtyard, not having moved from his spot. Suddenly, a figure approached the herb garden with great urgency. Upon hearing the footsteps, Jiang Ping immediately recognized the person. It was He Qinghuan. The very first thing He Qinghuan did upon entering the herb garden was to scrutinize Jiang Ping from head to toe. "Are you all right? What on earth is happening today? Why is there a rumor circulating in the sect that you attempted to take your own life by jumping into the river? I rushed over as soon as I heard the news. Have you encountered some grave difficulty?" Jiang Ping wore a look of exasperation as he said, "Qinghuan, come. Assist me in taking a bath." Upon hearing this, He Qinghuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be that he still desired this? Although He Qinghuan had initially intended to derive benefits for her own cultivation from him, Jiang Ping realized that her attitude towards him was gradually shifting. Consequently, his demeanor towards her began to alter as well. "No, I merely wish for you to accompany me to the bath," he clarified. Qinghuan thought to herself, "Very well, with me here, he cannot possibly perish," and thus she followed Jiang Ping as they made their way to the riverbank. At that moment, an oblivious disciple suddenly blurted out, "Are they planning to die together? Should we report this to the elders?" The other disciples nearly kicked him away, incredulous that such a beautiful young woman, whose strength surpassed that of the old fool, would consider such a thing. "Have you lost your mind?" they muttered under their breath. As Jiang Ping stepped into the river, Qinghuan followed suit. Jiang Ping offered a faint smile, revealing a self-assured charm that he presumed to possess. Qinghuan immediately discerned that this old fellow was once again up to no good, pondering why his mind was perpetually occupied with such trivial matters. Yet, upon recalling the valiant scene when Jiang Ping had unsheathed his flying sword, her gaze grew somewhat entranced. She realized that, after prolonged interaction, this old man was distinctly unlike the other disciples. Although he had his flaws, he was deeply loyal and occasionally exhibited remarkable courage. However, Jiang Ping would certainly refrain from any inappropriate actions towards Qinghuan at present, fully aware of the multitude of eyes discreetly observing them, making a public display utterly out of the question. Once Jiang Ping had cleansed himself, Qinghuan noted that he appeared more appealing than before, perhaps even possessing a touch of newfound handsomeness. Meanwhile, the surrounding male disciples secretly chuckled, speculating whether the two would engage in something scandalous by the river, which would undoubtedly stir up a sensation within the Yinyang Hall the following day. They could not fathom what qualities the young lady saw in this old man that led her to become Jiang Ping's partner. After all, Qinghuan was merely a foundational stage disciple, while Jiang Ping was of little significance. At that moment, a singular thought emerged in the minds of all the disciples. Surely, Qinghuan must be acting under someone else's orders, seeking treasures from Jiang Ping. Alas, what hope did they have? This matter needed to be promptly reported to the elders for their guidance. Jiang Ping and Qinghuan were oblivious to the hidden schemes and subtle maneuvers of those disciples. Qinghuan assisted Jiang Ping back to his room, and the two engaged in a casual conversation, their words flowing effortlessly between them. Jiang Ping inquired about Qinghuan's progress in her inner sect training. As Qinghuan grew increasingly familiar with Jiang Ping, she felt emboldened to express her frustrations candidly. At this moment, she lamented, "The sect has only provided me with the introductory mantra of the Tai Shanqing method. The remaining teachings will not be disclosed until 5 years later. What use is merely knowing a mantra?" Jiang Ping sighed, aware that practicing this technique bore little benefit for his beloved, as it would render her chaste, much like Shen Peizhi and Lin Miaoying. However, upon further reflection, he reassured himself that it mattered not. Since they had already established a marital bond, the practice of the Tai Shanqing method would pose no significant issue. At this moment, Jiang Ping gazed at Qinghuan, his finger gently pressing against her forehead, effortlessly imparting the entirety of the Tai Shanqing Sutra into her consciousness. Once Qinghuan absorbed this profound essence, she leapt with joy, her spirit soaring 3 feet high. She pondered, how could a mere outer sect disciple, tasked with tending the medicinal garden, possess such profound knowledge of the Yinyang Hall's intricate techniques? It seemed plausible that Lin Miaoying had shared this wisdom with him, or perhaps it was bestowed upon him by the sect leader. After all, he had gone to great lengths to rescue the sect leader that day. Their relationship must be extraordinary. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Qinghuan chose not to delve deeper. This is the wisdom of a woman. She simply needed to know that Jiang Ping held her in his heart. There was no need for her to compete for anything else. For her initial pursuit of Jiang Ping was, in essence, driven by the desire for personal gain. Elated, she planted a kiss on Jiang Ping's cheek, and he, seizing this delightful opportunity, pulled her into his embrace, embarking upon the journey of his cultivation. Chapter 17. Truly, they had been pushed to their limits. Jiang Ping, while verbally professing the need for gradual advancement, found himself in a state of urgency after comprehending the significance of the Tongzi's new functionality. He was acutely aware that remaining within the confines of the Yinyang Pavilion would indefinitely delay his growth. The Tongzi had unequivocally informed him that there existed but a solitary blue dot within the pavilion, likely the secluded area where Lin Miaoying was in seclusion. A situation that offered no hope for decades. The only avenue for genuine progress lay beyond the pavilion's walls. Despite his typically languid demeanor, Jiang Ping was resolute this time, expending the entirety of his daily restored strength in a single night. However, he stumbled upon a remarkable secret during the practice of the dual cultivation technique. His energy would ultimately circulate in a complete cycle, returning to his body and revitalizing him with renewed vigor. Indeed, through the arduous training that night, under Qinghuan's nurturing influence, Jiang Ping achieved a breakthrough, while Qinghuan herself suddenly felt her own powers advancing. She found herself increasingly captivated by the prospect of dual cultivation with this seasoned companion. Qinghuan's gaze seemed to be irreversibly affixed to Jiang Ping, perplexed as to how he could progress so swiftly, effortlessly achieving breakthroughs in the comfort of their shared bed. Her mind was a tangled web of confusion. Yet she was resolute in her belief that Jiang Ping's future accomplishments would be significant. No longer did she harbor any resistance towards him. Her heart was wholly devoted. She found herself uncertain whether this sentiment could be classified as love. Yet within this eternal realm of cultivation, the passage of time felt boundless. With Jiang Ping by her side, she was shielded from the gnawing solitude that once plagued her. Reflecting upon her past endeavors in cultivation, she recalled the aimless chaos of her earlier attempts, devoid of guidance or mentorship, until she entrusted everything to the man before her, whose influence transformed her existence day by day. Qinghuan deemed herself incredibly fortunate. She understood well that in the realm of cultivation, relationships between men and women often revolved around utilitarian motives, with women frequently relegated to mere playthings or tools, discarded when deemed useless. However, with Jiang Ping, she felt no trace of such insensitivity. At that moment, Qinghuan tilted her head upward, gazing at Jiang Ping, and sweetly exclaimed, "Jiang Shixiao, you are truly remarkable. You've achieved another breakthrough." Jiang Ping grasped Qinghuan's chin, a triumphant smile illuminating his face as he boasted, "Impressive, isn't it?" His demeanor exuded arrogance, as if his pride could elevate his very tale to the heavens. He relished in the praise of women, reveling in their admiration of his prowess. At this moment, Jiang Ping gazed upon his strength, having reached the 9th level of qi refinement, and felt an immense satisfaction. He mused to himself, once upon a time, the original owner of this body had long since lost hope in this world. However, since fate has allowed me to traverse into your life, rest assured, I shall live it splendidly for you. At present, Jiang Ping's 9th level qi refinement was not yet stable. He had initially intended to meditate and absorb the essence of heaven and earth to solidify his cultivation, but upon turning his head and noticing Qinghuan beside him, a thought crossed his mind. Perhaps the harmony technique could also assist in stabilizing my progress. Before Qinghuan could even react, Jiang Ping commenced his diligent practice in the manner of an ox plowing the fields. The rewards were bountiful, and Jiang Ping reveled in his success, fully aware that dual cultivation was indeed the swiftest means to stabilize both his realm and strength. The following day, Qinghuan practically fled the medicinal garden as if her life depended on it. That old fellow Jiang Ping, who usually appears unsteady and trembling, transforms into a completely different person during the dual cultivation sessions. Despite Qinghuan's repeated pleas for mercy, they proved futile, and she ultimately had no choice but to grit her teeth and endure. She began to doubt that, although she possessed foundational cultivation, she could withstand Jiang Ping's relentless antics. Jiang Ping was in a state of elation, filled with the exuberance of spring. At that moment, he was contemplating how to sense the barrier of the foundation establishment stage. Once he could perceive it, he would swallow the foundation establishment pill, thus smoothly entering that pivotal stage of cultivation. Jiang Ping dressed himself and, upon getting out of bed, suddenly felt his legs weaken. In an unexpected turn of events, he stumbled and fell flat on the ground in a most undignified manner. Jiang Ping fell in a most unfortunate manner, resulting in his teeth becoming loose. What a calamity! What on earth is happening? This should not be the case. I have already reached the 9th level of qi refinement, yet my body seems to deteriorate day by day, to the point where I can scarcely stand. Jiang Ping, once again, stumbled and crawled his way to the doorway, desperately grasping the life-saving branch to barely rise to his feet. At that moment, he glanced at his skin and noticed, to his surprise, that it appeared less parched than before, exuding a certain vitality. What could be the reason? Why did he constantly struggle to maintain his balance? Jiang Ping leaned on a tree branch as he approached the riverbank, intending to take a refreshing bath and gaze upon his reflection in the water, curious to see the visage he now bore. Upon catching sight of himself, Jiang Ping felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Though his hair had turned completely white and his features bore the marks of age, he no longer appeared as withered and devoid of moisture as before. He commenced his bathing ritual, while his disciples, who were covertly observing him, fervently prayed, let it not be that he spent the night indulging in debauchery, only to emerge today disillusioned with life. All eyes were fixed upon Jiang Ping's movements, and a collective sigh of relief escaped the lips of his disciples when they witnessed him emerging from the river. Jiang Ping returned to the medicinal garden, poised to re-enter the dwelling and ponder how to advance to the foundation establishment stage, when he was suddenly startled by a cacophony outside. Jiang Ping, the sect leader summons you, a voice called out. Jiang Ping pondered to herself, what could the sect leader possibly want with her? Why hadn't she come in person? Was she too embarrassed? Could it be that she had discovered the affair between herself and Qinghuan? With a heart full of trepidation, Jiang Ping followed the messenger to meet the esteemed master, Shenpeiji. Upon arriving at the leader's residence, she found Shenpeiji seated there with an expression of grave seriousness. Jiang Ping, do you understand the purpose of my summons? Shenpeiji inquired. Jiang Ping's heart raced as he cautiously replied, disciple is unaware. I humbly request the master to clarify. Yet, something felt amiss. Shenpeiji should not regard him in such a manner. What had gone awry? At that moment, an elder entered the great hall, leading none other than He Qinghuan. Jiang Ping recognized that the elder was named Li Qiuchan, whom He Qinghuan had previously mentioned, as she had formally taken Li Qiuchan as her master. At this moment, Jiang Ping narrowed his eyes, firmly convinced that this matter was inextricably linked to himself. He observed He Qinghuan, who was visibly injured, and felt a deep ache in his heart. Jiang Ping gazed intently at Shenpeiji, his eyes brimming with a palpable sense of discontent. A sudden jolt coursed through Shenpeiji's heart. Why did he feel this way? Was He Qinghuan truly that significant to him? At that moment, Li Qiuchan turned to Shenpeiji, the sect leader, and stated, "Sect leader, He Qinghuan is currently clandestinely practicing the sacred technique of our sect, the Tai Shanqing Ju. She has only just entered the inner sect and lacks the qualifications for such cultivation. I have merely imparted to her the foundational incantations. Yet she now possesses the complete Tai Shanqing Ju. Sect leader, according to our sect's regulations, she should be executed without hesitation." Li Qiuchan's words were cold and resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Chapter 18, Brother Jiang, do not forget me. Jiang Ping gazed at He Qinghuan, who lay on the ground, and felt as if his heart had been mercilessly wrenched, causing him excruciating pain. This was his beloved woman. How could she endure such torment? Jiang Ping gazed into He Qinghuan's pleading eyes, yet she stammered and could not utter a single word. Jiang Ping immediately recognized that he had been struck at a pressure point, rendering him mute. Although Jiang Ping is utterly unfamiliar with these techniques, he is a time traveler, having witnessed far more than he has experienced. At this moment, Jiang Ping fixed his gaze intently on Li Qiuchan and elderly. The Tai Shanqing scripture she possesses was bestowed upon her by me. Must you go to such lengths without clarifying the situation regarding a vulnerable woman? Li Qiuchan suddenly erupted into a hearty laugh. You, a mere outer sect disciple overseeing the medicinal garden, how could you possibly possess the Tai Shanqing scripture? At that moment, Jiang Ping turned his attention to Shenpeiji. Master, please release He Qinghuan's acupoint so she may elucidate the matter herself. Shenpeiji, observing Jiang Ping, directly communicated telepathically. Do you not realize this is aimed at you? Why are you meddling? How could Jiang Ping refrain from intervening? If he were to neglect his own woman, it would spell disaster. He Qinghuan is his first love. How could he not come to her aid? The sight of He Qinghuan's helpless eyes has been etched deeply into Jiang Ping's heart like a knife's incision. He Qinghuan regards him as her pillar of support. If he were to turn a blind eye, could he still consider himself human? Jiang Ping was unable to overcome his inner turmoil. He remained undaunted, fervently wishing for He Qinghuan to speak, eager to discern Li Qiuchan's intentions. Yet, he was acutely aware that he had undoubtedly committed a grave error today. Should Shenpeiji seek to provide Li Qiuchan with an explanation, she would certainly implicate him. However, perhaps this was for the best, as it might ultimately extricate He Qinghuan from her predicament. Shenpeiji extended a finger, channeling a surge of spiritual energy that struck He Qinghuan's chest. In that moment, He Qinghuan exhaled deeply, then crawled over to Jiang Ping's side, whispering, "Jiang Ping, save me." Jiang Ping gently patted He Qinghuan's back, assuring her, "Do not worry. I am here today, and no one can harm you." At that moment, He Qinghuan's tears flowed freely, overwhelmed by her sense of injustice. She had never anticipated becoming entangled in such a predicament. While she was cultivating the Tai Shanqing technique bestowed by Jiang Ping, she believed herself to be in solitude. Yet Li Qiuchan had been observing her all along. It became evident that He Qinghuan had been under Li Qiuchan's scrutiny the entire time. And when she was engrossed in her practice, Li Qiuchan had suddenly appeared. Looking at Jiang Ping, He Qinghuan continued, "Elderly has threatened me, demanding that I procure that flying sword from you, or else she would kill me. I would rather die than comply, and subsequently, Elderly brought me before the sect master." Shenpeiji, without needing to hear more from He Qinghuan, understood Li Qiuchan's motivations for bringing her here. He Qinghuan lacked the ability to acquire the Tai Shanqing technique on her own. When she became Li Qiuchan's disciple, Li Qiuchan had already thoroughly investigated her background, revealing that she had no support. When Jiang Ping defended Shenpeiji with his flying sword, Li Qiuchan happened to be present, fully aware of the relationship between He Qinghuan and Jiang Ping. Initially perplexed as to why a young maiden like He Qinghuan would seek a dying man as a partner for dual cultivation, her understanding shifted when Jiang Ping revealed his sword. She realized that Jiang Ping was far from ordinary. He was not merely the dying man that others perceived him to be. Li Qiuchan, a formidable figure who had just entered the nascent soul stage after centuries of cultivation, could certainly discern Jiang Ping's true lifespan. Moreover, many disciples from various sects had been monitoring Jiang Ping's every move under the orders of their respective elders. Li Qiuchan recognized that time was not on her side. Her desire for Jiang Ping's weapon grew increasingly urgent. With so many eyes upon Jiang Ping, she understood that if she did not act swiftly, the weapon might end up in someone else's hands. Li Qiuchan was willing to gamble, wagering on Jiang Ping's humanity to see if he would relinquish the weapon for He Qinghuan's sake. The reason Li Qiuchan did not approach Jiang Ping directly, but instead brought He Qinghuan before Shenpeiji, was simpler than one might think. Li Qiuchan possessed an astute mind capable of executing not only straightforward schemes but also those of the highest caliber, using others as tools to achieve her ends. All while striking at the heart of the matter. Should her gamble succeed, Jiang Ping would be compelled to surrender the weapon willingly. She was well aware of the connection between Jiang Ping and Lin Miaoyin. The Tai Shaoqing technique had undoubtedly been gifted to him by Lin Miaoyin, who was Shen Peiji's favored disciple. Li Qiuchan bet that Shen Peiji would attribute all blame to Jiang Ping alone. Even if Shen Peiji wished to spare Jiang Ping, she would have to silence her own voice, which would necessitate Jiang Ping's presentation of the flying sword. This was Li Qiuchan's cunning strategy, flawlessly devised. She was determined to succeed. At that moment, she even envisioned herself wielding Jiang Ping's treasured weapon, striding through the martial world with an air of invincibility. Now, everyone present understood the intricacies of the situation. Jiang Ping glanced at Yi Qinghuan beside him and reassured her, "Qinghuan, do not worry. Stand behind me. I shall not allow anyone to harm you." At that moment, Jiang Ping could no longer seek assistance from Shen Peiji. The only course of action left was to silence Li Qiuchan. Only by doing so could he and Yi Qinghuan secure their safety and spare the esteemed Shen Peiji from any further difficulties. Jiang Ping candidly admitted that he did not regard the flying sword as particularly significant. He was well aware that as long as he possessed the sovereign, there would inevitably be more advanced weapons in the future. Thus, he deemed the flying sword unnecessary, merely observing whether Li Qiuchan could master it. Jiang Ping understood that if she could not master it, it would ultimately revert to her possession. This was the reward of the sovereign, not something that could be claimed by blood like the artifacts forged by the craftsman. At this moment, Jiang Ping's gaze was firmly fixed on Li Qiuchan and elderly. As he spoke, he hurled his flying sword towards Li Qiuchan with remarkable speed, leaving her utterly astonished. Surprisingly, it was not Li Qiuchan who was most taken aback, but Jiang Ping himself. He had no intention of ending Li Qiuchan's life, so why had the sword been unleashed with such lethal intent? Li Qiuchan shouted fiercely, "Unruly brat! Today I shall not spare you." She deftly evaded the flying sword and reached out her hand, aiming directly for Jiang Ping's life. Just as her fingers were about to grasp his throat, mere centimeters away, Jiang Ping had already closed his eyes, while Yi Qinghuan desperately rose to her feet, pleading, "No." She was determined to shield Jiang Ping from this impending blow. In that moment, she gazed at him, saying, "Brother Jiang, please do not forget me." With those words, she threw herself into Jiang Ping's embrace. Just then, a sound pierced the air, a soft thud. Jiang Ping shouted vehemently, "No, Qinghuan, you must not die. I cannot bear to be without you." Chapter 19. I would die for you. Yi Qinghuan gazed at Jiang Ping and replied, "Senior brother, just do not forget me." In that moment, the two were locked in a tight embrace. Yi Qinghuan waited for what felt like an eternity, believing that Li Qiuchan's strike had been so swift that she hadn't even felt any pain before succumbing to death. Meanwhile, Jiang Ping's attention shifted to Li Qiuchan behind Yi Qinghuan, and he observed her suddenly spurt blood, her physical form disintegrating in that instant. Li Qiuchan slowly turned to confront her assailant and exclaimed, "Master, it is you." At that moment, Yi Qinghuan remained unharmed, as Shen Peiji struck decisively, obliterating Li Qiuchan's corporeal body. Yet, Li Qiuchan was a cultivator at the initial stage of the nascent soul. She had already refined her spirit. In that moment, a shadow identical to Li Qiuchan erupted from the crown of her head, making a hasty retreat from the grand hall. Jiang Ping's mind raced. He thought, "It's up to you now, Tongzi. We cannot allow this primordial spirit to escape." Li Qiuchan could never have anticipated that Shen Peiji would resort to such lethal force for the sake of two mere minions. This misstep stemmed from her misunderstanding of the relationship between Shen Peiji and Jiang Ping. At that moment, regret consumed Li Qiuchan as she pondered what had gone awry in her seemingly assured plan. Still oblivious, she wondered if Shen Peiji had acted due to Jiang Ping's connection with Lin Miaoyin. Though possible, it did not seem sufficient to justify Shen Peiji's intervention. She could not fathom where she had erred. As her primordial spirit prepared to flee the grand hall, Shen Peiji pursued relentlessly. She unleashed the overwhelming might of a perfected nascent soul, instantly locking onto Li Qiuchan's spirit, causing her to falter visibly. In that critical moment, Jiang Ping's flying sword transformed into a streak of light, piercing through Li Qiuchan's primordial spirit. Her demise was swift and decisive. She did not utter a single cry as she breathed her last. Shen Peiji turned to Jiang Ping, astonished to find that his power had ascended to the 9th layer of qi refinement. His speed seemed to surpass even that of the most gifted disciples, leaving Shen Peiji nearly unrecognizable to him. Was this truly the same person who had once been on the brink of death? With a wave of her hand, Shen Peiji conjured a blaze that incinerated every trace of Li Qiuchan's presence in the hall, leaving no remnant behind. As Shen Peiji observed the two still entwined in their embrace, she felt a pang of jealousy. Yet, she could not help but admire Yi Qinghuan deeply. For throughout everything, Yi Qinghuan's every action had been centered around Jiang Ping. Everything about Jiang Ping holds paramount significance, particularly in the end. The image of Yi Qinghuan willing to sacrifice her life for Jiang Ping lingers in Shen Peiji's mind even now. How many female disciples are capable of such devotion? Aren't most inclined to abandon ship when calamity strikes? Yet, He Qinghuan is prepared to die for Jiang Ping. A delicate flower of a girl sacrificing herself for an elderly man. This is not mere pretense. It is a profound willingness, a genuine declaration of, I am willing to do this for you. Jiang Ping gazed at He Qinghuan in his embrace, feeling a warm current flow through his heart. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that it would be He Qinghuan who would sacrifice herself for him. He understood better than anyone that He Qinghuan had initially been with him for her own purposes, seeking to establish a foundation, driven purely by self-interest. Yet, he could never have anticipated that today, He Qinghuan would be willing to lay down her life for an old man like him. Could Jiang Ping remain unmoved? He was profoundly touched, to the point of tears streaming down his face. Gently, he caressed He Qinghuan's head and chided her, Silly girl, you mustn't behave this way again. He Qinghuan, already in a state of shock, had believed she was long gone, yet unexpectedly, Shun Peiji had intervened. She could never have imagined such an outcome. At this moment, He Qinghuan had begun to suspect that Jiang Ping and the sect master shared an intimate connection. Otherwise, it was inconceivable that he would act on their behalf, let alone eliminate an elder of the Yinyang Hall. Such reasoning seemed absurd. Unless Jiang Ping was indeed the closest confidant of Shun Peiji, her motive for eliminating Li Qiuchan in favor of Lin Miaoying, although plausible, was still rather tenuous. Thus, He Qinghuan concluded that Shun Peiji belonged to Jiang Ping. At that moment, Jiang Ping lightly tapped He Qinghuan's forehead and asked, What are you thinking about? Jiang Ping seemed oblivious to He Qinghuan's demeanor, yet how could Shun Peiji be unaware? With a sigh, Shun Peiji resolved not to conceal the truth from He Qinghuan any longer. It was an inevitable confrontation. I am his dual cultivation partner, so there is no need for you to speculate further. However, once we step outside this door, you must keep this a secret. I am your master, and in private. You may address me as your sister. At that moment, He Qinghuan felt her mind go blank. What was this? Perhaps it would have been better for her to remain ignorant of such a secret. If a moment of displeasure led to a deadly silence, would she not be doomed? Was the esteemed master of the Yinyang Hall, a consummate practitioner at the peak of the nascent soul stage, truly addressing her? Overwhelmed with fear, He Qinghuan immediately knelt on the ground, pleading for the master's forgiveness. Jiang Ping swiftly pulled He Qinghuan up, exclaiming, Did you not hear the master declare that she is now your sister? Shun Peiji felt that the hierarchy was becoming increasingly convoluted. Yet, at this moment, she chose not to engage with He Qinghuan any further, allowing her to process the situation at her own pace. Shun Peiji gazed at Jiang Ping, inquiring, What was that look you just gave? How could you possibly know I wouldn't save her? You are so heartless, so cold, so capable of breaking my heart. This series of soul-stirring questions left Jiang Ping pondering whether this was truly the Shun Peiji he had come to know. Was she playfully teasing him, or was she genuinely confronting him? Jiang Ping felt a surge of confusion, realizing that his gaze towards Shun Peiji had perhaps been a touch too icy. Yet, since the matter was inexplicable, he opted against offering an explanation. However, refraining from elucidation did not equate to an action. In the presence of He Qinghuan, Jiang Ping boldly drew Shun Peiji into his embrace, his earnest lips sealing hers in an unexpected kiss. Shun Peiji struggled momentarily, letting out a soft gasp before surrendering, her hands instinctively encircling Jiang Ping's neck. Meanwhile, He Qinghuan remained kneeling on the ground, utterly astonished. Was this truly Jiang Ping? What was she to do now? Should she leave? Was it even possible for her to depart? Would the master permit her to go? If she left, would there be repercussions? The uncertainty was overwhelming. And despite her trepidation, she felt unworthy to address Shun Peiji as a sister, especially while still ensconced within the Netherworld Hall. Would she even survive this ordeal? Just as He Qinghuan contemplated shifting away from the scene, Shun Peiji forcefully pushed Jiang Ping away, declaring that today's events would be set aside for the moment. However, she warned him pointedly that should he ever regard her in such a manner again, their conflict would be far from over. Shun Peiji was indeed irked. Jiang Ping's earlier murderous gaze had sent a jolt of fear through her heart, akin to a painful grip on her very essence. Chapter 20. The esteemed senior brother Jiang Ping still longed to embrace Shun Peiji, having completely forgotten about the previous events. It was a moment ripe with passion, yet Shun Peiji pushed him away. Looking at Jiang Ping, she hastily made her exit. Jiang Ping, filled with helplessness, turned to gaze at He Qinghuan, who remained present, and swiftly whisked her away in a flash. At that moment, He Qinghuan felt utterly disoriented. She truly believed her mind was failing her. Jiang Ping swiftly led He Qinghuan back to the medicinal garden, preoccupied with loosening his garments. He was aflame with desire, stirred by Shun Peiji, and was determined to consummate his intentions. Noticing Jiang Ping's relentless demeanor, He Qinghuan was compelled to flee. She pushed him aside and dashed out of the medicinal garden. Jiang Ping, feeling helpless, lamented, You all are being excessively harsh. After all, you are all my women. Is it fair to bully an old man like this? Is it right to take advantage of an honest person? At that moment, noticing the flames of humiliation that engulfed him, he decided to retreat to the medicinal herb garden for a bath, as only cold water could extinguish the fervor within him. Meanwhile, the inner disciples observing him could hardly contain their laughter. Today, Jiang Ping seemed quite out of sorts, having barely settled in before hastily concluding his business. It was evident that he was indeed aging, for did they not see that girl run out in haste? That old man must have consumed quite a few red pills. Now here he was, taking a cold bath. Indeed, that was the situation. He was at the end of his strength. These disciples, hidden in the shadows, exchanged mocking remarks about Jiang Ping, utterly unaware that, had he known, it would have surely driven him to the brink of fury. After taking a bath, Jiang Ping returned to his room and meticulously examined his body. He realized that he could only continue his cultivation, as his current physique was insufficient to advance to the foundation establishment stage. He had already reached the 9th level of the Qi refinement stage, leaving him at a crossroads regarding his next steps. Cultivation had become a dilemma. However, he decided to practice the harmonious union technique, as there were no women around, and he could only cultivate alone. Jiang Ping has increasingly taken a liking to cultivation, for he yearns to grow stronger. He wishes to depart from the Yin-Yang Palace, believing that only by stepping outside can he truly enhance his power. It is only beyond the confines of the palace that he can discover the blue dots he has been searching for. However, the prerequisite remains. He must first establish his foundation. Jiang Ping once again began to channel his spiritual energy, orchestrating its flow through the meridians of his body. He had reached a level of proficiency where each movement felt instinctive, no longer clumsy. Though his body may have aged, his spirit remained youthful. However, this time he lost control, depleting his spiritual energy entirely after 9 cycles of cultivation. Remarkably, his meridians and bones showed some enhancement. Now, he sought to absorb a measure of the surrounding spiritual energy, yet it seemed he lacked even the strength to do so. What an unfortunate predicament. Jiang Ping was truly bewildered, for in his recollection, there was no instance of depleting one's spiritual energy to the point of irretrievability. If he were to provide himself with an explanation, it would be that even the sovereign entity required spiritual energy. Nevertheless, he decided to dismiss such thoughts, as they held little significance. Jiang Ping understood that the priority was to remain grounded, lest he stumble. At this moment, the only course of action was to gradually recuperate in this place. Jiang Ping was acutely aware that, given enough time, he would gradually regain some of his spiritual energy. It seemed that in the future, he would need someone by his side during his cultivation. Jiang Ping suddenly realized something was amiss. During his cultivation, he consistently depleted his spiritual energy entirely. However, during dual cultivation, there were no issues whatsoever. To his astonishment, the essence of the harmony technique lay in dual cultivation. What was the point of his solitary practice? It was only now that Jiang Ping truly comprehended this deceitful scheme. Since the initial stages of the harmony technique offered little utility, why was it even conceived? Was it not merely a trap laid for the practitioner? As this realization dawned on him, Jiang Ping retrieved the first illustrated manual. During his initial observation, he had only grasped the mid-level techniques of dual cultivation, neglecting the more profound teachings that followed. The second manual revealed that dual cultivation could heal injuries, cure ailments, and pose no harm to oneself. Rather, it could nourish and strengthen the practitioner. Though the second manual was currently of no use, he resolved to thoroughly study the first one. Having already engaged in dual cultivation, it was imperative to continue his advancement. Jiang Ping's head throbbed with the weight of this knowledge. As he progressed in the harmony technique, the demands placed upon him escalated. If he were to reach the golden core stage, he could acquire the techniques and combat skills of his partner during dual cultivation, nearly achieving a perfect replication. This represented the pinnacle of the harmony technique's dual cultivation. At that moment, Jiang Ping's heart brimmed with an insatiable thirst for power. However, the golden core stage felt distant and unattainable. Achieving it was no simple task. Given his current state, it would take nearly 50 years of diligent effort, an unthinkable duration for someone so frail. What would he do if he were to engage in combat? He would surely perish. It was imperative for him to cultivate a measure of self-defense. The techniques offered by his sect were impractical and of little use to him. If he desired strength, he must delve into the techniques within the system. He needed to explore ways to earn more points. At present, he possessed only a flying sword as a reward from the system. Therefore, he resolved to focus his efforts on this sword, aiming to cultivate a technique related to it. The harmony sword required 3 points. Surely the system had some task rewards to offer? Given that Jiang Ping was currently drained of spiritual energy and incapable of movement, he decided to earnestly study the system. Initially, he had chastised it, yet the rewards it provided had also caused him considerable frustration. This time, he would diligently investigate the system's potential, for if it was indeed a golden finger, he needed it to enhance his strength. Jiang Ping pondered over the statistics for an entire afternoon, yet he could not decipher their underlying significance. With a resigned sigh, he contemplated the vexing nature of these statistics, which elicited both affection and frustration. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted outside the door. Jiang Ping furrowed his brows, pondering who had come to disturb his peace once more. He rose to open the door, grateful that he had regained a modicum of spiritual energy. His legs trembled, and he nearly stumbled again. However, this time he managed to brace himself against the door, steadying himself. Jiang Ping swung the door open with a flourish. And lo and behold, Two disciples were engaged in a heated argument before him. Jiang Ping glanced over and noticed a disciple who was so plump that he resembled a ball. His small eyes were nearly engulfed by the excess flesh. However, Jiang Ping observed that despite this, the fellow's little eyes possessed a surprising glimmer of vitality. Jiang Ping was filled with doubt. Is this person truly a disciple of the Yin Hall? I don't recall ever encountering such an individual. What on earth is happening? At that moment, the stout fellow spoke up. Brother Jiang, I am a newly arrived outer disciple. I have my eyes set on this 50-year-old bitter green vine. But this fellow attempted to snatch it from me. As he spoke, his hefty frame leaned against Jiang Ping with such force that it nearly caused him to crumble. How could Jiang Ping possibly endure his torment? At that moment, Jiang Ping unexpectedly discovered a storage bag being stealthily placed into his hands. Jiang Ping couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This rotund fellow certainly had his own methods, as he actually understood the art of bribery. The crucial point is that Jiang Ping didn't feel any aversion towards this plump man at all. Jiang Ping felt as clear as a mirror in his mind. This herb was undoubtedly coveted by that gluttonous fellow. However, Jiang Ping was indifferent to the matter, considering it merely a single herb. He addressed another disciple, saying, "Why not venture elsewhere to procure another?" The disciple, agitated, began to stamp his feet, exclaiming, "Senior brother Jiang, this is the last bitter vine in the herb garden. And it is our master brother who instructed me to collect it. If I fail to bring it back, I shall surely face punishment." Jiang Ping raised his hand decisively to interrupt him. "Go back and inform your senior brother that there are no bitter green vines in the medicinal garden. Or simply tell him that I refuse to allow any gathering. If he has the capability, let him come here personally." After speaking, Jiang Ping cast a sidelong glance at the rotund man, who immediately responded with exaggerated facial expressions, conveying a clear message. Brother Jiang, a remarkable figure indeed. The disciple stomped his foot in frustration and stormed off. He might have dared to provoke the hefty man, but he certainly lacked the audacity to challenge Jiang Ping, who was unaware of Jiang Ping's protection from Lin Miaoyin within the Yin Hall. No one dared to cross him. Moreover, just a few days prior, Jiang Ping had shielded the sect leader from an attack in front of the elders and inner disciples, making his name widely recognized within the sect. At the very least, everyone knew of the formidable old man in the medicinal garden, whose gait was unsteady and who had a notorious penchant for lechery, despite his frail constitution, with rumors claiming his record lasted merely a minute. If Jiang Ping were to learn of these matters, he would likely seek out a block of tofu to end his life. After all, he is a time traveler, albeit one unfortunate enough to inhabit the body of a dying individual. Such circumstances should afford him some dignity. To be so manipulated and humiliated would undoubtedly provoke his ire. It is likely that his rage would be enough to rupture his lungs. At this moment, Jiang Ping gazed at the corpulent figure before him and retorted with irritation. "You glutton, what is your predicament?" The hefty man responded with a self-satisfied grin, which unfortunately contorted his entire face, rendering his eyes nearly unrecognizable. Jiang Ping couldn't help but curse under his breath. What on earth? Is this even a human being? He truly felt an urge to straighten out that person's features. The stout man glanced at Jiang Ping and said, "I know you." Jiang Ping cast a sidelong glance at him and remarked, "What do you know about me?" To which he retorted, "I know you are the most lecherous elder in the entire sect." However, upon noticing the sudden change in Jiang Ping's expression, the plump man hastily amended his statement. "Nonetheless, you are also the most flamboyant elder in the sect." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ping was bewildered, questioning the relevance of such remarks. This rotund individual should refrain from offering compliments, as they only serve to induce discomfort. Jiang Ping regarded the stout man and inquired, "Where have you been lurking? I don't recall ever having seen you before." The stout man replied, "In response to your question, Senior Brother Jiang, I have only just arrived. I have heard that the female disciples of the Yin Hall are numerous, so I leveraged connections to gain entry. My father is the emperor of the Taikang dynasty, and once I am out in the world, I shall protect you." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ping exclaimed in astonishment, "What on earth? This gluttonous swine is actually a prince." Jiang Ping pondered that this individual was undoubtedly the most despised prince, and with such a demeanor, how could he possibly govern a nation? Jiang Ping gazed at the portly fellow and inquired, "What is your name?" The stout man replied, "I am called Lu Daba, and I shall accompany you from now on. Brother Jiang, I intend to return shortly to inform the elder of my decision to relocate to your medicinal garden. For I aspire to concoct the most extraordinary elixir in the world, a singular masterpiece that shall stand tall." Jiang Ping, unable to maintain his balance, nearly fell in an embarrassing manner. It seems this fellow is not only lustful but also a true embodiment of lechery. Upon hearing that this fellow intended to move in, Jiang Ping felt no aversion. In fact, he found Lu Debeos rather intriguing and to his liking. However, that simply would not do. This was the sacred space he shared with Yi Qinghuan and Shenpeiji for their cultivation. How could he possibly allow Lu Debeos to reside here? Jiang Ping waved his hand dismissively and retorted, "Get lost." As he spoke, he raised his foot to kick Lu Debeos behind, not realizing that Lu Debeos was significantly larger in stature and possessed far superior cultivation. Jiang Ping's kick missed its target, causing him to stumble backward a few steps and land unceremoniously on the ground, gasping for breath. Lu Debeos let out a chuckle. "Brother Jiang, Does this mean you consent to my staying here? Jiang Ping, infuriated, shouted, "Get lost. Hurry up and get out of here." Upon seeing Jiang Ping genuinely enraged, Ludaba quickly seized the medicinal herbs and fled. However, after just a few paces, he heard a furious voice behind him exclaiming, "Come back." Ludaba, thinking that Jiang Ping had had a change of heart, hurriedly returned, asking, "Senior brother Jiang, have you agreed?" Jiang Ping exclaimed in frustration, "Agree with your sister? Hurry and help me up." Jiang Ping, moments ago, was rendered immobile by the jarring blow from Ludaba, collapsing to the ground. Those observing him around the medicinal garden nearly erupted in laughter. Goodness, that old fellow appears utterly drained. How many more days of vitality does he possess? Yet, despite his frailty, he remains resolute, persistently seeking out He Qinghuan. Alas, of all the individuals He Qinghuan could choose, why must it be such a character? Could it be that He Qinghuan is also drawn to Jiang Ping's flying sword? Having become a disciple of elderly Qiu Chan, is her allegiance truly toward elderly? The crowd engaged in lively chatter, asserting that 3 unskilled craftsmen could rival Zhuge Liang, instantly linking to the crux of the matter. After all, the entirety of the Yinyang Hall is currently fixated on Jiang Ping's flying sword. Ludaba helped Jiang Ping into the room, grinning as he said, "Brother Jiang, your constitution leaves much to be desired. Perhaps you should allow me to stay and tend to you. Just look at your current state," he added, feigning a look of sympathy. Jiang Ping was quite exasperated. However, it seemed that Lu Debao's words held some truth. Perhaps it was time for him to take on a junior disciple? This individual certainly piqued his interest. Yet, what would become of his dual cultivation with He Qinghuan in the future? Never mind, that was a matter for another time. Jiang Ping gazed at Ludaba, inquiring, "My dear friend, under whose tutelage have you placed yourself in the Yinyang Palace? As a prince of noble stature, one would expect you to find a mentor befitting your rank." Upon mentioning this matter, Ludaba's frustration surged. "Damn it. I heard there was an unparalleled beauty named Lin Miaoing in the Yinyang Palace, and I came here solely for her. Yet, she has secluded herself. What am I to do?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Ping realized that this rotund man had intentions towards his woman. Initially, he contemplated rising to deliver a beating. Yet he found himself lacking the strength. Ultimately, he decided to endure this indignity. Ludaba continued, "It is one thing to be unable to meet Lin Miaoing, but I believe our sect leader possesses even greater allure. I aspire to take her as my mentor, yet she utterly disregards my existence." At this moment, Jiang Ping's eyes darted about with fervor. He was not deep in thought but rather searching for his walking stick. He was prepared to confront Ludaba with all his might, for a gentleman may be slain but must never be humiliated. While he could endure, his aunt could not. And the bullying had gone too far. Meanwhile, Ludaba continued his incessant chatter, utterly oblivious to the brewing storm within Jiang Ping. Jiang Ping interrupted Lu Debao's words directly, inquiring, "Under which elder's tutelage do you currently reside?" "I am not under anyone's guidance," Lu Debao's replied. "I merely dwell in the alchemy chamber, aspiring to concoct the most potent red pill. However, I was ultimately expelled by those individuals. Brother Jiang, I implore you to take me in. I find myself without a place to go." Jiang Ping finally comprehended that this rotund fellow had an affinity for concocting the crimson pills, truly a remarkable revelation. For once, Jiang Ping felt a sense of joy. Just then, He Qinghuan returned from her cultivation. Upon pushing the door open, her delicate brows furrowed in apprehension as she cautiously scrutinized Lu Dabao, suspecting yet another attempt to harm Jiang Ping. He Qinghuan gradually approached Jiang Ping, casting a glance at him, her gaze seemingly inquiring, "Who is this individual?" Jiang Ping casually remarked, "My little brother." He Qinghuan, upon hearing this, could hardly believe her ears. "What? Little brother? This chubby fellow, with his tiny eyes nearly obscured by fat and lacking any discernible expression, is supposed to be your little brother? He must have ulterior motives." He Qinghuan immediately suspected that this rotund individual was likely after Jiang Ping's flying sword. At that moment, Lu Debao stood up abruptly, his eyes wide with astonishment. He had never anticipated that there could be such a captivating female disciple within their sect. Uncontrollably, he found himself gravitating toward He Qinghuan. Chapter 22. How fleeting life is. Upon hearing Jiang Ping's words, he bellowed in fury, "Get lost. She is mine." Lu Dabayat, mistaking Jiang Ping's declaration for jest, responded, "Brother, do not joke. With your frail constitution, you can barely walk without leaning against the wall." Jiang Ping was genuinely enraged. "Get lost. I do not wish to see you." "Brother, are you serious? Is she truly my sister-in-law?" "Obviously. Who else would visit me if she weren't?" As Lu Daba pondered, he realized the truth in those words. You are on the brink of collapse, and yet she does not shun you. To remain by your side during such times is undoubtedly a manifestation of true love. With that, Lu Daba produced a jade vial, brimming with crimson pills. Jiang Ping was rendered speechless by Lu Debao's antics, while He Qinghuan felt so embarrassed that her face seemed ready to drip with water. Unable to bear the situation in front of Lu Debao's, she fled. Lu Debao's, however, could not resist admiring He Qinghuan's figure and beauty as she departed, exclaiming, "Sister-in-law, with such a physique and visage, truly a flower blooming amidst dung." He uttered this remark without a modicum of discretion. Jiang Ping's ravenous, wolf-like gaze was fixed intently upon him. Jiang Ping, with all his might, lunged at Lu Daba, exclaiming, I shall not endure this indignity any longer. However, Ludaba, possessing a superior prowess, swiftly subdued Jiang Ping with ease. Brother, what do you mean by this? Jiang Ping, filled with indignation, exclaimed, release me at once. Lu Dabayat gently assisted Jiang Ping onto the bed. Although Jiang Ping had suffered a disheartening defeat moments ago, he felt slightly relieved. Brother, your constitution is far too frail. Do not push yourself beyond your limits in the future. Rest assured. As long as I am by your side, no one shall dare to harass you in the medicinal garden. Jiang Ping had just managed to calm down when he was ignited once more by Lu Dabayo's words. Without you, no one would dare to bully me in the herb garden. Lu Dabayos did not wish to engage in lengthy discussions with Jiang Ping. Brother, do not skimp on those medicinal pills. Your health requires ample nourishment. Damn it, brother. You must ensure that sister-in-law finds happiness. Having said that, he did not forget to give Jiang Ping an encouraging and affirming glance. At this moment, Jiang Ping contemplated engaging in a brawl with Lu Daba, yet he ultimately refrained, recognizing that should the conflict persist, he would be the first to fall. Patience. I shall endure. Just wait, you rotund fool. Once I attain strength, I will deliver such a beating that even your mother would fail to recognize you. Brother, take your time to rest. I shall procure a larger bed and some provisions. Today marks our inaugural meeting, and I pledge brotherhood with you. Let us not dwell on further words. We are true brothers, and you are my elder. The fool is not naive. How could I, a mere youth, possibly share the same fate as you, an old man, on the same day? Jiang Ping was disinclined to pay attention to the rotund man. He truly needed to recuperate. Initially, when Qinghuan arrived, Jiang Ping had contemplated replenishing his energy through dual cultivation, but all of that was disrupted by this insufferable weight. Nevertheless, Jiang Ping found solace in the notion that he would no longer feel lonely in this medicinal garden. Despite the rotund man's eccentricities, he ultimately aligned with Jiang Ping's preferences. And that sufficed. Jiang Ping suddenly had a revelation. The corpulent individual was adept at concocting the red elixir, which indicated his proficiency in alchemy. He resolved to inquire whether this fellow could indeed refine medicinal pills, as he was in dire need of potions to replenish his spiritual and physical vitality. If such elixirs existed, he could practice the harmonious union technique without the risk of depleting his energy. The rotund man demonstrated remarkable skill. Before long, he returned clutching a rabbit and a chicken, while also carrying 2 jars of wine. Yet, one must not overlook the other disciples of the elders who were observing the situation. Upon seeing the items in the man's possession, the disciples felt a chill run down their spines. Could it be that he had captured the spirit pets of Elder Gio? Surely not. Elder Gio treasured those creatures as if they were his own children, guarding them with utmost vigilance. How could a mere foundation establishment practitioner possibly acquire Elder Gio's treasures? It was improbable, absolutely improbable. However, upon closer inspection, the rabbit's crimson eyes and pure white fur, alongside the vividly colored chicken, were unmistakable. Indeed, it was the white jade rabbit and the rainbow bird. This was truly a spectacle to behold. The disciples, ever eager for excitement, quickly relayed the news through whispers, spreading the tale throughout the sect. Soon, all were aware that Elder Gio's beloved white jade rabbit and rainbow bird had been ensnared by a newcomer, who intended to roast them. Such was the lifeblood of Elder Gio. The entire sect erupted into chaos. Jiang Ping was oblivious to these matters. Upon seeing the delectable food, his mouth watered profusely, undoubtedly in need of nourishment. Big brother, you rest well. I shall take care of this. One must admit, this rotund fellow certainly knew how to indulge. His movements were remarkably swift. In a mere blink, the rabbit and chicken were expertly dispatched, their skins and feathers meticulously handled. Jiang Ping regarded the chubby fellow with newfound admiration. At that moment, Jiang Ping's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the rotund man gathering various medicinal herbs from the garden, indiscriminately stuffing them into the bellies of rabbits and chickens. Jiang Ping thought to himself, this lad possesses remarkable capabilities. Jiang Ping has traversed through time. How could he possibly be oblivious? This is medicinal cuisine. Jiang Ping was truly astonished by the corpulent man, as he had not anticipated the arrival of medicinal cuisine so soon. It seems that this excessively rotund individual has amassed such considerable weight for good reason, having benefited from a harmonious confluence of favorable circumstances, timing, location, and human connections. Jiang Ping, without a doubt, recognizes the exquisite deliciousness of the barbecue. One cannot fault the skills and techniques employed by the hefty chef. Before long, the portly figure had constructed a fire pit, the crackling of burning wood infusing the tranquil medicinal garden with an added warmth. Jiang Ping, lost in thought, gazed into the distance. At that moment, the tantalizing aroma of grilled meat wafted into his nostrils, pulling his mind back to the present. The stout fellow handed Jiang Ping a chicken leg, exclaiming, "Brother, partake in this. Brother, have a drink." Jiang Ping could scarcely recall the last time he had savored the aroma of wine. A sudden wave of nostalgia washed over him. Without further hesitation, he clinked his wine jug against that of his portly companion, exclaiming, "Brother, let us drink." The two took a hearty swig and exchanged a knowing glance, erupting into hearty laughter. Jiang Ping had not felt such unrestrained joy in a long while. This was the first time since his return that he felt truly at ease. It seemed to him that this was the essence of life, sleeping embraced by a woman, feasting on meat and wine, and having brothers by his side during times of sorrow. Life is fleeting, and with these simple pleasures, he felt content. The rotund fellow, too, appeared to have been stifled for ages, finally discovering a sanctuary for his release. Thus, he and Jiang Ping clinked their cups, indulging in hearty portions of meat and copious amounts of wine. Both were cultivators, although Jiang Ping's prowess was modest. Expelling alcohol through the manipulation of spiritual energy was a trivial task. Yet, he chose not to. Today, he desired to indulge in inebriation. Memories flooded his mind. And in that moment, as he gazed into the distance, his resolve to pursue his cultivation goals solidified. He understood that he must grow stronger. Today, the rotund man had once again reminded him that strength is the ultimate truth. In such a world, if he did not fortify himself, he could not protect his cherished loved ones, let alone safeguard his own life. Jiang Ping resolved to indulge himself thoroughly today with fatty, for once sobriety returned. He would have to devise every possible means to become stronger. Time was of the essence, and the hours left to him were fleeting. Chapter 23. Lu Daba is truly a rarity within the sect. The desire for his flying sword was not confined solely to Li Qiuquan, undoubtedly. There were others who coveted it as well. That day, not only the elders of the Yin Yang Hall had witnessed his sword, but numerous members of the Blood Demon sect had also laid eyes upon it. Could they remain indifferent? If the flying sword were to be wielded by a cultivator of the nascent soul stage, it would be less remarkable. However, the unfortunate truth was that he was merely a practitioner at the Qi refinement stage. To speak frankly, could a Qi refinement cultivator truly be considered a cultivator? They were merely beginning to harness spiritual energy to temper their bodies. Thus, the influential figures understood well that it was the sword itself that was formidable, and had little to do with Jiang Ping. As Jiang Ping and Lu Daba continued to drink in a state of inebriation, a thunderous crack resounded above the medicinal garden. Both Jiang Ping and Lu Daba suddenly felt a jolt, and the effects of the alcohol dissipated in an instant. Jiang Ping, unexpectedly fueled by an unknown surge of strength, sprang to his feet. At that moment, the two men looked up and were taken aback to find themselves surrounded by numerous disciples of the Yin Yang Hall, all gathered to witness the unfolding spectacle. At first, Jiang Ping believed that the Blood Demon sect had come to trouble him and seize his flying sword. However, upon observing the disciples around him, he quickly realized that they were not affiliated with the Blood Demon sect. At this moment, Jiang Ping and the rotund figure were fixated on the individual suspended in the void. This was an elderly man, entirely bald with a shining dome, and of diminutive stature. Yet, his imposing aura was unmistakably that of a formidable being at the nascent soul stage. Meanwhile, Lu Daba looked at the elder in the void without a trace of fear and boldly exclaimed, "Old man, you frightened me to death. Speak up. What do you desire?" This declaration, uttered so casually by the rotund figure, was astonishing, especially considering that over 1,000 disciples had gathered to witness the scene. Nearly the entirety of the Yin Yang Hall's disciples. They could hardly fathom that this chubby fellow would so openly disregard the elder. Who among them did not know that the elder hovering in the void was not to be trifled with? Approaching the vicinity where he nurtured his spiritual beast could lead to an abrupt demise, as the overwhelming spiritual force would whisk one away before a word could be uttered. This elder was notoriously unapproachable, impervious to reason. Yet, here stood this audacious figure, boldly addressing him as old man. He must either be utterly foolish or an extraordinary individual. At this juncture, the elder glared at Lu Daba, exclaiming, "You fat fool. Today I shall skin you alive and extract your tendons for daring to steal my spiritual pet." Before the elder could finish his tirade, Lu Daba interjected, "Uncle Nine, enough already. It's merely a rabbit and a chicken. I promised to send you a whole brood of chickens. It's not a big deal. I thought you were after some eggs. Please, don't shout any longer. Look at how frightened my elder brother is. His legs have turned to jelly." Jiang Ping was utterly exasperated. Even at this moment, he could not refrain from boasting about himself. "You old fool, you rotund buffoon. Do you think I am intimidated? I am already struggling to maintain my balance." At that moment, the onlooking disciples could no longer contain their amusement and erupted into laughter, some of the female disciples nearly shedding tears from their mirth. It was common knowledge throughout the sect how challenging it was to deal with Elder Jiao, which explained the audacity of the corpulent man. After all, they were related. However, it was evident that Elder Jiao was not inclined to show the rotund fellow any leniency, declaring, "Today, I shall not spare you." With eyes wide with fury, Elder Jiao waved his hands, unleashing an overwhelming pressure that surged towards Lu Daba. In an instant, Lu Daba collapsed to his knees, seemingly frozen in place, unable to move a muscle. Yet, the scene was far from over. Elder Jiao's keen gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, quickly fell upon Jiang Ping, who was leaning on a sturdy cane by the door. With a mere thought, Elder Jiao manipulated Jiang Ping's cane, striking Lu Daba's posterior with a flurry of blows. Though Lu Daba was immobilized by the oppressive force, his mouth remained unrestrained. Moreover, Jiang Ping understood that Lu Daba's ability to infiltrate the Yin Yang Hall was likely due to his connection with Elder Jiao. While Elder Jiao was furious, he might not strike ruthlessly against Lu Daba. At most, he would administer a lesson. However, when Lu Daba began to speak, Jiang Ping sensed that the situation was far more complicated than he had anticipated. for Lu Daba's words were nothing short of malevolent. Grandfather Jiao, are you truly striking me? Oh, it hurts terribly. Have you forgotten that your family is still under my father's care? Have you forgotten your plump daughter-in-law, whom my grandfather has been looking after? Your son and grandson are all under my father's protection. Do you think my father would remain unperturbed if he knew you were striking me? As Lu Daba's words echoed through the hall, the onlookers were left in a daze, their minds racing with wild speculation. Was Elder Jiao being cuckolded? Yet, this thought remained unspoken, for who would dare voice such a notion? To do so would likely result in their immediate demise. Jiang Ping looked up at the ninth elder, who was completely bald, devoid of even a single strand of hair. At that moment, Jiang Ping felt as though the ninth elder was about to erupt with smoke, creating the illusion that he had been so enraged that his hair might catch fire. Oh no, this glutton, why must his mouth be so reckless? Jiang Ping couldn't help but feel a surge of anxiety for the rotund man. As anticipated, the very next second, the glutton abruptly transitioned from kneeling to lying flat on the ground, his lips pressed firmly against the earth, rendering speech utterly impossible. At most, he could manage a mere fart. Yet, to the astonishment of all present, Lu Debao indeed let out a fart. Everyone stifled their laughter, and Jiang Ping was left dumbfounded by such an absurd spectacle. Lu Debao, if you manage to survive this day, I shall gladly call you brother. This glutton is truly the most bizarre individual in the world. Jiang Ping once believed he was sufficiently impressive, but upon encountering the portly individual, he felt utterly inadequate. At that moment, the ninth elder's face turned a sickly green, and he no longer lingered in the void. With a flicker, he materialized beside Lu Daba. It seemed that merely using his magical powers to manipulate a staff to strike Lu Daba was insufficiently satisfying. As he took up the staff himself and began to strike vigorously, the image of an ancient being at the nascent soul stage wielding a wooden stick against someone was too much for Jiang Ping to bear, and he turned his gaze away in sheer disbelief. The unfortunate rotund fellow was reduced to a bloody mess, his rear end battered and raw. This was no mere familial dispute, it was akin to enmity. However, upon reflection, Jiang Ping came to understand the situation. Lu Daba had pilfered the ninth elder's spirit pet. And to add insult to injury, Lu Daba's grandfather had previously stolen the ninth elder's plump wife. Thus, both old grievances and new ones were heaped upon Lu Daba. It was likely that the ninth elder, considering his descendants were under the care of Lu Daba's father in the kingdom of Taikong, was tempering his wrath. Without such ties, Lu Daba would surely have met his demise today. At this juncture, Jiang Ping sensed that Lu Daba was inhaling deeply yet exhaling little. Nevertheless, Lu Daba's life was not in peril. These were merely flesh wounds. However, it would take no less than 20 days for Lu Daba to be able to walk again, as the blows were excessively severe. Chapter 24. Kin are truly kin, and outsiders are indeed outsiders. Jiang Ping initially believed the matter was settled, evidently. Elder Jiao had not yet finished expressing his grievances. At that moment, Elder Jiao turned his gaze towards Jiang Ping and commanded, "Come here, you old fool." Jiang Ping seethed with indignation, pondering to himself, who among us is truly old? Who is the real fool? Here I stand, a mere 20-year-old traveler, and yet you, with your advanced age, dare to address me as an old fool. However, Jiang Ping could only harbor these thoughts internally, given the temper of this old man. Should he dare to retort, a single blow would spell his demise. At that moment, the ninth elder displayed evident impatience, exclaiming, "I am speaking to you, old fool. Did you not hear me? I summoned you to come here." Jiang Ping was truly furious. This is clearly an act of bullying. Did you not notice my movements? Jiang Ping was equally perplexed, sensing himself gradually advancing towards the direction of the ninth elder. His feet were indeed in motion, yet the pace was excruciatingly slow. Jiang Ping did not remain still. It seems he was genuinely intimidated by the ninth elder. His frail constitution made it difficult for him to move, each step accompanied by a tremor reminiscent of Parkinson's disease. The ninth elder, growing increasingly impatient, extended his hand and drew Jiang Ping closer, regarding him with a piercing gaze as he inquired, "How does the flavor of my white jade rabbit and the rainbow bird strike you?" Jiang Ping has nothing to say. His silence serves as the most eloquent response. Must he explicitly affirm its deliciousness? Jiang Ping remained silent. At this moment, the ninth elder inquired, "Old fool, are you even listening to me? Do you truly believe that with Lin Miaoying shielding you, no one in the sect would dare to touch you? You are bound for death regardless. Today, I shall grant you this favor and send you to the depths of hell to accompany my spirit pet." Jiang Ping never anticipated that a mere act of petty theft would lead to such a dire outcome, where he would be left battered and on the brink of death, while he had only managed to consume a morsel of meat. At that moment, Jiang Ping truly comprehended the depth of familial bonds, realizing that his relatives were indeed genuine kin, while he remained an outsider in their midst. As he spoke, Elder Jiao raised his hand and effortlessly hurled Jiang Ping across the room. Given Jiang Ping's current physical state, although his life was not in immediate peril, he was certainly destined to suffer severe injuries. Just as Jiang Ping was cast away, a gentle force enveloped him, softly lowering him to the ground. It was then that all present beheld a resplendent figure standing majestically in the void, none other than Shen Peizhi. Unbeknownst to her, the events unfolding were beyond her comprehension, as such matters would not easily reach her ears. However, He Qinghuan, witnessing the unfolding chaos, immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. having spent considerable time within the sect. She was well aware of Elder Jiao's temperament. When Elder Jiao reprimanded Lu Daba, He Qinghuan swiftly departed in search of assistance. Acutely aware that Jiang Ping was bound to be implicated in the turmoil, she understood that only Shen Peizhi could potentially rescue Jiang Ping from this predicament. Shen Peizhi had indeed arrived earlier, concealed within the ether, keen to observe Jiang Ping's reaction. However, Shen Peizhi was perceptive enough to discern that Jiang Ping bore his situation with remarkable composure, a revelation that pleased her. Yet, Elder Jiao's ruthlessness was undeniable. While the punishment of an outer disciple by an elder might not be deemed catastrophic, the mention of Lin Miaoying's protection over Jiang Ping stirred a slight pang of jealousy within Shen Peizhi. She quickly dismissed such feelings, pondering the futility of competing with her own disciple over such matters. Besides, her disciple and Jiang Ping had yet to develop anything significant. She had merely arrived first. It was Lin Miaoying who might ultimately feel envious, not herself. Elder Jiao, observing the figure in the void, furrowed his brow in confusion. Unable to fathom why Shen Peizhi was present, her nature was such that she would rarely involve herself in trivial affairs. Was she truly intervening on behalf of her cherished disciple, Lin Miaoying? Realizing Shen Peizhi's arrival rendered any further action against Jiang Ping impossible, Elder Jiao recognized that having just saved Jiang Ping, he could not pursue punishment. Without exchanging words with Shen Peizhi, he glanced at the incapacitated Lu Daba, then at Jiang Ping, and tossed him a jade vial, instructing him to consume its contents. Before Jiang Ping could even register the elder's movement, Elder Jiao had vanished from his sight, a testament to his formidable prowess. At this moment, Jiang Ping approached Lu Daba, exclaiming, "Goodness, how utterly tragic! Is there even a semblance of humanity left?" Jiang Ping was contemplating whether to assist Lu Daba, but considering his own frail limbs, he decided against it. He surveyed the surrounding disciples and called out, "Have you all had your fill of watching? Come and help." At that moment, a flurry of disciples rushed forward. It was not merely Jiang Ping's charisma that summoned them. Rather, it was the familiarity they had developed with him while tending to the herb garden. Jiang Ping was never harsh with these disciples. Even without the elder's directives, he would often allow them to use herbs when they asked. Thus, despite his lack of formidable strength, he had managed to cultivate good relations. A group of disciples hurriedly assisted Lu Daba into the building. Meanwhile, Jiang Ping gazed at Shen Peizhi, who was suspended in the air, and she directly transmitted a message to him. "Is the transmission jade slip I gave you merely a decoration? Have you truly forgotten about me?" Jiang Ping curled the corner of his mouth in a smirk. "No way. Is she actually trying to be coy with me? Goodness." Whenever Shen Peizhi chooses to speak, she stirs an insatiable yearning within Jiang Ping. Jiang Ping has resolutely made up his mind. He intends to seek out Shen Peizhi that evening to contemplate the intricacies of life. At this moment, Jiang Ping respectfully bowed before Shen Peizhi in the presence of the disciples of the sect. Expressing his heartfelt gratitude for the life-saving grace bestowed upon him by the sect leader, Shen Peizhi nodded in acknowledgement, her voice resonating throughout the entire sect, commanding all to return to their cultivation. Any who linger in the medicinal garden beyond 3 breaths would face severe penalties. With that, she vanished in a fleeting shimmer. At this juncture, He Qinghuan approached Jiang Ping and whispered, "Do you truly intend for him to reside here?" At this moment, Jiang Ping's expression turned stern. "Indeed. Did you not flee upon seeing me? Were you not reluctant to be in my company?" he questioned. He Qinghuan, taken aback by Jiang Ping's inquiry, suddenly felt a sense of guilt, realizing that she had not fulfilled her duties as a woman. However, she thought to herself, "But each time, your incessant demands leave me utterly exhausted." Upon seeing He Qinghuan's aggrieved expression, Jiang Ping decided against teasing her further and gently pulled her into his embrace. "I was merely jesting. I require a companion here. It is not safe for me to remain alone. At times, I find myself ill-equipped to handle impending dangers." He Qinghuan's heart melted upon hearing Jiang Ping's words. "Senior brother Jiang, I." Jiang Ping responded to He Qinghuan with action, his earnest lips sealing her delicate cherry mouth. He Qinghuan, under the impression that Jiang Ping was about to take the next step, felt a sense of bashfulness and murmured, "Could we not do this here?" She then cast a glance at the corpulent figure nearby. Jiang Ping found himself at a loss for words. Could it be that he was perceived by the world as nothing more than a mere breeding sow? Was he truly oblivious to the presence of outsiders? It seemed imperative for him to alter his image in He Qinghuan's eyes, ensuring she did not consider him solely preoccupied with trivial matters, neglecting all else in his thoughts. Chapter 25. A Brazen Conspiracy. Jiang Ping bid farewell to He Qinghuan in a gentle tone, soothing her before she departed. However, upon entering the house, he was immediately struck with shock, as if his very soul had left his body. The portly man, in stark contrast to his supposed injuries, was simply seated upon the bed. "Brother, this is unacceptable. I've provided you with an abundance of red pills. You ought to take them. As I mentioned, with my underlings around, what do you have to fear? I can support you," he lamented. "What a splendid opportunity one just squandered. It seems I missed out on a captivating performance. I can only imagine how fair my sister-in-law's skin must be." At this moment, Jiang Ping once again realized that relatives are indeed true relatives, while he, as an outsider, is genuinely an outsider. It dawned on him that the Ninth Elder's actions were merely a performance for others within the sect, and in the end, he would be cast aside. This was a serious matter. It turned out that he was the true jester all along. Ultimately, The crux of venting one's frustrations lay in his own demise. Once that occurred, the matter would be resolved. At this moment, Jiang Ping approached the corpulent man and, extending his hand, seized Lu Debao's ear. "Tell me," he demanded, "just moments ago, your great-uncle sought to end my life. Why did you not awaken to intervene?" Lu Debao's frustration was palpable. "Look at the state I'm in," he retorted. "How could I possibly get up?" Jiang Ping clearly did not grasp the meaning. As Lu Debao swiftly produced a jade tablet from his bosom, Jiang Ping felt a refreshing chill instantly permeate his being, rejuvenating his internal spiritual energy to a remarkable extent. Jiang Ping gazed at the jade tablet and inquired, "Lu Daba, what is this?" Lu Daba replied, "This is the returning spirit tablet, acquired by my grandfather in the land of the barbarians. As long as my life is not claimed, possessing this jade tablet will swiftly replenish my depleted spiritual energy. And it also possesses formidable healing properties. The returning spirit tablet is a coveted treasure sought after by esteemed alchemists and artisans alike." Jiang Ping's eyes gleamed with greed, for this was the treasure he had long desired. Upon noticing Jiang Ping's gaze, Lu Debao felt a fear that surpassed that of encountering a beautiful woman. With utmost seriousness, he waved the returning spirit token before Jiang Ping a few times, hastily concealing it, and promptly changed the subject. Clearly, he wished to avoid further discussion with Jiang Ping on this matter. Lu Debao then said, "Elder brother, let us speak of matters of significance." Jiang Ping's thoughts were drawn back, and he nodded slightly. Lu Daba looked at Jiang Ping and asked, "Elder brother, do you possess a flying sword?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Ping exclaimed in astonishment, "What on earth is going on, you rotund fellow?" Jiang Ping instantly associated the corpulent figure with the ninth elder's machinations. Lu Daba shook his head, then nodded in affirmation, saying, "Rest assured, my brother. Since I, Lu Daba, have acknowledged you as my elder brother, you shall remain my elder brother for eternity, and I shall never waver in this allegiance." What sort of subordinate would betray his elder brother? Furthermore, I have two matters to discuss with you. First, the ninth elder has encouraged me to grow closer to you, solely to ascertain the origins of your flying sword. He has no intention of seizing it from you, nor does he harbor any desire to do so. At this moment, Jiang Ping gazed at Lu Daba, realizing that this fellow was likely not lying and exhibited a remarkably sincere demeanor. However, Jiang Ping could not bring himself to trust this rotund man. "What about the second matter?" Jiang Ping inquired. Lu Daba then gradually leaned closer to Jiang Ping, revealing, "There is a spy from the blood demon sect within our own sect. When I first arrived at the Yin Yang Hall, I overheard two disciples of considerable standing discussing your affairs. Most importantly, there is a Yuanying elder from the blood demon sect stationed just outside the Yin Yang Hall, poised to act at the slightest opportunity to eliminate you and seize your treasures." Upon hearing this matter, Jiang Ping felt a weight upon his mind. He had anticipated that someone might harbor ill intentions towards him. Yet he never imagined that there would be a formidable old monster in the nascent soul stage watching him closely, intent on his demise and the acquisition of his treasures. This revelation was of utmost importance to Jiang Ping. He turned his gaze towards Lu Daba, pondering their next course of action. Lu Daba widened his eyes in astonishment, as if he were unfamiliar with Jiang Ping. "You ask me, and I ask whom? You are the elder brother, for goodness sake. You should decide. Besides, the flying sword is not mine." At this moment, Jiang Ping fixed his gaze upon Lu Daba, suggesting, "How about we discuss a certain matter?" Lu Daba, with his eyes darting about, discerned that Jiang Ping was certainly up to no good. Nevertheless, he patiently chose to listen. "Daba," Jiang Ping continued, "if Brother Feijin cannot provide protection, then I shall forego it altogether. Why not simply hand it over to your uncle Jiao?" Lu Daba, fully aware that Jiang Ping's intentions were far from altruistic, could not help but smile knowingly. This smile was anticipated by Jiang Ping long before it graced Lu Daba's face. Suddenly, Lu Daba feigned a look of pitiful innocence and said, "Brother, what is that expression in your eyes? Speak plainly. I can handle it." Jiang Ping could no longer concern himself with such matters, nor did he wish to ponder whether Lu Debao had ensnared himself once more. "Debao, I shall exchange my flying sword for your rejuvenation token." Jiang Ping understood that the flying sword was currently ineffective for him. The longer the night, the more dreams it would bring. To be frank, he found himself relying more on a simple wooden stick. The crux of the matter was that Jiang Ping was aware that no matter who possessed the flying sword, it would invariably return to him upon his summons. Thus, relinquishing the flying sword to Debao's great uncle was inconsequential to him, as he could always call it back. However, the spirit recovery token was of utmost importance to him. Each time he practiced the harmony technique in solitude, he would collapse from the depletion of spiritual energy. If he possessed this treasure, he could swiftly replenish his energy. Although Jiang Ping had come to realize that solitary practice of the harmony technique did not embody its essence, he could not guarantee the constant presence of a woman by his side. While solitary practice was somewhat lacking, it still yielded excellent results for body refinement, prompting Jiang Ping's desire to exchange for the spirit recovery token. As Jiang Ping finished speaking, Lu Daba directly placed the spirit return talisman into Jiang Ping's hands, leaving him utterly bewildered. Was there truly no room for negotiation? Why did he feel an unsettling sense of being deceived? "You gluttonous fool. Tell me honestly, did you deliberately allow me to see this talisman? Is your theft of your ninth grandfather's spirit companion merely a performance for my benefit?" Is your primary intention to naturally present this spirit return talisman before me? Jiang Ping inquired. Lu Daba was rendered speechless. He could hardly comprehend how Jiang Ping's mind worked so swiftly, discerning the crux of the matter in an instant. What could Lu Daba possibly say? All he could do was flatter Jiang Ping, exclaiming, "My esteemed elder brother, your brilliance is truly unparalleled, and my admiration for you flows like an unending river." At this moment, Jiang Ping shouted furiously, "Get lost! You shall not think of taking my flying sword in exchange for the spirit token." Lu Daba gazed at the capricious Jiang Ping, rendered speechless, and remarked, "It was you who proposed the exchange, yet now it is also you who refuses to do so." Jiang Ping no longer paid attention to Lu Daba, as he had already ascertained that there were treasures within Lu Daba. He was certain that Lu Daba would increase his stakes. Indeed, at that moment, Lu Daba looked at Jiang Ping and said, "Brother, I will add another soul return talisman. Rest assured, there will never be another soul return talisman in this world. I'll give it all to you. Is that sufficient?" Chapter 26. Once again faced with threats. Jiang Ping could hardly have anticipated that Lu Daba would produce a second soul recovery talisman. Jiang Ping observed and surmised that this was likely the utmost limit of Lu Daba's capabilities. Jiang Ping was not one to hesitate. He swiftly collected the 2 spirit return tokens and then handed the flying sword to Lu Daba. Without a moment's pause, Lu Daba seized the sword and dashed away. Fearing that Jiang Ping might change his mind, he hurried to seek out his 9th grandfather. Jiang Ping, however, paid little attention to these matters. Yet, as Lu Daba was about to leave, he turned back and earnestly said, "Elder brother, do not depart from here. I shall return shortly. My pledge of brotherhood with you is genuine. I truly regard you as my elder brother." Jiang Ping, unwilling to engage in unnecessary chatter, since the flying sword at that moment, he imparted a thought to the sword, assuring it, "I shall reunite with you soon. Endure this brief separation for now." Though the sword appeared to be in the possession of Lu Daba, it seemed intrinsically connected to Jiang Ping's very bloodline. An idea flickered in Jiang Ping's mind, and the flying sword comprehended it instantaneously. After Lu Daba's departure, Jiang Ping found himself alone in his dwelling, his thoughts whirling like a top as he meticulously pondered the current predicament. Previously, Lu Daba had merely overheard that there were high-ranking disciples within the sect who were spies for the Blood Demon sect. Yet he had not even caught a glimpse of their appearances. These 2 traitors surely lurked like ferocious wolves, ceaselessly watching him. Should he dare to step outside the Yin-Yang Hall, he feared he would be devoured to the last bone. Time waits for no man. Jiang Ping yearned increasingly to grow stronger, yet the path to strength was far from simple. At present, he had yet to grasp even the rudiments of foundation establishment. Jiang Ping muttered to himself, his furrowed brows could crush a fly out of sheer distress. At this moment, Jiang Ping had made up his mind. He contemplated that during his discussion with Shenpeiji about the intricacies of life that evening, he must thoroughly reflect on this matter. If it came to it, he would cast aside his pride and humbly beseech Shenpeiji for guidance on how to establish his foundation. More importantly, Jiang Ping was reminded of another consideration. He had originally intended to venture out after solidifying his foundation to seek pathways for self-improvement, aiming to discover those densely clustered blue dots in the search function. Yet, given the current circumstances and his limited abilities, he would surely meet with ruin should he step outside. Just as Jiang Ping was racking his brains over the subsequent matters, the portly Lu Daba returned in a flurry. At this moment, Jiang Ping couldn't bring himself to cast even a glance in his direction, his mind swirling with unease. "I can't shake the feeling that I've suffered a significant loss. This rotund fellow, despite his seemingly dull demeanor, possesses a cunning that surpasses even the most intricate of schemes." Lu Daba leaned closer to Jiang Ping, wearing an expression that suggested he was on the verge of speaking yet hesitated. Jiang Ping squinted his eyes and retorted irritably, "Speak swiftly if you have something to say, and release any gas if you must. I lack the patience for any delays." Lu Daba scratched his head and replied, "Elder Jiao has requested your presence." At this moment, Jiang Ping retorted with irritation, "Look at my frail constitution. Why do you not allow him to meet me?" In truth, Jiang Ping was merely boasting with Lu Daba, for if the 9th elder were present, he would be too frightened to utter such words. Nevertheless, a sense of unease crept into his heart. Could it be that the 9th elder had uncovered some secret regarding the flying sword? As Jiang Ping spoke, he discreetly sensed his surroundings. Though he was quite distant from his treasured flying sword, it felt as if it were intrinsically linked to his very essence. Fortunately, all seemed well. His cherished sword exhibited no signs of distress, indicating that he had not compromised his presence. Yet, what could this old fellow possibly want from him? Observing Jiang Ping's indecisiveness, Lu Daba confidently declared, "Brother, fear not, for I shall accompany you." Jiang Ping inwardly cursed. What use is your presence? You are merely a burden, beaten to a pulp by your great uncle. However, upon reflection, Jiang Ping realized that his absence might prove even more detrimental. That old rascal was merciless. He had previously attempted to throw me to my demise, and it remained uncertain whether that was genuine or feigned. Regardless, the force he exerted was undoubtedly substantial. On this occasion, Lu Daba showed remarkable perception. Noticing Jiang Ping's immobility on the bed, he swiftly grasped Jiang Ping's arms, hoisting him onto his shoulder and making his way toward the door. Jiang Ping was infuriated. If he were to be seen by others, he would surely become the subject of mockery. At this moment, Jiang Ping resembled a half-slab of pork being carried by Lu Debonair. As they hurried towards the residence of the ninth elder, Jiang Ping's heart was in turmoil, akin to the incessant clamor of drums and gongs. At last, he arrived before the door of the ninth elder, taking a deep breath as he steeled himself to be carried in by Lu Daba. There sat the ninth elder, sternly positioned in his chair, his countenance as dark as the bottom of a pot. "Old man, do you understand your crimes?" The ninth elder spoke coldly. Jiang Ping felt a sudden tension in his heart and hurriedly exclaimed, "Elder, I am unaware of any transgression." The ninth elder snorted, "Where did your flying sword come from? Speak the truth." Jiang Ping's mind raced like a stampede of wild horses. As he pondered how to respond, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Elder, this flying sword is an unexpected acquisition of mine." Jiang Ping responded cautiously, his voice trembling slightly, his heart filled with trepidation, fearing that Elder Jiao might, in a moment of displeasure, unleash his wrath upon him. With a sudden bang, Elder Jiao slammed his hand onto the table, the sound reverberating through Jiang Ping's very core. "An accidental gain? Do you take me for a child of 3, easily deceived?" The elder's gaze was as sharp as a sword, seemingly piercing through Jiang Ping, causing a shiver to run down his spine. Jiang Ping hastily elucidated, "Elder, I assure you, I did not deceive you. On that day, while foraging for herbs in the mountains, everything was utterly mundane. I bent low, meticulously searching for precious medicinal plants. As I concentrated on those herbs, I suddenly felt my host strike something solid. Initially, I presumed it to be a mere stone, yet upon excavation, I discovered this enigmatic flying sword. I glanced around, but apart from the rustling of the wind and the chirping of birds, there was not a single soul in sight. Thus, I was momentarily bewitched and seized this sword. Since you, esteemed elder, have taken a liking to this flying sword, please accept it as a token of my respect and reverence for you." Jiang Ping felt a peculiar discomfort when addressing the ninth elder as senior. Despite being a seasoned individual himself, he could not shake the feeling of inferiority, as if he were older than the elder yet still had to lower himself in such a manner. However, acknowledging his lesser status, he could only self-deprecate regarding his unfortunate fate. Upon hearing Jiang Ping's words, the ninth elder squinted, his gaze filled with suspicion and contemplation. He was intensely tempted to delve into Jiang Ping's memories to discern whether the young man was indeed lying. Yet, recalling how Shenpeiji had earlier intervened to save Jiang Ping, he hesitated, realizing that it would not be wise to deliberately create difficulties for him, as it would reflect poorly on the Yinyang Hall's leadership. Meanwhile, standing beside them, Lu Debonair observed the ninth elder and hurriedly interjected, "Grandpa Ninth, my elder brother is certainly not a liar. He is wholly trustworthy." The ninth elder scoffed, "Your mind is muddled. You understand nothing." Chapter 27. My desire for strength. The ninth elder then turned his attention to Jiang Ping, remarking, "This sword is indeed peculiar. It cannot accept blood to recognize its master. This suggests that the sword already has an owner. You, old fellow, summoned the flying sword that day, and it is evident that such a formidable weapon cannot unleash its true power in the hands of someone so inept to withstand an attack from Shuewuhan, the leader of the blood demon sect, indicates that the sword is not truly connected to you. That day was merely a stroke of luck, as the sword possesses its own spirit." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ping nodded vigorously, acknowledging the words of the ninth elder. He understood that, at this moment, compliance was the only means to safeguard his own life. The ninth elder regarded Jiang Ping with an intimidating tone, stating, "This flying sword shall remain here for my thorough examination. Remember, do not mention this matter to Shenpeiji. If I discover that you have sought her out to report me, rest assured, I possess countless methods to make your existence a living torment." Jiang Ping nodded repeatedly, yet his heart was filled with helplessness and frustration. At this moment, he truly felt powerless, unable to mount any resistance. However, he had no intention of discussing this matter with Shenpeiji, for he understood that the flying sword would ultimately land in his own hands. The best course of action now was to leave this place as swiftly as possible. He genuinely wished to avoid any further entanglements with the ninth elder. Nevertheless, Jiang Ping silently vowed to remember the humiliation he endured today, for he was a man of flesh and blood, with dignity. He comprehended that the disgrace he suffered today would one day be repaid tenfold. For now, all he could do was swallow his bitterness, endure, and endure again. Lu Debonair tenderly supported Jiang Ping as they slowly departed from the residence of the ninth elder. At this moment, Jiang Ping was drenched in cold sweat, as if he had just emerged from the depths of a frigid body of water. He felt as though his heart was about to leap out of his throat. If such torment were to recur a few more times, the hard-earned 150 years of life he had gained might be severely compromised, and he feared he would lose countless years. Jiang Ping silently lamented in his heart, feeling that fate had been exceedingly cruel to him. Upon returning to the medicinal garden, Jiang Ping said nothing and turned to leave. Seeing this, Lu Daba hurriedly inquired, "Elder brother, where are you going?" "I shall accompany you." Jiang Ping cast a displeased glare at Lu Daba, exclaiming, "I am looking for your sister-in-law, and you are following me." At this moment, Jiang Ping was overwhelmed with irritation and had no inclination to engage with Lu Daba. However, Lu Daba remained unfazed, offering Jiang Ping a radiant smile. Brother, remember? Do not skimp on the red pills for your younger brother. Brother, rise up. Jiang Ping was seething with anger, yearning to seize a branch and deliver a thorough beating to Lu Daba. Yet, realizing that he was truly no match for the hefty fellow, he could only suppress his fury and storm away in indignation. Jiang Ping meandered away from the medicinal garden, making his way directly to Shenpeiji's residence. He did not intend to relay the events of the day at Elder Jiu's to Shenpeiji, for he understood that relying on her for every resolution would undermine his own manhood. Even as an older gentleman, one must possess a sense of dignity and responsibility. What pleased Jiang Ping immensely was the subtle transformation he had experienced since acquiring the 2 rejuvenation talismans that continuously nourished his being. And he felt as though he could bid farewell to his cane forever, no longer dependent on external aids, shuffling along like an ailing old man. Although he had yet to reach a state of vigorous agility, his pace had undeniably quickened, his steps growing increasingly light, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of ease. Along the way, he encountered numerous disciples, all of whom greeted him warmly. They noted the change in Jiang Ping. He appeared more invigorated, as if he had been infused with a newfound vitality. Jiang Ping required no announcement whatsoever. He directly entered the residence of Shenpeiji. Upon his arrival, he discovered Shenpeiji seated gracefully, as though she had been anticipating his presence. In truth, even before Jiang Ping set foot in this place, Shenpeiji had sensed his aura. She was aware that he would inevitably seek her out, albeit she had not anticipated his arrival would be so prompt. A subtle sweetness stirred within her heart. Although she was a woman, she relished the sentiment of being remembered, despite Jiang Ping being deemed inconsequential by the masses. Nearly an unremarkable old man, it was this seemingly plain figure who, at a critical moment when her life was under threat, stepped forth to shield her from the lethal strike of Shui Wuan, affording her a moment to breathe and ultimately enabling her to retaliate. As Shenpeiji gazed upon Jiang Ping, a gentle smile graced her lips, its curve reminiscent of blossoms unfurling in the warmth of spring, while her eyes shimmered with a tenderness capable of melting hearts. You have arrived, she murmured softly, her voice akin to a babbling brook in the mountains, flowing with grace. Jiang Ping nodded solemnly and strode resolutely to stand before Shenpeiji. What brings you to seek me today? Inquired Shenpeiji, her voice laced with a subtle note of happiness. Jiang Ping, however, revealed a look of eager desire and urgently inquired, what is the matter? Are you not aware? In an instant, Shenpeiji's face turned a deep crimson. Although they were alone, such candid words left her unable to maintain her usual composure. Her heart raced like a startled fawn, a blend of shyness intermingled with a hint of playful reproach. Jiang Ping gazed at Shenpeiji's bashful demeanor, unable to suppress the involuntary swallow that rolled in his throat, a flicker of fervor igniting in his eyes. However, he abruptly shifted the tone of the conversation, his expression turning grave and solemn, as he earnestly addressed Shenpeiji. I wish to establish my foundation. Do you possess any effective methods to expedite this process? Shenpeiji found herself momentarily at a loss for words, taken aback by Jiang Ping's unexpected transition. What had begun as an anticipation of romantic musings was abruptly disrupted by his pragmatic inquiry. Nevertheless, she quickly regained her composure, understanding Jiang Ping's perspective. After all, throughout their journey together, Jiang Ping's prowess had seemingly remained stagnant in the eyes of others. Furthermore, she had not truly paid attention to his cultivation progress in the past. However, since their relationship had blossomed, Jiang Ping's dedication and diligence in his cultivation had left a profound impression on Shenpeiji. It is worth noting that Jiang Ping was no longer a youth. Achieving the 9th level of the Qi refinement stage in such a brief span was indeed remarkable, a feat that even some exceptionally gifted young disciples could scarcely match. Now, as she regarded Jiang Ping, her gaze was calm and gentle, and she spoke softly. The essence of establishing a foundation lies in the genuine transition from an ordinary mortal to the path of immortality. The Qi refinement stage merely involves channeling spiritual energy into the body, refining the meridians and bones. Upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, the body will instinctively absorb the surrounding heavenly and earthly spiritual energy, further tempering the physical form and nurturing oneself at any given moment. Moreover, upon attaining this stage, certain spells may be cultivated. Jiang Ping listened intently, his brow slightly furrowed. In truth, he was not entirely ignorant of these principles. He was merely eager to swiftly enter the foundation building stage, even if it meant hastily forcing growth. However, it was evident that Shenpeiji did not support such a reckless notion. The path of cultivation resembled rowing against the current. Without progress, one inevitably regresses. Forcing growth would only result in an unstable foundation. Moreover, given Jiang Ping's current physical condition, it was indeed a bit premature to pursue foundation building. He should remain at the 9th layer of the Qi refining stage, further strengthening his physical body so that his chances of success in foundation building would significantly increase. Coupled with the use of a foundation building pill, his efforts would yield remarkable results. After listening to Shenpeiji's explanation, Jiang Ping felt a sense of reluctance but understood the reasoning behind it. Many things cannot be rushed, He merely yearned to grow more swiftly and possess the strength to face the myriad challenges and crises of the world. It seemed that the method of forcing growth was not a viable option. At this moment, Jiang Ping no longer dwelled on the matter of foundation building. He thought to himself, one must seize the joys of life while they last. It was time to relish the delightful moments shared with Shinpeiji. Chapter 28. Dual cultivation and foundation building. Jiang Ping gently drew Shinpeiji into his embrace, whispering softly in her ear, Peiji, since we shall not discuss cultivation at this moment, why not take a respite? Shinpeiji playfully tapped Jiang Ping's chest, her cheeks flushed like the dawn. Yet, her gaze brimmed with anticipation and consent. Jiang Ping, perplexed by the sudden surge of strength, effortlessly lifted Shinpeiji into his arms and gradually made his way toward the bed, where the drapes hung softly. And the candlelight flickered gently. Jiang Ping gently removed Shinpeiji's garments, revealing her skin, which glimmered with an enchanting luster under the candlelight, akin to the finest mutton fat jade. Shinpeiji slightly closed her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering delicately, while her crimson lips parted, exhaling a breath as fragrant as orchids. Jiang Ping shed his garments and embraced Shinpeiji closely. Their bodies were intimately intertwined, skin against skin, as their temperatures melded together. The rhythm of their heartbeats seemed to compose a beautiful symphony. Jiang Ping's hand gently glided over Shinpeiji's body, each caress imbued with boundless affection and tenderness. Shinpeiji let out a soft moan, her hands encircling Jiang Ping's neck, bringing her lips closer to his. Their kiss was fervent and lingering, as if they sought to fuse their souls into one. Amidst this gentle embrace, their breaths grew increasingly hurried, and the warmth of their bodies escalated. Jiang Ping gently explored Shinpeiji's body, and though she furrowed her brow slightly, a look of satisfaction graced her features. Their pace quickened from a gentle rhythm to an urgent crescendo, their breaths intertwining to create a captivating melody. The room was suffused with an atmosphere of intimacy and fervor. Time seemed to lose all meaning as the two lay entwined in each other's embrace. Jiang Ping gently caressed Shinpeiji's flowing hair and softly remarked, Peiji, at times, I feel as though being with you is akin to a dream. In truth, Shinpeiji herself often felt that becoming a dual cultivation partner with this seemingly ordinary man was nothing short of a surreal dream. In the bygone days, the suitors who pursued her and cast secret glances her way were as numerous as the stars in the sky, so many that she had long since lost count. Yet here she was, inexplicably entwined with this older gentleman in a partnership of dual cultivation, a true jest of fate. Countless silent nights had found her pondering how she had arrived at this juncture. Those youthful, handsome, and exceptionally talented admirers had left her unmoved, while she had fortuitously forged this peculiar bond with him. Perhaps it was his valiant courage that surfaced at pivotal moments. Perhaps it was the sincerity and dedication that he inadvertently revealed in his daily demeanor, or perhaps it was an inscrutable destiny that guided them together. Shinpeiji's heart brimmed with contradictions, entanglements, and a sense of nostalgia. On one hand, she found the evolution of their relationship somewhat incredulous, as if everything had transcended her expectations and control. On the other hand, in her interactions with Jiang Ping, she gradually experienced an unprecedented sense of security and warmth. This intricate web of emotions left her at times bewildered and at other times entranced, unsure of how to navigate this unique affection. With a gentle sigh, Shinpeiji's gaze softened. She looked upon Jiang Ping's visage, a ripple of sentiment stirring within her. Memories of their moments together flooded her mind, those ordinary yet heartwarming instances. She recognized that while Jiang Ping may not possess the striking appearance or extraordinary gifts of her previous suitors, he held within him a heart of unparalleled sincerity. In this world rife with deceit and treachery, such authenticity was indeed a rarity. A faint smile graced her lips as she slightly pursed them. Jiang Ping once again pressed his lips against Shinpeiji's crimson mouth, for the recent mutual cultivation had proven to be immensely beneficial to him. Jiang Ping distinctly sensed the glimmer of hope for foundation establishment. Throughout the flow of spiritual energy, he experienced an unprecedented exhilaration, devoid of any fatigue. Instead, he felt invigorated and radiant. After careful contemplation, he concluded that Shinpeiji's profound abilities, which surpassed his own, significantly enhanced his cultivation through their dual practice. However, there was another pivotal factor, the two spirit recovery tokens. He could keenly perceive the continuous absorption of spiritual energy emanating from them, even sensing the miraculous transformations occurring within his meridians and bones. At that moment, Jiang Ping slowly withdrew his lips from Shinpeiji's jade-like petals. Under her tender gaze, he swiftly produced a jade vial. Shinpeiji playfully scolded him, exclaiming, shameless, as she assumed this old fellow was about to indiscriminately consume another red pill. Yet, when she beheld the elixir Jiang Ping poured out, confusion washed over her face, leaving her perplexed as to the meaning behind his actions. Without any hesitation, Jiang Ping disregarded Shinpeiji's opinion and directly consumed the foundation-building pill. The elixir almost dissolved upon entry, instantaneously transforming into an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Ping activated the dual cultivation technique once more. In an instant, a torrent of spiritual force surged forth like a wild stallion, recklessly racing along the predetermined path of Jiang Ping's energy circulation within his body, and then it surged straight into Shinpeiji's being. This formidable power astonished Shinpeiji, who inwardly pondered, what is this old fool attempting? Does he dare to attempt foundation building through dual cultivation? It is utterly insane. Having served as the sect leader for many years, she had never encountered such an extraordinary method. She was acutely aware that Jiang Ping was indeed playing with fire. Yet the current situation was irrevocably set in motion, leaving her no choice but to comply unconditionally and exert her utmost effort. As this tremendous force traversed Shinpeiji's body, it grew even more potent. When it re-entered Jiang Ping's form, he gritted his teeth tightly, feeling the immense power surge through his limbs and bones like a crashing tidal wave. Jiang Ping felt as though his entire body was on the verge of bursting under the immense power surging within him. Every inch of his skin and every sinew was subjected to overwhelming pressure. Beads of sweat, as large as mung beans, rolled down his forehead and fell directly onto Shinpeiji's cheek. His complexion turned a deep crimson, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Shinpeiji, in a state of frantic urgency, summoned all her spiritual energy in an effort to assist Jiang Ping in channeling and controlling the rampant force. Jiang Ping, you must endure, she silently prayed in her heart. Jiang Ping endured the excruciating pain, his heart steadfastly clinging to a singular conviction. He must successfully establish his foundation. He concentrated his mind, guiding this tumultuous force to flow harmoniously through his meridians. Gradually, that ferocious energy began to soften, gently assimilating into his being, nourishing his meridians and bones. Jiang Ping felt as though his body was undergoing a profound transformation. At that moment, a sudden, clear sound resonated within him, reminiscent of shackles being shattered. A surge of joy filled his heart as he realized he had finally succeeded in establishing his foundation. Peiji, I have succeeded, Jiang Ping exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with exhilaration. Shinpeiji let out a long sigh of relief, a look of satisfaction gracing her face. Congratulations, Jiang Ping. Chapter 29. For Jiang Ping, anything is possible. Shinpeiji was utterly astonished by Jiang Ping's actions. How could this be? The events unfolding with this elderly man were always so unexpected. Could dual cultivation truly lead to the establishment of a foundation? This notion completely upended her previous understanding. At this moment, while Jiang Ping had successfully established his foundation, his body resembled parched earth, desperately in need of abundant spiritual energy to replenish itself. Jiang Ping resembled a frenzied old bull, tirelessly demanding more. Shinpeiji could hardly fathom that this old fellow, after establishing his foundation, seemed to have undergone a transformative rebirth. She distinctly sensed that Jiang Ping's vitality had undergone a radical metamorphosis. Although his hair remained as silver as snow, his skin appeared noticeably more refined than before. Most crucially, Shinpeiji found herself contemplating retreat, even entertaining thoughts of escape. She was utterly unable to comprehend how this old man could possess such astonishing stamina. Throughout this ordeal, she had kept a vigilant eye on Jiang Ping, convinced that he had not touched the red pill. Yet, the passage of time felt interminable, and she was beginning to struggle under the weight of it all. Meanwhile, Jiang Ping was entirely absorbed in his cultivation, oblivious to Shinpeiji's predicament. As a formidable master at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, Shinpeiji was undoubtedly an exceptional dual cultivation partner for Jiang Ping, possessing not only great strength, but also a body of pure water spirit. At this moment, she too noticed subtle changes in her own aura. She could distinctly feel her water spirit body moving towards perfection. This was something she had once never dared to dream of, but now, the reality lay before her, igniting her excitement. At her level of cultivation, further advancement seemed nearly insurmountable. Without an extraordinary opportunity, it was likely that Shinpeiji would remain stagnant for the rest of her life. However, today, Jiang Ping's continued dual cultivation with her after establishing his foundation rekindled the flicker of hope within her to elevate her strength to a new realm. Although daunting, Shinpeiji felt it was not entirely impossible. If the timing was right, all would hold promise. Just as Shinpeiji's thoughts raced, a sudden surge of powerful attraction emanated from Jiang Ping, causing her internal spiritual energy to rush towards him like a breached dam. Jiang Ping, you must stop, Shinpeiji could not help but exclaim. Yet Jiang Ping seemed impervious to her words, remaining lost in the fervor of his cultivation. Shinpeiji gritted her teeth, struggling against the force of attraction, beads of sweat pouring down her forehead as her complexion gradually paled. Internally, she lamented that if this continued, she might very well be drained of her spiritual energy by Jiang Ping. Just as despair threatened to engulf her, the force emanating from Jiang Ping suddenly weakened, and he slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of brilliance illuminating them. Peiji, thank you. Jiang Ping's voice carried a hint of fatigue, but more so, it resonated with excitement. Shinpeiji let out a sigh of relief, collapsing beside him, and reproached, you old fellow, you nearly took my life. Jiang Ping, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head and admitted that he had not anticipated such an outcome. However, he acknowledged the considerable gains from this cultivation session. At that moment, the fluctuations of spiritual energy within the room gradually subsided, leading both individuals into a brief silence. After a while, Shinpeiji sat up, her expression serious, and remarked, Jiang Ping, Although this mutual cultivation has proven beneficial for both of us, this method of training is exceedingly perilous, and we must never act so recklessly in the future. Jiang Ping nodded solemnly, acknowledging his impulsiveness this time. What are your plans moving forward? Shen Peizhi inquired. Jiang Ping gently caressed Shen Peizhi's cheek, and then said, Peizhi, I had initially intended to venture out for experience after establishing my foundation. Yet, he swallowed the latter part of his thought, refraining from expressing his desire to explore the world and seek other women. Jiang Ping's heart was as clear as a mirror. If he were to utter such words, Shen Peizhi would surely flay him alive. Even if he were to have other women in the future, he would need to allow Shen Peizhi to gradually come to terms with it, requiring a process of gentle acclimatization. Upon hearing this, Shen Peizhi's delicate brows furrowed, and she inquired, what is your intention in going out? Jiang Ping hastily explained, I seek to discover an opportunity for breakthrough. Since my arrival at the Yinyang Palace, I have never ventured down the mountain. This time, I yearn to step outside in my lifetime, to explore and behold the true nature of the world beyond. Jiang Ping paused momentarily before continuing. However, Peizhi, I now find myself hesitant to leave the Yinyang Pavilion lightly. I have received credible intelligence that a certain elder from the Blood Demon sect has been lurking outside the pavilion, keeping a watchful eye on me. More critically, within our Yinyang Pavilion, there are two highly esteemed disciples who are traitors in league with the Blood Demon sect, perpetually monitoring my every move. The moment I step outside the pavilion, that elder would strike me down instantly, primarily motivated by the desire to seize the flying sword I possess. This information is something that Shen Peizhi was utterly unaware of. Upon hearing Jiang Ping speak of the threats to his life, a fierce killing intent surged within Shen Peizhi's eyes. Those who dare to harm her, or Jiang Ping, have undoubtedly provoked her deepest rage. At that moment, she yearned to lead the sect in an immediate assault on the Blood Demon sect, determined to eradicate those remnants completely. It is crucial to remember that Blood Wuhan had already sustained injuries. To take advantage of his weakness and seek his demise was a truth Shen Peizhi fully comprehended. Jiang Ping had never truly contemplated having Shen Peizhi eradicate the Blood Demon sect. The conflicts between sects often resulted in severe injuries and could leave lasting scars, taking an extended period to recover. He would not allow his personal affairs to ensnare his beloved in a predicament. When he spoke such words to Shen Peizhi, his sole intention was to eliminate the external elders who posed a threat, as well as to eradicate all traitors within the sect. This way, when he departed from the Yinyang Hall, he could do so with peace of mind. Jiang Ping is currently reluctant to depart the Yinyang Palace alone, for thoughts of Lu Debo linger in his mind. With this companion by his side, he is certain that navigating the martial world poses no challenge. To put it bluntly, Lu Debo's experience in traversing the realms of martial arts far surpasses his own by 100-fold. Shen Peizhi cast an undeniably reassuring glance at Jiang Ping and declared, I shall discreetly investigate the traitor within the Yinyang Palace tomorrow. As for that elder of the Blood Demon sect, you need not worry. His demise is assured. Jiang Ping gazed at Shen Peizhi, a warm sensation surging within him. Shen Peizhi cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Ping. For reasons unbeknownst to her, her heart brimmed with joy whenever she assisted him. After Jiang Ping's departure, Shen Peizhi swiftly donned her garments, her form flickering as she vanished from the Grand Hall, only to reappear outside the Yinyang Hall. The direction she pursued was indeed near the area Jiang Ping had mentioned, where the elder of the Blood Demon sect might be lurking. Concealed within the void, she extended her spiritual awareness, meticulously probing every nook and cranny that might harbor a hidden presence. However, this investigation caused her brow to furrow slightly. She discovered numerous disciples of the Yinyang Hall, all of whom were the most trusted individuals under the elder's tutelage. After a moment's contemplation, Shen Peizhi surmised the reason. These individuals were likely drawn by the enchanted sword in Jiang Ping's possession. Yet, among them, she suspected there were spies. In this moment, Shen Peizhi refrained from acting recklessly against them, well aware that spies would inevitably reveal their true colors. They must convey information outward, and she continued her meticulous scrutiny. Her sole intention was to locate the Blood Demon sect elder Jiang Ping had spoken of, yet this time, Shen Peizhi met with failure. It remained uncertain whether the individual had already vacated the premises or possessed a treasure that concealed their presence. Regardless, Shen Peizhi detected no trace of them. Subsequently, she flickered again, returning to her abode. She summoned two trusted disciples and conveyed a message to them. Upon receiving her command, the two disciples departed hastily. Shen Peizhi was determined to conduct a thorough investigation of the Yinyang Hall. She aimed not only to scrutinize the disciples, but also to assess whether any elders harbored ulterior motives. Should such be the case, Shen Peizhi would not hesitate to execute a swift and decisive action, eliminating all who bore treachery in their hearts. The atmosphere of the Yinyang Hall indeed required a transformation, and the root of all this turmoil lay with Jiang Ping. Chapter 30. The tension mounts. 2 days later, the two disciples dispatched by Shen Peizhi rushed back, their expressions grave. Master, they reported, after our thorough investigation, we have identified two highly suspicious disciples, Zhuo Qingliang and Wu Changjun. Both direct prot GS of Elder Xiao Fenglai from our enforcement hall. Shun Peiji sat in her chair, her gaze sharp as a blade, fixated upon the two disciples below. The pair appeared somewhat flustered, prompting Shun Peiji to snort coldly and inquire, "Is there something you have yet to report to me?" The disciples exchanged glances, stammering. Reporting to the master, Zhuoqing Liang and Wu Changjun were seen in our sect's forbidden area. As these words left their lips, Shun Peiji sprang to her feet, alarmed. The forbidden area of the Yinyang Hall was strictly off-limits, accessible only to the next master for training and breakthrough. At that moment, someone was indeed cultivating within the forbidden zone, Lin Miaoying. Shun Peiji's mind raced. These two disciples had ventured into the forbidden area? She glared at the two disciples again. Her voice stern. What were they doing in the forbidden area? The disciples, cowed by her authority, glanced at one another before hesitantly responding, reporting to the master. We did not observe any improper conduct from them in the forbidden area. They remained there quietly without any notable activity. Nevertheless, they relayed everything they had witnessed to Shun Peiji. Upon hearing their account, a bold idea began to form in her mind. Perhaps the elder of the blood demon sect lurking outside, awaiting Jiang Ping, was merely a diversion to draw attention away, while the true target was Lin Miaoying, the heir to the next master of the Yinyang Hall. As this realization dawned on Shun Peiji, her fury ignited. How vicious were the schemes of the blood demon sect? She began to reflect. Had she been too patient for too long? By refraining from action, had she allowed the blood demon sect to grow audacious, setting their sights on the next master of the Yinyang Hall? This was an attempt to sever the foundations of the Yinyang sect. If the blood demon sect succeeded, what hope would remain for the Yinyang sect? With this thought weighing heavily on her, Shun Peiji slowly resumed her seat, her expression darkening as if it could drip water. Initially, she had intended to avoid a bloodbath for the sake of the Yinyang sect's interests. Any conflict would undoubtedly weaken the sect's strength, necessitating a prolonged period of recuperation. Yet, the blood demon sect's treachery left her no choice. If she did not act now, and they succeeded in harming Lin Miaoying, what face would she have left to live with? Additionally, Lin Miaoying was Jiang Ping's childhood companion. If anything befell her, Shun Peiji would never forgive herself, and Jiang Ping would surely harbor resentment against her. Resolving herself in this moment, Shun Peiji waved her hand, dismissing the two disciples. Then, like a flash of lightning, she surged towards the forbidden area. Her spiritual awareness expanded, and she quickly detected the presences of Zhuoqing Liang and Wu Changjun. At that moment, the two disciples had not anticipated Shun Peiji would come in person, nor did they understand how they had been exposed. Upon reaching them, Shun Peiji swiftly seized control of their bodies. She cast a fleeting glance at Zhuoqing Liang, who, along with his companion, appeared utterly pale, trembling uncontrollably, their eyelashes quivering in terror. In their fright, they involuntarily released a stream of foul liquid, the stench permeating the air, causing Shun Peiji's brow to furrow. Disdain filled her heart. She thought only Jiang Ping could be deemed a true man among men, for these youths, despite their tender years, exhibited no sense of responsibility or courage. What use were they to the Yinyang Hall? Without a moment's hesitation, Shun Peiji pressed her finger against Zhuoqing Liang's forehead. Instantly, a torrent of memories flooded her mind, which she scrutinized meticulously. With clarity now attained, she extended her fingers once more, touching Wu Changjun's brow. Similarly, she gleaned every detail of Wu Changjun's memories. Once she had extracted their memories, Shun Peiji wasted no time. She thrust her hand forward, sending the two flying. As they soared through the air, Shun Peiji again extended her palm. In the void, a colossal hand materialized, descending swiftly. Boom. The two individuals were utterly crushed, their lives extinguished beyond revival. It turned out that after delving into their memories, Shun Peiji had completely validated her suspicions. They were not merely observing Jiang Ping's every move, nor were they acting under the orders of the external Yuan Ing elder monitoring him. Rather, their primary objective was to directly connect with Shui Wuhan, the leader of the blood demon sect. However, just as Shun Peiji was about to probe deeper into their memories, she sensed someone had tampered with their consciousness. Not by altering their memories, but by erasing a portion of them. Their true purpose was to ascertain whether any formidable protections or restrictions existed in this forbidden area. Once they identified the presence or absence of such barriers, their mission would be complete upon reporting back to Shui Wuhan. Yet, as Zhuoqing Liang and Wu Changjun fell to Shun Peiji's blade, a figure sat cross-legged in a cave over 1,000 miles away, recovering his strength. Suddenly, he coughed up blood. This individual was Shui Wuhan, his eyes gleaming with crimson light as he seethed. Very well, Shun Peiji, you have my respect. The day I regain my power will be the day of your sect's annihilation. After dispatching Zhuoqing Liang and Wu Changjun, Shun Peiji moved like lightning, swiftly returning to the Yinyang Palace. She understood that since Shui Wuhan had begun to act, he would not relent easily. Her expression grave. She urgently summoned the elders of the palace to deliberate on countermeasures. Once all the elders had gathered in the great hall, Shun Peiji waved her hand, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy that sealed the hall tightly to prevent eavesdropping. With piercing eyes, she scrutinized the elders below, who exchanged confused glances, utterly unaware of the grave matters that had transpired to warrant such caution from Shinpeiji. Chapter 31. The onset of war. Shinpeiji recounted the events leading to the demise of Zhua Qingliang and Wu Changjun in meticulous detail. In unison, the gazes of the gathered elders fell upon a middle-aged cultivator, Elder Xiao Fenlai of the Law Enforcement Hall. Shinpeiji fixed her gaze upon Xiao Fenlai, but he remained unfazed, as if the matter bore no relation to him. However, his nonchalance only deepened Shinpeiji's conviction that he must know of his two disciples' schemes, and might even be a spy planted by Shui Wuhan within the Yinyang Palace. At that moment, a diminutive elder stepped forward, approaching Xiao Fenlai directly. Elder Xiao, speak up. What is the truth? The speaker was the ninth elder, the late chubby fellow's grandfather. Xiao Fenlai regarded the ninth elder, maintaining his calm demeanor. What do you mean, ninth elder? The ninth elder snorted. Xiao Fenlai, your acting skills are truly top-notch. Your two direct disciples have encountered trouble, and you claim to be unaware? I find that hard to believe. Thus, you must be an insider for Shui Wuhan. Xiao Fenlai felt deeply humiliated and retorted angrily. You speak nonsense. The issues with my two disciples reflect my negligence as a mentor, and they were entirely coerced by villains. What connection does that have with me as their teacher? Despite his eloquent defense, no one present believed in his innocence. As Xiao Fenlai raised his gaze to Shinpeiji, seated at the head of the hall, he clasped his fists and declared, Master, I have grown up in the Yinyang Palace since childhood. While I cannot claim great merit, I have toiled for this place. Having cultivated for over a century, I have never contemplated betrayal, nor have I ever wished to be anyone's lackey. My heart belongs solely to the Yinyang Palace. As Shinpeiji listened, her fingers unconsciously drummed lightly on the armrest beside her. She reflected deeply, for she possessed no concrete evidence to prove Xiao Fenlai's collusion with the blood demon sect. Before she could speak, the ninth elder erupted into laughter. Xiao Fenlai, you truly are a fool who refuses to see the truth until it is too late. Dare you let me search your memories? Xiao Fenlai glared at the ninth elder, saying, Do not presume that your superior strength grants you the right to act as you please within the Yinyang Palace. This is an insult to me. Moreover, searching someone else's memories can lead to irreversible brain damage. How could I permit you to do such a thing? The ninth elder laughed heartily. You are merely revealing your guilt. Are you not aware of my prowess? Even if I were to scour your consciousness, I assure you your mind would remain unharmed. So, will you allow me to search or not? The ninth elder's stance was resolute, showing no sign of retreat. At this moment, Xiao Fenlai's expression subtly shifted. Though it was but an instant, the elders of the Yinyang Palace, ever vigilant, caught the slight change. In that fleeting moment, the majority had already concluded with absolute certainty that Xiao Fenlai was indeed entangled with the blood demon sect. It appeared that this man was destined to lose his life today. The most pressing concern was that the ninth elder was now too close. Should he make a move, there would be no chance for Xiao Fenlai to evade the ninth elder's thunderous strike. Their strength was worlds apart, with the ninth elder having reached the late yuaning stage, while Xiao Fenlai had only just entered the yuaning stage. Sweat beaded on Xiao Fenlai's forehead, and the instant he began to perspire, the ninth elder sprang into action. He did not wait for Shinpeiji's command. Instead, he drew forth Jiang Ping's flying sword with blinding speed, plunging it directly into Xiao Fenlai's heart. A scream escaped Xiao Fenlai's lips as his mortal frame was irrevocably destroyed. His heart pierced mercilessly. Upon entering the yuaning stage, every individual would possess a yuaning that mirrored their life form. As long as the yuaning persisted, the individual would not truly perish. Yet, how could his yuaning escape the ninth elder's grasp? Elder Jiao had been eagerly awaiting this opportunity. The moment the yuaning of Xiao Fenlai emerged, Elder Jiao swiftly locked onto it and grasped it in his hand. At that moment, he did not delve into the memories of Xiao Fenlai's yuaning. Instead, he took a few steps forward and presented Xiao Fenlai's yuaning directly to Shinpeiji. Shinpeiji was acutely aware of Elder Jiao's intentions. He was exceedingly clever and would never act independently of her. Thus, the crucial task of extracting Xiao Fenlai's memories naturally fell to her. Upon refining Xiao Fenlai's memories, Shinpeiji was nearly propelled into a fit of rage. It turned out that Xiao Fenlai was originally a disciple of the blood demon sect, who had been instructed by Shui Wuhan in his youth to join the Yinyang Hall, all with the ulterior motive of becoming a pawn for Shui Wuhan, capable of delivering a fatal blow to the Yinyang Hall at a critical moment. However, Shui Wuhan could never have anticipated that the vital thread he had woven into the Yinyang Hall would be severed by Shinpeiji. In a fit of fury, Shinpeiji tightly gripped Xiao Fenlai's yuaning, and with a resounding bang, it shattered instantaneously, leaving Xiao Fenlai utterly devoid of a soul, with no hope of resurrection. At that moment, every gaze in the hall, including Shinpeiji's, was fixated on Elder Jiao. The other elders, too, refrained from inquiring about the information Shinpeiji had gleaned from Xiao Fenlai's consciousness. Instead, their eyes were glued to the flying sword that Elder Jiao had previously produced. Shenpeiji had not anticipated that her husband Jiang Ping's flying sword would ultimately fall into Elder Jiu's hands. In her heart, Shenpeiji mused whether Elder Jiu had employed threats or temptations to acquire Jiang Ping's sword. The other elders did not attempt to conceal their covetousness. Such a formidable weapon, placed before anyone, was impossible to refuse, yet it had fortuitously landed in Elder Jiu's grasp. Although they were filled with desire, they were acutely aware of their inferiority to Elder Jiu and could only silently swallow their frustration. Ultimately, in the realm of cultivation, strength would always prevail. Chapter 32. Preparations for war. At this moment, Shenpeiji had no time to debate these matters with Elder Jiu. Her gaze sharpened as she addressed the gathered elders sternly, declaring, "I am prepared to wage war against the Blood Demon sect. I wonder how you esteemed elders feel about this?" All the elders exchanged glances, each lost in contemplation. Though they were elders of the Inyang Hall, some, having aged, regarded cultivation as their primary goal and were deeply averse to matters of life and death. However, at this juncture, Elder Jiu rose decisively, proclaiming, "The sect leader speaks truly. At this moment, if we do not confront the Blood Demon sect, once they regain their strength, how could they show mercy to our Inyang Hall? They would wish to expel us from the Tianfa mountain range entirely. Therefore, it is imperative that we take advantage of Shui Wuhan's grievous injuries to eradicate this malignant tumor, the Blood Demon sect. This way, not only will our strength increase, but we shall also expand our territory. Most importantly, let us not forget that even if we refrain from striking the Blood Demon sect now, they will undoubtedly attack our Inyang Hall within 3 years. What manner of person is Shui Wuhan? You all should be well aware. He is vengeful and harbors long-standing envy towards our Inyang Hall. This war is utterly unavoidable." Elder Jiu presented his arguments with both emotional appeal and logical reasoning, laying all the facts bare without concealment. The gathered elders understood the truth in his words. Yet, few were willing to instigate a sect war, especially against a formidable adversary like the Blood Demon sect. One misstep could lead to their demise. Suddenly, Shenpeiji stood up, asserting, "Elder Jiu is correct. Even if we do not strike first, Shui Wuhan will surely retaliate against our Inyang Hall with lethal intent. The situation then will be far worse than it is now. Therefore, I intend to take advantage of his weakness to claim his life." The elders below knew that nothing could alter the course of events now and resignedly nodded in agreement. Shenpeiji simply declared, "All elders, prepare to set out for the Blood Demon sect in 1 day." Upon hearing this command, the elders' eyes widened in astonishment. They had not anticipated such an urgent order from Shenpeiji. They knew that preparing for battle typically required at least 10 days. Yet, Shenpeiji had set a mere day for preparations. After all, she was the sect leader, and they had no choice but to comply with her directive. Elder Jiu nodded in satisfaction, believing Shenpeiji's decision to be wise. It was essential to act swiftly, for who could predict what changes the Blood Demon sect might undergo in 10 days? Thus, it is by striking unexpectedly and with lightning speed that the Blood Demon sect must be subdued. Only in this manner can the losses of the Inyang Palace be minimized. Although the elders harbored their grievances, they could only resign themselves to preparing as per Shenpeiji's orders. Upon exiting the Grand Hall, Shenpeiji's expression was resolute as she commanded the activation of the protective array. She understood that this was a pivotal moment and that all potential adverse situations must be eradicated. At this juncture, she would not allow even a whisper of information to escape. All disciples of the Inyang Palace widened their eyes, gazing at the resplendent layer of light forming above. When this mysterious and powerful illumination emerged, they realized that the Inyang Palace was on the brink of a significant event. At that moment, Shenpeiji's figure flickered, akin to a meteor slicing through the void, as she soared towards the exit of the hall. She was not in search of Jiang Ping, but rather to confront the Blood Demon sect elder lurking outside the Inyang Palace. Previously, Shenpeiji had failed to locate his whereabouts, but now, with the protective array activated, she was convinced that it would compel that individual to reveal himself. As Shenpeiji flew beyond the confines of the Inyang Palace, her gaze swiftly caught sight of a formidable figure rapidly retreating into the distance. A cold smile graced her lips, for she was certain that this individual was a cultivator at the nascent soul stage. Without hesitation, she raised her fingers to her lips and silently chanted a spell. In an instant, 3 gleaming swords emerged, encircling her in a dazzling display, reminiscent of 3 vibrant rivers of stars. This was the renowned technique, 3 flowers stand tall, for which Shenpeiji was famed. With a sudden gesture, she pointed towards the fleeing nascent soul cultivator. The 3 swords, akin to agile serpents, swiftly locked onto their target. The cultivator, sensing a menacing sound from behind, was startled, realizing the imminent danger. When he turned to look, he gasped in shock. Not only did he see the 3 swords radiating a terrifying aura, but he also recognized Shenpeiji, a formidable opponent of perfected nascent soul cultivation, while he himself was merely at the nascent stage. There was no hope of matching her strength. His only option was to flee. However, he had not exerted his full strength during his flight, which allowed Shenpeiji to close the distance. Now, attempting to escape, it was already too late. Shenpeiji would not permit an easy escape. The three swords shot forth in unison, darting in three different directions. Their speed was akin to lightning streaking across the night sky, surpassing the fleeing cultivator. In a swift maneuver, the swords redirected, sealing off his path of escape. Retreat was no longer an option. Moreover, Shen Peiji had already closed within 50 meters of him. She uttered no words nor sought conversation. Her singular intent was to eliminate him, ensuring he could not convey news of the protective array's activation to Bloodwooen. The three swords converged, poised to strike from various angles. In that fleeting moment, they crossed past him, shredding his garments and leaving three deep gashes upon his body, from which blood flowed profusely. This was merely the beginning, as Shen Peiji continued to manipulate the swords, launching successive attacks from different directions. The cultivator, now armed with a sword of his own, desperately attempted to parry the onslaught. Yet, the three swords seemed to possess a sentience, each strike targeting his vital points. As they attacked simultaneously, he found himself overwhelmed. Unable to focus on both offense and defense, his anxiety mounting. He yearned to escape, yet every attempt met with futility. The three swords offered him no respite. And with Shen Peiji, a consummate master, standing before him, his chances of fleeing were slim. Realizing that fate may seal his doom this day, he frantically contemplated an escape plan. Yet, Shen Peiji would grant him no mercy. Raising a hand skyward, a mysterious compass materialized above the cultivator's head. The compass radiated brilliant golden light, which transformed into shimmering golden threads, ensnaring him within a fortified cage. Any hope of escape vanished. As the three swords once again converged from different angles, he was left with but one desperate option: to self-detonate, creating an opening for his soul to flee. One could not deny his resolve. As he detonated his corporeal form, he indeed created a gap through which his soul surged forth in an attempt to escape. However, he had underestimated Shen Peiji's prowess. With a mere flick of her fingers, the three swords lunged towards his vulnerable soul, targeting his neck, skull, and dantian. His feeble soul trembled in terror, realizing there was no evasion. In a moment of despair, he cried out, "Shen Peiji, I shall haunt you even in death." He then detonated his nascent soul without hesitation. It must be said, he displayed a certain forthrightness in not beseeching Shen Peiji for mercy. She couldn't help but admire such a spirit. Once the matter was settled, Shen Peiji meticulously surveyed the entire domain of the Inyaoing Palace, finding no suspicious activity. Only then did she turn to her quarters within the palace. However, upon her return, she found herself confronted by none other than Jiang Ping. At this moment, Jiang Ping approached Shen Peiji directly, speaking urgently, "Peiji, please do not engage in battle with the Blood Demon sect because of me." When the protective grand formation was activated, Jiang Ping was momentarily bewildered. He feared that an extremely grave situation had arisen. However, upon reflection, he wondered if Shen Peiji was willing to confront the Blood Demon sect for his sake. He could not ascertain the truth of the matter. Subsequently, he dispatched Lu Daba to investigate the true circumstances. As a result, Lu Daba sought out his ninth grandfather and received credible news that a battle with the Blood Demon sect was indeed scheduled for tomorrow. Consequently, Jiang Ping hurriedly went to find Shen Peiji, intent on persuading her not to go to war with the Blood Demon sect on his account. At that moment, Jiang Ping was profoundly moved by Shen Peiji's actions. Upon seeing Jiang Ping, Shen Peiji felt a warmth in her heart, yet upon hearing his words, she decided to tease him. In truth, while Shen Peiji's conflict with the Blood Demon sect was indeed somewhat related to Jiang Ping, the connection was minimal. The primary issue was that the Blood Demon sect's leader, Shui Wuhan, was utterly shameless. He intended to strike at the very foundation of the Inyaoing Palace and sought to kill Lin Miaoyin, an act that Shen Peiji could not tolerate. He aimed to annihilate the future successor of the Inyaoing Palace, which was absolutely unacceptable to her. As Shen Peiji gazed at Jiang Ping, a sudden display of feminine tenderness emerged, and she said, "You old rascal, as long as you understand the debt you owe me, that is enough. For you, I would do anything." Her words struck a chord, moving Jiang Ping to tears. Never in his life did he imagine that he would earn the favor of the master of the Inyaoing Palace while still alive, especially for the sake of exterminating an entire sect, heedless of the consequences. Can Jiang Ping remain unaffected? No one has ever shown him such kindness. Shen Peiji merely intended to tease Jiang Ping, yet he took it to heart, moved to the point of tears. At that moment, Shen Peiji perceived the welling tears in Jiang Ping's eyes, though he valiantly held them back. She found Jiang Ping's earnestness to be utterly amusing, and thus she resolved to add a dash more spice to the situation. With a feigned pitiful expression, Shen Peiji lamented, "Tomorrow, I shall confront the Blood Demon sect. Should I perish, you must treat Lin Miaoyin with utmost care." Upon hearing her words, Jiang Ping's mind erupted with alarm. He could not allow such a fate to transpire. Without hesitation, he grasped Shen Peiji's hand and urged fervently, "Peiji, we must not engage in conflict with the Blood Demon sect. Rest assured, I shall remain within the Inyaoing Palace for the rest of my days, dedicating myself to cultivation and refraining from any external ventures. Please, do not provoke them." Shen Peiji raised an eyebrow, secretly amused. Indeed, this old fellow was quite perceptive. At the very least, She could see the sincerity in Jiang Ping's feelings, warming her heart. A twinge of regret flickered within her. Perhaps she ought not to have toyed with Jiang Ping so. Nevertheless, she found it rather entertaining. Shenpeiji declared, "As the leader of the Yinyang Palace, my words are as binding as water once spilled. I cannot retract them. Tomorrow, we must confront the blood demon sect. I shall not allow them to persist in this world." Upon witnessing Shenpeiji's unwavering determination, Jiang Ping realized that no amount of persuasion on his part would prove to be of significant value at this juncture. At this moment, Jiang Ping fixed his gaze firmly upon Shenpeiji and resolutely declared, "Peiji, I shall accompany you tomorrow. Whether in life or death, I shall remain steadfastly by your side. Your existence is intertwined with mine." This declaration struck Shenpeiji's heart like a colossal hammer. In that instant, she irrevocably determined that Jiang Ping was indeed the man meant for her. Perhaps in her next life, she would forever dwell within Jiang Ping's world. And she swore an unwavering oath in her heart, "If Jiang Ping lives, then I shall live. If Jiang Ping dies, then I shall die." Chapter 34, Brother. I implore you, do not demean me. Shenpeiji's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she grasped Jiang Ping's hand tightly, her voice quivering slightly as she spoke. "Jiang Ping, with your words, I would have no regrets even in death." In truth, she was not merely trying to console him, she was sincerely baring her heart. "With such intentions from you, what sorrow could death bring me?" Her gaze brimmed with deep affection and sincerity as she earnestly regarded Jiang Ping and continued to advise him with utmost care. "However, the battle tomorrow is fraught with peril. You must not go. You are but a newly established cultivator, and amid such a large-scale, bloody conflict, you would only become an innocent casualty. Therefore, do not venture forth." Shenpeiji's eyes were filled with concern and tenderness, reflecting her heartfelt desire to protect Jiang Ping. Jiang Ping undoubtedly understood that Shenpeiji did not wish for him to recklessly march towards certain death, nor did she want him to be distracted on the battlefield. She was to devote herself entirely to the fight on the morrow, and he could not become a burden to her. Yet, how could Jiang Ping bear to watch the woman he cherished venture alone into the uncertain realm of life and death? At this moment, however, he could only acquiesce, saying, "Peiji, I shall heed your wishes." Nonetheless, his heart had already resolved to find a way to the battlefield. His beloved was about to engage in combat. Perhaps facing the cruel fate of separation, Jiang Ping could not allow such a calamity to unfold. Should any danger arise, he would act without hesitation. Shenpeiji had anticipated that Jiang Ping would linger with her, sharing tender sentiments of reluctance. Instead, he hastily departed, citing matters concerning Liu Debao. Upon returning to the Yinyang Hall, Jiang Ping resumed his exploration of the perfect life system. He now possessed a weapon, a flying sword, which, although currently in the hands of Elder Geo, would return to him at the mere thought. Yet, he knew he must master a formidable technique. Previously, when he accessed the system, he encountered a plethora of martial arts related to the art of harmonious union. At that moment, Jiang Ping regarded the situation with a sense of absurdity, silently cursing the system for its frivolity. The primary concern was that he lacked the 3 points necessary to exchange for the Hahuan sword. Anxiety began to envelop him as he desperately sought a way to swiftly acquire points. Despite the impending battle on the morrow, Jiang Ping was acutely aware that, given the system's capabilities, once he obtained points, he would undoubtedly succeed in refining the Hahuan sword in time for the imminent conflict. Even if he could only strike once, it would still aid Shenpeiji. To be candid, Jiang Ping was momentarily perplexed. Suddenly, it dawned on him that he was the host. Was there any need for him to toil over this? All he needed to do was summon the system and allow it to introduce itself. Thus, Jiang Ping called out, "System, come forth." Remarkably, the system manifested itself before him without delay. Jiang Ping eagerly inquired, "Tiangzi, I wish to know how one might acquire points in the absence of a female protagonist." Tiangzi replied in a leisurely manner, "There are 2 methods to obtain points. The first is to gain 1 point through the affection of the female protagonist. The second method involves persuading 10 individuals to utter 'I love you,' which will also yield 1 point. Consequently, the next point requires 10-fold the previous amount. Thus, the second point necessitates 100 individuals to profess their love. The third point demands 1,000, with a cap at 1,000. After reaching this threshold, as long as 1,000 people declare their love for you, the host shall earn 1 point. Once the explanation concluded, Tiangzi swiftly vanished. At that moment, Jiang Ping sat in the medicinal garden, his brow furrowed, deeply contemplating Tiangzi's prior words. The first point required 10 individuals to say "I love you." Suddenly, Jiang Ping sprang to his feet, a flicker of excitement illuminating his eyes. This was because Tiangzi had not specified men or women, but rather stated people. Thus, any person saying "I love you" would suffice. At that instant, Jiang Ping discerned a potential loophole, albeit one that required his own validation. He immediately thought of the chubby Liu Daba, deciding to test this theory with him and see if his declaration would count. Before long, Liu Daba returned. Upon seeing Jiang Ping, he exclaimed animatedly, "Big brother, we are to engage in battle with the blood demon sect tomorrow. Uncle Gio wishes for me to remain in the medicinal garden, forbidding me to venture out. After all, I am the most promising prince of the Taikong dynasty, and they fear I may encounter unforeseen circumstances. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ping rolled his eyes dramatically and exclaimed, "Curse you. You are nothing more than the most promising swine of the Tai Kong dynasty. Your father, in his singular wisdom, expelled you from the Tai Kong court to pursue your cultivation, precisely to shield you from the treachery and deceit that permeate the imperial court. How can you be so oblivious to this?" Jiang Ping, indifferent to Liu Debao's presence, revealed an exceedingly lecherous grin. The sight of that smile sent shivers down Liu Debao's spine, causing the goosebumps on his skin to fall away in a flurry. "What are you planning to do, brother?" Liu Debao's face was etched with terror as he inquired. At this moment, Jiang Ping swayed with a certain swagger, resembling a seasoned rogue as he approached Liu Debao. He grasped both of Liu Debao's arms and inquired, "Debao, am I not your elder brother?" Liu Debao, with a serious expression, nodded affirmatively. "Of course, you are. That's splendid. Now, quickly, Debao, utter those 3 words to your brother. I love you," Jiang Ping urged eagerly. Upon hearing this, Liu Debao nearly regurgitated his previous meal, exclaiming, "What the heck? Has this old lecher turned into a woman?" At that moment, Liu Debao felt a wave of nausea wash over him and hastily waved his hands, saying, "Brother, please stop joking. I truly cannot decipher your antics anymore. Most importantly, I am becoming increasingly bewildered by you. Brother, please cease this nonsense. I must seek out Grandpa Gio to cultivate my skills. You can stay here." With that, Liu Debao turned to leave. However, Jiang Ping swiftly wrapped his arms around Liu Debao's ample waist like a cephalopod. Liu Debao felt as though he had been jolted by a high-voltage current, his legs trembling in fear as he cried out, "Brother, brother, I implore you, spare me. I assure you, there is nothing amiss with my inclinations. Though I may not possess striking features, I am undeniably a true man, and my affections are solely for women. I beg you, brother, do not disgrace me, will you?" Jiang Ping was filled with exasperation, inwardly cursing. Is it so difficult to utter a simple "I love you"? Why must this rotund fellow make such a fuss? Yet, Jiang Ping could not truly express his anger. He had to appeal to reason and emotion. He turned to Liu Debao and said, "Debao, simply say those 3 words to your elder brother. I love you. I harbor no ulterior motives. Just utter them, and you shall be free to go." In Chapter 35, the troubled Jiang Ping, Liu Debao felt a profound sense of injustice, nearly reduced to tears. He thought to himself, "How did I, a prince of the illustrious Tai Kong dynasty, find myself compelled to profess love to an old man? The very idea is repulsive." However, remaining silent seemed to prolong his predicament with Jiang Ping. Gritting his teeth and summoning his courage, Liu Debao glanced around to ensure no one was outside the medicinal garden. Then, to Jiang Ping's astonishment, Liu Debao's eyes welled with tears of grievance, 2 droplets cascading down, landing directly in Jiang Ping's line of sight. Jiang Ping felt a pang of discomfort and silently grumbled, "Is it really necessary? It's merely 3 words." With his head bowed and a quiver in his voice, Liu Debao uttered, "I love you." Upon articulating those words, he felt a tremendous weight of indignation, tears streaming down his face. And he turned to flee the courtyard at a speed that could only be likened to being propelled by a whirlwind, leaving Jiang Ping utterly astonished. Nonetheless, Jiang Ping was immensely satisfied, for upon hearing Liu Debao's declaration, he could distinctly sense an increment in the tally within his mind, the number now registering as 1. At this moment, Jiang Ping stood in the medicinal garden, gazing skyward and laughing heartily, exclaiming to himself, "I never anticipated that such a method would truly prove effective." At this moment, Jiang Ping was as exuberant as a child, his mind bustling with calculations. He must seize the opportunity and swiftly seek out other disciples to fulfill the conditions for earning points. If he could gather 10 individuals today, he would be able to exchange them for the Harmony Sword technique. Jiang Ping firmly believed that it would undoubtedly aid Shenpeiji in the impending battle. Just as he was about to stride confidently out of the medicinal garden, He Qinghuan appeared like a gust of wind. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Ping, resembling a street rogue, strode forward and embraced He Qinghuan, urgently imploring, "Qinghuan, quickly declare your love for me." He Qinghuan, taken aback by Jiang Ping's unexpected declaration, felt her cheeks flush a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple. With a playful pout, she exclaimed, "Oh dear, senior brother Jiang, what madness has overtaken you?" Yet, like a nimble little rabbit, He Qinghuan swiftly wriggled free from Jiang Ping's embrace and, in a flurry of urgency, informed him, "Senior brother Jiang, do you realize? Tomorrow we shall engage in battle with the blood demon sect. You must remain in the medicinal garden and not venture out. Us Foundation establishment disciples will also participate, albeit positioned at the rear of the entire formation. It is only when the large-scale conflict ensues that we, the Foundation establishment disciples, may have the opportunity to intervene. Prior confrontations among the esteemed figures are beyond our reach." At this moment, upon hearing the news, Jiang Ping understood that Shenpeiji must have arranged a special favor for him, preventing him from going to the battlefield. However, He Qinghuan, that girl, was determined to join the fray. Looking at Jiang Ping, He Qinghuan's eyes suddenly widened in astonishment, resembling 2 bronze bells, as she exclaimed, "Brother Jiang, have you perhaps established your foundation?" Jiang Ping chuckled, revealing a set of bright white teeth, and proudly declared, "Indeed. I have also established my foundation and am determined to partake in this battle. This time, Jiang Ping was resolute. No one could deter him from the battlefield. In his heart, he believed that the primary reason for the conflict with the blood demon sect stemmed from himself. How could he possibly distance himself from it? Particularly since his beloved was also preparing to fight, with their fates uncertain. How could a man of his stature remain cowardly, retreating like a turtle in a medicinal garden? However, at this moment, Jiang Ping was not inclined to listen to He Qinghuan's incessant nagging. He grasped He Qinghuan's hand tightly and, in a playful manner, insisted, "Qinghuan, stop the chatter and quickly tell me you love me." He Qinghuan, both angry and flustered, swiftly wrenched her hand from his grasp, turning away with a mutter, "How shameless! How shameless!" Jiang Ping found himself at a loss for words. Inwardly lamenting, he initially believed that achieving a perfect score of 100 in terms of He Qinghuan's criteria was within his grasp, yet this young lady remained utterly silent. Jiang Ping hastily pursued her, calling out, "Qinghuan, wait for me. I have something to say to you." He Qinghuan halted, yet turned her back to Jiang Ping. She glanced over her shoulder and addressed him, "Brother Jiang, tomorrow marks the pivotal moment of our sect's survival. I am uncertain if I shall endure the impending battle. However, Brother Jiang, I am profoundly grateful to you. Should I indeed perish tomorrow, I implore you not to forget me too swiftly." Having uttered these words, she did not look back, vanishing like a fleeting breeze. At this moment, Jiang Ping stood rooted to the spot, resembling a wooden post, uttering not a single word. With his eyes closed, he silently vowed to himself, "Fear not, little girl. Even if I were to perish, I shall ensure that no harm befalls you." Jiang Ping stared blankly at He Qinghuan's gradually receding figure, feeling as if a part of his very soul had been taken away by her solitary silhouette. His heart was gnawed at by countless invisible pests, a torment so excruciating it was akin to the anguish of life and death separation. Alas, this was not the moment for him to wallow in sorrow. Jiang Ping silently chanted within himself. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to bolster his own spirit. He must fulfill his aspirations and, come what may, locate the remaining 9 individuals today. Just as Jiang Ping was making this solemn vow, he suddenly realized that the disciples previously surveilling the vicinity of the medicinal garden had inexplicably vanished. It must be that he had relinquished the flying sword to Elder Jiao, prompting these individuals to cease their watch over him. Jiang Ping fumed inwardly, his brow furrowed so tightly it could crush a fly. Yet, amidst his deepening frustration, a throng of disciples unexpectedly approached the medicinal garden. Jiang Ping was momentarily taken aback, but soon his face blossomed into a radiant smile, his eyes narrowing into slits of joy. "Ha ha, these fellows must be here to gather medicinal herbs," he exclaimed. With the impending battle, countless lives would surely be lost on the battlefield, prompting them to seek remedies to heal the wounded. Having spent a lifetime in the herb garden, Jiang Ping was well aware of such matters. At that moment, his disciples, upon seeing him, clasped their fists in a gesture of respect and simultaneously greeted him, "Greetings, Brother Jiang." In truth, these disciples had no need to show such deference to Jiang Ping, for their status far surpassed his own. However, Jiang Ping, being of humble origins yet esteemed due to his seniority, enjoyed the favor of these individuals who were backed by formidable support. Thus they chose to extend him a modicum of respect, merely as a courtesy. Jiang Ping, upon hearing the greetings, broke into a grin that revealed a set of perfectly aligned white teeth, and remarked, "You all have come to gather medicinal herbs for tomorrow's great battle, have you not?" All the disciples nodded in agreement, responding in unison, "Indeed, Brother Jiang, we have been tasked by the elders to collect herbs from the medicinal garden." Jiang Ping clasped his hands across his chest, a lewd smile gracing his face, and then spoke, "You may harvest the medicinal herbs, but I have a condition. Even if you deplete the entire herbal garden today, I shall not intervene. However, each of you must utter the words 'I love you.'" As soon as these words left his lips, all the disciples stood frozen as if ensnared by a spell. They exchanged glances, each pondering in silence. What is this old man up to? Has he lost his mind? Chapter 36. Once again moved, it is said that Jiang Ping, the old scoundrel, indulges in debauchery, and despite his advanced age, he still relies on red pills, engaging in dual cultivation with the female disciple, He Qinghuan. However, what these disciples could never have anticipated was that this old fellow had transformed into a veritable super pervert, his insidious hands reaching far too far. He now not only targeted the female disciples, but even the male disciples among us found it impossible to escape his vile grasp. He was nothing short of a beast. At this moment, Jiang Ping gazed upon his disciples, observing their expressions, which resembled those who had just forcibly consumed a deceased rat, displaying an overwhelming appearance of distress. Jiang Ping pondered to himself, realizing he needed to devise a way to motivate these young rascals to labor. Thus, he feigned an air of reason and emotion, addressing his disciples with a booming voice. "Tomorrow, a grand battle awaits us. You must hasten to gather medicinal herbs. Should you dawdle, allowing others to deplete the supply, consider the consequences. On the battlefield, if you sustain injuries, you shall find yourselves deprived of timely treatment. Furthermore, Upon your return to face the elders of our sect, you will have no explanation to offer, and surely you will face severe repercussions. Therefore, a splendid opportunity lies before you. Go forth and gather without restraint. Today, there are no limits on the harvest of herbs. Pick at your leisure. Even if you were to empty the entire medicinal garden, fret not about any repercussions, for I, Jiang Ping, shall bear the burden for you. Jiang Ping's words struck directly at the hearts of the disciples. At that moment, a disciple approached him with a downcast expression, filled with a sense of grievance, and softly uttered 3 words, "I love you." Upon finishing, the disciple burst into tears and dashed into the herb garden, frantically gathering herbs as if possessed. At that instant, Jiang Ping noticed the value had changed to 2. With the first declaration, naturally, a second followed. One by one, the disciples came forth, whispering the words "I love you," before hastily rushing into the garden. Jiang Ping, overwhelmed with joy, stood still, completely absorbed in the fluctuations of his own values. By now, nearly 70 individuals had expressed their affection, and with 10 declarations equating to 1 point, he still had 60 declarations remaining. With just 40 more, he could redeem another point. Yet, these matters were not Jiang Ping's primary concern at that moment. He swiftly exchanged for the He Huan sword technique. The disciples resembled a swarm of frenzied locusts, truly determined this time, storming the herb garden as if bandits had invaded a village, leaving it utterly stripped of resources. However, Jiang Ping remained oblivious, entirely engrossed in his comprehension of the He Huan technique. At that moment, he was elated beyond measure, his mouth stretched into a broad grin. Standing at the entrance of the herb garden like a daft fool, the disciples, having gathered the herbs, approached him with heads bowed. Some said, "Goodbye, Brother Jiang," while others exclaimed, "Thank you, Brother Jiang," and a myriad of other expressions filled the air. Yet Jiang Ping paid them no heed, lost in his own world, as if his soul had transcended, completely immersed in his own consciousness. As Jiang Ping's thoughts stirred, an exhilarating rush nearly compelled him to exclaim in joy, "Brother Tongzi, I adore you." It turned out that upon acquiring the Heavenly Harmony sword technique, all the exquisite swordsmanship contained within it was instantaneously infused into Jiang Ping's being and consciousness through a wondrous transmission method, akin to muscle memory. He need not toil painstakingly in practice. In the blink of an eye, mastery was achieved. Upon fully grasping the essence of the Heavenly Harmony sword, Jiang Ping was nearly propelled 3 feet into the air with delight. The intricacies of this swordplay were far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary novice disciple. Moreover, the Heavenly Harmony sword harbored a final, lethal move, rendering survival impossible for cultivators below the golden core stage. However, Jiang Ping soon recognized a significant concern. Although this technique was extraordinarily refined, would not its potency be exponentially heightened if wielded simultaneously by 2 practitioners? Jiang Ping pondered, a sly grin spreading across his face. The Huan sword will grow in might as my own strength increases. Perhaps at present, my abilities are sufficient only to contend with those below the golden core stage, but in the future, when I attain greater power, the force I wield may prove fatal even to those at the nascent soul stage. At that moment, Jiang Ping was so overjoyed that he could barely contain his smile, standing at the entrance of the herb garden like a simpleton. However, once the disciples had collected their herbs and departed, news of Jiang Ping's revelation swiftly circulated throughout the entire sect, more shocking than the impending battle with the Blood Demon sect. This news reached Shun Peiji's ears with remarkable speed, and upon hearing it, she felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. Had she placed too much pressure on Jiang Ping? Perhaps she should not have jested so harshly, burdening him with such weighty expectations. To this day, she had inadvertently driven him to madness. What could be done? Regret washed over Shun Peiji as she hurriedly left the grand hall, her figure flickering until she arrived at the herb garden. Upon seeing Jiang Ping, she was left utterly speechless. There he stood, unable to suppress his smile, resembling the legendary fool the disciples spoke of, motionless in his place. Pain surged within Shun Peiji, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Jiang Ping, it is all my fault," she cried, rushing into his embrace. Wiping her tears, she choked out, "Jiang Ping. Oh, Jiang Ping, I am in the wrong. I should not have put you through such turmoil. Please, do not frighten me." At this moment, Jiang Ping seemed to awaken from a dream, gazing at the weeping Shun Peiji in his arms. His hands instinctively rested upon her chin as he inquired with a look of bewilderment, "Peiji, what troubles you?" Shun Peiji appeared as if her soul had departed, gently pounding her small, delicate fists against Jiang Ping's chest, and playfully chided, "Jiang Ping, it is all my fault. I should not have frightened you so. Now you seem utterly beside yourself." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ping felt utterly bewildered, scratching his head and exclaiming, "What on earth is going on? All I did was master the He Huan sword and instruct my disciples to gather some herbs." As he mentioned the herb gathering, his gaze instinctively drifted towards the medicinal garden. To his dismay, he was met with a scene that nearly caused him to stumble. Had it not been for Shun Peiji's firm embrace, he would have surely fallen to the ground. The garden bore no resemblance to its former self. It had been ravaged as if locusts had swept through. The soil was turned upside down, and there was not a single herb left, not even a stray weed. These little rascals had gone too far. Were they truly pushing me to the brink? Could it be that Peiji was voicing her concerns because the herbs were gone? Reflecting on this, Jiang Ping sheepishly confessed, Peiji, this is entirely my fault. With the battle looming tomorrow, I instructed my disciples to clear the garden of all its herbs. Let all the blame rest upon me. Do not burden the other disciples. Upon hearing Jiang Ping's words, Shen Peiji couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. Despite appearing somewhat rattled, Jiang Ping displayed an undeniable sense of responsibility. This revealed a profound truth. Regardless of his mental state, Jiang Ping was, at his core, a remarkably accountable individual. His judgment throughout his life had undeniably been sound. At this moment, Jiang Ping earnestly remarked, Peiji, tomorrow we are to face a great battle. You must ensure you rest well tonight. Only if you are well rested can I be at ease on the battlefield. Rest assured, Peiji, regardless of what transpires tomorrow, I shall protect you. Upon hearing Jiang Ping's words, Shen Peiji was nearly overwhelmed with fear. She had initially intended to confine Jiang Ping within the medicinal garden to prevent his departure, yet here he was, seemingly deranged, still intent on joining her in battle. How many men like him exist in this world? Jiang Ping's words moved Shen Peiji to tears. At that moment, her heart blossomed with joy. The one thing she had never regretted in her life was knowing Jiang Ping and cultivating alongside him, becoming his woman. However, as she reveled in her thoughts, Jiang Ping suddenly turned serious, gazing intently at Shen Peiji. Peiji, he said, do not move. Your husband wishes to impart a technique to you, which may prove invaluable come the morrow. At this moment, Jiang Ping placed his hands directly on Shen Peiji's forehead, leaving her momentarily bewildered. She pondered, what on earth is this fellow up to? Yet, as those memories flooded into her mind, Shen Peiji gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, such an exquisitely intricate swordsmanship. I have never encountered anything like it before. Even the revered secret technique of the Yin-Yang Hall, Tai Shankingju, pales in comparison. This is an entirely different echelon of martial arts. Shen Peiji was utterly perplexed as to how Jiang Ping had acquired such profound sword techniques. Just as she was about to inquire, Jiang Ping silenced her. Jiang Ping continued, Peiji, your time is limited. Return and diligently study this sword technique. Perhaps it will serve you well on the battlefield. Shen Peiji nodded eagerly, her thoughts captivated by the exquisite swordplay. She hardly realized how she stumbled back to her grand hall. The technique was so remarkable that Shen Peiji felt entirely confident she could defeat Shui Wuhan within a few exchanges. This was the essence of her current self-assurance. As a formidable figure at the nascent soul stage, Jiang Ping imparted this technique to her, fully aware that it would wield greater potency in her hands than in his own. However, the one area where Shen Peiji could not rival Jiang Ping was in her gradual comprehension of the swordplay, while he had already mastered it. After Shen Peiji departed, Jiang Ping leisurely returned to the ravaged medicinal garden, gazing at the chaotic scene before him, unable to suppress a deep sigh. Alas, centuries of legacy, utterly obliterated by my own hand. At that moment, Lu Debonair strolled back into the garden. Upon witnessing the desolate state of the medicinal garden, he rushed in, exclaiming, Brother, what on earth has happened here? Jiang Ping, in a state of turmoil, had no desire to engage with Lu Daba. Observing Jiang Ping's silence, Daba was consumed by unease. Suddenly, Jiang Ping opened his eyes wide, fixing an intense gaze upon Lu Daba. Daba, he declared. Tomorrow we shall venture onto the battlefield together and eradicate the blood demon sect without hesitation. Lu Daba, in a state of sheer terror, quickly waved his hands and exclaimed, Elder brother, I absolutely cannot go. My status is exceedingly precious, and my life holds great value. Brother, please do not jest. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ping's anger surged forth, and he promptly seized Lu Daba's ear, exclaiming furiously, What did you say? Do you understand the gravity of the situation? There is an ancient saying, in battle, fathers and sons fight together, and brothers stand united on the battlefield. Do you truly comprehend this? Lu Daba, feeling wrong to the point of tears, mumbled in response, I understand, dear brother, but you mustn't go. Just look at your frail limbs. You can barely stand on your own, let alone venture onto the battlefield. Jiang Ping, infuriated, stomped his feet and exclaimed vehemently, What nonsense! Even if I must perish, it shall be on the battlefield, for I am a member of the Yin-Yang Hall. At that moment, Lu Debonair felt even more aggrieved, his voice tinged with sorrow as he replied, Elder brother, should you meet your end, at least you would have the clarity of purpose. You have accomplished all that needed to be done, consumed numerous red pills, and drawn from the vast river of opportunity. Yet, as for me, I have not seized even a single chance. Elder brother, my demise would be of little consequence. Upon hearing Lu Daba's words, Jiang Ping was nearly amused to the point of breathlessness, thinking to himself, so this lad is still a maiden at heart. Jiang Ping chuckled and said, Debonair, as long as we successfully conquer the blood demon sect this time, I assure you that you may choose freely from among its female disciples. I will take charge. And when the time comes, we shall confine those maidens together for your discretion. All you need to do is prepare your little red pills adequately. What do you think of this arrangement? At that moment, Lu Debonair felt a chill creeping up his spine, contemplating. This is indeed an enticing proposition. Yet I truly fear the battlefield. Grandfather Jiao has warned me several times to refrain from venturing there. However, it seems that avoidance is no longer an option. Especially with Jiang Ping present, I am certain I must go tomorrow. Nevertheless, fate is in the hands of destiny. Wealth and honor are ordained by the heavens. Perhaps I could indeed vanquish all those from the blood demon sect, and subsequently, I might achieve great merit and earn the favor of the female disciples of the Yinyang Hall. Who knows, I might even find a few partners for dual cultivation. The following day, the clarion call of war resounded. At this juncture, Shenpeiji arrived at the sect, and with a grand gesture, summoned a spiritual vessel below. All the elders, accompanied by their disciples, promptly boarded the ethereal craft. Jiang Ping and Lu Debeos wrapped themselves tightly, lowering their heads and stealthily boarding the spirit vessel. With their limited abilities, no matter how they concealed themselves, they could not escape the discerning eyes of the elders and Shenpeiji. At that moment, Shenpeiji furrowed her delicate brows, while the ninth elder swiftly approached Lu Debeos, grasping his ear in a fit of anger, exclaiming, "What are you doing here causing a ruckus? Did I not tell you? With your meager strength, you lack even the qualifications to serve as cannon fodder." In response, Lu Debeos lifted his head defiantly, gazing earnestly at his ninth grandfather, and proclaimed with righteous fervor, "Since I have joined the Yinyang Hall, I am a part of it. The fate of the Yinyang Hall is intertwined with my own. As long as I live, the Yinyang thrives. Should I perish, so too shall the Yinyang." His words ignited the fervor of all the disciples, who collectively echoed, "As the Yinyang thrives, so do we. As the Yinyang perishes, so shall we." At that moment, the morale of the entire Yinyang Hall reached its zenith. Even Shenpeiji was taken aback by the profound impact of a mere foundation establishment disciple's words. Truly, Jiang Ping had taught well, as this disciple had engaged so playfully with her husband. Meanwhile, Jiang Ping, standing nearby, was seething with indignation, internally cursing, "Damn it, this glutton. Despite being in my presence, he has not improved in any skill, yet his talent for boasting has reached an unparalleled level. This is outright stealing my spotlight. Those were my words to speak, yet this glutton has taken them all. My brilliance, my glorious persona has been usurped by this fool. Oh heavens, strike him down swiftly." At that moment, Jiang Ping noticed the female disciples gazing at Lu Debeos with stars in their eyes. Jiang Ping understood that if he were to survive this ordeal, the corpulent man would undoubtedly become a prominent figure in the realm of yin and yang. Nevertheless, at that moment, Jiang Ping felt a sense of solace. For the hefty fellow was his brother. When his brother thrived, it brought him joy as well. Just then, a voice reached Jiang Ping's ear. It was Shenpeiji. "Didn't I tell you not to come, Jiang Ping?" Jiang Ping disregarded Shenpeiji entirely. Turning his head away in contemplation, he mused to himself, surely he could not utter declarations of mutual life and death in front of all these people. Such words would undoubtedly invite ridicule, akin to a blatant imitation of the corpulent man. He could only lament that the rotund figure had appropriated his lines. At that moment, Elder Jiao found himself equally powerless, merely pointing an accusatory finger at Shenpengzi as he exclaimed, "When the battle commences, do your utmost to remain at the rear and refrain from charging forward." Lu Daba did not even acknowledge Elder Jiao's warning. Meanwhile, all the disciples ascended the spiritual vessel in succession. Once aboard, He Qinghuan approached Jiang Ping, her face etched with concern as she inquired, "Why have you come, Jiang Ping?" At last, he found an opportunity to employ his eloquence. Jiang Ping gazed at He Qinghuan, his eyes radiating the softest warmth, and spoke with heartfelt sincerity. "How could I allow you to confront this brutal reality alone? It is my duty to shield you. Yet my inadequate strength has forced you to take the forefront. Do you truly believe that I can remain untroubled while you tread upon the battlefield? Can I find solace in such a situation? I am your man. When the time of war arrives, you shall stand beside me. Do you understand?" He Qinghuan, on the verge of responding, was swiftly interrupted by Jiang Ping. At that moment, he resolutely chose to forego any further verbal exchange, having already struck a poignant chord that left He Qinghuan deeply moved. To prolong the conversation would only risk revealing his true feelings. As anticipated, He Qinghuan regarded Jiang Ping's profile with a swirl of emotions. Throughout her life, she had envisioned countless fantasies, imagining a formidable partner, an outstanding and gallant youth. Little did she expect to find herself in a dual cultivation with an older man. But what of the age? Indeed, what of it? He constantly holds her close in his thoughts, and that is sufficient. To have one person cherish you throughout a lifetime is enough. Is this not the very essence of the love she had always dreamed of? At that moment, the spirit vessel had already set sail, racing with utmost speed towards the blood demon sect, intending to catch them completely off guard. Meanwhile, Shenpeiji stood at the bow of the vessel, her consciousness enveloping a 100-mile radius, having already grasped everything around her, yet she detected no spies from the blood demon sect. This time, they must eradicate the blood demon sect from the Tianfa continent entirely. The spirit vessel surged forward like a bolt of lightning, rapidly closing in on the blood demon sect. Jiang Ping stood upon the spirit vessel, his heart a tempest of trepidation and exhilaration, pounding like war drums in his chest. The moment of battle had arrived. He couldn't afford to falter now. Stealthily, he extended his divine consciousness, instantly establishing a connection with his flying sword. Before the ninth elder could react, the blade vanished with a whisper, returning seamlessly to Jiang Ping's body. This feat was utterly undetectable. Even if the ninth elder exhausted all his abilities, such was the nature of the system's storage space. The spirit vessel traversed 1,000 li in the span of a single incense stick's burn, arriving swiftly at their destination. The blood demon sect remained oblivious. Unaware of the impending doom looming above them, Shenpeiji wasted no time. With her fingers pressed to her lips, she murmured an intricate incantation. In an instant, a colossal, sky-obscuring palm materialized above the sect, radiating an aura of cataclysmic destruction before descending with overwhelming force. This was the full-powered strike of a peak nascent soul cultivator, a being capable of leveling mountains with a mere gesture. The blood demon sect had no warning, no time to react. As the enormous palm descended, the disciples below gasped in horror, their eyes bulging in disbelief. None could fathom who would dare assault their sect. The powerful elders materialized in the void, but their attempts to intercept were too late. A deafening explosion shook the earth. Dust and debris erupted as the sect's grand hall and mountain gates were reduced to rubble. Wails of despair filled the air. This was the brutality of war, where casualties were inevitable. And for those who had chosen the path of the blood demon sect, fate had been sealed long ago. With Shenpeiji's devastating strike, the elders of the Yinyang Pavilion appeared beside her, their battle fervor ignited. They surged forward, each seeking their opponent amidst the chaos. Meanwhile, deep within the blood demon sect's secluded mountain cave, Shui Wuhan, roused by the apocalyptic tremor, flashed into the sky. Chapter 39. The sect-destroying war. Shui Wuhan's eyes burned crimson as he recognized Shenpeiji at the helm of the spirit vessel. Damn it all. He seethed inwardly. The Yinyang Pavilion, always so discreet, why launch such an assault now? This should have been our move. This was no minor skirmish. The Yinyang Pavilion had come in full force, intent on erasing the blood demon sect from the face of the Tianfa Mountains. Shui Wuhan abandoned all thoughts of retreat. Even wounded, he would fight to the death today. If he failed to stop Shenpeiji, the blood demon sect would be doomed. A massive blade materialized in his grip as a violent aura enveloped him. Without hesitation, he retrieved a jade vial from his storage ring, swallowing a crimson pill within, a forbidden elixir. Desperation had overridden caution. His power surged, his cultivation soaring to the cusp of peak nascent soul, matching Shenpeiji's might. She, in turn, brandished her sword and lunged forward without a word. The two clashed in a storm of blades and chi, their battle shaking the heavens. Elsewhere, the conflict between elders had already claimed lives. The ninth elder, whose strength neared Shenpeiji's, cut down a blood demon elder with ruthless efficiency, leaving no chance for even the victim's primordial spirit to escape. Madness glinted in the ninth elder's eyes. He spared no one, disciple or elder, slaughtering all in his path. The carnage ignited the Yinyang Pavilion disciples' bloodlust. Lu Debao's roar thundered across the battlefield, slaughter every last one of them. At this moment, Jiang Ping cursed under his breath, exclaiming in frustration, "Damn it! This son of a gun has stolen my lines once more." He was utterly speechless, pondering whether this was truly the same morbidly obese individual he once knew. Why was it that every line had been uttered by him, leaving Jiang with no opportunity to showcase his own performance? Jiang Ping understood that with the conclusion of this great battle, the deceased chubby man would undoubtedly ascend to the status of a male deity in the hearts of all female disciples of the Yinyang Hall. Jiang Ping sighed, then turned to He Qinghuan beside him and said, "Come, do not stray from my sight." With that, he took her hand and descended swiftly. Jiang Ping did not directly engage in the great battle. Instead, his gaze was fixated upon Shenpeiji and Shui Wuhan above, his heart a tempest of anxiety. He fervently hoped that Shenpeiji would not encounter any misfortune, for Shui Wuhan had already consumed a forbidden elixir, elevating his prowess to match that of Shenpeiji, both having reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. Furthermore, the aura emanating from Shui Wuhan was ferocious, rendering Shenpeiji utterly incapable of confronting him through sheer strength. She could only rely on her wits. However, the solitary source of Jiang Ping's reassurance lay in the fact that the potency of the forbidden drug would soon wane. And once it did, Shui Wuhan would undoubtedly meet his demise. The elixir possessed a formidable backlash effect, marking the onset of his end. Yet, within this fleeting interval, Jiang Ping questioned whether Shenpeiji could withstand the onslaught. At that moment, Jiang Ping's grip on He Qinghuan's hand trembled slightly. He Qinghuan, aware of the bond between him and Shenpeiji, understood the source of Jiang Ping's tension. The infamous fatty was indeed overwhelming. His voice boomed across the battlefield as he shouted, "Kill! Charge! Annihilate every last one of the blood demon sect." Under Lu Daba's leadership, the morale of the Yinyang Hall surged, resembling a relentless tide as its members charged fervently toward the grand hall of the blood demon sect. The elders of the Yinyang Hall, invigorated by Lu Daba's fervor, felt their murderous intent escalate with each passing moment. At this juncture, the elders of the blood demon sect were on the brink of annihilation. Elder Jiao, having slain one foe, rushed to assist another, proving to be far too formidable for any adversary. This was a contest of high-end combat prowess among sects. The mere presence of Shun Peiji already posed a significant challenge for the Blood Demon sect, and with the addition of Elder Geo, their predicament was further exacerbated. Upon observing that the Blood Demon sect's power was waning, Jiang Ping contemplated that there was no longer any need to advance recklessly. His focus now lay solely on Shun Peiji, ensuring that she encountered no unforeseen misfortune. At this moment, Jiang Ping had almost merged with his flying sword, achieving a state of unity between man and blade. Should any mishap befall Shun Peiji, he would swiftly summon his sword. Although he could not slay Xue Wuhan, he was confident that he could at least disrupt him, granting Shun Peiji a precious opportunity to strike. With the slightest chance, she would undoubtedly deliver a fatal blow. At present, Shun Peiji was merely on the defensive, refraining from engaging Xue Wuhan head-on, fully aware that she could not withstand his brutal aura. However, she was employing the He Huan sword technique imparted by Jiang Ping. In her hands, this sword technique was as elusive as a specter. Each strike aimed at Xue Wuhan's vital points, leaving him no room for defense. With every blow, a crimson line marked his body. If this continued, Xue Wuhan would bleed to death without the need for further combat. Xue Wuhan soon realized the dire nature of his situation. If he persisted, he would surely meet his demise. He pondered the exquisite swordplay Shun Peiji had mastered, recalling that he was quite familiar with the formidable techniques of the Tai Shanqing from the Yinyang Pavilion, especially given the close ties between their sects over the years. Yet, today, Shun Peiji's prowess felt unfathomably mysterious. Contemplating retreat, Xue Wuhan thought it wise to preserve his life, believing he could return stronger and uproot both Shun Peiji and the Yinyang Pavilion. However, Shun Peiji was resolute in denying him any chance of escape. At that moment, she produced an array plate, which floated in the air as she infused it with spiritual energy, allowing golden threads to cascade downward, forming a cage that ensnared Xue Wuhan. With determination, Shun Peiji plunged into the confines of the cage, vowing to not relent until one of them lay dead. Xue Wuhan understood that unless he vanquished Shun Peiji today, escape would be impossible. Resolute, he spat out a mouthful of blood onto his great sword. Unleashing its most fearsome technique, blood stains the world. He was utterly convinced that this would be his decisive strike against Shun Peiji, capable of cleaving through the very cage that bound him. Chapter 40. The Fall of the Blood Demon Sect. Shun Peiji recognized the gravity of Xue Wuhan's onslaught. In response, she unleashed the ultimate technique of the He Huan sword, aptly named He Huan Lian. Standing firm, she positioned her sword before her chest, closed her eyes. And in that instant, her presence multiplied within the cage, manifesting countless shadows of herself. As all the apparitions opened their eyes simultaneously, they united in a powerful declaration, He Huan Lian. Suddenly, petals of peach blossoms began to fall within the cage, enveloping the atmosphere in a poignant, melancholic ambience that even the savage Xue Wuhan could not resist. Memories of his beloved flooded his mind, but he quickly shook off the thoughts. Yet, it was too late. The myriad Shun Peitzes converged, extending a finger forward, and in that moment, a brilliant sword light surged towards Xue Wuhan's brow. Caught unawares by the swiftness of the attack, Xue Wuhan attempted to evade, but it was futile. He hastily unleashed his completed technique, Blood Stains the World, only to have it shatter under the overwhelming force of He Huan Lian, splitting his great sword in two. Nevertheless, He Huan Lian did not relent. It pierced through Xue Wuhan's brow with blinding speed, obliterating both his soul and body before he could even summon his Yuan to escape. In the aftermath, Shun Peiji summoned Xue Wuhan's lifeless form, scrutinizing it before addressing the onlookers below. Xue Wuhan is dead. All disciples of the Blood Demon sect are to surrender their weapons, or face annihilation. The disciples gazed skyward, their hearts shattered. With their leader slain, the Blood Demon sect was no more. They were left to ponder their uncertain futures. Some resolute disciples, witnessing the fall of their master, took their own lives with their blades. Others, lacking conviction, knelt in surrender. Those who yielded would find mercy from the Yinyang Pavilion. At that moment, Shun Peiji's voice echoed in Jiang Ping's ears. This is your reward. Jiang Ping instantly comprehended that Shun Peiji intended to bestow upon him the treasured possessions of Xue Wuhan. This was indeed a relic of a nascent soul elder, and it undoubtedly contained an abundance of invaluable items beyond reckoning. At this moment, Jiang Ping broke into a wide grin. He swiftly removed the storage ring from Bloodless, and still feeling uneasy, he meticulously searched Bloodless' entire body, only to find nothing. With that, he finally felt reassured. At this moment, Jiang Ping whispered to He Qinghuan beside him, "Come find me tonight. I have a treasure for you." Upon hearing this, He Qinghuan blushed and replied, "Shameless." Nevertheless, she felt a surge of joy, for regardless of the circumstances, Jiang Ping always held her in his thoughts. Jiang Ping, with a sense of satisfaction, carefully stowed away the precious item known as Bloodless, contemplating to himself, this evening I must thoroughly explore this with He Qinghuan. Perhaps there lies some astonishing treasure." At that moment, the disciples of the Blood Demon sect who had surrendered hung their heads low, their faces drawn longer than that of a donkey. An expression of utter despair etched upon them. At this juncture, Lu Daba boldly approached Jiang Ping, strutting with an air of arrogance, and reproached him. Brother, we agreed to charge into battle together. Why is it that I am the only one forging ahead, while you remain idly behind? Brother, I truly misjudged you. Have you forgotten your comrades now that you have a wife? Upon hearing these words, Jiang Ping's nostrils flared in indignation, and he inwardly cursed, You scoundrel. We agreed to step out together to showcase our prowess, yet you have claimed all the glory for yourself, and now you dare to complain about me. Nevertheless, he retorted. You gluttonous fool, cease your nonsensical prattle. It is you who has stolen the spotlight, and yet you have the audacity to accuse me. At that moment, disciples from the Yinyang Palace began to arrive in succession to tidy up the battlefield, including those tasked with escorting the blood demon sect's disciples. Numerous female disciples approached Lu Daba, their enthusiasm palpable. Some sweetly exclaimed, Greetings, Senior Brother Lu, while others chimed in cheerfully, Greetings, Junior Brother Lu. Almost every female disciple seemed eager to exchange a few words with Lu Daba. This fellow, grinning widely from ear to ear, radiated sheer delight as he chuckled, Brother, your strategy is indeed effective. It seems I am quite popular among these female disciples. Brother, I have decided to move out of the medicinal garden. I shall no longer reside with you, as I too wish to indulge in some leisure time. Jiang Ping, in a fit of rage, silently roared within. You, an advanced player, are nothing but a shameless individual. The saying once you have a wife, you forget your brother should be directed at you, is it not? Lu Daba chuckled, his countenance as thick-skinned as a city wall, repeatedly nodding in agreement. Indeed, what my elder brother says is correct. Whatever my elder brother proclaims is always right. Jiang Ping could not bear to look at him for even a second longer, pondering to himself, if I continue conversing with this insufferable glutton, I shall surely be driven to the brink of exasperation. Thus, he seized He Qinghuan and departed, muttering as he walked, Humph. Let us keep our distance from this portly fellow, lest his antics drive me to despair. Jiang Ping swiftly led He Qinghuan away, and unable to contain herself. He Qinghuan let out a soft chuckle, remarking, You and Lu Daba are truly a delightful pair. Jiang Ping, in a rather irritable tone, remarked, Pay no heed to that rotund fellow. Let him revel in his own self-importance. At this moment, the great battle had concluded, presenting a perfect opportunity to plunder the treasures of the blood demon sect. Jiang Ping, with an air of enthusiasm, led He Qinghuan toward the blood demon sect. He himself harbored no particular desires, for he possessed a system. However, it would undoubtedly be splendid to procure some benefits for He Qinghuan. Upon arriving at the treasury of the blood demon sect, Jiang Ping was taken aback, inhaling sharply in astonishment. There stood the ninth elder, exuding an imposing presence at the entrance of the treasury, commanding the disciples of the Yinyang Hall to clear the place with remarkable efficiency, leaving no trace behind. Not even a blade of grass. Jiang Ping could not help but sigh. Oh, my dear mother, I never anticipated that the ninth elder would be so ruthless, leaving not even a trace behind. Alas, I initially hoped to procure some benefits for my beloved woman, but now that seems utterly out of reach. I can only await to see what treasures lie within the storage ring of that bloodless fiend. When the time comes, I shall distribute these items to He Qinghuan. However, with the downfall of the blood demon sect, the desire to venture forth and explore the world has once again blossomed within my heart. Only by stepping outside can one truly grow stronger. Jiang Ping pondered silently, yet he was determined to take that gluttonous Lu Daba with him when he departed. Otherwise, upon his return, the entire Yinyang Hall would undoubtedly be thrown into disarray by the man's antics. With a physique akin to that of a breeding boar, one could only imagine him treating the Yinyang Hall as his personal harem. This time, Lu Daba had truly risen to prominence. Once all matters concerning the blood demon sect were resolved, Shen Peizhi, seated regally above, cast a cold gaze upon the captives below and declared, Examine them closely. Discern if any among them are notorious villains. If so, execute them without mercy. If not, disband them immediately. Shen Peizhi understood that even if these individuals were to join the Yinyang Hall, their loyalty could not be guaranteed. The hall would not accept those with divided intentions. Once all affairs were concluded, Shen Peizhi announced loudly, except for the remaining elders and disciples, all others shall return to the Yinyang Hall. Meanwhile, the blood demon sect retained numerous elders and disciples, having now transformed into a territory of the Yinyang Hall, poised for expansion, with plans to establish a branch sect in the future. Chapter 41. Farewell. The journey was smooth sailing as Jiang Ping, in a frenzy, hurried back to the medicinal garden with He Qinghuan. Upon their return, he could scarcely contain his eagerness, swiftly dragging He Qinghuan along as they departed with the speed of the wind. Shen Peizhi observed their hasty retreat, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she murmured softly, This old fellow may be aging, yet he still plays the field with flair. As anticipated, Jiang Ping plunged into the medicinal garden with He Qinghuan, embarking on an embarrassing journey of dual cultivation and philosophical exploration. He Qinghuan, unable to withstand Jiang Ping's relentless pursuits post his advancement to the foundation establishment stage, inwardly lamented. This old man has transformed entirely since his promotion. Under the guidance of spiritual energy, Jiang Ping's harmonious technique relentlessly surged against the acupoints of both him and He Qinghuan. Although He Qinghuan found it somewhat overwhelming, the benefits she reaped were indeed substantial. She keenly sensed that the flow of spiritual energy within her meridians had become increasingly smooth. Particularly the rate at which she absorbed this energy, which, compared to the time when Jiang Ping had not yet advanced to the foundational stage, was a stark contrast, marking a significant qualitative leap. The two tirelessly practiced in the medicinal herb garden until, in the end, He Qinghuan desperately pleaded for mercy, bringing their arduous training session to a close. Jiang Ping held He Qinghuan's delicate figure tightly in his embrace, his eyes veiled with a misty affection. He gently pressed a kiss upon her forehead and tenderly remarked, "Qinghuan, I am preparing to venture outside. Since my arrival at the Yin Palace, I have never stepped beyond its confines, and I do not wish to pass my days in this realm until the end of my life." Upon hearing Jiang Ping's intention to leave, He Qinghuan's beautiful eyes shimmered with resolve as she firmly declared, "I shall accompany you." Jiang Ping gently patted He Qinghuan's delicate shoulder, patiently advising, "Be obedient, do not go. In my current frail state, wherever I go, all will perceive me as a dying man. However, if I were to accompany you, the situation would vastly differ. You are an unparalleled beauty in this world. Who could behold you without a twinge of envy? Even I, with one foot in the grave, would struggle to rise upon seeing you. Moreover, given my present capabilities, I lack the strength to safeguard you adequately. Taking you out, one might aptly describe it as inviting disaster through beauty. Qinghuan, do not take offense. I speak only the truth. Remain here in the Yin Pavilion, diligently honing your skills. Once you achieve the golden core, you shall be able to protect me. At that time, the vast seas will be ours to traverse, and the boundless skies ours to soar through. In this expansive world, we can journey wherever our hearts desire." Jiang Ping earnestly persuaded her, and He Qinghuan understood that his words were not unfounded. At that moment, Jiang Ping produced the storage ring of Shui Wuan. He had already examined it and discovered a map that appeared to lead to a mysterious secret realm. After he retrieved the map, the treasures, elixirs, and spirit stones within remained untouched. After Jiang Ping finished reading these, he was acutely aware that this information could effortlessly enable a disciple to successfully form their golden core, and there would be ample resources to spare. Jiang Ping tightly grasped He Qinghuan's delicate hand, presenting her with a storage ring, and spoke with deep affection, "Qinghuan, the treasures contained within are more than sufficient to aid you in achieving your foundation establishment, even should you squander a portion." Upon seeing the ring, He Qinghuan instantly recognized its significance. She was acutely aware that Jiang Ping would bestow upon her precious items, in the realm of cultivation, without resources. How could one hope to progress? Even with diligent effort, accomplishments would be but a drop in the bucket, constrained by limitations. However, with ample resources, myriad endeavors could be successfully realized. He Qinghuan vividly recalled the circumstances of her meeting with Jiang Ping. Once upon a time, her own aspirations for successful foundation establishment had ultimately led her to become Jiang Ping's companion. She had reached a critical juncture in her journey, yet had failed to establish her foundation, not due to a lack of diligence, but rather a dearth of resources. Nevertheless, she had never harbored regrets. Jiang Ping had never let her down. She had initially intended to gather herbs in exchange for materials that would enhance her chances of success, only to find Jiang Ping presenting her with the invaluable foundation establishment elixir instead, something she had never dared to dream of. In this moment, she beheld the entirety of a nascent soul stage sect leader's possessions, a veritable treasure trove. Without hesitation, she knew the abundance of treasures contained within, even speculating that the legendary breakthrough elixir, said to assist cultivators in achieving their nascent soul, might be among them. Yet, Jiang Ping, without a glance, relinquished it all to her. Such selflessness was indeed rare in the world of cultivation. Even between father and son, one might not find such a generous exchange. Yet Jiang Ping had unreservedly entrusted everything to her, and at that moment, He Qinghuan's heart transformed into a tranquil spring, all her doubts melting away in the warmth of Jiang Ping's affection. This old fellow was, in her heart, the Prince Charming who had come to claim her on a white steed. Just as He Qinghuan was about to express her gratitude, she found herself silenced by Jiang Ping's earnest kiss. In this profound exchange of emotions, words were rendered unnecessary, actions spoke volumes. Ultimately, He Qinghuan fled in flustered haste, while Jiang Ping could only smile wryly, realizing it was time to bid farewell to Shenpeiji. At this moment, Jiang Ping was in high spirits as he strode confidently into the grand hall of Shenpeiji. Upon entering, he was taken aback. The hall was filled with people. All elders of the Yin Hall, engaged in discussions regarding the various matters pertaining to the reconstruction following the destruction of the Blood Demon sect. Jiang Ping, akin to a headless fly, barged in without restraint. The elders fixated their gazes upon him, while he stood rooted at the entrance like a wooden post, utterly motionless. In that instant, the elders collectively turned their attention to Shenpeiji, their thoughts swirling with skepticism. This old fellow is rather audacious, is he not? Even if he has ties with Lin Miaoyan, it cannot justify such blatant disregard for protocol by entering the hall of the sect leader unannounced. A growing awareness dawned upon the elders that something was amiss. He was merely a disciple from the outer medicinal garden. What right did he have to be here? Why was there no one to impede his entrance? The elders exchanged glances between Shenpeiji and Jiang Ping, pondering the peculiar situation. At this moment, Jiang Ping finally realized his mistake and stammered, I'm sorry, I took a wrong turn. Meanwhile, the elders harbored a collective thought, wishing to rebuke Jiang Ping. Nonsense. A wrong turn? Go to hell. Are you burning paper offerings at a grave, attempting to fool a ghost? After Jiang Ping departed, a sudden chill enveloped his back, as if an unseen force were tightly gripping his throat. Old fool, I was just about to seek you out. Pray tell, where has the flying sword vanished? How could it have disappeared without a trace? Old fool, have you taken it? Upon hearing these words, Jiang Ping felt a surge of anger within him. Silently cursing, you are the true old fool. Who is old and who is a fool? At this moment, Jiang Ping's expression fell dramatically, and he lamented, Ninth Elder. This is an injustice. I personally delivered the flying sword into your hands. With my limited abilities, how could I possibly take the flying sword from you? You ought to consider my character. Chapter 42. Instructions before departure. The Ninth Elder harbored no belief in Jiang Ping's words and immediately began to search him. To his astonishment, he discovered that the old fellow was indeed telling the truth. However, the Ninth Elder was well aware that Jiang Ping could not have taken the sword. Within the sect, there was no one capable of stealthily appropriating the flying sword from him. Not even Shenpeiji, despite her superior strength, could accomplish such a feat. Jiang Ping's chances were utterly diminished. But where had the flying sword vanished to? Could it be that some formidable outsider had taken a liking to it and quietly absconded with it? The Ninth Elder sensed this was the only plausible explanation. At that moment, he seized Jiang Ping by the throat and ominously declared, Old fool, I shall pose but one question to you, and you are to answer it truthfully. Otherwise, I shall proceed to castrate you today. I am aware of your indiscretions with the female disciples within the sect. Should your response fail to satisfy me, I shall feed you an entire bottle of red pills and cast you into a pigsty. I am most eager to see what actions you might undertake then. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Ping instantly felt that it would be better to castrate himself. Is this something a human would do? Can a person truly commit such an act? Jiang Ping awkwardly forced a smile and replied, Elder Jiao, I assure you that I will share anything I know. Elder Jiao's gaze was piercing as he fixed his eyes intently on Jiang Ping, inquiring, What is your relationship with the sect leader? Upon hearing this question, Jiang Ping's heart sank. He knew he absolutely could not expose Shenpeiji. The reason was quite simple, his own lack of strength. If he were to divulge this, how would others perceive Shenpeiji? Jiang Ping endeavored to compose himself and stated, She is merely my master. It is only that Lin Miaoan, during her seclusion, requested the master to look after me, nothing more. The Ninth Elder squinted his eyes into mere slits, harboring disbelief towards the old man's words, convinced that the situation was far more intricate than it appeared. Yet, at this moment, he found himself at a loss as to how to penalize him, especially since they were not far from the Grand Hall, which made it unwise to question Jiang Ping under the watchful eye of Shenpeiji. In a fit of anger, the Ninth Elder delivered a swift kick to Jiang Ping's rear, exclaiming, Get lost, you old fool. Jiang Ping's anger is palpable. This old fellow is truly unwell. Every time I see him, I feel a sense of unease. In his heart, Jiang Ping vowed, You old fool, wait for me. There will come a day when I shall cast you into the pigsty. The indignation was overwhelming. Yet, a sudden thought of Liu Debao's flashed through his mind. If he could not intimidate the Ninth Elder, could he not confront the rotund fool? Indeed, he resolved to seek out the portly man shortly to reclaim his dignity. Jiang Ping concealed himself in the shadows, patiently awaiting the conclusion of discussions among the prominent figures. He stealthily emerged, entering the Grand Hall with utmost discretion. Shenpeiji fixed her gaze upon Jiang Ping, her expression a portrait of fury. Jiang Ping hurriedly approached Shenpeiji, kneading her shoulders and massaging her legs. Only then did Shenpeiji cease her tears and break into a smile, playfully chiding, I overheard your conversation with Elder Jiao outside. Do you believe I am unworthy of being your dual cultivation partner? Jiang Ping was rendered utterly speechless, inwardly lamenting. No, how could you say that? This remark should have come from me. Jiang Ping felt a sense of frustration, as lately his lines were constantly being usurped by others. During the glorious days of the Blood Demon sect, he had been overshadowed by the overweight man, and now he found himself overshadowed once more by Shenpeiji. Jiang Ping, with tears glistening in his eyes, spoke with profound emotion. Peiji, it is I who am unworthy of you. How could I have ever dared to dream of your affection? You are like the moon in the sky, the most radiant of all. Having you in my life is more than enough. Shenpeiji, utterly captivated by Jiang Ping's heartfelt words, blushed and replied shyly, Do say a few more things, quickly, or I shall not let this matter rest. Jiang Ping was bewildered. What kind of operation is this? Jiang Ping swiftly employed his remarkable charm, causing Shenpeiji to laugh uncontrollably, her demeanor becoming animated and lively. With a smile, Shenpeiji inquired, Why did you not acknowledge me as your dual cultivation partner in front of Elder Jiao? Jiang Ping raised an eyebrow and inquired, Is this acceptable? Shenpeiji nodded and replied, This is truly acceptable. Shenpeiji was utterly indifferent to the judgments of the mundane world. She had no desire to hold the position of the sect leader and had long contemplated passing on her responsibilities. Previously, she aspired to be a carefree wanderer. But now her sole wish was to remain by Jiang Ping's side at all times. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ping promptly planted a kiss on Shenpeiji's cheek, causing her face to flush a deep crimson. With a teasing reprimand, she inquired, So, what brings you to me? Shinpeiji remarked with a hint of indifference. Jiang Ping hesitantly spoke. I have two matters to discuss. At that moment, Shinpeiji rose from her seat, gazing out at the vast hall, lost in thought. She then turned to Jiang Ping and said, Come, accompany me for a stroll. Jiang Ping quickly moved to her side. As they walked, Shinpeiji remarked, Allow me to guess what your two matters are. First, you wish to leave the Yin-Yang Palace. Jiang Ping nodded, unperturbed, for with the demise of the Blood Demon sect, he surmised that Shinpeiji was already aware of his intention to take a walk, a notion he had previously shared with her. Is the second matter concerning my care for He Qinghuan? Jiang Ping nodded once more. In truth, he had not intended to mention this. Yet he had entrusted the storage ring of Blood Wu to He Qinghuan. Jiang Ping harbored doubts regarding He Qinghuan's ability to safeguard these treasures. He feared that once He Qinghuan revealed her possessions, many would covet them, and even resort to heinous acts such as murder and theft. Consequently, Jiang Ping advised He Qinghuan to seek assistance from Shinpeiji, assuring her that he would make the necessary arrangements with Shinpeiji. Suddenly, Shinpeiji turned her head, grasped Jiang Ping's ear, and indignantly exclaimed, You old fool, she is my rival. Have you considered this? Why should I be tasked with looking after your woman? Is there any difference between that and becoming He Qinghuan's maid? Jiang Ping, in a moment of exasperation, wondered what thoughts occupied Shinpeiji's mind, as her startled reactions nearly sent his very soul into disarray. Yet, he quickly sought to soothe her, gently proclaiming, Peiji, do not let your thoughts wander. In my heart, you shine as the brightest star, irreplaceable in this world. It must be said, Jiang Ping was a true master of the art of romantic persuasion, skillfully weaving sweet words that captivated her. Shinpeiji found herself incapable of resisting his charm. However, Jiang Ping's sentiments were sincere. He held her dear, cherishing her as one would a precious treasure. Otherwise, he would not have uttered the profound vow of mutual existence, a declaration that transformed Shinpeiji's perception of him from an old man to a gallant prince. With a hint of detachment, she inquired, When shall we depart? Jiang Ping remarked, Let it be tomorrow. Shinpeiji softly responded with a gentle and suggested, Shall we return to the room? Please give me a massage. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ping instinctively knew what was about to transpire. Chapter 43, A Twisted Back. At that moment, his hand naturally reached for the red pill within his storage ring. Having just engaged in dual cultivation with He Qinghuan, his physique, while significantly strengthened compared to before, still paled in comparison to Shinpeiji, a formidable being in the nascent soul stage. Although the primary beneficiary of their dual cultivation was Jiang Ping, he found himself at a disadvantage and could only rely on this remedy. Today, Jiang Ping realized that unless he thoroughly dealt with Shinpeiji, leaving the Yin-Yang Hall the following day would be nothing short of a fantasy. As Jiang Ping had anticipated, he nearly met his demise in bed. Ultimately, Shinpeiji fell into a contented slumber, while Jiang Ping, in a state of disarray, crawled out of the room, his legs refusing to obey him. Jiang Ping now secretly curses, You dead fatso, what kind of red pill have you given me? You aspired to concoct the world's most extraordinary elixir, yet you, good sir, have merely provided a placebo that is utterly ineffectual. Although Jiang Ping is utterly exhausted, he is delighted to discover that his foundational cultivation has become significantly more robust. He perceives the barrier of the mid-foundation stage, and he is confident that with continuous dual cultivation alongside Shinpeiji over the next 6 months, he will undoubtedly break through to the mid-foundation stage with ease and assurance. However, he must venture out. There are numerous women awaiting his return, and remaining indoors would only hinder his advancement, as many functions of the sovereign he has yet to explore. Thus, he must depart. All matters concerning the sect have been settled, and the medicinal garden has been left to become a wasteland, requiring no further handover. Now, he has but one objective, to find the dead fatso. He knows precisely where the fatso is, not far from the medicinal garden. Lu Debao's incessant claims of loyalty to Jiang Ping make it easy to locate him. In truth, he fears that the female disciples may be unaware of his new whereabouts. Without uttering a word, Jiang Ping forcefully kicked open Lu Debao's door. Upon witnessing the scene within, filled with flirtatious couples, Jiang Ping was left utterly astounded, exclaiming in outrage, You gluttonous fool, no wonder you are a prince. You certainly know how to indulge. For dual cultivation partners, for goodness. What Jiang Ping never dared to dream of, this rotund man accomplished entirely. Upon seeing Jiang Ping, Lu Debao's anger dissipated by half. Jiang Ping remarked, I shall await you outside. Do hasten and emerge. After another hour had passed, Jiang Ping was truly infuriated. How could he not be? The sounds of flirtation echoing from within were driving him to the brink of losing his composure. He cursed aloud, You glutton, you are nothing but a breeding boar. When the rotund figure finally emerged, fastening his trousers and smacking his lips, he remarked, Brother, what brings you here so early? What on earth do you intend to do? Disrupting my affairs? Jiang Ping, feeling exasperated, urged, Quickly get dressed and come with me. Lu Debo, rubbing his ample belly, gazed at him with drowsy eyes and inquired, Where are we going, brother? Jiang Ping cast a glance at Lu Daba, suggesting, Let us embark on an adventure together. Lu Daba vigorously shook his head, resembling a rattle drum, and replied, Brother, if you wish to go, then go ahead. I shall not accompany you. There are numerous female disciples within the sect who require my attention. Once I have attended to all matters here, I shall seek you out in the outside world." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ping's vision darkened, and he exclaimed, "You scoundrel." Jiang Ping seized Lu Daba's ear with a firm grip and bellowed, "Hurry and leave. If you do not depart soon, the Yin Hall will truly become your harem." At that moment, Lu Daba emitted a wail akin to a slaughtered pig, exclaiming, "Ouch, oh. Ouch, ouch. Brother, be gentle, be gentle. Wait a moment, I must return to bid farewell to my 4 cherished wives. How can I simply leave without a word? Am I the sort of irresponsible man?" To his surprise, Jiang Ping found some merit in Lu Daba's reasoning, fearing that this fellow might escape. He followed Lu Daba into the house. Lu Daba, ever generous, promptly distributed all the treasures from his storage pouch among the 4 female disciples, retaining only the red pills for himself. Frankly, Jiang Ping couldn't help but feel envious. This man truly embodied the wealth of a prince. He then addressed the 4 female disciples. "I shall embark on a journey with my brother for a while. You must think of me, understood? When I return, we shall rekindle our bond." Jiang Ping was truly weary of listening to this incessant chatter. The individual was simply too loquacious. Thus, the two exited the Hall of Yin and Yang. At that moment, a graceful figure in the void was observing Jiang Ping. It was Shenpeiji. She uttered a few words to herself. "Once I relinquish the position of the sect leader, I shall be free to accompany you wherever you desire. Take care along your journey. It is indeed beneficial to step outside and explore." At this moment, Jiang Ping was wholly engrossed in his search function, seeking the nearest blue dot. Lu Dabao's observed Jiang Ping moving in a particular direction, which oddly seemed to lead towards his own home. This path led to the Taikong dynasty. Without hesitation, Lu Dabao's grasped Jiang Ping and inquired, "Elder brother, what is your situation?" Jiang Ping, perplexed, inquired, "Debao, what is the matter?" "Brother, this is not merely a trial for me. You intend to send me home. Pray, be honest with me. Are you, perhaps, envious of me? Do you harbor jealousy, concerned that the female disciples of the Yin Hall might favor me, thus prompting you to send me away? I implore you to respond earnestly." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ping was so infuriated that he stomped his feet and exclaimed, "Is it really necessary? Am I truly so despicable? My decision to leave this place is driven by my own reasons. There are aspects here that I must refine." Lu Dabao's curled his lip in disbelief, muttering, "Humph. I don't buy it. I suspect you are merely envious of my talent, envious of my charming allure that captivates everyone. I can't shake the feeling that your intentions are not pure. Brother, are you certain you are not deceiving me?" Lu Dabao's tilted his head, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Ping. Jiang Ping was infuriated, and with a swift motion, he aimed a kick at Lu Dabao's posterior. However, Lu Dabao's was quite astute and dodged just in time, causing Jiang Ping's kick to miss entirely. Due to the excessive force he exerted, Jiang Ping stumbled, and with a resounding crack, he found himself frozen in place, unable to move. The past few days had already taken a toll on his back, and this sudden exertion had unfortunately resulted in a strain. Jiang Ping's face turned ashen, cold sweat streaming down his brow as he weakly called out, "Debao, come quickly and help me. Damn it, I can't move." Lu Dabao, infuriated, rolled his eyes and retorted, with a physique that could be toppled by a mere breeze, "What are you even doing out here to train? Isn't this just seeking trouble for no reason? The Yin Hall is a splendid place, surrounded by beauty everywhere." Jiang Ping winced in pain, his thoughts too scattered to engage in further conversation. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, "Enough with the nonsense, just help me." Lu Dabo let out a snort, seemingly disinterested in offering assistance. Instead, he simply bent down and hoisted Jiang Ping onto his shoulder, much like one would carry a sack, striding forward with determination. "Jiang Ping, what a nuisance. What is this? Has he truly lost all sense of shame?" Chapter 44. The Kingdom of Taikong. "You rotund fool. Release me at once." Jiang Ping bellowed, his voice echoing so loudly it could startle the birds from the sky. Upon hearing Jiang Ping's increasingly harsh insults, Lu Dabao's temper flared as well. "Very well, if you wish to be released, so be it." With that, he unceremoniously tossed Jiang Ping to the ground. Jiang Ping was thrown to the ground, nearly losing consciousness. He lacked even the strength to curse Lu Daba. Jiang Ping lay on the ground for a moment to recuperate. After being thrown by Lu Daba, he felt considerably revitalized compared to his previous state and managed to rise to his feet with some difficulty. At that moment, Jiang Ping resembled a tipsy man, nodding his head with every third step as he staggered toward a large tree. One hand clutched the trunk tightly, while the other pressed firmly against his waist, rendering him as motionless as if he were nailed to the spot. Lu Daba, on the other hand, was filled with reluctance, unwilling even to cast a glance at Jiang Ping. A sense of grievance welled up within him. "I have countless beautiful confidants who daily shower me with affection and care. And now, here I am, traipsing through this desolate wilderness alongside this old man, without even a glimpse of a female dog. Oh heavens, strike me down. How did I ever come to accept this fellow as my elder brother?" At that moment, Jiang Ping felt a slight improvement in his condition. He blinked, gazing into the distance, his mind clouded with contemplation. He now faced a significant dilemma. The green dots marked on his system merely indicated the location of the blue dots. Lacking a detailed map, he could only proceed in the direction indicated by the green dots. Yet he remained utterly unaware of which sects he might encounter along the way or what cities might be nearby. Turning his head, he called out to Lu Daba, "Fatty, Come here. Lu Daba retorted irritably. Brother, please don't jest with me. I've told you I'm not going home. I am a man of lofty aspirations. Besides, I have no desire to become an emperor. I simply relish a carefree life like that of wandering clouds and wild cranes. Jiang Ping rolled his eyes and said irritably, Fatty, spare me your nonsense. I never said I would send you back. I merely wish to inquire where this path ultimately leads. Seeing Jiang Ping's serious demeanor, Lu Daba did not want to throw a tantrum anymore. He pursed his lips and replied, Brother, since you are so earnest, allow me to enlighten you. We are still within the Tianfa mountain range. However, beyond it lies the Xianling Plain. As for the sects residing in the Xianling Plain, I have indeed heard of a few, such as the Yunhua sect and the Huda sect, among others. Yet, I have never visited myself, so I am unaware of the specifics. Jiang Ping's mind was completely immersed in the system, and to his delight, he discovered that he was getting increasingly closer to the first blue dot. Considering his current position in the distance he had already traversed, Jiang Ping silently calculated in his mind. If he continued without pause, given his current leisurely pace, it would likely take him approximately 2 days to reach his destination. However, upon further reflection, he surmised that if he increased his speed, he could potentially arrive in just 1 day. Nevertheless, Jiang Ping concluded that a 2-day time frame would be a reliable estimate for his arrival. At this moment, Jiang Ping extended his hand, pointing ahead, and addressed Lu Daba. My friend, let us proceed along this path for a couple of days. I estimate we shall reach our destination at our current pace. Lu Daba blinked his small eyes, gazing at Jiang Ping, inwardly cursing. What on earth is this old fellow up to? With a look of grievance, he replied, Brother, I have already expressed my unwillingness to return to Taikang. Jiang Ping was taken aback, pondering what it could mean. Brother, if you continue along this path, you shall reach the kingdom of Taikang in just 2 days. If my father discovers my return, he would undoubtedly give me a severe reprimand. Even his sons are all intent on my demise. Should I return, they would surely see to it that I meet my end. Jiang Ping never anticipated that his next female lead would emerge in the kingdom of Taikang. At this moment, he gazed earnestly at the portly man before him, raising 3 fingers to the sky as he solemnly vowed, Fear not, my dear friend, I swear on my honor that I have no intention of sending you back. Rest assured, I am indeed your true brother. I merely seek to accomplish a task in the kingdom of Taikang. Once I have fulfilled it, we shall depart without delay. As for your concerns regarding those compatriots who wish you harm, if you do not mind my limited abilities, I am more than willing to safeguard you. Should danger arise, you must flee first, while I hold the line behind you. If I break this vow, may the heavens strike me down. The portly man, however, was disinclined to entertain Jiang Ping's fervent proclamations. Observing Jiang Ping's feeble demeanor, as if he needed to lean against the wall for support, he found it utterly absurd that he would assert he could carve a path through adversity. Caught in a dilemma, the portly man finally relented, saying, Very well, my brother. I shall guide you. However, once we arrive in the kingdom of Taikang, you must heed my every command. There shall be no recklessness. And we will complete the task and leave post-haste. At that moment, the portly man seemed to recall something, inquiring, Brother, what exactly is the task you intend to undertake in the kingdom of Taikang? At that moment, Jiang Ping was seized by a fit of coughing. Striving to mask his embarrassment, he certainly could not admit to the rotund fellow that he was in pursuit of a woman. Thus, he declared, My friend, it's best not to pry into my affairs. They are undoubtedly of monumental significance. The rotund man harbored suspicions, feeling that Jiang Ping was particularly unreliable. He sensed that he was often deceived by this old rogue. Could it be that he had truly blinded himself to the fact that he had taken on such an unreliable figure as his elder brother? With a look of skepticism, he fixed his gaze upon Jiang Ping and said, Brother, do not attempt to mislead me. If something were to go awry, we would both be in dire straits. Jiang Ping patted the plump man's shoulder and said with a smile, Rest assured, my brother, following your elder brother means there will be plenty to eat. The two continued their journey, enduring the elements as they traveled. By the following evening, they caught sight of the towering walls of the kingdom of Taikang from a distance. The plump man halted in his tracks, anxiety etched upon his face, and said, Elder brother, we are almost there, yet I feel an inexplicable apprehension. Jiang Ping gazed at the city walls, his eyes resolute as he declared, Do not fear, we shall proceed with caution. At that moment, the stout man swiftly produced a black cloak, enveloping himself in it with great agility, meticulously concealing his visage. He then turned to gesture for Jiang Ping to follow. And together they ventured into the realm of Taikang. Upon crossing the city gates, Jiang Ping was immediately overwhelmed by the sights before him. Although it was night, Taikang was ablaze with light and bustling with activity. The streets were thronged with pedestrians, shops lined the avenues, and a cacophony of calls and laughter intertwined harmoniously. It was evident that the emperor of this land had administered his domain with remarkable order and diligence. Jiang Ping could not help but convey telepathically to the portly fellow, It appears your father is indeed a sagacious ruler, for look at the state of Taikang. It is managed remarkably well. Chapter 45, The Past of Lu Daba. The portly man seemed oblivious to Jiang Ping's words, offering no response, not even a fleeting glance, as he silently continued on his way. After traversing a short distance, he suddenly turned sharply, pulling Jiang Ping onto a quieter street, and then strode purposefully ahead. Upon reaching a secluded alley, Jiang Ping lifted his gaze to behold an inn. Prominently inscribed above the entrance were the three characters, "No path in." Jiang Ping couldn't help but furrow his brow, pondering to himself, what sort of inn is this? The name seems rather exaggerated, doesn't it? The rotund man paid no heed to Jiang Ping's murmurs and confidently strode into the inn. As Lu Daba entered, a portly innkeeper, beaming with an effusive smile, immediately approached him. At that moment, Lu Daba removed his hood. Upon seeing Lu Daba's visage, the innkeeper's smile abruptly froze, and he promptly fell to his knees, trembling as he uttered, "I pay my respects to my lord." Lu Daba waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Old Yuan, please rise." At this instant, Jiang Ping was rendered speechless, for Lu Daba no longer bore the lewd demeanor he once had. Instead, he emanated an unparalleled aura of sovereignty. This presence was not something that could be cultivated through mere effort. It was innate, as if it naturally permeated from the very essence of his being. Jiang Ping could scarcely fathom that Lu Debonair would present such a profoundly astonishing aspect of himself today. Old Yuan promptly rose to his feet and inquired of Lu Debonair, "Young master, did you not set off for your cultivation? What brings you back so suddenly?" Lu Debonair waved his hand dismissively, replying, "We shall discuss this matter later. For now, please prepare 2 splendid rooms for me." He then gestured towards Old Yuan, stating, "This is my elder brother. Henceforth, you are to heed his words." Old Yuan swiftly bowed his head in acknowledgement and turned to pay his respects to Jiang Ping, saying, "I pay my respects to you, my lord." Jiang Ping promptly waved his hand, swiftly assisting Old Yuan to his feet, and remarked, "This is too much. I cannot accept such grand gestures." Old Yuan, with an expression of utmost respect, replied, "Young master, please follow me." Thus, he led Lu Daba and Jiang Ping upstairs. The room, though modestly decorated, exuded a comforting charm. Old Yuan quickly exited to prepare food and drink for Lu Daba. With a deep sigh, Lu Daba said, "Elder brother, you must attend to your affairs without delay. Once completed, return to find me. I shall remain here for the most part. Remember, it is imperative that you be swift." After this, a fleeting expression of helplessness and disappointment crossed Lu Daba's face. He uttered not another word and, with a resolute slam, shut the door behind him, retreating into his own chamber. At that moment, Jiang Ping discerned from Lu Debonair's expression a profound sense of helplessness, coupled with an undeniable air of disappointment. He had never anticipated that Lu Debonair's demeanor could harbor such a weighty aspect. Jiang Ping then inquired, "Debonair, you have returned. Are you not inclined to visit your father and mother?" Upon mentioning Lu Debonair's mother, Jiang Ping observed Lu Debonair's fist clenching tightly, the knuckles cracking ominously. And without uttering a single word, he turned and departed. At this moment, Jiang Ping had come to the realization that Lu Debonair's mother must have encountered some misfortune. Otherwise, Lu Debonair's expression would not have been so filled with sorrow and indignation. Jiang Ping had lived for so long that he had encountered all manner of gazes. Yet, at that moment, a sudden commotion erupted from outside the door. Jiang Ping hastily opened the window and gazed down at the entrance below. A throng of soldiers had completely surrounded the inn without doors. The commanding officer bellowed, "Listen, those inside. Everyone come out for inspection, or face death without mercy." At that moment, Old Yuan hurriedly jogged to the entrance, his face adorned with a forced smile as he attempted to placate the officer. "Sir, I am unaware of any rules my humble establishment has violated. Why must you search the inn? Step aside, this is none of your concern." The officer retorted harshly, shoving Old Yuan aside. He then dismounted from his towering steed, shouting again into the inn, "Everyone come out for inspection, or face death without mercy." At that moment, Jiang Ping heard the creaking of the door next door, and with a loud crash, Lu Dabo pushed open Jiang Ping's door, exclaiming, "Brother, just stay here and do not move. They are here for me." Lu Dabo had not anticipated that his meticulously concealed appearance would be discovered the moment he entered the city. Moreover, the officer was someone he recognized, a subordinate of his half-brother. Lu Dabo arrived at the inn's entrance, shouting furiously, "Have your eyes gone blind to dare come here? Get the hell out." Upon recognizing Lu Dabo, the officer's face drained of color, and he quickly knelt, trembling as he spoke, "Your Highness, please spare me. I did not know you had returned." Lu Dabo snorted disdainfully, retorting, "Get lost. Return and tell your master that I have returned. If he has any intentions, let him approach me openly. Do not resort to underhanded tactics, or I shall not be courteous." With that, Lu Dabo flicked his sleeve and turned back into the inn. Meanwhile, the soldiers below, terrified, fled in disarray. Lu Dabo ascended to the second floor and entered the room where Jiang Ping was. The commanding presence he had displayed earlier dissipated, and he reappeared as the familiar rogue, looking at Jiang Ping with a hint of grievance, saying, "Brother, I told you not to return to Taikong. Look, I have barely crossed the threshold before being targeted." Jiang Ping understood that Lu Debonair was attempting to reassure him. At this moment, Jiang Ping embraced Lu Debonair's shoulder, firmly pressing him into the chair beside him, and said, "Brother, please share your circumstances with me." Lu Debonair, initially reluctant to recount these long-buried memories, sighed upon seeing Jiang Ping's earnest expression and decided to reminisce. "My father was the ruler of the state of Taikong, Lu Yi, and my mother hailed from a humble background. One day, while hunting, my father fell from a cliff and was rescued by my mother. after which he brought her into the palace, leading to my birth. However, my mother, being destitute and without support, was not favored in the palace and faced ostracism from all. Ultimately, she was poisoned by Empress, and my father did not dare to utter a word in her defense. From a young age, as you can see, brother, I was also marginalized due to my mother's lowly status. Everyone else had the opportunity to attend school and seek guidance, but I was excluded. My father neglected me. Thankfully, I had the protection of my great-uncle from the Inyan Hall. Upon witnessing my plight, he arranged for his descendants to care for me and provide me shelter. His son and grandson are esteemed officials in the court, and even my father must show them some respect. Moreover, as a cultivator, my great-uncle is not someone my father can afford to offend, which is why I have managed to survive. Yet, my brothers intend to eliminate me, as my existence poses a threat to their aspirations for the throne. Given my great-uncle's closeness to me, I believe you can intuitively grasp the reasons behind this situation without me needing to elaborate further. Jiang Ping certainly comprehended that it was the fear of the esteemed ninth uncle behind the corpulent figure. Thus, I could only escape and seek refuge in the Inyan Hall to pursue the path of immortality under ninth uncle's guidance. Only by becoming formidable in my own right would those individuals cease to belittle me and refrain from bullying me. Most importantly, I must avenge my mother by eliminating Empress. When the topic of vengeance arose, a potent aura of hostility suddenly emanated from Ludaba, and Jiang Ping understood that the enmity stemming from the murder of one's mother was a grievance that could not be overlooked. Ludaba continued, "My brethren are also cultivators. As for their affiliations, I am unaware, but it is certain that they are stronger than I." Jiang Ping had never anticipated that the royal offspring would be so devoted to the pursuit of immortality. Alas, my father is a formidable cultivator at the Golden Core stage. Yet his achievements are solely due to the generous endowment from my esteemed Uncle Jiao. Without his assistance, my father would have remained at the foundation establishment stage throughout his life. The general below has already assured that news of my return to Taikang Kingdom will swiftly reach my elder brother's ears. He will undoubtedly seek to create trouble for me once more. However, for the moment, he cannot act against me openly. Nevertheless, I must make my way to the palace. Therefore, dear brother, please expedite your affairs so that we may depart without delay. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ping nodded in agreement. Had Lu Dabayat been more forthcoming about the matters at home, Jiang Ping undoubtedly would not have ventured to Taikang Kingdom first. With so many blue dots available, he could have chosen any location at his discretion. Why then would he seek out trouble in Taikang Kingdom? He is now aware that he has caused considerable inconvenience for Lu Dabayat, yet regret is a luxury he cannot afford. He must proceed step by step, confronting challenges as they arise, much like a soldier meets an enemy or a river is met with earth. Jiang Ping gently patted Lu Daba's shoulder, offering words of solace. Brother, do not be overly concerned. Where there is a will, a way shall be found. Now that we have returned, let us act according to the circumstances. Lu Daba nodded, his gaze revealing a flicker of determination. Elder brother, I understand. However, it seems the days ahead may not be tranquil. You must exercise caution as well. Before long, a sudden commotion of footsteps echoed from outside, suggesting a considerable number of people were approaching. Jiang Ping felt a tightness in his chest as he exchanged a glance with Lu Daba. In each other's eyes, they discerned a shared wariness. A loud bang echoed as the door was violently kicked open, and a group of armored soldiers surged into the room. At their forefront stood a sinister-looking man who sneered, Lu Daba, you have finally returned. Today marks your demise. Lu Daba rose to his feet, glaring fiercely at the intruder. Lu Tianming, do not be so arrogant. I am not afraid of you. Lu Tianming scoffed, my dear brother. Do you really think you can elude my grasp by hiding in this humble inn? Charge. The soldiers rushed forward, poised to strike. However, at that moment, an exceptionally handsome young man appeared in the inn like a specter and softly declared, Lu Tianming, you are exceedingly bold. Your mother harmed Lu Daba's mother, and now you dare to turn your hand against your own brother? Have the years you spent cultivating your skills been for naught? Today, I shall render you powerless. Upon seeing the dashing youth before him, Lu Tianming gasped in shock, hastily offering apologies. I was wrong. I shall take my leave immediately. He appeared utterly flustered. Yet, in that instant, Jiang Ping's perfect life system flashed an alert. Target detected. Affection level 0. At this moment, Jiang Ping took 3 hurried steps backward. As if struck by lightning, he collapsed into a chair, his entire being appearing utterly soulless and motionless. Sweat beaded on his forehead, cascading down like a waterfall. As he internally lamented, what does this mean? Is the completion of this task to be alongside a man? Oh heavens, I am at my wit's end. Must you toy with me in such a manner? Can you not spare an old man? Even if I am somewhat inept, my inclinations remain conventional. I have not yet reached the point of having to court a man for the sake of survival. At this moment, Jiang Ping felt his resolve shatter. Overwhelmed by a sense of despair and regret, had he known it would come to this, why had he ventured into the kingdom of Taikang? Why had he stirred up trouble for that rotund fellow? As Lu Tianming hurriedly exited the inn, his face flushed with embarrassment. Lu Daba looked down at the handsome young man and exclaimed in delight, Aunt. At this instant, Jiang Ping's eyes brightened. What? Aunt? At this moment, Jiang Ping sprang up as if invigorated by an elixir, swiftly making his way to the door in a few hurried strides. Lu Daba knelt at the feet of the handsome young man beside him, weeping profusely as he lamented, "Aunt, I have missed you dearly." However, his aunt was not swayed by such theatrics. She brusquely kicked him aside and chided, "Humph, what manners are these? Were you not training under my father in the realm of yin and yang? Are you so reckless as to return in such haste, seeking your own demise? Did my father grant you permission to come back?" At this, Lu Daba turned his head and pointed accusingly at Jiang Ping by the doorway, exclaiming, It was he. He insisted that I accompany him back for this journey, which is why we have arrived in the kingdom of Taikon." Jiang Ping silently cursed. What kind of brother is this? Not even worthy of being called a brother in arms. This fat man actually betrayed him at such a critical moment. At that moment, the young man below raised his elegant brows, glanced at Jiang Ping at the entrance, beckoning with his finger, and coldly stated, "Old fool, come down here." At this moment, Jiang Ping hurriedly descended from the second floor, tumbling down as he shook his head and gesticulated, proclaiming, No, I would never dare to threaten him. The chubby fellow and I are like old friends. We are good brothers." In his urgency, Jiang Ping kicked Lu Daba lightly and whispered, "Speak up, you fool." Lu Daba, kneeling on the ground, quickly responded, "Indeed, auntie, he is my dear brother. Please do not be angry. Although he did compel me to come out, I willingly agreed. Primarily because I miss you terribly and simply wish to return for a visit." No sooner had he finished speaking than the handsome young man, without uttering a word, kicked Lu Daba aside, bellowing, "Get lost. I do not wish to hear your voice." At that very moment, Jiang Ping's perfect life system sent a message, affection level 10. Jiang Ping helplessly shook his head, secretly pondering, it seems that he has not garnered even the slightest fondness in the heart of this woman. Chapter 47. I consider you my elder brother, yet you wish to be my uncle. Strangely, at that moment, Jiang Ping found an unexpected surge of courage. He straightened his emaciated figure, forcing a smile he believed to be charming, and gazed lecherously at the young man in female attire before him. With audacity, he declared, "Auntie, if you are unwilling, I shall promptly take Lu Daba and leave this place, ensuring I no longer offend your eyes." The young man before him raised an eyebrow, furiously retorting, "You old fool. You are taking advantage of me. Who is your aunt?" With that, he made a show of preparing to strike. Jiang Ping took one look and thought, "Damn. If this strike were to kill me, where would I even seek justice?" Jiang Ping hurriedly waved his hand in explanation, "That is not what I meant. No, I do not intend to offend you, noble heroine. If you are unwilling, I shall promptly take my leave with him." At that moment, the woman fixed her piercing gaze upon Jiang Ping and coldly asserted, "You, an old relic barely at the foundation stage, who is on the brink of demise. Where could you possibly take him?" The woman, disguised as a man, then turned to Lu Daba, commanding, "Get up and come with me at once." As she spoke, she strode purposefully out of the inn, and Lu Daba hurriedly trailed closely behind her. Jiang Ping, feeling a sense of urgency, hastily followed behind. The woman abruptly turned her head, fixing her gaze upon the distant Jiang Ping, and exclaimed, "Old fool, did I instruct you to follow? What purpose do you serve by trailing behind?" At this moment, Jiang Ping felt an acute frustration, silently pondering, "Goodness, I have to undertake a mission with you. What is the matter? I desire you. Are you amenable to that?" Such thoughts were only dared to be entertained in the confines of his mind. He knew that if uttered aloud, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences, likely culminating in his castration at the hands of this formidable woman. At this moment, Jiang Ping continued to display what he believed to be his most charming smile, gazing at the youthful figure before him, who was disguised as a man. He remarked, "I have long admired the renowned heroine. Today, to behold you is truly a moment of glory. My reverence for the celestial being is as boundless as the flowing river, unceasing and profound. My lady, should you feel reluctant, I shall promptly escort Lu Daba away from this place." At this juncture, Lu Daba looked at Jiang Ping, silently lamenting, "Good heavens, brother, you are indeed audacious. To speak so boldly to the daughter of my esteemed ninth granduncle, you are truly remarkable. One must realize that even ninth granduncle would temper his temperament in the presence of this young lady." Just then, the woman turned and approached Jiang Ping, fixing him with an intense gaze as she inquired, "Old man, what did you just say? Your admiration for me? Pray tell, do you know my name?" This question rendered Jiang Ping momentarily speechless, standing there like a fool, his mind racing with confusion. Indeed, what is her name? At this moment, Jiang Ping caught a glimpse of Lu Dabao's with the corner of his eye. Lu Dabao's, employing a method of telepathy, directly conveyed to Jiang Ping, Bienlinger. However, just as Lu Dabao's finished transmitting the message, a loud bang resonated, and he was abruptly sent flying sideways. At this moment, Jiang Ping was so frightened that his hair stood on end. Then he saw the woman before him speak. "Old man, tell me, what is my name?" Jiang Ping hesitantly uttered 3 words. "Bienlinger." Bienlingo smiled softly, gazing at Jiang Ping. "You old fool, I shall overlook today's events. But should you dare to utter such flowery words before me again in the future, I shall not hesitate to castrate you. You should come along too, by tomorrow. I will send both of you out of Taikon country. The farther you go, the better. Hurry back to the Inyang Palace." At this moment, Jiang Ping hurriedly approached Lu Daba, taking 2 steps for everyone, and whispered, Daba, she is the daughter of the ninth elder. Lu Daba promptly nodded in response, affirming, indeed. Jiang Ping furrowed his brows and inquired, what is her current level of strength? Lu Daba scratched his head and replied, she should be nearing the pinnacle of the golden core stage, though I cannot say for certain. In any case, she is exceedingly powerful. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ping could not help but draw in a sharp breath, murmuring to himself, no wonder she managed to scare away Lu Daba's elder brother the moment she appeared. In the kingdom of Taikong, she is virtually an invincible presence. Who would dare to provoke her? Most notably, this woman exudes an overwhelming aura of authority. Leaving Jiang Ping utterly speechless, he found himself bullied by the ninth elder in his sect, only to arrive in the kingdom of Taikong and be tormented by the ninth elder's daughter. What a stroke of misfortune he seemed to endure. However, what left Jiang Ping the most astounded was the task assigned to him by the commander, which was to engage in dual cultivation with the ninth elder's daughter. This undertaking appeared as daunting as scaling the heavens, utterly devoid of any possibility. Given the current demeanor of the ninth elder's daughter, it was not merely a challenge to strike up a conversation. Even maintaining a distance of 10 meters seemed an insurmountable feat. What was he to do? At this moment, Jiang Ping gazed at the rotund man with a sycophantic expression, inquiring, my good fellow, does the daughter of the ninth elder have any particular preferences? What does she enjoy doing in her leisure time? Lu Daba, blinking his small eyes in skepticism, regarded Jiang Ping with suspicion and replied, brother, what precisely do you mean? Are you insinuating that you wish to become my uncle by marriage? Upon hearing this, Jiang Ping nearly choked on his own saliva, inwardly cursing, goodness. Lu Daba is remarkably astute. He instantly discerned my intentions. I am utterly astounded. Observing the striking expression on Jiang Ping's face, Lu Daba exclaimed in disbelief, no way. I considered you my elder brother, yet you wish to assume the role of my uncle. At that moment, Lu Daba seized Jiang Ping's arm fervently, urgently imploring, brother, do not jest with me. This woman is not to be trifled with. Should you provoke her ire, not only will you suffer the consequences, but I might also lose my life due to your recklessness. Please, exercise some restraint. Jiang Ping mused inwardly, how could there be any peace? For now, he could only feign nonchalance with his words while secretly contemplating an alternative approach. This was a substantial opportunity on his path to personal growth. No matter how challenging it may be, he absolutely could not let any chance to strengthen himself slip away. It was not merely the daughter of the ninth elder. Even if the commander were to introduce her as the ninth elder's daughter-in-law, he would be inclined to pursue her. Jiang Ping was indeed the sort of person willing to employ any means necessary to become more powerful. Yet, he was merely boasting in his mind. If these thoughts were to reach Bianlinger, he would likely find himself swiftly reduced to mere dust, instantly obliterated by her wrath. Though Jiang Ping harbored such thoughts in his mind, he still wore a smile as he addressed Lu Daba. My dear friend, why are you so anxious? I was merely inquiring out of curiosity. How could I possibly harbor such intentions? Lu Daba, with an expression of disbelief, replied, brother, do not attempt to deceive me. I know you all too well. At that moment, Bianlinger suddenly turned around and exclaimed loudly, what are you two whispering about back there? Hurry up and catch up. Jiang Ping and Lu Daba quickly quickened their pace and approached Bianlinger. After casting a fleeting glance at them, Bianlinger proceeded directly to an exceedingly opulent mansion. As she reached the entrance, the two guards stationed there immediately bowed their heads in deference and respectfully opened the door for her. Following closely behind Bianlinger, Jiang Ping and Lu Daba entered the grand estate. Chapter 48, The Land of Desolation. Bianlinger guided them to a particular room, pushed the door open, and turned to the two men, saying, you shall rest here for the night. Make do with what you have. Tomorrow morning, I will escort you out of Taikong Kingdom. With that, she turned on her heel and prepared to depart without a backward glance. At this moment, upon hearing this, Jiang Ping felt an overwhelming sense of urgency and hurriedly pursued, taking 2 steps for every one. With eagerness, he implored, Fairy, might I linger a few more days to fully appreciate the beauty of Taikong country? If time is of the essence, you may escort Lu Daba back to the Yinyang Palace, and I shall remain here in Taikong. Besides, my relationship with Elder Jiao is no less significant than that of Lu Daba and his esteemed self. Moreover, I have gifted Elder Jiao with a remarkable divine weapon. At this point, Bianlinger regarded Jiang Ping with disdain and retorted, what divine weapon are you speaking of? Do not attempt to deceive me. You, an old fellow at the foundation establishment stage, with 1 foot in the grave, possess no such weapon. Bianlinger, skeptical, thought to herself that her father was on the verge of achieving the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. What could a mere foundation establishment cultivator offer him in terms of divine weaponry? The more she pondered, the more convinced she became that Jiang Ping was merely boasting. Nonetheless, Jiang Ping remained undeterred and continued, Fairy, I assure you, I do not deceive. I once stumbled upon a hidden realm where I fortuitously acquired a fine flying sword, which I presented to Elder Jiao. At this moment, Jiang Ping, relying on his memory, recalled the image of the sword he had retrieved from the storage ring of Blood Wuan. Intrigued, Bianlinger inquired, oh, do tell me, where is this hidden realm? Truth be told, Jiang Ping struggled to articulate its location. He racked his brain and, relying on his recollection, sketched a rudimentary map on the ground, depicting mountains with a river before them. Once the map was complete, Bianlinger furrowed her brow and asked, "How did you gain entry to this hidden realm?" At that moment, Jiang Ping discerned that he might have inadvertently struck upon a significant truth. Jiang Ping silently contemplated that he must tread carefully with his words at this moment. Any hint of inconsistency could undoubtedly lead to him being expelled from the kingdom of Taikong by Bianlinger the following day. Thus, Jiang Ping began. "I was indeed pursued by a ferocious beast at that time, and in my haste, I plunged into the river. Upon entering the water, I discovered." At this moment, Jiang Ping recalled that there appeared to be a cave alongside the river on the map. He then continued, "I discovered a cave in the river, and I ventured inside." He could only fabricate tales that others had never heard of or knew nothing about. Once Jiang Ping finished speaking, Linner excitedly seized his hand and exclaimed, "You must stay here. Once I conclude my tasks, we shall embark together to this hidden realm." At this moment, Jiang Ping felt a sense of incredulity at how smoothly everything was progressing. His heart brimmed with joy as he secretly rejoiced in his remarkable talent for fabrication. Jiang Ping suppressed the joy within his heart, feigning calmness as he remarked, "It is indeed an honor for me to accompany the celestial maiden to the secret realm." Bianlinger released Jiang Ping's hand and said, "You stay here and behave yourself. Do not wander off. If I catch you engaging in any improper conduct, HM." With that, she turned and departed. Lu Dabayat leaned closer to Jiang Ping, gripping his hand tightly and lowering his voice. "Brother, confess honestly. What ulterior motive do you have for bringing me to Taikon country this time? Furthermore, what was that nonsense you just told Bianlinger about the secret realm? Do not create any trouble. We both might find ourselves in a predicament." Jiang Ping shot him a glare, exclaiming, "You glutton, can't you wish me some good fortune? I'm merely adapting to the circumstances." However, the following day, Bianlinger did not make her appearance, nor did she escort Lu Debeos out of Taikong. At this moment, Jiang Ping was utterly restless, his heart in a tumult of anxiety. In stark contrast, Lu Debeo appeared completely unfazed, for he had no desire to accompany Jiang Ping. Instead, he reveled in thoughts of returning to the Inyang Palace, where he could indulge in the pleasures of life, embracing joy and freedom in a blissful existence. Upon seeing the portly fellow, who was secretly reveling in amusement, Jiang Ping discerned the delightful thoughts swirling in his mind. In that moment, Jiang Ping silently vowed that he would employ any means necessary to keep Lu Debeol by his side. Despite his unremarkable appearance, this fellow was brimming with cunning ideas. Moreover, if he were to be sent back, the Inyang Hall would surely descend into chaos. There might even come a day when the hall would bear the surname Lu, as this individual could very well charm away all the female disciples of the Inyang Hall. Thus, the two remained in the residence for a full 3 days. On that fateful night, with a resounding crash, the door was flung open. Suddenly, a woman of ethereal grace entered the room, clad in a flowing blue gown that seemed to glide effortlessly across the floor. She emanated an incredibly enchanting fragrance. Most notably, Jiang Ping's eyes widened in astonishment. Her youthful visage and figure were captivating, perfectly accentuating all the right curves. Jiang Ping's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed hard. Meanwhile, Lu Debeol was also struggling to restrain his impulsive emotions, his gaze fixed intently. Jiang Ping endeavored to suppress the impulses within his heart and hurriedly approached with a beaming smile, exclaiming, "Fairy sister, you have arrived." At that moment, Bianlinger raised her delicate brows and, in a fit of indignation, retorted, "You old fool, let me reiterate, do not take advantage of me. How old are you? Still calling me sister? I dare say, if you had a daughter, she would be older than I am. Should you continue to address me in this manner, I shall truly resort to drastic measures." At this moment, Jiang Ping found himself in a state of helplessness, reflecting inwardly on the woman's exceedingly fiery temperament. Yet, despite her demeanor, she possessed an unparalleled beauty that was truly one of a kind. He had not anticipated that the ninth elder, who was rather unremarkable in appearance, could have begotten such a strikingly beautiful daughter. Bianlinger gazed at Jiang Ping and calmly remarked, "In a few days, we shall venture to the secret realm you mentioned. It is crucial to note that the time for its opening has arrived, and it is likely that many will seek to explore the realm this time." Jiang Ping never anticipated that he would stumble upon a fortuitous encounter at the moment the secret realm was about to be unveiled. At this juncture, Bianlinger remarked, "This secret realm is known as the Lost Land. The origins of its name are shrouded in mystery, but it undoubtedly stems from the handiwork of a formidable being. Until now, the true entrance to this realm has eluded discovery. However, the cave you mentioned earlier is likely a genuine and secure point of entry. Many prominent figures have employed powerful spells to probe this secret realm, yet the treasures within have never been unearthed. Therefore, when the realm opens, we shall venture inside. At that time, another companion will join us." Chapter 49. Departure. Bianlinger turned to Lu Daba, saying, "I had intended to escort you personally back to the Inyang Palace. But with the impending opening of the secret realm, it would be prudent for you to remain at the estate for now. Upon our return from exploring the realm, I shall ensure your safe passage back to the Inyang Palace." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ping immediately felt discontented and hastily replied, "Fairy, Lu Debeo's intellect is exceptionally sharp. and his entrance into the secret realm will yield nothing but benefits, devoid of any drawbacks. Upon hearing Jiang Ping's words, Bianlinger contemplated what this old fellow was scheming once more. She remained silent, aware that Jiang Ping had more to convey. Jiang Ping continued, Lu Debeos and I are brothers. When we encounter the secret realm, I will undoubtedly take him along. At that time, I shall ensure he receives his opportunities. And that is the first point. As for the second, 3 cobblers can indeed rival a zhuge liang, although our combined strength may be feeble, rendering us unworthy to even carry the shoes of a celestial being. Once we enter the secret realm, power constitutes but a fraction of the whole. What truly matters is fortune and destiny. Lu Debeos, as a prince, possesses an innate aura of sovereignty. Having him by my side is certain to enhance our luck manifold. Jiang Ping spoke with such clarity and conviction that there was not a single flaw in his words, leaving Bianlinger unable to find any fault. She was well aware of the significance of the term fortune. Though it is intangible and imperceptible, every cultivator firmly believes in the concept of fortune. Which eminent figure has not been accompanied by a great fortune? Without such fortune, how could one possibly rise to prominence? After pondering for a moment, Bianlinger replied, Then let him accompany us. However, all matters must adhere to my directives. Jiang Ping promptly nodded in agreement, while Lu Debeo's expression was nearly twisted to one side. He pondered to himself, I must have exhausted my fortune over 8 lifetimes. What kind of elder brother have I chosen? Fortune has never favored me, yet peril always seems intent on dragging me along. At this moment, Jiang Ping gazed at Bianlinger and inquired, Fairy, there is one more matter. You mentioned that another person would accompany us. Who might that be? Bianlinger, with a hint of irritation, replied, Do not ask. You shall know in due time. With that, she twirled her skirt and flitted away like a delicate butterfly, leaving behind Jiang Ping's longing gaze. Lu Daba, observing Jiang Ping, let out a long sigh and remarked, Brother, please do not always involve me in such perilous undertakings. I feel I have yet to fully embrace life. There are so many junior sisters in the Yinyang Palace awaiting my care. Brother, I have come to realize that you seem intent on pushing me to my limits. At this moment, Jiang Ping rolled his eyes in exasperation and exclaimed, You rotund fellow, everything I have done is for your sake. Just look at you. Upon your return to the kingdom of Taikong, your elder brother, Lu Tianming, surrounded you without hesitation, nearly costing you your life. If you were to mature, would Lu Tianming dare to treat you in such a manner? He would surely be beneath your feet by now. Even to this day, do you still fail to comprehend my sincere intentions? Upon hearing Jiang Ping's words, Lu Daba felt a pang of discomfort. Every remark that escaped Jiang Ping's lips seemed to carry a semblance of logic, as if they were often so. Disinterested in further debate with Jiang Ping, Lu Daba resigned himself to the established circumstances. He lacked the courage to provoke Bianlinger. The prospect of incurring her wrath and facing dire consequences was too perilous to contemplate. Jiang Ping solemnly patted the portly man's shoulder and said, My friend, since we are here, we might as well make the best of it. Who knows, we may indeed strike it rich in this secret realm. Lu Debo, however, showed no inclination to engage with Jiang Ping and simply sprawled out on the bed, falling into a deep slumber. Truly, this fellow is utterly carefree. Jiang Ping had not practiced for a considerable time. At this moment, he sat cross-legged on the ground, commencing his cultivation of the solo version of the harmony technique. However, this time, Jiang Ping was devoid of any concern regarding the depletion of his spiritual energy, nor did he fear collapsing after his practice. For he possessed 2 spirit recovery talismans to replenish his energy. Throughout the night, Jiang Ping diligently refined his entire body, traversing through his meridians 7 times. Upon rising the next day, he felt invigorated, no longer resembling his previous weariness. Instead, a vibrant vitality blossomed within him. The 2 of them remained within the estate for 3 more days, with Jiang Ping continuing his daily cultivation, while Lu Debeo spent his time either sleeping or indulging in food and drink. However, on that day, Bianlingo came to visit them. At this moment, Bianlingo still adorned herself in feminine attire, yet she had changed into an entirely different ensemble. Nevertheless, her exquisite features and graceful form were beyond the concealment of any garment. The charm emanating from her was utterly intoxicating, capable of leaving one utterly entranced. At this moment, Jiang Ping felt a restless longing for Bianlinger, yet he could only harbor such thoughts in silence, lacking the audacity to act on them. Should he exhibit any recklessness now, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. After all, his opponent was a formidable gold core cultivator, capable of extinguishing his life with merely a flick of a finger. Bianlinger led Jiang Ping and Lu Debeos out of the mansion and, with a graceful flourish, summoned a flying sword. Together, they ascended upon the blade, racing swiftly toward the lost land. Jiang Ping originally believed that if he and Lu Debeo were to journey to that secret realm on their own, it would take nearly half a month. However, through Bianlinger's swift flight, they reached the lost land in merely a day. As the trio disembarked from the flying sword, Jiang Ping squinted his eyes, meticulously surveying the surroundings. Indeed, it was precisely as depicted on the map. In the preceding days, Jiang Ping had thoroughly memorized that map, committing every detail to memory. He had scrutinized each corner with utmost diligence. He would never reveal the existence of the map to Bian Linger, not out of a desire to be mistrustful, but because he could not place his faith in anyone else, particularly since Bian Linger had mentioned another individual would be joining them. In his view, no one in the realm of cultivation could be trusted, a hard-earned lesson from a lifetime of experience. At this moment, Bian Linger led Jiang Ping and Lu Debail to an exceedingly secluded spot, where she came to a halt and fell silent, halting any further actions. Jiang Ping's mind was as clear as a mirror. He understood that Bian Linger was undoubtedly awaiting the arrival of the individual she had mentioned. Sure enough, on the following day, a young man hurriedly approached. At that moment, Bian Linger stepped forward and addressed the young man. Senior Brother Chinen, I had expected you to arrive tomorrow as per our schedule, yet here you are today. Upon seeing Bian Linger, the young man's eyes ignited with a fierce, blazing intensity that was both startling and fervent. At this moment, Jiang Ping fixed his gaze intently upon Senior Brother Chinen, his anger boiling within him. Who is Jiang Ping? He is a time traveler who perceived an overwhelming possessiveness emanating from Chunan's eyes, inwardly cursing. This is nothing short of a beast, shamelessly intent on devouring Bian Linger. Just as Jiang Ping was about to vocalize his contempt, Lu Daba, beside him, muttered under his breath, Beast. This is an overt attempt to take advantage of Bian Ling. In Chapter 50, Cursed Like a Dog, Bian Linger gestured for the two to step forward, summoning Lu Daba and Jiang Ping. Upon seeing them, Senior Brother Chen emitted a derisive snort. However, Bian Lingo patiently explained to him, these two individuals are of use to us, and one of them knows a passage into the secret realm. At that moment, Chen scrutinized Jiang Ping with disdain, his meaning unmistakable. I have no respect for you. Junior Sister Bian, why have you summoned these two good-for-nothings? Just the two of us. Even if we cannot locate the correct passage, could force our way through. The treasures within would then be at your disposal, Junior Sister Bian. Bringing these two along is nothing but a burden. From the outset, this individual had not uttered a single commendable word, belittling Jiang Ping and Lu Daba to the point of rendering them utterly worthless in his eyes. To him, they were nothing but complete failures. Jiang Ping contemplated that, given his advanced age, it would be prudent to endure the situation for the time being. However, Lu Daba, being of royal lineage, could hardly tolerate such indignation. Unable to restrain himself, Lu Daba glared at Brother Chen and exclaimed, You are nothing but a worthless fool. No sooner had he uttered these words than, without warning, the young man struck with a speed as swift as lightning, leaving Lu Daba no opportunity to react. In this moment of imminent peril, Bian Linger also sprang into action, swiftly seizing the young man's hand. Brother Chun, she implored, he is my nephew. I beseech you to show mercy. Turning to Brother Chunan, Bian Linger continued. Regardless of their identities, it matters not. However, since they have arrived, let us allow them to enter alongside us. As for what fate awaits within, we shall leave it to destiny. Jiang Ping could hardly fathom that such chilling words would emerge from Bian Linger's lips. At that moment, however, he heard Bian Linger's telepathic warning. This individual possesses formidable strength. Do not provoke him. Only then did Jiang Ping realize that Bian Linger had good intentions, yet regardless, he felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. Had the chin and strike landed upon Lu Debail's, it could have resulted in Lu Debail's demise. Even if he had escaped with his life, he would have undoubtedly sustained severe injuries. Jiang Ping has now firmly etched Chen En's name in his mind, silently vowing that one day he shall repay him 1,000-fold. To dare to strike against his brother and to insult him as a worthless being, regardless of Chen En's formidable nature, Jiang Ping possesses his own temper. However, it was Lu Debail's recent actions that further solidified Jiang Ping's faith in this brother, affirming that his judgment had not faltered. When it comes to matters of importance, Lu Debail's demonstrates unwavering commitment, regardless of the adversary. The sheer determination displayed by Lu Debail's has already won Jiang Ping over. He truly cherishes this brother. At this moment, Chen En remarked, Junior Sister Bian, let us depart. The secret realm shall automatically open tomorrow, and I anticipate a considerable throng of participants. I have received credible reports that both the Earth Mother sect and the Cloudfire sect have dispatched their most distinguished disciples. Junior Sister Bian. Whether this is true or not is uncertain. Even the Gu clan, adept in the art of poison, has arrived. At this juncture, Bian Lingo elucidated the rules governing the secret realm to Jiang Ping and Lu Debail's. Only cultivators beneath the nascent soul stage are permitted entry. Should one's strength surpass this threshold, an imperceptible force would extract their life essence, reducing them to mere bones in the blink of an eye, a fate that has claimed numerous cultivators. Some powerful beings may wield treasures capable of concealing their cultivation levels. Yet the secret realm is notoriously peculiar, swiftly exposing them and leading to their immediate annihilation. The most staggering revelation followed. The secret realm opens of its own accord every 3 years, yet the correct entrance remains elusive each time. Consequently, the contents of the secret realm remain a mystery. All cultivators can do is seek opportunities from the periphery. At this point, Chenin interjected, Junior Sister Bian. What is there to discuss with those two worthless beings? They likely perished before even reaching the outer limits, slain by other cultivators. What discourse is there with two corpses? Jiang Ping was seething with rage, secretly cursing. This wretched creature's words have become increasingly offensive. It seems evident that this being was neither born of a father nor nurtured by a mother. It is nothing short of a brute, utterly incapable of expressing itself in human language. At this moment, Jiang Ping was calculating in his heart the likelihood of successfully unleashing his flying sword to vanquish this wretched creature with a single strike. Ultimately, he decided to restrain himself. Given his current state, being at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, he possessed at most a 50% chance. The fact that this fellow was praised by Bianlinger for his remarkable cultivation indicated that he was certainly extraordinary, likely surpassing her own prowess. Otherwise, with her haughty disposition, how could she possibly choose to accompany a cultivator who was inferior to herself? However, Jiang Ping could not help but internally scoff. Women are often ample in form, but lacking in intellect. How could the wise ninth elder produce a daughter who falls short of his brilliance? It was evident that this Chun-En was merely lusting after her body. How could one be so blind to this? With this thought in mind, Jiang Ping had resolved that if Chun-En harbored ulterior motives, he would risk everything to unleash the most formidable strike of the Harmony Sword. Even if he could not take Chun-En's life, he was determined to inflict severe damage upon him. Regrettably, he had only one strike at his disposal, even with the aid of the spirit recovery talismans. He could not launch a second attack in quick succession, as there would undeniably be a delay in between. At this moment, Jiang Ping turned to gaze at Debao, whose fiery eyes were fixed on Chun-En's retreating figure, exuding an intensity as if he would derive satisfaction only from devouring his flesh. Lu Debao took a moment to compose himself and inquired, "What are you doing?" Internally, he mused, "Were it not for you, could I have endured such indignity? I have been scorned throughout this ordeal, reduced to a mere object of derision." Jiang Ping inquired, "Debao, do you still possess the spirit token?" Lu Debao, perplexed by Jiang Ping's meaning, nodded slightly in response. What audacity Jiang Ping possesses! How could the seemingly least favored prince be so arrogant? I observed as Lu Debao extended a hand towards Jiang Ping, only to witness his fingers curling back one by one, leaving but a solitary finger raised. Jiang Ping was infuriated. He had now concluded that Lu Debao possessed no fewer than 5 spirit tokens. Jiang Ping pondered for a moment, realizing that he required 2 more spirit return tokens, which would grant him a 90% assurance of unleashing the most formidable offensive of the Harmony Sword consecutively. At this moment, Jiang Ping was akin to an unwelcome adhesive, clinging unceremoniously to Lu Daba, who felt an overwhelming discomfort, as if he had been subjected to an affront. Jiang Ping inquired, "Daba, how do you perceive your elder brother's feelings towards you?" Upon hearing this, Lu Daba silently cursed, realizing that Jiang Ping was attempting to evoke an emotional bond. Swiftly, Lu Daba shrugged off Jiang Ping's arm, retorting with irritation, "Not particularly favorable. How can you even ask? I am surrounded by flattery within the sect daily, yet here I am, feeling no different than a prisoner." In truth, Lu Daba's sentiments were not entirely unfounded. His current predicament was indeed far from enviable. Chapter 51. Finding solace in secret joy. Jiang Ping could only reassure Lu Debo, "Debo, please fetch me 2 spirit return tokens. They may prove invaluable in due time, possibly saving the lives of both of us, my brother." Jiang Ping has already concluded that Chun-En harbors malicious intentions. The moment Bianlingo lets her guard down, he will undoubtedly take the opportunity to eliminate both of us. Remarkably, Lu Debao was unusually compliant this time, refraining from any negotiations with Jiang Ping and promptly handed over 2 spirit recovery tokens. Jiang Ping sighed, "This fellow is truly wealthy. I personally witnessed him bestowing all his treasures to the 4 female disciples in the Yin Yang Hall, yet he remains so affluent. Indeed, poverty has constrained my imagination. A withered camel is larger than a horse." At that moment, Chun-En and Bianlinger suddenly halted their departure. Chun-En gazed at Bianlingo, his eyes unabashedly lewd, as if he had already envisioned her in a multitude of indecent scenarios. "Bian Junior sister, we have arrived." It was only then that Jiang Ping and Lu Daba looked around with earnestness. The scene before them was truly astonishing, rivaling even the battle between the Yin Yang Hall and the Blood Demon sect, perhaps even surpassing it in its sheer impact. The crowd was immense, from their elevated position. They could see throngs of people below. Jiang Ping spotted many formidable figures, likely accompanying their disciples for protection. Just then, more individuals continued to arrive. In that instant, Jiang Ping's eyes fell upon a woman who perfectly aligned with his aesthetic. Not only Jiang Ping, but any man would find her beauty captivating. To describe her as stunning would be most fitting. She was clad in revealing attire, her alabaster arms adorned with various totems, and her long, beautiful legs exposed to the world. However, what captivated attention most was her visage. While she might not rival Bianlingo in beauty, she was unforgettable once seen. Her eyes were a striking red, with a crimson lotus tattooed on her forehead. How breathtaking she was! At this moment, Jiang Ping and Lu Debao simultaneously swallowed hard, exchanging a disdainful glance before uttering in unison, "Beasts." Jiang Ping then noticed that the woman had been subtly observing him, prompting him to touch his face and reveal a charming smile. In a similar fashion, Lu Debao adopted an irresistibly captivating pose. However, Jiang Ping soon realized that the woman was not directing her attention towards either of them. Rather, her gaze was fixed upon Qinan suddenly. The woman soared into the air and approached Jiang Ping and the others. When she was approximately 20 meters away from Qinan, she declared, "This time, you won't be so fortunate. I will make your life a living hell." Qinan responded with a hearty laugh, "Wretched woman, do you truly believe I fear you? Once the secret realm opens, I will ensure you find yourself in a situation where you cannot survive nor die." At that moment, Jiang Ping's system notified him that the female lead's favorability had plummeted by 100. Upon hearing this news, Jiang Ping felt as though struck by a bolt of lightning. Internally lamenting, "What absurd data is this?" At this moment, Jiang Ping had already realized that it was all due to Qinan. This woman must have assumed that he and Qinan were in cahoots, which is a classic case of misdirected animosity. Jiang Ping finds himself in a rather vexatious predicament. Why cannot the heavens show him a modicum of favor? The challenges presented by the elusive Ling are beyond his capacity to resolve. To make matters worse, he has been assigned an arduous task with an insurmountable penalty of -100. How is he to accomplish such a feat? "Oh, sovereign, could you not extend a little kindness towards me? Am I to be punished so severely merely for having chastised you a few times?" Yet, amidst his frustrations, Jiang Ping cannot help but be intrigued by this woman. Not only is she strikingly beautiful, but her prowess is undoubtedly formidable. Jiang Ping has already been scheming on how to ambush Qinan in the secret realm. You brought this upon yourself, Qinan. Do not blame me. Instead, direct your ire towards your foul mouth and those contemptible eyes of yours. You dare to covet my woman? Jiang Ping, that shameless man, has never received a smile from Bian Linger, yet he dares to consider her as his own. Is there anyone in the world more despicable than this old fool? At that moment, the woman flickered and gracefully departed. Jiang Ping observed carefully and discovered that the woman had indeed come on her own. Jiang Ping has already devised a plan. Upon entering the secret realm, he intends to establish contact with the woman at the earliest opportunity. At this moment, Jiang Ping transmitted a message to Bian Linger. "Fairy, who was that woman just now? She seemed to harbor great animosity towards us." Bian Linger replied, "It is none of your concern. Do not meddle in matters that do not involve you." Jiang Ping was filled with indignation. Pondering to himself, how could they disregard my affairs? My favorability has plummeted to -100, yet they remain indifferent. Moreover, this woman is destined to be mine. Even you are a possession of mine. Do you comprehend? Such thoughts were best kept to himself, for uttering them would not necessitate Qinan's intervention. It would be Linger who would swiftly bring about his demise. Jiang Ping continued to communicate telepathically with Bian Linger, who suddenly realized that bringing him to the secret realm might have been a grave mistake. He now resembled nothing more than a bothersome fly, incessantly buzzing in her ear. Unable to endure it any longer, Bian Linger stated directly, "That should be the saintess of the Gu clan. Beyond that, I am uncertain. I cannot be sure. But she should be called Mu Shuiyin. I am also unaware of the specific grievances between Mu Shuiyin and Qinan. But it is evident that their enmity cannot be resolved. Remember, once you enter the secret realm, do not lose your way. If you encounter Mu Shuiyin, there will be no escape." Jiang Ping pondered to himself, "Is it even necessary for you to mention it? The level of animosity is so extreme that she would readily take my life." Suddenly, Bian Linger recalled something and remarked, "Remember, do not accept anything she offers you. Otherwise, you will be instantly ensnared by her curse. Moreover, there are instances when even she cannot dispel her own hex." Jiang Ping nodded slightly, contemplating inwardly. This woman is quite ruthless. In the future, I am to share a bed with Mu Shuiyin. Will I then become her puppet? No. I must dispel any notion she has of controlling me and ensure she wholeheartedly dedicates herself to loving me instead of casting spells upon me. How then can I pursue women, grow stronger, and become a formidable figure? Thus, Jiang Ping has now set a resolute goal. Mu Shuiyin is someone I must conquer without fail, and I must also win over Bian Linger. To be honest, my desire for Bian Linger has transcended mere self-improvement. I genuinely wish to become the uncle of that chubby fellow. Jiang Ping feels that his recent prominence has been overshadowed by this chubby man. The reason is simple. His fortune pales in comparison. If I were to become the uncle of that chubby fellow, perhaps my luck would shift, as I would then be his elder, commanding a certain respect. Even if the chubby fellow were to attain great status, he would still privately refer to me as uncle. With this thought, Jiang Ping couldn't help but chuckle to himself. And his amusement escaped his laughter. Chapter 52. Crisis. Lu Debonair had not fathomed Jiang Ping's thoughts. He believed that the woman had just caused trouble for Qinan, and his brother was so elated that he laughed out loud. Seeing his brother's laughter, Lu Debonair could no longer contain himself and burst into hearty laughter. Around them, the cultivators were watching intently for the secret realm to open, but suddenly, such a boisterous laugh erupted that they assumed a significant figure had arrived. Upon looking closer, they realized it was merely a chubby pig of the Foundation establishment stage and an old man of the same rank. At that moment, Qinan was already seething with rage, while Bian Linger frowned slightly. Bian Linger was quite vexed. She had just explained the situation to Jiang Ping, and he had hastily divulged it to Lu Debonair, seemingly intent on leading him into a trap. Bian Linger sighed in exasperation, questioning Lu Debonair's intelligence. Could he not see that he was being manipulated by this old man? If Jiang Ping were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly exclaim in indignation, "Unjust! Celestial being, I am truly wronged." However, can Bianlinger afford to remain an unconcerned bystander? Absolutely not. The rotund fellow is under her father's protection. At this moment, Chun An's eyes gleamed with ferocity, ready to strike at Lu Daba. Bianlinger shot a fierce glare at Jiang Ping and Lu Daba, exclaiming with irritation, "Can't you two behave yourselves and avoid embarrassing us all?" With that, she turned to Chen and said, "Chen Shixiang, they are simply ignorant. Please do not stoop to their level." At this moment, Jiang Ping could distinctly sense the malevolence emanating from Chen, causing his heart to tighten. This fellow must be contemplating an attack. Just then, a sudden radiance erupted from the entrance of the secret realm, stirring the surrounding cultivators into a frenzy. The secret realm is about to open, someone shouted. Like a tidal wave, the crowd surged toward the entrance, and Bianlingo called out loudly, "Stay close to me." Jiang Ping and Lu Debao dared not exhibit the slightest negligence, closely trailing behind Bianlinger. They were acutely aware that should they part ways with her, they would undoubtedly face annihilation at the hands of Chinan, and even the Guda tribe's saintess, Mu Shuiyin, would not spare them. Upon entering the secret realm, Jiang Ping discovered the air was saturated with an overwhelming essence of spiritual energy, yet it was simultaneously tainted by an ominous presence. Suddenly, Bianlinger pulled Jiang Ping and Lu Debao aside, retreating swiftly. At that moment, numerous cultivators had already entered the secret realm, but thus far, they floundered like headless flies. Unable to locate the true exit, compelled to squander considerable time in this place. Meanwhile, Bianlinger gazed at Jiang Ping, gesturing towards the rear, and inquired, "Do you see that? That is the river we observed earlier. Do you still remember where you mentioned that cave was?" Jiang Ping silently lamented, aware of his ignorance. Nevertheless, he had thoroughly memorized the map. He began to attentively observe the surrounding topographical features, comparing them meticulously with the map etched in his memory. At this moment, Jiang Ping came to a clear realization. What they referred to as entering the secret realm was merely arriving at a midpoint between the river and the peaks marked on the previous map. To search for the cave within the river, he would need to retrace his steps for a certain distance. He meticulously compared the terrain depicted on the map with the current landscape. Although he could not ascertain an exact location, he could discern a general direction. Subsequently, Jiang Ping cautiously communicated this information to Bianlinger via sound transmission. "We should proceed southeast. While I cannot determine the precise location, it should not deviate significantly." At this juncture, Chunin had long lost his patience. "Sister Bian, do you truly intend to heed the words of these two imbeciles? With the combined might of you and me, we could simply breach a location and enter the secret realm directly. Let them remain outside. This would also ensure their safety." Although this statement appeared logical, it concealed ulterior motives. To Jiang Ping's ears, this man was nothing short of a rogue, seeking an opportunity to be alone with Bianlinger. Jiang Ping could even envision that during their moments of solitude, this Chunin might employ some insidious tactics to take advantage of the situation and seize Bianlinger for himself. At this moment, Jiang Ping found himself inexplicably emboldened. Or perhaps he had transformed into a fervent guardian of his beloved. Without hesitation, he stepped forth, under the astonished gaze of Lu Debaos. Jiang Ping seized Bianlinger by her delicate wrist. Strangely, this time, he uttered not the word fairy, but simply called out her name. Regret washed over him immediately. Yet he strove to maintain his composure, saying, "Lingo, trust me, I can effortlessly guide you into the secret realm. Since this senior brother Chin refuses to believe in us, I shall escort you myself." With a slight exertion, he attempted to lead Bianlinger away. Bianlinger furrowed her brows in displeasure. In her entire life, even her father, the ninth elder, had never grasped her wrist. The fact that an old man dared to seize her in such a manner felt like an intimate affront. Enraged, she forcefully shook off Jiang Ping's hand. Meanwhile, Chun narrowed his eyes, fixated on Jiang Ping, who realized with dread that Chun was likely to resort to violence. However, Bianlinger, perhaps too eager to enter the secret realm, did not harbor anger towards Jiang Ping's earlier impulsiveness. Instead, she turned to Chinan and proposed, "Senior brother Chin, why don't you wait here while I and these two investigate the situation first?" At that moment, Chinan let out a chilling laugh, replying, "How could I allow junior sister Bien to venture into danger alone? That would betray the trust she has placed in me. Even if it means facing peril, I shall accompany her into the depths." With a menacing glare directed at Jiang Ping and Lu Debaos, he commanded, "You two worthless fools, lead the way." Jiang Ping understood that perhaps the moment he led Chinan into the secret realm would also mark the time of his demise. At this moment, Jiang Ping's mind raced as he surveyed his surroundings, in search of the Gu clan's sacred maiden, Mu Shuiyan. At this moment, Jiang Ping led the way, yet his mind was a tumultuous tangle, ceaselessly devising countermeasures. His keen eyes darted about, searching for any sign of Mu Shuiyan, but to no avail. At that moment, Lu Debaos lowered his voice and leaned closer to Jiang Ping's ear, saying, "Brother, are we truly facing our end this time? My heart feels as though it might leap from my chest." Jiang Ping clenched his teeth and shot a fierce glare at Lu Debao, admonishing him, "Do not utter nonsense. Where their essay will, their essay way. Why the haste? Just as they quietly departed from the site, having scarcely covered 100 meters, an earth-shattering roar suddenly reverberated through the air. Chapter 53. Cooperation. Instinctively, they turned to glance back, only to behold a massive breach torn open in the sky above the mysterious realm, courtesy of a throng of cultivators wielding their magical artifacts. In that instant, witnessing the secret realm being breached, the cultivators surged forth like a swarm of locusts, frantically rushing toward the opening. At that moment, Shannon cast an exasperated glance at Bien Linger and remarked, "Junior Sister Bien, behold, the entrance has been discovered and breached. I told you not to heed the words of those two useless individuals. See how much precious time has been squandered. Let us hurry, Junior Sister Bien. We must enter through there. Had we not dallied, we would have already penetrated a fissure and gained entry." Bien Linger was momentarily taken aback, her steps faltering. The reality was undeniable. A substantial opening had indeed been created, and numerous cultivators were streaming in, eager to seize the opportunity. At this juncture, she was disinclined to accompany Jiang Ping and Lu Debao to the water's edge. Instead, she turned to address them, saying, "You two should remain here. The dangers inside are far beyond what you two foundational stage cultivators can handle." Without further ado, she proceeded alongside Shannon toward the opening. Meanwhile, Lu Debao glanced at Jiang Ping, his face a portrait of panic. "Elder brother, what shall we do now? My heart is in turmoil, and I am bereft of ideas." Jiang Ping cast a fierce glare at Lu Daba, irritably retorting, "Since we are here, we might as well make ourselves comfortable. You inquire what we should do? With such treasures lying before us, can we truly refrain from collecting them? Now, which path shall we take?" Jiang Ping was profoundly certain that those individuals, upon entering, might not necessarily acquire any fortuitous opportunities. Furthermore, the attainment of such opportunities relies heavily on one's fate. He harbored no belief that these people could penetrate the true depths of the secret realm. It was not as if he had never witnessed formidable individuals here. None of them had managed to seize the treasures within. Could it be that this time, due to sheer numbers, they would collectively abscond with all the precious artifacts? Absolutely not. Jiang Ping and Lu Daba looked at the receding figures of Bien Linger and Chinan, feeling a twinge of unease in their hearts. Lu Daba anxiously suggested, "Brother, shall we not follow them as well? What if they find the treasure and we miss out?" Jiang Ping pondered for a moment and then said, "Do not rush. With so many people rushing in, there may be numerous dangers lurking within. Let us first observe the situation." After a while, a series of anguished screams and cries for help echoed from the entrance of the cave. Jiang Ping furrowed his brow and remarked, "See, I told you it is not that simple." Lu Debaos, terrified, turned pale and exclaimed, "Brother, what are we to do?" Jiang Ping clenched his teeth and said, "Let us wait a little longer. We shall make our plans once the situation inside becomes clearer." After some time had passed, only a few cultivators emerged from within, most of whom bore severe injuries. Jiang Ping harbored a calculated thought. "Debao, I sense that this cave entrance is not a safe place. We should head towards the river cave we mentioned earlier." Lu Debao hesitated. "Elder brother, is that truly feasible? What if that location harbors danger as well?" Jiang Ping gently patted his shoulder, remarking that seeking fortune amidst peril is far superior to idly waiting here. Thus, the two proceeded towards the direction of the river cave. However, just after taking a few steps, a graceful figure suddenly obstructed their path. The newcomer was none other than Mu Shuiyin, the sworn rival of Chinan, whom Jiang Ping had been relentlessly searching for. Observing the two, Mu Shuiyin raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What brings both of you here? Keeping watch, are we? Not following that pair of scoundrels inside?" Upon hearing Mu Shuiyin disparage Chinan and shockingly include Bien Linger, Lu Debaos was infuriated, instantly igniting his agitation. Jiang Ping did not anticipate that Bien Linger would treat Lu Debaos in such a manner. At that moment, this fellow was surprisingly agitated, prompting him to swiftly restrain Lu Debaos. Jiang Ping then cast a sincere glance towards Mu Shuiyin and earnestly remarked, "Fairy, those two are not of the same ilk. I am aware that you harbor considerable disdain for Chinan, and we share the same profound animosity towards that individual. I wonder if you have ever come across the ancient adage, 'The enemy of my enemy is my friend.' We are more than willing to forge a friendship with you, to jointly eliminate Chinan." Upon hearing these words, Mu Shuiyin was initially taken aback, but then erupted into laughter, her melodious giggles lightening the tense atmosphere considerably. Clutching her abdomen, she continued to laugh heartily. "Just the two of you? You actually think you can collaborate with me to take down Chinan? Are you certain I haven't misheard?" At this moment, Jiang Ping's demeanor was exceedingly sincere, nodding repeatedly, his eyes gleaming as he fixed his gaze upon Mu Shuiyin, fervently declaring, "Fairy, we are unequivocally not lying. The heavens bear witness." Mu Shuiyin then clapped her hands, her expression a blend of amusement and irony, and remarked, "Indeed, indeed. Now, do enlighten me on how we shall collaborate. What strategies shall we employ to eliminate Chinan?" Jiang Ping gazed at Mu Shuiyin and hastily reassured her, "Fear not. Fair maiden, whenever you engage in combat with that fellow, I shall undoubtedly intervene at the pivotal moment. While I cannot guarantee his demise, I am wholly confident in my ability to severely wound Chinan. After that, the remaining matters shall rest in your capable hands." Upon hearing Jiang Ping's words, Mu Shuiyin swiftly raised her hand to interrupt, her impatience evident as she retorted, "Enough already. I have no desire to waste another word with you, loquacious one." Internally, she mused, "This old fool, despite his age, remains utterly shameless. Who cannot boast? However, I must confess, I have rarely encountered such an old windbag." Jiang Ping was acutely aware of Mu Shuyan's distrust towards him. However, he found himself at a loss for a clear explanation. Nevertheless, he was resolutely determined to form an alliance with Mu Shuyan, for this collaboration was his only means of surviving in the enigmatic realm. Jiang Ping was acutely aware that the system had assigned him the task of making Mu Shuyan his dual cultivation partner. As long as his woman was strong, he would be pleased. At that moment, gazing at Mu Shuyan, Jiang Ping secretly steeled his resolve. "Fairy, to express my sincere intent to collaborate with you. I wish to take you into the secret realm." Initially, Mu Shuyan regarded Jiang Ping's claim as mere boastfulness and was prepared to leave this place. Moreover, before her departure, she contemplated placing a curse on both Jiang Ping and Lu Debo, ensuring their existence would be a living hell. She held no belief in Jiang Ping's fanciful words. After all, how could anyone associated with Qin and be of any merit? However, upon Jiang Ping's revelation of this significant proposition, Mu Shuyan immediately ceased her previous intentions. Now, she was quite intrigued to hear how Jiang Ping planned to lead her into the secret realm. Her interest in this old man was indeed growing. His flair for exaggeration was unmatched, making him one of the most proficient boastful characters she had ever encountered, his composure unwavering as he spun his tales. Truly a master among masters. Chapter 54. The true secret realm awaits at this moment. Jiang Ping discreetly checked the system and discovered that the affinity level between himself and Mu Shuyan remained at a disheartening -100. He felt a pang of frustration in his heart. Alas, despite my numerous attempts at conversation, I have not altered Mu Shuyan's perception of me in the slightest. Jiang Ping, with a resolute demeanor, spoke. "Fairy, how about this? I shall lead you into the secret realm at once. However, as you can see, both of us are merely at the foundation establishment stage. Even if we were to bind ourselves together, we would still fall short as opponents to you, esteemed fairy. Therefore, you need not entertain any concerns regarding danger. Should you be inclined to cooperate with us, I shall guide you into the secret realm." Upon hearing Jiang Ping's words, Mu Shuyan found no fault in his reasoning. After all, they were indeed at the foundation establishment stage, and with a mere flick of her finger, she could extinguish them. With a smile, Mu Shuyan replied, "Then I shall trouble you, elder, to lead the way for this humble girl." The moment those words escaped her lips, Jiang Ping was left coughing in irritation, inwardly cursing. This is nothing short of an insult, a blatant affront. Yet, deep within, Jiang Ping vowed, "Just you wait. When the time comes, I will have you in my bed, and we shall see how you feel then." At this moment, Jiang Ping ceased his incessant chatter, and alongside Lu Daba, they pressed forward with resolute determination, their feet swift as the wind as they made their way directly towards the river. Meanwhile, a multitude of individuals recklessly surged into the cave's entrance, though some of the less formidable souls fled in a panic, escaping the cave with a hasty retreat. Jiang Ping silently felt a pang of anxiety for Bianlingo, praying fervently for her safety as he resolved to rescue her. However, not long after setting out, Mu Shuyan could no longer tolerate the sluggish pace of the two, and with a swift motion, she lifted them both and soared towards the riverbank like a gust of wind. Internally cursing, Mu Shuyan thought, "This old and young pair are truly reincarnations of ancient tortoises and millennia-old soft-shelled turtles. At their current rate, they would reach the riverbank only to find the yellow flowers withered." Upon arriving at the riverbank, Jiang Ping wasted no time. He referenced his memory to compare the map with the actual location. His eyes sparkled as he identified a particular spot, and without hesitation, he plunged into the water with a splash. Lu Daba, his loyal companion, mirrored his action without a second thought, diving into the river regardless of any lurking dangers. Jiang Ping was taken aback by Lu Daba's decisiveness as they both began to explore the depths of the river. They swam nearly 50 meters from north to south, eventually discovering a pitch-black cavern, with the river's current relentlessly surging into it. At that moment, Jiang Ping and Lu Daba swam upstream. However, when they looked up, they found themselves directly beneath Mu Shuyan's feet. A sudden realization washed over Jiang Ping, and he inwardly lamented, "This is bad. It seems I have fallen victim to a curse." According to what Bianlinger had informed him about Mu Shuyan's abilities, it appeared that when she had carried them through the air, she had already implanted the curse within both him and Lu Daba. Despite the murky waters, Mu Shuyan could accurately pinpoint their location the moment they surfaced. At this moment, Jiang Ping maintained his composure, gazing at Mu Shuyan and stating, "Fairy, I have located this entrance. I kindly invite you to accompany me as we enter." Mu Shuyan, her eyes sparkling, nodded and swiftly leaped into the water. Meanwhile, Lu Debao, filled with urgency, was about to charge straight into the cave, only to be abruptly pulled back by Jiang Ping. Jiang Ping spoke with irritation, "Fatty, slow down. I cannot allow anything to happen to you." Lu Debao's heart warmed at the concern Jiang Ping showed for his safety. Meanwhile, Mu Shuyan, trailing behind them, felt a surge of determination. Two doomed souls. If you manage to bring me into the secret realm, I may spare you. Otherwise, I will ensure your demise is nothing short of gruesome. Jiang Ping realized that he was now effortlessly drifting downstream, requiring no exertion whatsoever. Jiang Ping swam for approximately the duration of half an incense stick, and at that moment, he emerged directly from the cave. He found himself in a small lake. Jiang Ping cautiously peered out, suddenly taken aback by the spectacle before him. His eyes widened in astonishment as he murmured, "Goodness, this is truly magnificent." Before him lay a colossal square, seemingly paved with jade, flanked on either side by immense stone pillars, while at its center stood a grand portal. At that moment, the three of them leaped from the water onto the square. Mu Shuiyin, equally captivated by the sight, could hardly close her mouth in awe, yet she managed to utter, "Humph, we've finally made it in." This secret realm had been opened countless times, yet no one had ever discovered the true entrance until today. When two of the most unassuming individuals stumbled upon its genuine threshold, the trio now advanced slowly, and as they drew nearer to the portal, they could increasingly sense a powerful and enigmatic aura, as if countless eyes were watching them from the shadows. Jiang Ping could not help but swallow hard, his voice trembling slightly as he spoke. "Fairy, why do I feel an ominous aura in this place? It seems as though some unknown danger awaits us." Mu Shuiyin shot him a sharp glance, snorting disdainfully as she replied, "Why do I get the impression that you are feigning ignorance? I have a strong sense that you have visited this place before. Do not put on this cowardly fade before me." At this moment, Jiang Ping felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, nearly driven to exclaim in exasperation. He indeed possessed a map, however. It merely indicated the entrance to the secret realm without detailing the specific conditions within. Mu Shuiyin, observing Jiang Ping's expression of innocence and helplessness, let out a soft huff and chose to disregard him further. Jiang Ping and Lu Debonair had no choice but to obediently follow Mu Shuiyin, continuing their forward journey. Soon, the trio arrived at the colossal stone door. Towering into the clouds, the door resembled two towering giants, exuding an ancient and majestic aura. Without uttering a word, Mu Shuiyin exerted her strength, letting out a delicate yet forceful cry as she pushed against the two gates. However, the doors remained utterly immovable, akin to an eternal mountain, steadfastly standing there. Infuriated, Mu Shuiyin's face flushed crimson as she exclaimed, "Are you two lifeless beings? Can't you comprehend the need to assist? Why are you still standing there in a daze?" At that moment, Jiang Ping and Lu Debonair, as if awakening from a dream, hurried over to join her in pushing the door. Jiang Ping exerted every ounce of strength he possessed, his face flushed crimson, and the veins on his forehead bulged prominently. Lu Debonair, too, gritted his teeth, his entire corpulent frame trembling with exertion. Yet, despite the combined efforts of the three, the door remained steadfast, akin to an imposing mountain, unmoving and resolute. At that moment, Jiang Ping finally caught his breath and began to scrutinize the immense doors before him. His gaze wandered over the surface, and he pondered silently. Before such colossal doors, their trifling forms seemed no more than ants. It was evident that brute force alone could not budge them. Only a formidable artifact could possibly shatter this barrier. Otherwise, attempting to force those doors open with sheer strength was nothing more than a fanciful delusion. Chapter 55, Discovery of the Ruthless. Jiang Ping furrowed his brow, meandering around the imposing door several times, muttering to himself incessantly, "This door undoubtedly conceals a mechanism. It cannot simply be forced open with brute strength." Mu Shuiyin, arms crossed and a frosty expression adorning her face, coldly urged, "Hurry up and find a way. Stop dawdling here." Jiang Ping felt a surge of dissatisfaction within, silently grumbling to himself, "Humph, what an attitude. Just wait until I have my way with you. Let us see if you dare to be so arrogant then." However, he could not voice such thoughts and chose instead to obediently seek out the source of his irritation. Just as Jiang Ping was contemplating his next move, the plump companion suddenly conveyed through thought, "Brother, I believe I have discovered a mechanism." Jiang Ping, maintaining a calm demeanor, gradually approached the portly figure. Jiang Ping felt an immense satisfaction towards the chubby fellow, pondering to himself, "This guy, aside from his penchant for women, truly possesses no discernible flaws. Moreover, what is a fondness for women if not a common trait? I, too, have an appreciation for beautiful women." At this critical juncture, the chubby man surprisingly chose to communicate with him through a method of telepathy, clearly indicating that he had long been wary of Mu Shuiyin. Jiang Ping could not help but exclaim, "Truly worthy of being a child born of royal lineage, there is indeed an undeniable distinction that sets them apart from ordinary individuals." At this moment, Jiang Ping noticed a slightly raised, semicircular stone beneath the rotund man's feet. If one did not observe carefully, it might easily be mistaken for a mere oversight during the pavement's construction. The fact that the stout man could discern such a subtle clue once again caused Jiang Ping to regard him with newfound admiration. Jiang Ping's attention was solely focused on those two portals. He firmly believed that the rotund fellow was indeed a person of great fortune, even speculating that, even if the rotund one were to be absent from the kingdom of Taikong on a daily basis, his elder brother, Lu Tianming, would stand no chance in contesting the throne against him. Perhaps, if the rotund one were to take action, the throne would naturally fall into his hands. Throughout his life, despite remaining in the medicinal garden without ever departing, Jiang Ping has encountered countless individuals, and it is rare to find someone quite like the stout fellow. Jiang Ping gazed at the mechanism beneath the portly figure's feet, a sense of trepidation creeping into his heart. He feared that once this gateway was unlocked, Mu Shuiyin would unleash her wrath upon him and his stout companion. Such a calamity must be averted at all costs. In that moment, Jiang Ping began to channel his spiritual energy, bracing himself for the impending confrontation. Should Mu Shuiyin choose to strike once the portal was ajar, he would disregard whether she was the target assigned by the system and would exert every ounce of his strength to deliver a decisive blow. At this moment, Jiang Ping approached within 5 meters of Mu Shuiyin, fully aware that such proximity rendered her, despite being a formidable golden core expert, unable to evade his flying sword. Mu Shuiyin fixed her gaze upon Jiang Ping, exclaiming, "Why are you here instead of searching for the mechanism?" Jiang Ping revealed what he believed to be his most charming smile and proclaimed, "Fairy, I have located the mechanism." Mu Shuiyin shot him a glare and replied, "You have found it, so why not open it? Why do you look at me?" At that moment, the corners of Mu Shuiyin's lips curled upward, displaying a beautiful arc that was tinged with a hint of frostiness. Jiang Ping hurriedly spoke, "I have come to consult with the fairy regarding whether she wishes to open this portal now." Mu Shuiyin retorted irritably, "Why waste words? Open it promptly. Do you truly believe we have come here for leisure? Hurry, I want to see what treasures lie within." Jiang Ping raised his hand to signal the stout man, who promptly stepped onto the semicircular protrusion of the sphere. At that moment, the portal began to tremble violently, with dust cascading down from above. Jiang Ping's entire body tensed, his attention solely fixated on Mu Shuiyin. Should she dare to make a move, he would show no mercy. What if she were his woman? It mattered not. If he were to perish, she would accompany him to the grave. However, Mu Shuiyin displayed no intention of attacking Jiang Ping. Her gaze remained fixed on the quaking portal. At that moment, the door ceased its violent tremors, instead emitting a sound even more thunderous than before. Dust cascaded down, and the chilling noise sent shivers down the spines of the three present. Clearly, the door had not been opened since it had been shut. Otherwise, such violent vibrations would be inconceivable. The commotion they caused was unmistakably audible to those outside. Each individual fell silent, paralyzed in fear, as an earth-shattering calamity unfolded. The cultivators outside, upon entering through the shattered opening, were met with a horde of monstrous beasts and venomous insects, suffering grievous casualties. Those of lower cultivation who had just stepped inside met their demise almost instantaneously. They had never anticipated such a hellish scene within the secret realm. Finally, the portal swung open. Mu Shuiyin exchanged a knowing glance with Jiang Ping, her meaning abundantly clear. He was to lead the way forward. Jiang Ping cast a glance at the portly man, who at that moment took broad strides forward. Jiang Ping stood not far from Mu Shuiyin, vigilantly observing her every move. Should she dare to act against the rotund figure, he would not hesitate to confront her with fervor. Upon their entrance into the grand hall, the trio was instantly captivated, rendered speechless by the astonishing spectacle that unfolded before them, particularly Jiang Ping. The scene felt eerily familiar, as he had traversed through realms. Having received the highest form of education, he now perceived the unfolding tableau as if stepping into a dimension of civilization. Before them loomed a transparent sphere, approximately 5 meters in diameter, adorned with moving images, depictions of the cultivators from the world beyond the secret realm. Jiang Ping felt as though he had not traversed into a realm of cultivation, but rather had somehow returned to a previous existence. However, he understood that this was not the case. It was merely a magnificent magical artifact. Yet, such an artifact ought not to exist in this world. It was far too extraordinary. At that moment, Jiang Ping suddenly caught sight of Bianlinger, who was in flight, desperately fleeing from 2 enormous flying beasts that were hot on her heels. As it seemed they were about to catch up with her, Jiang Ping felt an inexplicable surge of concern for her safety. Without fully understanding his own actions, he approached the colossal sphere and, driven by an impulse he could not explain, reached out to touch the airborne Bianlinger. In a stunning turn of events, she vanished from sight. The 2 pursuing beasts, bewildered, were left questioning her whereabouts. Where did she go? Where is our meal? They wondered, baffled by her sudden disappearance. Just then, a gap opened in the massive sphere before Jiang Ping, and in an instant, Bianlinger reappeared right in front of him. This unexpected development startled everyone present. Jiang Ping was utterly bewildered. This magical artifact could actually retrieve objects from a distance. Whatever the treasure beheld could be effortlessly seized. How formidable this artifact was! It surpassed the cameras he had encountered in his previous life by leaps and bounds. In that past existence, even if he were to shatter a computer screen, the enchanting figures within would remain ensconced, and he might even risk electrocution in the process. Yet this orb possessed the extraordinary ability to manifest his desires the moment it focused on a beautiful woman. Chapter 56. Paving the way, Jiang Ping was aware that anyone who merely touched this object could manifest within the secret realm. At that moment, Bianlingo gazed at Jiang Ping and inquired, "Where am I?" Jiang Ping hastily remarked, "Fairy, did you forget that I promised to lead you into the secret realm?" Bianlingo glanced at Jiang Ping, then at Lu Daba, who was still in a state of shock. Suddenly coming to his senses, he exclaimed, "Indeed. My elder brother has assured me that he will certainly take you into the secret realm." Jiang Ping silently praised the chubby man, considering him a divine ally. "Oh, chubby friend, when the opportunity arises, I shall find you wise with ample curves and generous bosoms." At that moment, Mu Shuiyin was the most astonished of all. Although she had yet to harbor murderous intent towards Jiang Ping and the chubby man, after all, They were essential for her path ahead. She knew that should they stumble upon a great treasure, their demise would be inevitable. However, she never anticipated that events would deviate so drastically from her expectations, introducing an element of uncertainty. She was aware of Bianlinger, a formidable cultivator at the Golden Core stage. While she did not fear Bianlinger, she recognized that an altercation would require considerable effort, something she wished to avoid. Her sole enemy was Chinen. If she expended all her energy on Bianlinger, how could she seek vengeance against Chinen? Upon their encounter, Bianlinger furrowed her brow and inquired of Jiang Ping, "What is the situation here?" Jiang Ping hastily exclaimed, "Fairy, she is my friend. We have made a pact." Jiang Ping had no intention of divulging his desire to eliminate Chinen to Bianlinger. He was uncertain whether she would intervene, yet at that moment, he contemplated a matter and directly communicated with Mu Shuiyin. "Fairy, do you think we should allow your nemesis Chinen to enter and dispose of her immediately? I reiterate, I possess a single strike that can undoubtedly devastate her." Mu Shuiyin promptly interrupted Jiang Ping, dismissing his words as deceitful. The situation had already become exceedingly disadvantageous for her, as she had witnessed Jiang Ping and his companion standing beside Chinen. At this juncture, this old fool still attempted to deceive her, as if she were a mere child. Mu Shuiyin had resolutely decided that if Jiang Ping and the rotund fellow dared to approach that sphere, she would unleash the goo worms within them, subjecting them to excruciating agony, ensuring they met a most unfortunate demise. Jiang Ping was certainly not foolish enough to provoke Mu Shuiyin. However, at that moment, Mu Shuiyin confronted Jiang Ping directly. "Old fool, do not incite my wrath. You have already been afflicted by my curse. Should you give me even the slightest reason for discontent, I will swiftly ensure your demise, along with that insufferable glutton. Do not presume I am merely attempting to frighten you. If you doubt my words, feel free to test me." Jiang Ping also transmitted a message. "Fairy, I assure you that I shall not engage in any actions that may be detrimental to you. Please rest assured. Once we emerge from this secret realm, I kindly ask you to remove the goo worms." Mu Shuiyin, witnessing this old fellow's palpable fear of death, felt an immense satisfaction within her. She relished the presence of such easily manipulated individuals. At present, Bianlinger remained oblivious to the unfolding circumstances when Jiang Ping spoke again. "Since the four of us have ventured into the depths of this secret realm, it is evident that we are all individuals of great fortune. Let us embark together on this exploration, and should we encounter any treasures, we may divide them equally. What say you, esteemed fairies?" Both ladies chose to remain silent, merely nodding in response. Jiang Ping felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Did they truly disregard him so easily? In that moment, he was reminded of Shenpeiji, a practitioner at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, who did not carry herself with the arrogance exhibited by the two before him. Did she not also treat him with respect? Both of them were formidable golden core cultivators. Why then did they so blatantly overlook his presence? Jiang Ping refrained from voicing his thoughts, resigning himself to enduring the discomfort in silence. The portly man continued to lead the way, while Jiang Ping sought to steady his mind, recognizing that their current situation could be regarded as a partnership. The longevity of their alliance would depend on the magnitude of the treasures that might soon emerge. Should they encounter something of great value? It was certain that both men would vie fiercely for it, ultimately placing themselves and the portly man in jeopardy. At this moment, Jiang Ping communicated with Bianlingo as he walked. "Fairy, do you possess a means to extract the goo worms? Both my nephew and I have been afflicted." Upon hearing this, Bianlingo immediately recognized it was Mu Shuiyin's doing. However, she herself lacked the ability to dispel the goo. Only the one who cast the spell could remedy it. Moreover, recklessly attempting to break the curse could render the caster's existence unbearable, or even lead to an immediate demise. Thus, Bianlingo directly replied, "I cannot. We must seek her out." Jiang Ping, feeling helpless, realized that seeking Mu Shuiyin for assistance was futile, as of now. His favorability rating remained at a disheartening -100, showing no signs of improvement. Conversely, he noticed a shift in his rapport with Bianlinger, which had transitioned from negative to a neutral 0, neither good nor bad. Upon exiting the Grand Hall, Jiang Ping comprehended that the chamber they had just entered was, in fact, the original command center of this secret realm. Essentially, it served as a fortress. Cultivators wishing to enter must discover the correct path, for without it, there would be no entrance. Furthermore, the enormous orb outside was capable of observing every movement beyond its confines. Once they stepped out of the Grand Hall, it became apparent that a choice was at hand, as they stood before a T-junction, with pathways extending to the left, right, and center. How should they decide? Jiang Ping and the stout man found themselves devoid of any voice in the current discourse. The predominant influence resided solely with the two women. Yet, in the end, both Jiang Ping and the stout man realized that they could only bring disappointment to Bianlinger, as they were compelled to align themselves with Mu Shuiyin. They were left with no choice, for their very lives rested precariously in her hands. Thus, they had to endure and submit, for survival was paramount. Jiang Ping, in particular, yearned for existence and had never anticipated that merely descending the mountain would lead to his demise. However, an unforeseen turn of events transpired. Bianlingo made no decision of her own, but instead gazed at Mu Shuiyin. Without hesitation, Mu Shuiyin stepped forward, her hands gracefully gesturing before her, while the two bells adorning her wrist chimed melodiously, filling the stillness of the space with their enchanting sounds. Jiang Ping was perplexed by Mu Shuyan's enigmatic chant and wondered why Bian Linger so heavily relied on her at that moment. Suddenly, a chill ran down Jiang Ping's spine as countless poisonous insects emerged beneath Mu Shuyan's feet, scuttling in 3 different directions. Was this the essence of Mu Shuyan's sorcery? Where could so many venomous creatures possibly be nurtured? Unfazed, Bian Linger spoke directly to Jiang Ping and the portly companion, proclaiming, "The holy maiden of the Gu tribe possesses extraordinary talent and remarkable abilities. It seems our expedition into this secret realm will be fraught with surprises yet devoid of peril." At that moment, Mu Shuyan remained silent. Abruptly, she lifted her gaze, her eyes clouding over with a misty veil as she surveyed the 3 directions. The insects returned to her side and vanished, and she returned to her usual self. Pointing towards Bian Linger, she declared, "Let us proceed from this direction. Each of these paths leads to distinct destinations. Yet I sense that this route harbors no danger and likely leads to the chamber where the elixirs of this secret realm are stored." Bian Linger inquired. "And where do the other 2 paths lead?" Mu Shuyan shook her head. "I cannot discern their nature. However, I am certain that treasures lie within, and among them, a significant prize." With a swift motion, Mu Shuyan displayed a handful of insects, all neatly severed in twain, not by a blade, but seemingly by a mechanism of restraint. These insects are remarkably light. Even such tiny creatures can be detected and exterminated by the restraints. One can only fathom the potency of these defenses. Since we have yet to encounter danger on this path, let us first seek safety before we venture into the unknown of the other 2 routes. It would be unwise to sacrifice our lives here. Thus, Mu Shuyan took the lead, no longer allowing Jiang Ping and the stout fellow to guide the way, and boldly advanced forward. Jiang Ping was filled with indignation. With such formidable abilities, why must you insist on having me and Lu Dabid lead the way? It is evident that your intention from the very beginning was to eliminate both Dabid and myself. Yet, you could only ponder these thoughts in silence, afraid to voice them. The crowd trailed behind Mu Shuyan, who, as she walked, released a flurry of flying spirit insects ahead of her. Jiang Ping was truly astonished. In all his years, he had never encountered anyone who could manipulate insects with such finesse. After a brief interval, they came upon a stone door, which, contrary to expectations, stood ajar. Mu Shuyan paused at the threshold, carefully sensing her surroundings, and upon detecting no imminent danger, she stepped forward boldly into the unknown. As Jiang Ping was about to enter, Lingo approached simultaneously, leading to a fortuitous collision between the 2. Suddenly, Jiang Ping became acutely aware of Bian Linger's fury. However, at that moment, he found himself relishing the experience, as he had inadvertently collided with the 2 ample mounds on her chest. Behind him, Ludaba looked on in astonishment, nearly having his eyes pop out. He mused to himself, "My brother is truly extraordinary. He possesses an uncanny understanding of Bian Linger. Since childhood, no one has dared to touch her, yet ever since Jiang Ping entered her life, they have engaged in constant, albeit unintentional, physical contact, and remarkably, Bian Linger has never lost her temper." This left Lu Daba feeling quite disheartened. He perceived his brother as a celestial being on the path of courtship. When Jiang Ping inadvertently touched such a sensitive area, the chubby fellow anticipated that Bian Linger would erupt in rage, especially given Jiang Ping's rather infuriating expression at that moment. However, to his surprise, Bian Linger managed to restrain herself. Lu Daba was utterly bewildered, pondering where Jiang Ping might next make contact with her. Would she remain calm then? If that were the case, he thought in dismay, what was he envisioning? Should this continue, his brother might very well be on the verge of becoming an uncle-in-law. Good heavens, he would absolutely not permit such an occurrence. If it came to that, the old fellow would surely take advantage of him daily. No. If I encounter such a situation again, I shall ensure that my aunt punishes this scoundrel, claiming he acted with intent. I must expose his vile nature. In truth, Bian Linger had long been incensed, yet upon reflection, she recognized it had been unintentional. Moreover, he was the one who had guided her into this secret realm, even saving her life in the process. I shall endure, she consoled herself repeatedly. With a flushed face, Bian Linger swiftly entered the secret chamber. Once all had gathered, they were utterly astounded by the scene before them. It was indeed an alchemical chamber, filled with numerous cauldrons of various sizes. Most remarkably, flames fueled by the earth's veins burned beneath these cauldrons, a source of endless energy, inexhaustible and boundless. However, one thing was certain, the cauldrons were devoid of any elixirs. For even the celestial pills of the Supreme Elder could not withstand such searing heat. As they surveyed the alchemical chamber, they noted the neatly arranged tables adorned with an array of jars and bottles. Jiang Ping hastily picked one up to examine, yet at that moment, Mu Shuyan spoke. "It is all empty inside." Jiang Ping, filled with skepticism, shook the space vigorously for a considerable time, only to elicit an echo of solitude, devoid of any tangible evidence. Yet, Mu Shuyan remained intently fixated on the innermost depths of the alchemy chamber. It was only now that Jiang Ping realized her unwavering gaze was directed towards the area that had once served as the dwelling for the elders of the alchemy room. At this moment, Mu Shuyan commanded a swarm of flying insects to venture deeper into the shadows. However, not a single one of these insects returned. With a sense of helplessness, Jiang Ping pondered, could it be that there is nothing within this secret realm? Was it all just an empty joy? And had Bloodless Star taken all the treasures? This could not be, for, firstly, Bloodless Scar was a formidable nascent soul cultivator and could not have entered here. Furthermore, when he had previously opened the 2 doors to the secret realm, it was evident that they had never been unlocked before. Jiang Ping could ascertain this from his experience. Therefore, if no one had entered here before, any treasures must still remain. At that moment, Bian Lingo approached Mu Shuiyin, saying, "It seems there is something inside." Mu Shuiyin nodded in agreement and glanced at Bian Lingo, teasingly asking, "What? Are you afraid?" Bian Lingo would not be outdone by Mu Shuiyin. She laughed lightly, asserting that a cultivator's path was one of defiance against fate, and to retreat in the face of danger would render her cultivation meaningless. Mu Shuiyin responded to Bian Lingo with a knowing expression, and together they stepped forward. Just as they took a step, Mu Shuiyin turned back to Jiang Ping and the portly companion, commanding, "Come on, you two lead the way." At this moment, if Jiang Ping were not acutely aware that his life was in Mu Shuyin's hands, he would undoubtedly be cursing. Just moments ago, he wore an expression of shared understanding. And he had previously affirmed Bian Linger's words. How could he so swiftly turn his thoughts to casting himself in the as mere cannon fodder? Jiang Ping felt a surge of frustration, unable to contain his inner grievances. From the very beginning, it was all just a performance. What a charade of grandiosity. The disparity in Mu Shuyin's treatment of him and the fatty, compared to her demeanor towards Bian Linger, was as vast as the heavens and the earth. A chasm of incomprehensible magnitude. Observing the despondent expressions on Jiang Ping and the fatty's faces, Bian Lingo could not help but sigh. Finally speaking up, "They are of no assistance. They will likely become a burden. Let us proceed alone." Upon hearing this, a hint of mockery danced across Mu Shuyin's face as she remarked, "What's wrong? Are you feeling sympathetic?" Bian Lingo, incensed and embarrassed, retorted loudly, "Nonsense. Who would I feel sympathy for? That old fool or that insufferable fatty?" Chapter 58, The Poisonous Toad Yet, Mu Shuiyin persisted, teasingly responding, "Perhaps you do feel compassion after all." Bian Linger nearly choked on her indignation, gritting her teeth as she declared, "Enough. This is not the time for me to engage in trivial debates with you. Since they have the capability to lead us into the secret realm, we cannot repay their kindness with ingratitude. There must be a fundamental moral standard we adhere to." At this juncture, Mu Shuiyin, disinterested in further contention with Bian Linger, huffed and turned to march ahead. Bian Linger, unwilling to concede her dignity, followed closely, resolving, "I cannot allow a mere saintess of the Gu tribe to look down upon me." Meanwhile, Jiang Ping and the fatty exchanged glances, each reflecting profound despair. Their very lives were now wholly in Mu Shuyin's hands, with the threat of imminent peril ever looming. Alas, there seemed to be no viable solutions in sight. If even Bian Lingo could not resolve the Gu, what hope could they possibly cling to? Jiang Ping pondered that the only one capable of breaking the curse was Shenpeiji, yet she was far away, unable to provide immediate assistance. If only he had delayed his journey for a few days, he mused. Why did he have to embark at such a critical juncture? However, upon reflection, he considered that what is destined to be will come to pass. Since Mu Shuiyin was the heroine designated by the Zongzi, an encounter with her was inevitable. Eventually, she would plant the curse upon him, leading to the same fatal outcome. Since death was inescapable, why fuss over the timing? He decided to let go of his struggles. If danger arose, he would heed Mu Shuyin's call to take risks without hesitation. Having lived fully, he had already savored the pleasures of womanhood. Moreover, 2 women cherished and adored him deeply. This thought brought forth vivid images of Shenpeiji and He Qinghuan in his mind. Alas, he realized that he was devoid of any leverage to contest fate. Just then, Bian Linger and Mu Shuiyin abruptly halted in their tracks. Before them lay a series of colorful threads, each adorned with numerous bells and talismans crafted from yellow paper. Jiang Ping instantly realized that this talisman was a form of restriction. If a cultivator were to inadvertently cross the thread, the bells would chime, indicating the presence of a terrifying entity within. Should the bells ring, awakening or even enraging that being, their fates would be sealed. At that moment, Mu Shuiyin and Bian Linger both lifted their feet, retreating a step, entirely oblivious to Jiang Ping standing behind them. Due to his incessant contemplation, Jiang Ping had cast aside thoughts of life and death, which rendered him particularly valiant at that moment. Once he shed his fear of mortality, his strides quickened significantly, bringing him closer to the 2 women ahead. Consequently, both women inadvertently stepped squarely on Jiang Ping's feet. Jiang Ping let out a cry of pain, a sound that pierced the air. In truth, with his mid-stage foundation-building strength, he could have endured this minor discomfort. However, his exclamation startled the 2 women ahead, causing them to tremble involuntarily. This tremor inadvertently brushed against a delicate thread positioned at the front. Fortunately, this thread bore only a single bell, which, due to the gentle contact, merely swayed slightly, producing a faint yet crisp sound before returning to stillness. At that moment, the 2 women fixated their gazes deep into the shadows, scarcely daring to breathe, fearing the emergence of some dreadful creature. In their hearts, they silently cursed. It is not the divine adversaries that instill fear, but rather teammates as clumsy as Jiang Ping. After peering forward for what felt like an eternity, they discerned that no calamity had befallen them, allowing their taut nerves to relax, albeit just a fraction. At this moment, Jiang Ping couldn't help but smile shyly. Although he had just resolved not to fear death, the instant he heard the bell ring, he was still greatly startled. He silently prayed for no mishaps, realizing that he was still so afraid of dying. After Bing Linger and Mu Shuiyin retreated, the plump man's eyes widened in astonishment, nearly popping out of their sockets. He gasped for breath and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Run!" Before Jiang Ping could comprehend the situation, the hefty figure had vanished without a trace. Suddenly, a colossal toad sprang forth from within. This toad was truly terrifying, its entire body oozing with pus, unmistakably indicating its potent venom. At that moment, Jiang Ping felt a sudden and forceful tug, before being unceremoniously hurled out. It was none other than Bian Linger, who had seized him by the collar in his moment of stupor and thrown him aside. Subsequently, the four of them found themselves abruptly inside the alchemy chamber's grand hall. It was not their desire to flee, but rather that the door to the chamber had inexplicably closed at some point. The stout fellow dashed toward the door and collided with it, nearly shattering his very organs, yet the door remained utterly unyielding. It seemed that today, they had no choice but to confront the formidable toad, otherwise, all four would meet their demise in this place. Upon sighting the four, the toad wasted no time and opened its gaping maw, its cavernous mouth nearly sending the stout fellow and Jiang Ping's spirits fleeing in terror. What manner of creature was this toad, with a tongue so absurdly elongated? The stout fellow, positioned at the door and furthest from the toad, sensed that the creature was aware of who might be more delectable and who less so. Upon noticing the stout fellow's ample physique, the toad directed its attention toward him. The stout fellow, feeling quite vexed, could not help but exclaim, "What is this nonsense?" He quickly sidestepped to evade the impending assault. However, the toad was evidently not inclined to relent. It opened its mouth once more, its elongated tongue striking like lightning to ensnare the stout fellow's ankle. At that critical moment, Bian Linger reacted swiftly, delivering a decisive strike with her sword upon the toad's tongue. Although the toad retracted its tongue, Bian Linger's blow failed to sever it, illustrating the remarkable resilience of that appendage. Remarkably persistent, the toad, rather than seeking vengeance against Bian Linger for her attack, remained fixated on the stout fellow, launching another assault upon him. Jiang Ping, observing the scene, couldn't help but feel exasperated, muttering to himself, "Ah, obsession. My dear friend, it appears your allure is truly remarkable. No wonder you have 4 female disciples accompanying you in the sect. Even this beast is stirred by your presence." At that moment, the stout man produced a dagger, and as he noticed the frog's tongue extending towards him, he swung the dagger in an attempt to sever it. However, his skills were insufficient, as the dagger was effortlessly ensnared by the tongue and flung aside. The elongated tongue then redirected its assault towards him once more. On the brink of despair, the stout man lamented, "Is this ever going to end? You have 2 stunning beauties before you, yet you choose to contend with me." Chapter 59. The ultimate strike. Just as the stout man was lamenting his fate, Mu Shuiyin suddenly formed a hand seal, reciting incantations, as if invoking a transcendent divine power. A spectral light shot forth from her hands, darting towards the frog's eyes with lightning speed. The frog, taken aback by the pain, abruptly ceased its attack on the stout man, turning in fury to Mu Shuiyin and unleashing a noxious green arrow from its gaping maw. This was no ordinary poison arrow, but a lethal weapon forged from the frog's venom, amplified by its spiritual energy. Should this arrow strike a cultivator, it would instantly reduce them to a puddle of putrid filth. Observing the impending danger, Mu Shuiyin leaped gracefully into the air, her form as light as a swallow, while the toxic arrow plummeted harmlessly to the ground. As Jiang Ping focused intently, he observed the ground being corroded instantaneously, with copious amounts of thick smoke and bubbling emanating from it, the acrid scent wafting through the air compelling him to cover his mouth and nose. One could only imagine the potency of this venom, which was truly alarming. Beside him, Bian Linger was equally undaunted, a glimmer of determination flashing in her beautiful eyes. She swiftly maneuvered her flying sword, directing it like a streak of light straight towards the eyes of the formidable toad. She understood that, despite its massive size, the creature's most vulnerable point undoubtedly lay within its eyes. However, the toad, despite its girth, was far from clumsy. It propelled itself into the air with a powerful kick of its hind legs, launching a toxic projectile directly at Bian Linger. With a sharp cry, she retreated rapidly, while simultaneously guiding her flying sword towards the toad's other eye. The toad's agility was astonishing. It effortlessly evaded her attack in midair without any apparent support. At that moment, Mu Shuiyin was preparing her next strike. She oscillated the bell in her hands, the crisp chimes resonating eerily within the tense atmosphere. Suddenly, a swarm of flying insects surged forth like a dark cloud, hurtling towards the toad. It became evident that Mu Shuiyin's assault was futile, merely offering a banquet to the toad. The creature extended its enormous tongue, ensnaring the insects in a gooey embrace, savoring their taste, as if to say, "Delicious. How about a bit more?" Mu Shuiyin, perspiring, was taken aback. She had not anticipated that her meticulously nurtured spirit insects would become the toad's feast. Each insect represented a vital component for her future endeavors, and witnessing such a loss felt like a wound to her heart. Realizing her insects were ineffective against the toad, she swiftly withdrew a soft sword from her waist. This sword possessed the ability to extend and retract, its flexibility allowing her to attack from various angles, much like the toad's own tongue. In Mu Shuiyin's hands, the soft sword danced gracefully, targeting the toad's eyes once more. This time, the toad did not attempt to evade. Instead, it opened its mouth wide, ready to confront Mu Shuiyin head-on. Alarmed, she swiftly retracted her sword and floated backward, narrowly avoiding the toad's attack, which only fueled its fury. Meanwhile, Bianlinger's flying sword struck true, piercing the toad's left eye. The creature let out a wretched cry. Evidently enraged by this assault, it shook its head violently, dislodging Bianlinger's sword, while its tongue shot forth like a razor towards her brow. With a deft sidestep to the left, she evaded the strike, but the toad's tongue, as if guided by instinct, curved back to ensnare her once more. Mu Shuiyin's soft sword intercepted the toad's tongue, inflicting pain and eliciting a roar from the creature. Yet, its tongue remained intact, retracting back into its mouth. Suddenly, an idea struck Mu Shuiyin. Disregarding all else, she called out to Jiang Ping, "You old fool. Weren't you boasting earlier about having a strike capable of slaying Qinan? If you're not just posturing, then unleash that strike now." Bianlinga was genuinely astonished at Jiang Ping's audacity to claim he could kill Qinan. However, she soon realized that this old man was merely seeking to save his own skin, attempting to manipulate Mu Shuiyin into eliminating the spirit insects. In her eyes, Jiang Ping had become utterly worthless. Meanwhile, Jiang Ping, sensing an opportunity, contemplated whether it was time to negotiate terms with Mu Shuiyin. Jiang Ping did not shy away from anyone and directly addressed Mu Shuiyin, saying, "I can unleash my most formidable strike, but at present, I am hindered by the presence of a parasitic insect within me, rendering me incapable of doing so." Mu Shuiyin retorted with irritation, "Nonsense. My parasitic insect has no bearing on your performance." Jiang Ping remained undeterred, stating, "If you cannot dispel the goo worm, I am certain I will be unable to unleash that final strike." Mu Shuiyin was nearly exasperated to the point of despair by Jiang Ping's words. She harbored no belief that this old man possessed any formidable power. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, she felt an inexplicable sense of camaraderie in numbers and resolved to assist Jiang Ping in eliminating the goo he had sown within himself. At that moment, the stout figure standing behind Jiang Ping interjected, "Brother, do not forget my presence." Jiang Ping rolled his eyes with exasperation and remarked, "Goodness, what time is it? How can this rotund fellow still be so sharp-witted?" Nevertheless, could Jiang Ping afford to disregard the plump man? The answer was unequivocally no. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Ping addressed Mu Shuiyin directly, stating, "Indeed, release his poison as well." At that instant, Mu Shuiyin was overwhelmed with a desire to eliminate Jiang Ping. In a flash, she floated beside him. With a delicate gesture, she deftly pointed her fingers at the nape of Jiang Ping's neck, causing a crimson insect to emerge from the very spot. At this moment, Jiang Ping remarked that he had also relieved him of the parasitic insects. Mu Shuiyin retorted with irritation, "Old man, do not push your luck." Chapter 60, The First Intimate Encounter. Meanwhile, Jiang Ping fixed his gaze intently upon Mu Shuiyin, causing her to feel a chill run down her spine. She countered, "You have freed him from the parasites, yet neither of us has wronged you. If you relieve him of his affliction, I shall unleash my most formidable strike." Mu Shuiyin was consumed by rage, wishing she could pierce Jiang Ping with her sword. With a swift motion, she pointed her fingers at the back of the rotund man's neck, releasing another crimson flying insect. With a fierce glare directed at Jiang Ping, she declared, "The parasites have been dispelled. If you fail to deliver your strongest blow, rest assured, after I eliminate the toad, I shall promptly reduce you to mincemeat and feed you to the dogs." Jiang Ping never anticipated that Mu Shuiyin could be so ruthlessly cruel. At this moment, Jiang Ping directly addressed Mu Shuiyin, "What you need to do now is buy me some time and help me restrain the toad." Mu Shuiyin clenched her silver teeth and replied, "All right, old man, I will trust you once." She then shouted towards Bianlinger, "Draw the toad's attention." Bianlinger was truly astonished by Jiang Ping. She felt utterly powerless to protect him and the fatty any longer. If Jiang Ping failed to unleash his most potent strike, she could only imagine the consequences. He would undoubtedly be torn apart by Mu Shuiyin. However, this was not the time for her to dwell on such matters. She deftly maneuvered her flying sword, aiming it once more at the toad's remaining eye. The toad, having already lost one eye, was determined to protect the other. It could not afford to become blind. With a powerful leap, it launched 3 venomous arrows at Bianlinger. Startled, her face turned pale as she quickly retreated. At that moment, Mu Shuiyin's soft sword swiftly ensnared the massive toad's neck, yanking it back forcefully and firmly immobilizing it. Mu Shuiyin was acutely aware that her hold could last no more than a breath. After that, she would be incapable of maintaining control over the toad. Meanwhile, Jiang Ping's gaze was fixed intently on the toad's head, his spiritual energy surging into the flying sword as his mind became one with it. Silently, he thought, "My survival today rests in your hands, my friend." Raising his arm, he pointed 2 fingers at the toad's head and uttered a command. Suddenly, a golden light surged forth, infused with a cataclysmic aura, racing toward the toad's cranium. A resounding thud echoed as the flying sword pierced through the toad's jaw, emerging from the top of its head. The toad widened its eyes, casting a final glance at Jiang Ping, filled with reluctance, before collapsing to the ground, lifeless and motionless. It never anticipated that the seemingly weakest cultivator would deliver the fatal blow at the last moment. Had it been aware of this, it would not have initially thought to devour the fatty, but would have rather torn this old fool to shreds. Yet, in this world, there is no remedy for regret. And the toad would never have another chance at life. After Jiang Ping struck down the toad, Mu Shuiyin and Bian Lingo both fixed their gaze on him. Bian Lingo pondered, what on earth was that strike? It seemed to unleash a force beyond even that of the nascent soul stage. No, that wasn't his strength. It must have been the power of the sword itself. At that moment, Jiang Ping's hands trembled and his legs grew weak. That fierce strike had nearly drained him of all energy. He felt his vision darken, the world spinning around him. Fortunately, he had acquired 4 healing talismans from the fatty. Otherwise, after that last strike, whether the toad lived or died would be uncertain, but he surely would have collapsed, unconscious from the exertion. Jiang Ping gasped for breath, akin to a bellows, as he glanced at the corpulent figure behind him. With a feeble voice, he implored, please come and assist me. My legs feel as limp as noodles. At that moment, Lu Debeos awoke from his stupor and hurriedly supported Jiang Ping. However, as Jiang Ping leaned, he collapsed entirely against Lu Debeos, his body resembling that of a marionette devoid of strings. He genuinely felt on the verge of collapse, utterly drained as though all his strength had been siphoned away. Meanwhile, Lu Debeos discreetly whispered into Jiang Ping's ear, brother, how is that flying sword in your possession? Jiang Ping cast a fierce glare at Lu Daba, his eyes seemingly conveying the message, you, shut your mouth at once. Lu Daba merely rolled his eyes, refusing even a glance in Jiang Ping's direction. He was all too familiar with Grandfather Jiao. Should he acquire a treasured artifact, he would wear it around his neck with utmost care, fearing it would be snatched away. It was astonishing that his rather mediocre brother had managed to snatch something from Grandfather Jiao. Lu Daba now felt as if Grandfather Jiao had deliberately returned this flying sword to Jiang Ping. If Jiang Ping were to forcibly seize it from Grandfather Jiao, the chances would be non-existent. Had Grandfather Jiao undergone a change of heart? No, once he and his brother emerged from this forsaken land, he would insist on returning to Yinyang Palace to claim a treasure from Grandfather Jiao. At that moment, 2 women gracefully approached Jiang Ping's side. Jiang Ping felt a tumult of emotions within him, contemplating how he might articulate the situation. At that moment, 2 women had already positioned themselves beside him. Mu Shuiyin narrowed her eyes, a sly smile playing on her lips as she regarded Jiang Ping. Well, I must admit, I underestimated you, old man. Who would have thought you possessed the strength to strike down Qinan? Jiang Ping was initially leaning against the rotund figure of Lu, contemplating that such a posture did not adequately convey his valiant and formidable nature. Thus, he communicated telepathically with Lu, urging him to assist him in rising, for he desired to exude an air of grandeur. Meanwhile, Lu was inwardly exasperated, reflecting, it is you who leans upon me. Yet it is also you who wishes to stand. Consequently, when Lu exerted his strength, he inadvertently applied too much force, propelling Jiang Ping forward several paces. In an instant, this resulted in him colliding directly into the embrace of Mu Shuiyin. Jiang Ping, fearing a potential fall, instinctively embraced Mu Shuiyin, wrapping his arms around her tightly. At that moment, Mu Shuiyin's eyes widened in shock, nearly bulging from their sockets. She could never have anticipated such an event, given their already close proximity. This unexpected intimacy was overwhelming. Trembling all over, she felt a storm of indignation and sorrow within her. Since childhood, she had never had any contact with males. Having spent her days in the company of venomous insects, she could never have imagined that her first intimate encounter would be with an elderly man. And she found herself unwilling to accept this fate. In an instant, her eyes blazed with fury, and she delivered a punch to Jiang Ping's abdomen. He let out a yelp of pain, collapsing to the ground while clutching his stomach, saliva spilling from his mouth. Jiang Ping was consumed with resentment, cursing inwardly, damn you. You fat bastard. You are truly putting my life at risk. Chapter 61. The plan to Jiang Ping's astonishment, at this critical juncture, the extraordinary perfect life system unexpectedly sent him a notification, revealing that the affinity between him and Mu Shuiyin had surged from a staggering -100 to a neutral 0 in an instant. This revelation nearly caused Jiang Ping's jaw to drop in disbelief. According to his previous assumptions, given his recent impulsive actions, he believed Mu Shuiyin would harbor an intense loathing for him, perhaps even wishing to dismantle him piece by piece. If he were to escape with his life, it would surely be attributed to the tremendous force of that earth-shattering moment, which suggested he still possessed some modicum of worth. As if to confirm his fears, Mu Shuiyin delivered a sharp kick to Jiang Ping, exclaiming irritably, "Get up, you old fool." At this moment, Jiang Ping's voice trembled like leaves caught in the wind. As he stammered, "Fairy, I truly cannot rise. Oh, it pains me so." Mu Shuiyin then lifted her gaze towards Lu Daba, commanding, "You, portly fellow, assist him in standing." Lu Daba felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, silently lamenting, "Whom have I offended?" Yet, he found himself unable to resist. To defy her further would only invite more misfortune upon himself. He had only just freed himself from the grip of a curse and dared not provoke this formidable lady again. Thus, he hurriedly helped Jiang Ping to his feet. However, Jiang Ping continued to clutch his abdomen, appearing woefully disheveled. In a moment of resolve, Lu Daba hoisted Jiang Ping into his arms. The 2 women, along with Lu Daba, gazed at Jiang Ping, who now had teary eyes, his nose nearly dripping with mucus, presenting a pitiful sight that was both exasperating and amusing. Unable to contain themselves any longer, the 3 erupted into hearty laughter. Jiang Ping was engulfed in a profound sense of frustration, attributing this predicament to Lu Debao's actions. He inwardly cursed, lamenting, "Alas, my illustrious reputation, tarnished by this insufferable glutton. If you cannot assist me, why not refrain from doing so and allow me a moment to gather myself? Yet, you chose to embrace me as one would a helpless infant. What manner of nonsense is this? Am I to relinquish all dignity in my old age?" At that moment, Bian Linger, who had remained silent until now, spoke up, "You are remarkably strong." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ping was instantly invigorated, nearly leaping with excitement. His heart brimming with joy. Finally, someone who appreciates me. What man would not relish a woman praising his strength? At that moment, Jiang Ping suddenly felt his body rapidly rejuvenating. He quickly patted Lu Debao's chest and said, "Debao, please set me down." Lu Debao shot Jiang Ping a glance but gradually lowered him to the ground, genuinely concerned that he might exert too much force and inadvertently disassemble Jiang Ping into pieces. However, in the next instant, Jiang Ping was rendered speechless. Bian Lingo inquired, "Do tell, how did those old arms and legs of yours unleash such a formidable strike? What was the story behind the flying sword?" Jiang Ping found no merit in engaging in idle chatter with them. It was best to deflect the conversation. He entirely disregarded Bian Ling and turned his attention to Mu Shuiyin, smiling as he inquired, "My dear fairy, do you now believe that I can assist you in vanquishing Qinan?" Observing Jiang Ping's currently feeble demeanor, Mu Shuiyin felt a twinge of doubt. Struggling to reconcile this state with the formidable strike he had just unleashed, Jiang Ping also recognized Mu Shuyin's concerns and then said, "Rest assured, I shall soon concoct the next strike. In due time, we shall return to the Grand Hall and bring Qinan inside. Here, we will eliminate him, unnoticed by all. The outside world will remain oblivious. Even if someone seeks vengeance for Qinan later, he will be unable to identify his assailant." Upon hearing this, Mu Shuiyin realized that although the enmity between her and Qinan was no secret, the priority lay in slaying him. Everything else was inconsequential. She understood that Jiang Ping had his own conditions. Previously, he had compelled her to control the toad, and it was evident that when Qinan appeared, he would also require her to subdue Qinan, granting him a moment's respite. Before Jiang Ping could utter a word, Mu Shuiyin interjected, saying, "Very well. I shall provide you with the time to unleash your full strength when the moment arrives." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ping chuckled, "Not bad at all. This woman is quite perceptive. She understands her own thoughts so clearly, making her a person of great potential." At that moment, Bian Linger, who was standing beside him, gazed at Jiang Ping and inquired, "Are you truly determined to assist her in eliminating Qinan?" Jiang Ping let out a cold snort, turning to Debao and inquired, "Should Qinan be eliminated?" At that moment, Lu Debao's explosive temper erupted instantaneously as he stepped forward and declared loudly, "Elder brother, he must be killed." Jiang Ping gazed at Bian Linger and remarked, "Do you see? The expectations of the people are upon us. I hope you will refrain from intervening when the time comes. If possible, your assistance would be appreciated. Once the situation is revealed, you too will find it impossible to escape your involvement." Bian Lingo contemplated this, realizing that her presence among them indeed implicated her should the matter come to light. However, she felt quite displeased by Jiang Ping's threatening tone. Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, Jiang Ping interjected, "This is not a threat. You must understand that my bond with Lu Pongzi and your father is one of life and death." As Jiang Ping finished speaking, an unsettling feeling surged within him, and he inwardly exclaimed, "Oh no, this could spell disaster." His earlier remark about having a profound bond with Elder Jiao implied that he was, in fact, claiming to be a senior to the chubby figure beside him. Upon hearing this, Bian Lingo was incensed, her fury igniting like a blazing inferno. "This old fool seeks to take advantage of me." She fumed, and with that, she delivered a powerful punch that sent Jiang Ping flying. Jiang Ping found himself in a state of profound regret, his heart heavy with unspoken sorrow. Truly, his words had been as unguarded as they were ill-timed, and this blow he had received was most undeserved. Meanwhile, standing by was Lu Daba, who, raising his hands in exasperation, remarked, "Brother, you cannot possibly pin this on me, can you?" In the next moment, Jiang Ping knelt on the ground, slowly elevating a trembling hand, his voice quavering as he implored, "Daba, please come and help me." Lu Daba rolled his eyes, silently lamenting his fate of being burdened with such a troublesome elder brother. He approached and assisted Jiang Ping to his feet once more. After Jiang Ping was finally helped up by Lu Daba, Bian Linger, her brows furrowed in displeasure, exclaimed, "You two mustn't dawdle here any longer. Do not waste any more time." With that, she and Mu Shuiyin proceeded inward. "Jiang Ping, is it my fault for wasting time? I endure. But how much longer must I?" The silken threads and the bells were entirely destroyed when that venomous toad emerged, indicating that there is no longer any peril within. Lu Debo supported Jiang Ping while murmuring, I understand, please do not rush." Jiang Ping spoke weakly, "My body feels as if it's about to fall apart. I can't even catch my breath." Bian Lingo shot him a glare, "You're such a fuss. Hurry up." The four of them slowly ventured inward. Indeed, as Bian Lingo had asserted, no further dangers arose along their path. Upon exiting the passage, the sight before them took them by surprise. Chapter 62. The struggle for survival. Before them lay an enormous stone chamber, its walls adorned with countless glimmering gemstones, illuminating the space as brightly as day. At the very center of the chamber rested a colossal stone sarcophagus, its lid etched with enigmatic runes. Intrigued, Bianlinger approached the sarcophagus, eager to investigate further. However, Mu Shuyan, her brow furrowed in concern, urgently called out, "Be careful." Undeterred, Bianlinger reached out to touch the runes on the lid. The moment her hand made contact, the sarcophagus trembled violently, and a powerful force surged forth from within, propelling Bianlinger away. Upon witnessing the scene, Jiang Ping, despite the excruciating pain coursing through his body, managed to free himself from the grasp of the overweight man and caught Bianlinger in his embrace. However, in the next moment, both he and Bianlinger were propelled outward. This time, Jiang Ping was not as fortunate. He became a cushion for Bianlinger, crashing directly against the wall and spitting out a mouthful of blood. The crimson liquid gushed forth like a fountain, instantly staining Bianlinger's entire back. Momentarily frozen in place, Bianlinger found her mind blank, unable to comprehend that in her dire moment of peril, Jiang Ping had unhesitatingly prioritized her safety. Such a scenario was something she had never dared to hope for, yet today, it materialized before her very eyes. The realization that someone was willing to risk everything to save her made her heart race. She quickly turned around, her hands gripping Jiang Ping tightly to support him. At that moment, a notification from the perfect life system in Jiang Ping's mind echoed, indicating that his affinity with the female lead had reached 50. Although Jiang Ping was not in mortal danger, the severity of his injuries was indeed quite grave. However, to his astonishment, his favorability rating had elevated to 50. A feat he had never even dared to dream of. At that moment, as he reached out to support Bianlinger, his thoughts were solely focused on the conviction that, regardless of the circumstances, she would ultimately be his woman, and he would never permit harm to befall her. He had not harbored any extravagant hopes that such a simple act could elevate his favorability to such heights. At that juncture, the stone coffin gradually creaked open, releasing a pungent odor that surged forth like a relentless tide. Suddenly, a skeletal hand, devoid of flesh, emerged from the coffin, resembling a specter as it rested upon the coffin's edge. In that instant, another skeletal figure abruptly sat up within the stone coffin, its bones creaking ominously as it moved, the sound echoing chillingly in the silence of the space, sending shivers down their spines. The figure turned to face the four onlookers, and from its vacant eye sockets, two eerie green lights flickered to life, reminiscent of ghostly flames rising from the depths of the abyss, strange and sinister. Moreover, one of its bony hands clutched a weathered ancient tome. The four individuals understood that this tome was undoubtedly a treasured relic. Yet, to their astonishment, the other skeletal hand bore a storage ring on its middle finger, and in an instant, the ancient tome was absorbed into the ring. At that moment, the figure, like a fleeting shadow, leapt out from the stone coffin. It was a complete skeleton, exuding a chilling aura that instilled fear. The spectators gasped collectively, and Ludabo suddenly exclaimed in horror, "What the hell? It's a zombie." Jiang Ping shot him an exasperated glare. The skeletal figure then emitted a haunting voice that reverberated throughout the chamber. "Trespassers in this place, perish." The utterance seemed laden with boundless resentment and curses, instantly heightening the tension among those present, causing a chill to spread down their spines. At this moment, Jiang Ping felt a cold sweat uncontrollably streaming down his back. Everyone was on high alert, fixated on the skeletal figure, while Bianlinger supported Jiang Ping against the wall, gripping her longsword tightly. She remained steadfastly focused on the bones before her. At that instant, Mu Shuyan directly transmitted a thought to Bianlinger, urging her to subdue the entity with utmost speed. For it was a formidable foe. Did Mu Shuyan even need to remind her? Bianlinger had already anticipated the skeleton's terrifying prowess. Unaware of the dreadful cultivation it possessed in life, the skeleton emitted a chilling shriek, and before Mu Shuyan could make her move, its skull suddenly turned towards her. Realizing the precarious situation, Mu Shuyan feared that her thoughts had been detected by the entity. In that moment, the skeleton lunged forward like a bolt of white lightnings, extending 5 bony fingers that resembled sharp claws, poised to seize Mu Shuyan's throat. Should the skeleton succeed, Mu Shuyan would meet her demise in an instant. Reacting swiftly, Mu Shuyan drew her flexible sword from her waist, which coiled around the skeleton's arm like a sinuous serpent. However, the skeleton showed no fear of the attack. Instead, it accelerated its assault. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Mu Shuyan realized she had to employ her most potent technique. With a sudden yank, she pulled her soft sword to the side, attempting to forcibly redirect the skeleton's grasp. The maneuver proved effective, as the skeleton's hand missed her throat, but it nonetheless inflicted a vicious grip on her shoulder. The pain was instantaneous, leaving Mu Shuyan with deep lacerations, blood gushing forth as she gasped and staggered backward. The skeleton, relentless, would grant her no respite. At that moment, Bianlinger's long sword arrived in a flurry, dancing through the air to block the skeletal attack. Resolutely determined to protect Mu Shuyan, this was not solely out of camaraderie. Within this secret realm, they were allies, and every additional ally bolstered their chances of survival. Bianlinger understood that to endure in this perilous environment, Mu Shuyan's life must be preserved, especially given her superior strength. Now granted a moment to breathe, Mu Shuyan regained some composure. Yet, the skeleton remained undaunted by Bienlinger's sword, crashing against it with an unyielding force. The clashing sound resonated through the empty space, echoing like a fierce war drum. However, Bienlinger's blade left no mark upon the bones. Furrowing her brow, she realized this was beyond her capabilities. Observing the dire situation, Jiang Ping turned to Lu Daba, exclaiming, "If you wish to survive, hurry and hand over all the healing tokens you have." Acknowledging the gravity of the crisis, Lu Daba promptly relinquished his remaining 4 healing tokens to Jiang Ping. Chapter 63. Jiang Ping's selfishness. Jiang Ping had not anticipated that this individual possessed such a plethora of revival tokens. It seemed that the claims made by Lu Daba regarding his grandfather acquiring these tokens in the barbarian lands at the cost of his life were mere exaggerations. Clearly, the origins of these revival tokens remained a mystery. It was likely that his grandfather had vanquished the inhabitants of the barbarian territory. As all 4 revival tokens converged upon Jiang Ping, he felt a sudden enhancement in his aura, stronger than before. Most significantly, he sensed the energy within him, as well as the injuries he had previously sustained, gradually mending. Jiang Ping prepared to unleash his most formidable strike, fully aware that the 2 women were in imminent peril. He could no longer afford to hold back. These 2 would inevitably become his wives. He could not allow harm to befall either of them. How could he bear to witness his beloved perish before his very eyes? That would hardly be the mark of a man. At this moment, Bienlinga was forcibly pushed back by the white skeleton, which raised its hand and struck her sword with immense force, sending her hurtling through the air. Bienlinga coughed up a mouthful of blood, her complexion paling to that of parchment. It was then that Mu Shuiyin, the saintess of the ancient clan, could no longer remain composed. She slowly extended her arms, a look of resoluteness gracing her features. In that instant, her body began to levitate, her crimson eyes igniting to a fiery red, reminiscent of raging flames. Most notably, the 3 petals of the lotus at her brow suddenly blossomed, emanating an eerie glow. With a delicate lift of her jade arm, Mu Shuiyin plucked a petal from her brow, a droplet of blood instantly flowing from the center of her forehead. As the petal landed in her palm, it transformed into a golden lotus. With a determined expression, she gently blew upon the golden lotus, uttering the command, "Go." The lotus spun and floated towards the skeletal figure. At that moment, the skeleton's eyes ignited with 2 green flames, more intense than before, as it sensed the impending danger. It attempted to evade the golden lotus, only to find it seemed to possess a mind of its own, rendering escape impossible. In a final act of desperation, the skeleton crossed its arms defensively over its chest, preparing to block the lotus. The instant the golden lotus made contact, it erupted into flames, engulfing the skeletal figure in a fierce conflagration. In a heartbeat, the golden flames roared to life, as if intent on consuming all. At that moment, Jiang Ping's most powerful strike was fully realized. He pointed his fingers at the skeleton's skull and shouted, "Go." As his voice reverberated, a beam of golden light surged forth, radiating an overwhelming force. The skeleton had no time to extinguish the flames and could only gaze at the oncoming golden light, realizing it was too late to evade. In an instant, its skull was pierced by Jiang Ping's flying sword, shattering into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. The entire skeleton collapsed, reduced to mere remnants, consumed by the golden flames. Before the eyes of the onlookers, the pile of bones gradually turned to ashes, dissipating within the mystical space. Amidst the ashes, a solitary storage ring remained. Bienlinga, Mu Shuiyin, and Jiang Ping now found themselves slumped on the ground, gasping for breath as they endeavored to recuperate from their severe exhaustion. The fierce confrontation with the terrifying skeleton had inflicted grave injuries upon them. Yet, unbeknownst to all, Mu Shuiyin had sacrificed her most powerful strike, one that could never be reclaimed. The golden lotus nestled in her brow was steeped in ancient legend within the Gu clan. Each saintess was traditionally endowed with 8 petals, yet Mu Shuiyin, for reasons unknown, had only managed to manifest 3, unable to summon the remaining 5. Deep down, she understood that those petals could indeed be gathered, yet she lacked any effective means to do so. Unlike other saintesses who, upon receiving the celestial rites from the ancient clan's high priestess, could immediately form all 8 petals, she was left with only 3. Each petal represented a saintess's ultimate strike, irretrievable once expended. Now, having used one in this critical moment, Mu Shuiyin felt a profound ache in her heart. She had previously contemplated using a petal to eliminate Chinen, and now her heart bled as if rent by 1,000 sharp blades. The pain and helplessness were hers alone to endure. Meanwhile, Lu Daba, his rotund form shuffling towards the pile of ashes, reached out toward the solitary storage ring. Suddenly, 3 authoritative shouts rang out in unison. "Stop!" Startled, the plump fellow froze as if struck by a paralysis spell, his posture comically absurd. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and his face turned ashen, his heart racing with terror. Goodness, this fright could make me wet myself. With a sheepish grin, he attempted to mask his embarrassment, muttering that he was merely watching over the storage ring. Yet, his outstretched hand recoiled as if electrified, and he sat down beside the ring, sulking. 2 women had commanded him to halt, but what did his elder brother mean? "Jiang Ping, what business do you have meddling here? Your strength is comparable to mine, nay, perhaps even inferior. Do you truly believe that by preventing me from claiming the storage ring, you will gain any advantage from these 2 women?" Even if you aided them in shattering that fearsome skeleton, you possess only that one strike. Humph. We are evenly matched, and yet you prance about like a peacock. As he brooded, Jiang Ping's keen gaze pierced through Lu Daba's thoughts. In truth, Jiang Ping himself was unaware of why he had so urgently called for Lu Daba to cease. He possessed a system unknown to others, rendering him indifferent to material possessions. The flying sword casually bestowed upon him by the system was sufficient to astound all who beheld it. Thus, even if the storage ring contained treasures of unimaginable worth, it mattered little to him. When he first arrived in this world, his life had hung by a thread, and he desperately sought miraculous artifacts to prolong his existence. However, his circumstances had since changed. He now enjoyed a lifespan of over 150 years, allowing him ample time to pursue any endeavor. Hence, he wished for Lu Daba to abstain from claiming the ring. Yet Jiang Ping harbored his own selfish motives. Should the treasures fall into Lu Daba's hands, they would inevitably end up in the possession of Elder Jiao due to Lu Daba's character. Conversely, these two women were destined to share a bed with him in the future. How could he allow them to be slighted? Thus, he deemed it most desirable for them to divide the spoils. Chapter 64, The Harmonious Resonance of Sun and Moon. At this moment, under the enhancement of the 8 recovery talismans, Jiang Ping's stamina restored completely in merely the span of half an incense stick. Remarkably, this was the most severe injury he had ever sustained, yet it was also the swiftest recovery he had experienced. He himself could hardly fathom such an outcome. Pondering that if he were to stock up on more recovery talismans, he would no longer need to fret about his waning strength in the future. As Jiang Ping's mind began to wander into fantasies of tumultuous escapades with Mu Shuiyin and Bianlinger, an involuntary smirk crept upon his face. Coincidentally, at that very moment, Mu Shuiyin awakened. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with Jiang Ping's lecherous grin. Instantly, memories of the earlier incident when this old rogue had embraced her surged back, igniting a spark of fury within her. She felt an overwhelming urge to rush at Jiang Ping and deliver a thorough thrashing. However, upon reflection, she realized that although she had lost a petal of her essence, she lacked the confidence to confront the skeletal foe alone. Were it not for this fellow delivering a critical blow at a crucial moment, the outcome could have been uncertain. Despite her internal resolution to let it go, her hand was not idle. It silently summoned a small insect from beneath her feet, directing it toward Jiang Ping. Fate, however, had other plans. Just then, Bianlinger stirred awake. The moment she stood, she inadvertently crushed the tiny insect underfoot, producing a squelching sound as it was reduced to a puddle of goo. Enraged, Mu Shuiyin sprang to her feet, exclaiming, "You!" She was convinced Bianlinger had done it intentionally, and indeed, her suspicion was correct. Bianlinger had acted with purpose. Unbeknownst to herself, she felt an inexplicable urge to intervene. She simply could not bear the thought of Jiang Ping, who had risked his life to save her, falling victim to Mu Shuiyin's schemes. Being a formidable cultivator at the Golden Core stage, she was acutely aware of even the faintest sounds around her, prompting her to take action in Jiang Ping's defense. This action did not go unnoticed. Jiang Ping's perfect life system promptly indicated that his affinity with the female lead, Bianlinger, had reached a remarkable 70. Truth be told, Jiang Ping was as bewildered as anyone else, for his meager prowess did not grant him insight into Mu Shuiyin's intentions to ensnare him. Following the increase in affinity, the system bestowed a reward, surprising him further as it was only upon reaching 70 that he received a body refinement pill, a significant boon indeed. Upon hearing that name, Jiang Ping instinctively grasped the situation. It was evident that the master was likely feeling pity for him, prompting a desire for him to strengthen his body. However, this was not the moment for contemplation. The two women had already approached the storage ring, their intentions remarkably aligned. They were eager to uncover the nature of the ancient yellowed tome previously concealed by the skeleton, which they believed to be the true treasure of this chamber. As Jiang Ping observed the dilemma etched on their faces, he interjected, all right, you two shall split the contents within. Should you encounter any martial arts manuals, simply make a copy for yourselves. Is it truly necessary to be so troubled?" Upon hearing his words, both women nodded in agreement, expressing no dissent. Yet, the rotund figure nearby was displeased, exclaiming, "Brother, what about me? Have you forgotten about my presence? Why does it seem as though I have no share in this?" Jiang Ping disregarded the plump man, pondering to himself, "Why are you meddling in our affairs? This is a family matter, and it bears no relevance to you." Upon noticing that Jiang Ping was ignoring him, the chubby man reached out and implored, "Brother, please return those spirit recovery talismans to me at once." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ping instinctively smacked his forehead and exclaimed, how could I have forgotten my brother? If there are spirit stones inside, they should all go to him, for he has been of tremendous assistance in this battle." The chubby man, upon hearing this, erupted in indignation. "What use is spirit stones to me, Jiang Ping? I desire magical artifacts, elixirs, and I also want to imprint the secret techniques." At that moment, Mu Shuiyin cast a frosty glance at the chubby man, who immediately deflated like a punctured balloon, losing all his defiance and promptly becoming obedient. Jiang Ping gazed at the chubby man's cowardly demeanor, his laughter nearly obscuring his eyes. He did not shy away from the two women, boldly declaring, "Chubby, be quiet. I wouldn't dare contest with them. Even if my contributions were monumental, I have always prioritized these two ladies in my heart. The women lifted their heads to scrutinize Jiang Ping, finding his words rather distasteful, yet feeling there was little reason to rebut him. They decided to ignore him instead. The two women emptied their storage rings, revealing a plethora of treasures, various spiritual herbs, elixirs, weapons, and martial arts manuals, yet conspicuously absent were any spirit stones. Although the chubby man was not particularly fond of spirit stones, the current situation left him with little choice but to hope for their acquisition. Alas, there was not a single stone to be found. At that moment, the two women were entirely fixated on a weathered ancient scroll. Mu Shuiyan picked it up and began to peruse it, but quickly closed it and tossed it to Bianlinger. Bianlinger took a glance. Her expression filled with disdain as she tossed it back to Jiang Ping. Jiang Ping, feeling utterly speechless, thought to himself, "What is this? Are you two simply discarding your unwanted refuse upon me?" As he began to peruse the ancient scroll, his eyes widened in astonishment. The scroll contained a record of a dual cultivation technique. While it may not possess the profound intricacies of his own harmony technique, which is initially practiced solo, this technique was explicitly designed for two practitioners. However, as Jiang Ping continued to read, he found himself entranced, for the content within was even more profound. It is said that once a cultivator reaches a certain level of mastery, dual cultivation can lead one to the path of enlightenment. This ancient scroll was titled The Harmonious Resonance of Sun and Moon. Jiang Ping hastily closed the ancient scroll, his heart filled with apprehension that the two women might scorn him. Unbeknownst to him, he had been engrossed for the better part of a stick of incense, to the extent that he was drooling. Meanwhile, the overweight man, consumed by frustration, yearned to uncover what captivated Jiang Ping so. Upon standing behind him and glimpsing the contents, he found his own drool cascading over Jiang Ping. Yet in this peculiar circumstance, Jiang Ping remained utterly oblivious. Jiang Ping swiftly tucked the ancient scroll away. Yet the corpulent man persisted obstinately, clamoring insistently for a copy to be made. Jiang Ping remarked that it was not the appropriate time, suggesting they discuss matters later. The plump man could only acquiesce, albeit reluctantly. He then lamented, "Brother, do not forget. Just moments ago, he had berated Jiang Ping, calling him directly by name. Yet now they appeared as inseparable as if they shared the same trousers." In chapter 65, titled The Elimination of Chunin, the two women, weary of the antics of these two clowns, shyly resumed their examination of the remaining treasures within their storage rings. At that moment, Jiang Ping unexpectedly exclaimed, "I never anticipated that this skeleton was once a notorious libertine." The women, unwilling to permit Jiang Ping to continue, simultaneously raised their hands and delivered a slap to either side of his face. Jiang Ping was filled with frustration, yet what could he say? It was merely his own fault for speaking carelessly, leaving him with no recourse. After the two women meticulously organized the treasures, they discovered that only a few elixirs held substantial value, while the herbs possessed some worth, but the rest were of little consequence. Initially, they had believed that the ancient scroll would be a priceless treasure, only to find it contained a rather unsightly martial art. However, the two women could never have imagined that this very technique would ultimately become the one they desperately wished to cultivate alongside Jiang Ping. At that moment, the grand hall stood desolate, devoid of all its former treasures. As the women prepared to depart, Jiang Ping remained unwilling to accept defeat. He approached the stone sarcophagus and scrutinized its interior closely. To his astonishment, he discovered a skeletal remains lying within, which startled him greatly. It was only then that Jiang Ping realized, after gazing intently at the skeleton for quite some time, that there were no signs of resurrection. Yet, at that instant, the skeletal remains were exposed to the surrounding air and instantly disintegrated into fine ash. Jiang Ping certainly understood the reason behind it. The stone coffin was sealed, and after an extended period, it had suddenly come into contact with air and oxidized. At that moment, Jiang Ping noticed an object within the coffin that captured his attention, a piece of jade. This jade was intricately carved with dragons and phoenixes, showcasing exquisite craftsmanship. Jiang Ping casually picked it up and tucked it into his bosom. The rotund companion leaned in and inquired, "Brother, what is that?" Jiang Ping remarked, "It's nothing much. Merely a jade pendant, presumably a token of affection exchanged between the two during their lifetime." He then meticulously searched within the stone coffin for quite some time, ultimately confirming that nothing else remained. At this juncture, the four of them finally departed from the site. Upon exiting, they encountered no unforeseen events, and soon returned to the location where the spherical object had been placed earlier. Jiang Ping gazed at the orb, realizing that the scene projected upon its surface revealed numerous cultivators outside, all still in search of the entrance to this place. At this moment, Jiang Ping turned to Mu Shuiyan and said, "Fairy, I have mentioned that I possess the strength to severely injure Chinen. Do you believe me?" Mu Shuiyan harbored no doubts now, for Jiang Ping had demonstrated such formidable attacks on two previous occasions. She harbored a strong desire to eliminate Chunin. However, having already lost a petal, she deemed it unwise to risk losing another merely for the sake of vengeance. When Jiang Ping extended an olive branch, how could she refuse? Naturally, she accepted, and Jiang Ping's words now held a credibility exceeding 90%. She too wished to vanquish Chunen, and as for their association with him, Mu Shuiyan was unconcerned. If a reason were to be sought, it would undoubtedly relate to Bianlinger. Nevertheless, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. And thus Mu Shuiyan nodded, declaring, I will assist you in restraining him when the time comes. Jiang Ping nodded in agreement, appreciating her support. At this juncture, Jiang Ping turned his gaze towards Bianlinger and inquired, You have no objections to my killing Chunen, correct? Bianlinger furrowed her brows and averted her gaze. After all, she had once been in a collaborative relationship with Chunen and harbored her own grievances against him. She was aware of the hardships Jiang Ping and the chubby fellow had endured at Chunen's hands. Yet she also recognized that this was a realm where strength dictated fate. Lacking power meant resigning oneself to the whims of others. Thus, even though she found Chunen distasteful, she felt powerless, knowing it was merely a reflection of their own inadequacies. However, with Jiang Ping now intent on eliminating Chunen, Bianlinger would certainly not intervene. Moreover, she found Jiang Ping and the chubby fellow far more agreeable than Chunen. At this moment, Jiang Ping looked at Mu Shuiyan and nodded, his meaning unmistakable. I am prepared to summon that scoundrel Chunen fairy. Are you ready? Jiang Ping arrived at the luminous sphere, commencing a search for Chunen akin to sifting through the vast ocean for a single needle. After several rounds of searching, he astonishingly found no trace of him. Jiang Ping, feeling helpless, contemplated that this fellow must have fled upon realizing the disconnection with Bianlinger. Just as he was about to turn and leave, Mu Shuiyan approached him and exclaimed, Are you blind? Look over here. At that moment, Jiang Ping carefully scrutinized a corner and suddenly noticed a figure hiding at the mouth of a cave, peering out and glancing about with curiosity. Jiang Ping had initially believed that this individual was boasting about his formidable strength, assuming he possessed great prowess. However, he turned out to be nothing more than a cowardly wretch. This scene was also witnessed by Bianlinger, who was equally surprised to discover that the usually arrogant Chunen was, in fact, such a pitiful character. At this moment, Mu Shuiyan had already grasped her soft sword firmly in her hand, prepared to seize control of Chunen the instant he made his appearance. Jiang Ping extended his finger and pointed directly at Chunen's image. Suddenly, ripples began to flow, and a cultivator gradually emerged. Before he could comprehend the situation, as soon as he appeared, his gaze locked onto Jiang Ping. At that moment, a sly smile, emblematic of a plot's success, graced Jiang Ping's lips. Chunen, a formidable golden core expert, possessed no shortage of vigilance. He immediately sensed impending danger and recalled all his encounters with Jiang Ping, how he had wished to eliminate him, and how he had insulted him. Yet, he had underestimated the situation. So preoccupied was he with thoughts of Jiang Ping that he failed to anticipate the swift strike of a sharp, soft sword, which instantaneously ensnared his upper body. Mu Shuiyan pulled forcefully, sending Chunen crashing to the ground. In that instant, a beam of golden light shot forth from Jiang Ping's fingertips, piercing dazzlingly into Chunen's brow. Chunen widened his eyes, staring incredulously at Jiang Ping. He could hardly fathom that his demise would come at the hands of one he deemed insignificant. As he closed his eyes for the final time, he glimpsed the figures of the portly man and Bianlinger. In that fleeting moment, enlightenment dawned upon him, but it was too late. Had he maintained a modicum of civility towards Jiang Ping and the portly man, even while harboring murderous thoughts, he might have avoided this fatal outcome. Jiang Ping believed that throughout his life, he had essentially never provoked any enemies. The individuals he wished to eliminate were solely those who sought to encroach upon his women, particularly those who would bring harm to them. The first was Shui Wuhan, and the second was Chunen. The demise of Chunen was nothing short of tragic. At that moment, disregarding the thoughts of the two women, Jiang Ping addressed the chubby man, saying, Chubby, this fellow's storage ring belongs to you now. The chubby man, astute as he was, recognized that his leader was merely silencing Mu Shuiyan. I have already assisted you in eliminating Chunen. Do you truly wish to contest me for a storage ring? Furthermore, he had no desire for the ring himself, as it was intended for his brother. You have no arguments left, do you? Chapter 66. Betraying brothers for women. At this juncture, Mu Shuiyan approached Chunen's lifeless body, causing the chubby man to instinctively recoil. His thoughts racing, no way, is she going to contest me for the storage ring? He felt utterly dejected, hesitant to advance for fear that Mu Shuiyan might swiftly end his life with a single strike. However, Mu Shuiyan had no intention of claiming the storage ring. Instead, she drew her soft sword and unleashed several vicious slashes upon Chunen's corpse, a testament to the depth of her loathing for him. After completing this act, she further vented her wrath by igniting a flame that incinerated Chunen's remains entirely. The chubby man was left in despair, lamenting, the storage ring, my storage ring. Yet, in that moment, Mu Shuiyan waved her hand and effortlessly seized Chunen's storage ring, tossing it to the chubby man. With a grin, he replied, Thank you, fairy. At that instant, Jiang Ping's perfect life system chimed once more. Congratulations, the affinity with the female protagonist Mu Shuiyan has increased to 70. Jiang Ping was so overwhelmed with excitement that he nearly burst into laughter, yet he managed to restrain himself. Songzi, Songzi, Jiang Ping repeatedly called out, Where's my reward? In the next moment, Songzi presented him with another body-refining pill. Jiang Ping was feeling quite dejected. Can I choose for myself, Tongzi? However, Tongzi paid him no heed. It seemed that without reaching 100%, receiving even a slight reward was a commendable feat, and the notion of selection was utterly impossible. Although there remained a considerable distance before achieving a perfect affinity of 100, the heartfelt sincerity could indeed move heaven and earth. The admiration of both women had simultaneously reached 70, an outcome Jiang Ping had never dared to dream of. He had initially believed that these two women would become stumbling blocks on his path of growth, yet, as fate would have it, every obstacle seemed to dissolve in that moment. Everything was far less complicated than he had imagined. Jiang Ping was filled with joy, as the matters here had been resolved. Mu Shuiyin turned to Bianlinger and inquired, "Shall we continue our exploration?" Bianlinger could hardly decline, responding, "To have the opportunity to venture into an uncharted secret realm is indeed a rare privilege. Moreover, we have yet to uncover any truly valuable treasures in the previous location. Cultivating immortality is akin to rowing against the current. One must forge ahead or risk falling behind. If one hesitates at the first sign of adversity, what is the point of pursuing immortality?" In this regard, the two women surprisingly shared a unanimous perspective. They paid little heed to Jiang Ping and the fatty's opinions, choosing to disregard them entirely. This time, Mu Shuiyin allowed Bianlinger to make the choice, the middle path or the far left. Without a moment's hesitation, Bianlinger declared, "The left path. The middle is likely the most perilous. Let us first explore the left and see if we can gain any advantages. It may prove useful later." Her thoughts aligned remarkably with those of Mu Shuiyin. However, at this moment, Mu Shuiyin cautioned Bianlinger, "Both the middle and left paths are fraught with danger. As I have previously sensed with my insect." Bianlinger understood the implication, yet she believed that without venturing into the tiger's den, one could not hope to capture the tiger. The two women slowly made their way toward the left passage, exchanging a glance with Jiang Ping and the fatty. The fatty pondered, "Why are you looking at me?" Jiang Ping remained speechless. "I am not asking you to call me Big Brother. Shall we leave now and provide a graceful exit for Big Brother?" He mused, reflecting on how absurd they appeared. Utterly invisible to the two women, the stout man shot Jiang Ping a glance and promptly followed the two women as they turned to the left. Jiang Ping was at a loss for words, astonished by the audacity of the corpulent figure, who seemed to have grown impervious to his feelings. Without hesitation, Jiang Ping hurried after him. Just then, Mu Shuiyin turned her head to gaze at Jiang Ping and remarked, "Do you require me to arrange for a grand palanquin to carry you?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Ping hurriedly waved his hand and exclaimed, "No need, fair maiden. Please do not jest." At that moment, Mu Shuiyin finally turned her head, and Jiang Ping genuinely feared that Mu Shuiyin, in her displeasure, might send him soaring. Jiang Ping suddenly realized that he seemed to have been struck by both of these women. Jiang Ping remained speechless, warning the two of them to be prepared. Once they reached the bed, he would ensure they could not rise again. At that moment, he displayed a lewd grin, yet Bianlinger and Mu Shuiyin, who walked ahead, simultaneously felt a chill run down their spines. Had they encountered danger? Bianlinger then spoke up, asserting that there must be peril ahead. Mu Shuiyin nodded in agreement, and the two women ceased their advance. Jiang Ping quickly suppressed his smirk, aware that should the women catch sight of his expression, he could only dread the consequences. At this juncture, Mu Shuiyin raised her delicate hands, rhythmically swaying them before her. The bells on her wrists jingled melodiously within the corridor. In an instant, a swarm of venomous insects darted forth, while Mu Shuiyin remained still, deeply attuned to the sensations around her, striving to discern the nature of the danger that awaited them ahead. This process was fleeting, lasting merely a few breaths, before Mu Shuiyin let out a muffled groan. Stepping back slightly, her complexion had turned pale, and it was evident to all that the insects had encountered significant trouble, none returning. Mu Shuiyin's appearance suggested she had suffered some degree of backlash. The onlookers, understanding the gravity of the situation, refrained from interrupting Mu Shuiyin, patiently awaiting her recovery. Once she regained her composure, Mu Shuiyin remarked, "There is great danger ahead. I cannot ascertain the specifics, and approaching is unfeasible." After speaking, she cast an inquiring glance at Bianlinger, seemingly asking whether they should proceed. Without hesitation, Bianlinger affirmed, "Let us venture closer and see." At this moment, Jiang Ping interjected, "You two ladies should stay behind. The fatty and I will lead the way. Remember to lend assistance when needed." The fatty, feeling irked, muttered to himself, "Brother, why are you posturing like a big shot now? I can hardly tolerate this." However, since Jiang Ping had spoken, he felt compelled to comply. If he did not take the lead, what would happen if Mu Shuiyin attempted to cast a spell on him? Reluctantly, the fatty moved to the front, where he and Jiang Ping cautiously forged ahead, proceeding with utmost slowness. Jiang Ping did not forget to comfort the chubby man, saying, "Do not worry, my friend. I possess a sword that will ensure your safety." The chubby man rolled his eyes in frustration, utterly unconvinced by his nonsensical claims. However, Jiang Ping's impeccable life system sprang forth to protect the two women, causing his favorability rating to soar to an impressive 80. Although danger loomed, Jiang Ping's heart swelled with joy. For the sake of the women he cherished, such peril was inconsequential. The chubby man remained oblivious to Jiang Ping's sentiments had he known. He would undoubtedly exclaim, "Brother, are you willing to risk my life to win the affection of women? What do you take me for?" Are you truly prepared to stab your brother in the back for a woman? Chapter 67. The Blood Pool as they continued their journey. The corridor presented them with the same haunting scenes they had previously encountered. Above them, a dense web of threads remained, but this time, instead of talismans. It was adorned with skulls strung together by the very threads, creating a bizarre and terrifying spectacle. Jiang Ping felt a chill run down his spine, inwardly exclaiming, "This place undoubtedly was never a reputable sect. It is most likely a sinister cult. Such madness is utterly inhumane, stringing together human skulls for amusement." In a moment of uncertainty, Jiang Ping turned to Mu Shuiyin and Bian Linger, seeking their counsel. The two approached the silken threads, and without hesitation, Mu Shuiyin unleashed several flames that swiftly engulfed the strands. However, the threads proved to be remarkably resilient, withstanding the flames without yielding. Ultimately, both Bian Linger and Mu Shuiyin channeled their spiritual energy, rendering the skulls to nothingness, which allowed the silken threads to gradually melt away. This demonstrated the extraordinary toughness of the threads, yet they were ultimately consumed by fire. At this juncture, Mu Shuiyin gestured for everyone to remain still, and then she once again directed the goo insects to advance. This time, the insects returned, but Mu Shuiyin's expression was grave. The onlookers awaited her words with bated breath. Taking a deep breath, Mu Shuiyin spoke. "Ahead lies a blood pool. I have yet to discern anything else, but I can assert with certainty that there is something formidable within. However, I am familiar with this blood pool. It is recorded in the memories of the Gu clan's holy maidens throughout the ages. The silken threads that could not be severed by fire align with the descriptions in those records. This blood pool is known as the pool of malevolent blood, concocted from the venom of countless poisonous insects mixed with human blood. It is a common method employed by the demon clan to refine poisons. While it may carry certain benefits for us cultivators, any ordinary person who enters will immediately be turned to blood. Yet, those who withstand its trials may attain an impervious body to toxins. The method of creating the pool of malevolent blood is exceedingly cruel and has long been forgotten in the realm of cultivation. I never anticipated encountering it here. This presents an immense opportunity, but regrettably, few can endure it, so it may prove of little use to us." Upon hearing Mu Shuiyin's account, Jiang Ping felt a sudden spark of interest. He mused, "Impervious to toxins? I have just acquired 2 body-refining pills. Is this not the perfect moment for refinement? If not now, when? I could harness the effects of the pills to enter the pool of malevolent blood and temper my body, achieving an invulnerability to toxins. There are no further opportunities here. We need not linger any longer." However, Mu Shuiyin, after a moment of contemplation, remarked, "Although the pool of malevolent blood is indeed a treasure, it is currently unusable for our purposes. The best course of action is to destroy it. Otherwise, if it falls into the hands of the demon clan, countless innocent lives in the cultivation world could be lost." The resilient threads that pierced through the heads of cultivators were a cruel means of supplying the blood pool with essence. Without hesitation, Bian Linger nodded in agreement, asserting, "Indeed. We must destroy the pool of malevolent blood at once." Jiang Ping, feeling displeased, promptly interjected, "I wish to experience the blood poison pool. I seek to ascertain whether I can withstand this venomous aura to refine my physique." The crowd was taken aback, particularly Lu Daba, whose small eyes darted about restlessly as he exclaimed, "Brother, what act are you performing now? This is not something you can simply endure by consuming a few red pills. It could very well be fatal." Jiang Ping glared at the overweight man with irritation, thinking to himself, "You, always uttering such discouraging words. Deliberately making me lose face in front of these 2 beautiful women, questioning my abilities? Am I truly relying on that little red pill?" Jiang Ping, in a fit of anger, berated the hefty individual, "Get out of my way." Yet at that moment, Bian Linger interjected, "Jiang Ping, do not act foolishly or impulsively. This is not a trivial matter. A moment's carelessness could lead you to report to the King of Hell." Jiang Ping is quite distressed. The overweight individual claims to rely on the red pill, while Bian Linger admits to being impulsive and muddled. Jiang Ping simply turned his head towards Mu Shuiyin, eager to hear her response. However, Mu Shuiyin remained silent for a considerable time, for in her heart, she believed there was no explanation for his actions other than a desire for self-destruction. Nevertheless, Mu Shuiyin eventually spoke up. "Do you truly intend to go?" Jiang Ping nodded resolutely. "If you were to perish within, there would be no one capable of rescuing you. We certainly lack the ability to save you. The toxic miasma is no trifling matter. The moment an ordinary person comes into contact with it, their skin would be instantly corroded." At that moment, the stout fellow interjected, "Ladies, if it's not feasible, why not let him give it a try? My elder brother is quite aged. His skin resembles bark, and perhaps he might just manage." Jiang Ping was on the verge of being overwhelmed by the irascible fat man, yet he held an unwavering confidence in himself. His faith in the system was even more profound. Within the system, every type of elixir was elaborately detailed. The body-refining pill, when consumed, could yield remarkable effects if supplemented with external forces during the refinement process. Thus, Jiang Ping was determined not to squander such a golden opportunity. He had been contemplating the optimal moment to utilize the body-refining pill. initially considering that the best course of action would be to forego the small red pill at bedtime in favor of the body-refining pill, thus embodying a form of cultivation. However, fate had unforeseen plans, presenting him with the blood fiend pool. Should he succeed in his cultivation, he would become immune to all toxins. The mere thought sent waves of exhilaration coursing through him. At this moment, no one was paying Jiang Ping any heed as he gradually advanced. The others dared not approach the front too closely. Ahead lay a dense mist, already within the toxic aura of the blood fiend pool, which could not be withstood without profound cultivation. Just as Jiang Ping was about to vanish into the mists, the fat man bellowed, "Brother, you should hand over the flying sword and your storage ring to me." Jiang Ping stumbled, nearly losing his balance, and shouted in fury, "You fat wretch, once I emerge, I shall deal with you." This rotund figure evidently believed he was beyond salvation. Furthermore, his eyesight was rather poor. When had he ever seen himself adorned with a storage ring? Nevertheless, this moment prompted Jiang Ping to remember that he had been relying on the system's space for far too long. It was high time he acquired a storage ring to conceal his secrets. At that instant, an elixir materialized in Jiang Ping's hand unbeknownst to him. And just as his body was about to make contact with the mist, the elixir was instantaneously consumed. His secrets must remain undisclosed, even to Shen Peizhi and He Qinghuan. He had never confided in them. After all, some secrets are far too perilous to share with anyone. Chapter 68. Invulnerable to all poisons as the elixir dissolved upon entering his mouth, the moment he encountered the mist, Jiang Ping felt as though his entire body was being mercilessly pierced by countless steel needles, followed by a sudden, sharp sound, as if his skin had been completely eroded by a potent acid. For the first time, Jiang Ping felt the excruciating agony of cultivating immortality. Unable to suppress his lament, "How wonderful it is to be alive. My previous thoughts of ending it all were indeed foolish and naive." At this moment, the three individuals behind him could no longer see Jiang Ping. He was in a state of utter despair, entirely unclothed, not out of a desire for exhibitionism, but because every stitch of his clothing had been corroded to nothingness, leaving not even a thread behind. His skin was pockmarked and ghastly, a sight so distressing that he could scarcely bear to behold it. Clumps of hair fell away, and he felt vitality ebbing rapidly from him. Jiang Ping staggered as he walked, glancing down to discover that his toes were, astonishingly, melting away, and his eyebrows had completely vanished. Jiang Ping, with all his might, bellowed, "I aspire to cultivate immortality. I aspire to cultivate immortality." His cries resonated through the cavern, stirring the very depths of one's soul. The three outside comprehended his words in a general sense, yet how many among them could truly grasp the profound emotions that enveloped Jiang Ping at this moment? Jiang Ping felt as though his skin was beginning to dissolve, the pain causing blood to incessantly seep from his wounds. At that moment, the 8 rejuvenation talismans he had acquired from the rotund man circled around him, continually nourishing his being. Suddenly, he experienced a sensation akin to an explosion within his body, as an overwhelming force surged forth. This was the true efficacy of the body-refining elixir being unleashed. Jiang Ping stumbled onward, and at that moment, he beheld the crimson waters of the pool. At this moment, Jiang Ping could no longer afford to hesitate. Enduring the excruciating pain that felt as if his entire body were on the verge of disintegration, he plunged headlong into the blood pool. In that instant, a resolute thought crossed his mind. He would risk everything. Without a moment's hesitation, he retrieved another body-refining pill and swallowed it whole. The blood pool was now nearly corroding Jiang Ping's skin completely. Jiang Ping inhaled deeply, yet exhaled little. Never before had he experienced such profound anguish. Even in the past, when he fretted over his lifespan, he had never felt death looming so closely. Yet, Jiang Ping was unwilling to succumb to despair. His heart whispered, "Shen Peizhi is waiting for me. I am the sole reliance of He Qinghuan, and there are countless maidens eager for my attention, my grand harem endeavor. If I were to surrender to hopelessness now, what purpose would my cultivation serve? What value lies in becoming an immortal?" Jiang Ping's mind was a tumult of fervent cries. At that moment, an unexpected upheaval occurred. A pair of blood-red eyes suddenly emerged from the depths of the blood fiend pool, fixating intently on Jiang Ping. Indeed, Mu Shuyan's intuition had proven accurate. She had sensed an ominous presence within the pool from the outset. However, after they had destroyed the silken nets, no immediate threat had been perceived, nor had any demonic beast attacked them, leading them to dismiss the matter or deem it inconsequential, previously overreacting. Yet, the instant Jiang Ping plunged into the blood fiend pool, he inadvertently awakened that fearsome entity. In that moment, the effects of the body-forging elixir surged within him. Having consumed 2 such pills consecutively, Jiang Ping felt as if he were on the brink of losing consciousness, teetering on the edge of death. Even if he wished to retreat now, it would be too late. Besides, returning would only provide fodder for the mockery of the 2 women. Jiang Ping felt that this matter would allow the overweight man to mock him for a lifetime. In his attempt to impress women, he had failed to refine his body, ultimately leading to premature baldness. Suddenly, he perceived a remarkable recovery in his body, visibly accelerating. The most significant change was the disturbance in the blood pool of evil energy. The surrounding forces began to surge violently, with the essence of toxic energy relentlessly pouring into Jiang Ping's being. This was the true agony. Previously, he had thought that the erosion of skin and the melting of toes were merely appetizers. The real feast began upon his immersion in the blood pool of evil energy. Not only did he have to fend off the toxic energy, but he also needed to guide it and ultimately refine it. However, Jiang Ping was evidently incapable of such feats. He was powerless against the overwhelming toxic energy that rampaged through his limbs and veins. In an instant, he felt as if he were on the brink of death, with his meridians severed and blood vessels bursting, as the toxic energy wreaked havoc on his vitality from the inside out. At that moment, an idea struck him. He recalled his solo version of the harmonious union technique and decided to attempt guiding the toxic energy according to the pathways of his spiritual meridians. As his harmonious union technique commenced its operation, the 2 body-refining pills he had ingested began to manifest their tremendous effects. Wherever the toxic energy flowed, the body-refining pills swiftly repaired the meridians, restoring their vitality. At last, a cycle was completed amid Jiang Ping's excruciating ordeal, and he let out a long sigh of relief. Yet, this was not the end. The malevolent energy remained unyielding, relentlessly assaulting his body. A glint of ruthlessness flickered in Jiang Ping's eyes as he inwardly cursed, "Very well. If this is a game of brutality, let us see in the end who proves to be the more merciless." Jiang Ping paid no heed to the surges of malevolent energy flooding into his body. He simply allowed them to circulate according to the intricate pathways of his harmony technique. Thus, time and again, this process continued, while the 8 rejuvenation tokens incessantly nourished Jiang Ping's physique. At this moment, Jiang Ping suddenly felt his physical form restored. However, he sensed that this was hardly in alignment with Mu Shiyan's notion of being impervious to all poisons. His current condition could at best be deemed as a body refined by toxic forces. Yet, it was only now that Jiang Ping truly comprehended the essence of being immune to all toxins. The toxic energies incessantly assailed his body, swirling chaotically within him, guided by the meridians through which his spiritual power flowed. At this juncture, Jiang Ping had completely merged with the blood poison pool, as if he had become the very filter of the entire pool. As these toxic energies coursed through his being, they gradually settled, converging towards his dantian. At this moment, Jiang Ping was engulfed in anxiety. He was merely a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator, a far cry from reaching the golden core stage. The current predicament instilled within him a profound fear, as he worried it would adversely affect his future advancement. Yet, he found himself utterly incapable of controlling the relentless influx of poison that surged into his body, becoming completely entwined with the blood poison pool. Moreover, Jiang Ping had come to a stark realization. The chaotic operation could only cease once he thoroughly absorbed all the toxins within the blood poison pool. The culmination of this process would signify his ultimate invulnerability to all poisons. Chapter 69. Good brothers. At this moment, Jiang Ping felt an unbearable torment, truly unable to endure any longer. The 8 spirit recovery tokens above his head incessantly channeled spiritual energy into his body. Were it not for these tokens, Jiang Ping would have likely succumbed to unconsciousness long ago, perhaps even losing his very life. He was entirely relying on his indomitable willpower to contend against the vile poisons. This was the first time since his transmigration that he had exerted himself so fervently in cultivation. He did not wish for it to be this way. It was purely out of necessity, and now he found himself unable to halt. However, Jiang Ping was unaware that he had been within the blood poison pool for a full 5 days. Outside, Mu Shuiyin and Bian Lingo had already released their spiritual senses, as they could still perceive Jiang Ping's fluctuating aura, indicating that he was not in mortal peril. Initially, these 2 women believed Jiang Ping was merely boasting and would surely return shortly. Yet, as time gradually passed, they increasingly sensed the violent fluctuations within, evidently a result of his rigorous cultivation. At this moment, the noxious mist surrounding the blood poison pool was converging, surging inward. They slowly approached the pool, filled with curiosity, eager to discover what this old man was truly up to inside. However, at that moment, Jiang Ping was on the brink of collapse. After prolonged cultivation, his body could no longer bear the strain and was becoming overwhelmed. He teetered on the edge of life and death, his eyes growing hazy and distant. Just then, the poison within the blood poison pool thinned considerably, all of it surging into Jiang Ping's body. Suddenly, a pair of blood-red eyes lunged toward him from the depths of the pool. In a daze, Jiang Ping beheld a colossal creature materializing before him. This monster exuded an intense aura of poison, adorned with horns and covered in a myriad of scales. In that fleeting moment of its emergence, Jiang Ping instinctively recalled the visage of a dragon. At this juncture, the venomous dragon opened its gaping maw and charged directly toward him. At this moment, Jiang Ping found himself completely immobilized, his body rigid as a statue. The venomous dragon surged towards him in an instant, vanishing without a trace. Yet, Jiang Ping soon felt an intense explosion within him, as his dantian suddenly expanded several-fold. The excruciating pain overwhelmed him, causing him to lose consciousness. Meanwhile, the once toxic blood pool was now devoid of any trace of venom. Even the mist surrounding it had dissipated entirely, absorbed into Jiang Ping's dantian. He floated serenely above the blood pool, utterly still. Outside, 3 individuals had arrived at the edge of the blood pool. Upon seeing a person hovering above the surface, their jaws nearly dropped in astonishment. To their surprise, it was the rotund figure who spoke first, exclaiming, "What the hell? Who is this bald monk?" Despite their frequent banter and occasional disdain for Jiang Ping's actions, the bond of brotherhood was unmistakable to him. Without a second thought for the potential dangers lurking in the blood pool, the stout man leapt into the depths, startling Bianlingo beside him. She was acutely aware that if anything were to happen to him, her father, the 9th elder, would never let her off the hook. The stout man was oblivious to the perils of the venomous blood pool, for Mu Shuiyin had previously informed both him and Bianlinger of its dangers. Yet, in that moment, he showed no regard for his own safety, driven solely by the desire to save Jiang Ping. His actions profoundly altered Bianlinger and Mu Shuiyin's perceptions of brotherhood. They had assumed that in the realm of cultivation, even blood relations could turn hostile over matters of interest. However, the bond between the stout man and Jiang Ping was as solid as rock. With immense effort, he finally dragged Jiang Ping to the shore, his voice trembling with urgency as he implored, "Big brother, please don't scare me like this." His face was etched with worry, beads of sweat cascading down his cheeks. At this moment, Jiang Ping was completely bald, devoid of even a single hair, and entirely unclothed. Upon witnessing this, Mu Shuiyin and Bianlinger were instantly flushed with embarrassment, momentarily at a loss on how to navigate this awkward situation. However, their gazes involuntarily drifted towards Jiang Ping's lower body, noting its considerable size. Just then, Bianlingo delivered a swift kick to the chubby man's rear, exclaiming in annoyance, "Hurry and dress this old fellow." The chubby man, now lacking any leisure to dress Jiang Ping methodically, frantically retrieved a set of clothes and hastily draped them over Jiang Ping. At that moment, Mu Shuiyin and Bianlingo approached him. Mu Shuiyin extended her delicate hand, cautiously probing Jiang Ping's nostrils, her brow furrowed in concern as she remarked, "There is breath, albeit faint." Without hesitation, Bianlinger clapped her hand against her storage ring, producing a medicinal pill, which she swiftly placed in Jiang Ping's mouth. Following this, she gently pressed her palm against his chest, channeling her spiritual energy to guide the pill gradually into his abdomen, aiding in its refinement. Meanwhile, Jiang Ping was entirely immersed in a delightful dream. He envisioned himself riding atop a colossal dragon, soaring through the skies, accompanied by a throng of enchanting and extraordinary beauties. Though his face appeared slightly aged, he exuded an aura of vigor and magnificence. Suddenly, he sensed a wetness upon his face, compelling him to laboriously open his eyes a crack. To his astonishment, he found a face larger than a basin hovering above him, weeping profusely, with tears dripping into his mouth. At that moment, it felt as if a dead rat was lodged in his throat, and with great difficulty, he uttered in a faint voice, "Chubby, get away from me." The chubby man, realizing that his elder brother seemed to be speaking, leaped in exhilaration, shouting at the top of his lungs, "What the heck? Brother, you're alive." At this moment, although Jiang Ping's body was extremely weak, hearing the words of the chubby man filled him with such rage that he nearly sprang up to pummel him into a pulp. It seemed this rascal had been secretly wishing for his demise. Meanwhile, Mu Shuiyin was entirely preoccupied with the blood pool of evil. At this moment, the pool was merely a basin of blood, devoid of any trace of poisonous aura. She recalled how the chubby man had jumped straight into the blood pool earlier and emerged unscathed. Slowly, she approached the edge of the pool, extending her delicate fingertip into the crimson liquid. Chapter 70. The mischievous Jiang Ping Mu Shuiyin discovered that the blood pool contained not even the slightest hint of toxic energy. The blood was indistinguishable from ordinary water. Her gaze shifted to Jiang Ping, fixating on him intently. Suddenly, she raised her right hand, and before the eyes of all present, a swarm of tiny insects materialized from the ground. These insects were the cursed creatures that Mu Shuiyin had nurtured, and they scurried towards Jiang Ping with remarkable speed. Bianlingo, confused by Mu Shuiyin's intentions, was about to voice her concerns when Mu Shuiyin raised her hand to silence her. The chubby man dared not speak either. If even Bianlinger was interrupted, he feared that should he utter a word, the insects might crawl onto him and subject him to a curse, leaving him entirely at the mercy of this woman. Despite his desire to defend his brother, he lacked the courage. He could scarcely recall the source of his earlier bravery when he had risked everything to save Jiang Ping. At that moment, the cursed insects swiftly approached Jiang Ping's body, seemingly poised to burrow into him. However, just as they were about to penetrate his flesh, they suddenly fell to the ground, instantaneously emitting wisps of green smoke. Mu Shuiyin's brow furrowed deeply as she fixed her gaze on Jiang Ping, for she understood that he had cultivated a body impervious to all poisons. She had never imagined that such an old fellow could truly overcome the toxins within the blood pool, transforming his body into one that was immune to all venoms. While others might remain oblivious, the memories of the Gu clan scientists clearly documented that to cultivate an impervious body, one faced two outcomes, either success or death. Most astonishing to Mu Shuiyin was the realization that Jiang Ping was merely a mid-level foundation establishment cultivator, yet he had achieved this remarkable feat at such an early stage. Should this news spread, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the entire cultivation world, an unprecedented occurrence truly beyond comprehension. However, the reality before her was undeniable. As the cursed insects perished, Bienlinger and Lou de Bayos began to grasp the situation. Lou de Bayos blurted out, gazing at Bienlinger. Could it be that my brother has truly succeeded? Bienlinger did not respond to Lou de Bayos, but instead turned to Mu Shuiyin, who gave a slight nod. Bienlinger and the chubby man stared at Jiang Ping with wide eyes, their expressions filled with disbelief. The chubby man grinned broadly, exclaiming with joy, "Brother, you've really outdone yourself. With a body impervious to all poisons, we'll be unstoppable in the cultivation world. We can do as we please." Jiang Ping, feebly rolling his eyes, weakly remarked, "Walk sideways? I can barely move a finger, let alone anything else." At that moment, Mu Shuiyin, with a serious expression, cautioned, "You would do well to refrain from boasting and parading your seemingly invulnerable physique. You are merely a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Should those with nefarious intentions become aware of your current state, they would undoubtedly seek to refine your soul and usurp your body, even with such formidable physicality. You lack the strength to safeguard yourself. Until you truly attain power, it is imperative that you maintain a low profile and conduct yourself with humility." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ping felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, inwardly lamenting, "I have been so discreet that I am nearly buried in the ground. How much more low-key can I possibly be?" Initially, he had hoped to leverage the power of the system to lead a life of splendor in this lifetime, but unexpectedly, he found himself having to live with his tail tucked between his legs. Nevertheless, this understated approach does suit me. I, Jiang Ping, have always been a person of modesty, and I lack the capability to be ostentatious. After Mu Shuiyin finished speaking, she turned and walked outside, with Bienlinger following closely behind, her face flushed. The two women remained blushing, feeling an indescribable awkwardness, as they never anticipated that the first naked man they would encounter would be an elderly gentleman. Remaining here any longer would truly be mortifying, yet it was sufficient to confirm that Jiang Ping was not in any serious trouble. At this moment, Jiang Ping was consumed by an urgent desire to restore himself as swiftly as possible. Fortunately, with the support of the 8 spirit-reviving talismans and the enhanced resilience of his physical form, his recovery was markedly accelerated compared to previous instances. Suddenly, a troubling realization struck him. During his unconscious state, he had been pierced through the body by an immense poisonous dragon, leading to his fainting spell. He quickly immersed his consciousness within his body, meticulously inspecting the location of his dantian. To his dismay, the dantian was in utter disarray, shrouded completely by the malevolent aura of poison. At that moment, 2 blood-red eyes fixed their intense gaze upon Jiang Ping. As he locked eyes with these sinister orbs, a resonating buzz echoed in his head, nearly causing him to lose consciousness once more. He hastily withdrew his spirit from within, only to realize, with a shock, that the poisonous dragon was indeed residing within his dantian. Meanwhile, his portly companion, shouting for Jiang Ping to get dressed, was met with utter disregard. Alarmed by the situation, the friend rushed forward and delivered a swift kick to Jiang Ping's thigh. Jiang Ping grimaced in pain, exclaiming, "You blundering fool, what are you doing? I asked you to put on your clothes, and you ignored me. I thought you had lost your wits again." Alas, it was truly unfortunate for the rotund fellow to be burdened with a brother like Jiang Ping. With the help of his hefty companion, Jiang Ping sluggishly donned his garments. However, at that moment, Jiang Ping began his antics once more, shouting, "Fatty, support me." The chubby one felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Wishing to escape Jiang Ping's company for even a second longer, he inwardly lamented, "Oh, my heavens, even the emperor walks unassisted, and he is the supreme ruler. Yet here is Jiang Ping, incessantly demanding my support." Reluctantly, the stout fellow hoisted Jiang Ping onto his shoulder and strode purposefully towards the exit. Upon reaching the 2 women, Jiang Ping hastily commanded, "Fatty, put me down." The stout one, being rather straightforward, relaxed his grip and unceremoniously dropped Jiang Ping to the ground. Jiang Ping was so furious that he nearly lost his composure. He hastily struck a pose he believed to be as impressive as a sleeping airhead, hoping to impress the 2 ladies. However, Mu Shuiyin and Bienlinger couldn't be bothered to glance in his direction. At that moment, Mu Shuiyin spoke up, inquiring whether they should proceed further into the central grand hall. Before Bienlinger could respond, the chubby fellow exclaimed anxiously, "How could we possibly refrain from going? The opportunities here must be intended for me." Previously, Jiang Ping had been invulnerable, which had filled the chubby fellow with envy. Upon entering this secret realm, he had only acquired a storage ring from Chenin, and until now, he had not truly laid claim to any genuine treasures, leaving him discontented. Chapter 71. The Vengeful Spirit. At this moment, Jiang Ping, inexplicably filled with newfound strength, staggered to his feet and declared loudly, "Of course we must go. Having come this far, there is no reason to waver." The stout man gazed intently at Jiang Ping, his mind swirling with confusion. How had this fellow suddenly changed his demeanor? Surprisingly, he was clamoring to venture inside. Logically, having acquired so many fortuitous opportunities, he should have been content. The stout man, unable to fathom why his seemingly inconsequential elder brother was so resolute, quickly deduced, as the son of an emperor would, that Jiang Ping's tenacity surely stemmed from a purpose. What the stout man did not realize was that Jiang Ping's intentions were rather straightforward. He had already discerned that, Regardless of the circumstances, the two women were adamant about proceeding, and he could not deter them. However, could he merely stand by as they ventured into peril? Absolutely not. Despite his current appearance as a bald old man, he possessed a fierce spirit. This secret realm was fraught with danger, and given that it was the last path leading to the Grand Hall, Jiang Ping could not bear to watch the two women plunge into danger. Particularly now that he had gained some leverage, he was acclimating to his extraordinary physique, acutely aware of its uniqueness. As his spiritual energy steadily replenished, he distinctly perceived that, even without the aid of the spirit recovery talisman, his recovery speed had significantly improved. Moreover, he possessed 8 spirit recovery talismans. And he understood clearly that he could now unleash 2 consecutive lethal strikes without pause, and with some effort, a third could also be achieved. What delighted Jiang Ping most was that he had glimpsed the barrier of the late foundation establishment stage, as long as he continued his cultivation. He knew that a breakthrough was imminent. Once, Jiang Ping would not have dared to imagine reaching this day. Achieving the late foundation establishment stage had seemed an unattainable dream. Now, not only had his strength surged and his cultivation advanced, but he also sensed that when a person is filled with joy, their fortune seems to shift as well. Mu Shuiyin and Bianling looked at Jiang Ping with concern, asking, "Can you manage this?" Jiang Ping raised an eyebrow, his posture erect, and declared, "What do you mean by asking if I can do it? If I were capable, I would be frightened myself." After saying this, he patted his bald head with a confident grin, adding, "That is indeed quite impressive." The two women suddenly burst into laughter, leaving Jiang Ping momentarily stunned. He involuntarily exclaimed, "So beautiful! It is an undeniable truth that even the coldest of women relish the admiration of others." The age-old notion that a woman beautifies herself for the pleasure of those she cherishes remains unchanged. In that moment, with Jiang Ping openly complimenting the two women in the presence of the stout man, how could they not feel elated? They unanimously regarded this old fellow as rather charming, possessing a way with words and an understanding of the situation. Consequently, the affinity between the two women and Jiang Ping soared to an impressive 90. At this moment, Jiang Ping was so elated that he nearly exclaimed, "When will we reach 100? I wish to share a bed with you all." However, his lewd grin caught the attention of the stout fellow, who shot him an irritated glare, inwardly cursing, "What nonsense." The two women also sensed that this old man should not be praised, for praise seemed to invite calamity. The four resolutely advanced further, as Mu Shuiyin began to release her myriad of goo insects. To be frank, Mu Shuiyin had invested an extraordinary amount in the secret realm. These goo insects were not merely creatures, but her companions, the bedrock of her power. Yet, she had suffered significant losses this time. Initially, she felt a pang of sorrow and frustration over the loss of her insects, but as she spent more time with these individuals, she realized they were genuine souls. Particularly, her admiration for Jiang Ping grew, unbeknownst to her, as he had avenged her grievances. Unbeknownst to Jiang Ping, he had thoroughly breached Mu Shiyin's psychological defenses. In her earlier thoughts, she had vowed that should someone attempt to slay Qinan, she would willingly become a servant if the perpetrator were a woman, or perhaps even marry him if he were a man. However, upon Jiang Ping's actual slaying of Qinan, Mu Shuiyin felt a flutter of anxiety. Was she to marry this old man? No, she absolutely could not demean herself. Nevertheless, she was acutely aware of the cause and effect intrinsic to the cultivation world, and worried about the repercussions. Thus, she reassured herself that she could repay Jiang Ping's kindness elsewhere in the future, without the need to compromise herself in marriage, primarily because she deemed him unworthy. Yet, upon several careful observations, she noted that Jiang Ping was rather handsome. The true turning point for Mu Shiyin's heart came when Jiang Ping acquired the body immune to all poisons. At that moment, she had persistently warned him to safeguard his life, emphasizing that until he truly matured, his physical form must remain concealed from other powerful beings, lest he be unable to protect himself. Mu Shuiyin genuinely felt a sense of concern for Jiang Ping, even contemplating the notion of safeguarding him for a time. Suddenly, the two women halted, prompting Jiang Ping and the stout fellow to gaze ahead. In that instant, everyone widened their eyes, fixated on the scene before them. They had confirmed that this place was undoubtedly not the remnant of any reputable sect. Before them, various threads bound individuals' hands, all suspended from the cave ceiling. Most alarmingly, these individuals had endured unspeakable tortures in life, each one pierced by arrows, rendered mere playthings for others' amusement. At this juncture, Mu Shuiyin spoke, "These individuals are not cultivators. They are merely common folk." At this moment, Jiang Ping's fist crackled ominously, and the stout man was seething with indignation. It is well known in the realm of cultivation that a cardinal rule exists. Cultivators must never interfere in the lives of ordinary mortals, nor entangle themselves in their fates. Yet here lay thousands of corpses, all belonging to common folk. Jiang Ping's face turned a shade of iron, his teeth grinding audibly in fury. However, Mu Shuiyin interjected, stating that this only indicated one troubling reality. They intended to use these individuals to forge vengeful spirits. Such a multitude could yield only a single spirit. If one were to survive among them, it would emerge as the most formidable. Vengeful spirits are notoriously difficult to eradicate, for they cannot be killed outright. Moreover, they possess intelligence and the capacity for cultivation. Should a vengeful spirit grow powerful, it would become invincible within its realm, surpassing any cultivator. These matters were unknown even to Bienlinger, revealing the extent of knowledge possessed by the scientists of the Gu clan, which had been passed down from the previous generation. In Chapter 72, Cycle of Blood and Six Paths, Mu Shuiyin extended her hand and summoned a swarm of Gu insects, their wings fluttering as they darted towards the corpses. In the blink of an eye, all the bodies were reduced to mere ashes. Once the dust settled, Mu Shuiyin cautioned, "Everyone, be vigilant. A vengeful spirit has indeed been successfully forged here, though we cannot ascertain if it remains." The relic was remarkably well preserved, devoid of any signs of destruction. Turning to the three companions, Mu Shuiyin's expression conveyed her message with clarity. The pristine condition of the secret realm indicated that the vengeful spirit had not ventured outside. If it had not escaped, it must still be present. An air of tension enveloped them, particularly Jiang Ping and the stout man. As an unsettling chill crept down their spines, Jiang Ping felt a profound sense of frustration. Mu Shuiyin would have been better off keeping those secrets to herself. The more one knows, the heavier the burden becomes, a statement that is undeniably true. At this moment, he embodied the essence of that sentiment, with a sense of resignation. He recalled the memories of his predecessors. Was there truly no distinction between vengeful spirits and zombies? Even if the problems were akin. He found himself devoid of any tangible means to confront them. Jiang Ping felt a dryness in his throat. At that moment, he could only muster the courage to gauge the intentions of Mu Shuiyin and Bienlinger, to discern whether they were willing to delve deeper. To his surprise, both Bienlinger and Mu Shuiyin unanimously agreed. They insisted on continuing their exploration, embracing the journey that lay ahead. At this moment, Jiang Ping could not help but sigh. Truly, they were both his women, their thoughts so remarkably aligned. With both of them harboring such intentions, what more could he say? Even if a perilous abyss lay ahead, he would bravely venture forth. Mu Shuiyin leaped directly to the opposite side. To be candid, Jiang Ping and the portly man were merely at the foundation establishment stage. Their speed was only significantly swifter than that of Qi refinement practitioners. However, it was beyond their capabilities to traverse such a vast expanse as Mu Shuiyin, who was at the golden core stage. At that moment, Bienlinger effortlessly carried both of them and crossed over to the other side. Jiang Ping glanced downward. Where a sea of white bones lay, it was impossible to ascertain how many lives had been extinguished here. Did so many perish merely to forge a vengeful spirit? To what extent must one possess strength to achieve such a feat? The four continued deeper into the unknown when, without warning, a chilling wind began to howl from ahead, catching them completely off guard. At this moment, Jiang Ping sensed that the situation was dire. It was akin to thunder rumbling on a clear day, an ominous sign, indeed. However, despite the ferocity of the chilling wind, it did not hinder their progress, and soon the gale passed as swiftly as it had come. The four individuals were left in a state of astonishment. What on earth was this? Before them lay a singular type of flower, a vivid crimson hue, with 6 petals, each housing a central pistil. Jiang Ping gazed at the flowers for a moment, feeling an otherworldly aura emanating from them. Why would such flowers bloom in this desolate place? It defied all logic. The recently fierce winds had not caused a single blossom to wither. Who would believe such a tale if recounted? Yet, this was the undeniable truth, and they bore witness to it with their own eyes. Jiang Ping initially wondered if he had stumbled into an illusion, ensnared in a trap set by a formidable being. Meanwhile, Mu Shuiyin's brow furrowed even tighter as she spoke. This is the 6 paths of blood reincarnation. For the first time, Jiang Ping encountered such an expression on Mu Shuiyin's face. At that moment, Mu Shuiyin observed Bienlinger take a step back, and Bienlinger mirrored her retreat. In a hushed tone, Mu Shuiyin cautioned, "We should not be here. This place, marked by the cycle of 6 paths and blood, gives rise to the Wraith King. In its initial phase, the Wraith King possesses the full capabilities of a perfected golden core, with no upper limit to its cultivation. Given the circumstances here, it is clear that this Wraith King is at least at the nascent soul stage." Mu Shuiyin felt no need to elaborate further. They must leave this treacherous ground, for it was no longer a place for them to tread. To be honest, Bienlinger understood little of this, yet upon hearing Mu Shuiyin's words, a chill ran down her spine, prompting her to exclaim, "Let us depart from this perilous land. It is truly terrifying here." As Mu Shuiyin and Bienlinger led Jiang Ping and the fatty back across, they proceeded with utmost caution, avoiding any contact with their surroundings. Suddenly, an ominous howl echoed behind them, and Jiang Ping felt as though his very soul had been wrenched from his body, every hair on his skin standing on end. Mu Shuiyin had not anticipated that despite their meticulous planning, they could not escape the clutches of fate, inadvertently awakening the Wraith King. In truth, when they first entered this secret realm, the Wraith King had already begun to stir, albeit in a state of confusion. As it gradually regained its senses, it found itself in dire need of human blood, having not savored such fresh essence in ages. Initially, it thought these intruders were a fortuitous offering, too lethargic to act. However, their uncanny awareness, drawing conclusions about its identity through the cycle of 6 paths, was frustrating. Did they not realize the treasures that lay within? Were humans not inherently greedy? With no other option, the Wraith King resolved to take matters into its own hands. What Mu Shuiyin remained unaware of was that merely stepping into the cycle of 6 paths would render her under the Wraith King's control. This cycle, A supreme treasure within the realm of cultivation required the lives of thousands to birth a single wraith. The probability of the Wraith King's emergence was less than 1 in 10,000, and yet they had stumbled upon it. This underscores the immense value of the cycle. It was indeed priceless, the very source of myriad poisons. Moreover, it only manifested in locations where the Wraith King could be born, emphasizing its unparalleled rarity and worth. In a moment of urgency, Mu Shuiyin and Bian Linger positioned themselves to either side of Jiang Ping, urging him, "You must flee at once. This is no place for you." Their simultaneous insistence left no consideration for the fatty, who felt a wave of dejection wash over him. Did he truly lack such regard? No one seemed to care for his plight. At that moment, Jiang Ping turned to gaze at the fatty, who was on the verge of tears, contemplating. "My elder brother is truly the best. He always thinks of me." Jiang Ping did not disappoint, declaring, "Fatty, you must go first, quickly." Jiang Ping displayed a grave expression for the first time. He had resigned himself to the prospect of sacrifice. It was not that he had no desire to live, but rather that he could not allow himself to witness the demise of 2 women while he continued to survive. Jiang Ping is undoubtedly not the kind of person to abandon others. At this moment, he has already bid farewell to Shen Peizhi and He Qinghuan in his heart, vowing to rekindle their bond in the next life, while they may consider this life as though he never existed. Chapter 73, The Great Perfection of Foundation Establishment. At this moment, Jiang Ping also conveyed to Mu Shuiyin and Bian Linger, "I shall not forsake either of you. We shall live together or perish together. Fear not, for I possess numerous opportunities to severely wound that vengeful spirit king. You must buy me time." The 2 women were utterly astonished that this old man, so deeply committed to loyalty, could utter such poignant words. In a realm of cultivation, where death is an imminent certainty, which man would choose to remain behind to face death alongside you? They had never encountered such a rare soul, yet here they were. The 2 had no time to engage in further conversation with Jiang Ping. The vengeful spirit king had initiated his assault. This creature had undoubtedly reached the nascent soul stage and was far from being the weakest of his kind. At this moment, the vengeful spirit king made no move. He appeared in human form, shrouded in a veil of gray mist, towering and lithe, with 4 sharp fangs protruding from his mouth, creating an aura of dread. The vengeful spirit's hair was excessively long, nearly matching his height, and unbeknownst to Jiang Ping, this hair was one of his formidable weapons, as powerful as a steel whip. At this juncture, the vengeful spirit king had no intention of dispatching the 4 individuals swiftly. He was merely toying with them out of boredom following his recent awakening. With a sudden shudder, countless skulls manifested around him, each resembling the vengeful spirit king, all emitting piercing howls as they surged towards Bian Linger and Mu Shuiyin in a relentless assault. The vengeful spirit king had discerned that these 2 possessed some combat prowess, while the others were mere buffoons, hardly worth his notice. Moreover, the vengeful spirit king possessed sentience. He recognized the beauty of Mu Shuiyin and Bian Linger. Thus, while he refrained from delivering a fatal blow, he sought to keep them as his companions for an extended period. Yet, he was conflicted. The vitality of these 2 women was invigorating, and he longed to drain them of their essence. Unfortunately, their formidable strength compelled him to reconsider. These skulls encircled Bian Linger and Mu Shuiyin, swirling incessantly, an unending barrage. For each one they severed, another would swiftly emerge. They soon realized that the vengeful spirit king had no intent to kill them. Rather, he aimed to exhaust them, rendering them mere playthings in his hands. Meanwhile, Jiang Ping had sensed that Mu Shuiyin and Bian Linger were entirely ensnared, with no possibility of escape. However, the vengeful spirit king showed no inclination to attack him, indicating that he was of no interest. Jiang Ping felt no inclination to engage with the spirit king, while the portly man remained as well. Yet the vengeful spirit king regarded them both as insignificant. Jiang Ping must take action now. If he delays any longer, both of the women in his life will be utterly exhausted. Jiang Ping would never stand idly by and witness the demise of his 2 beloved women before his very eyes. Jiang Ping disregarded the corpulent figure and proceeded to walk aside. His intention was not to vacate the area, rather. He discerned that the distance to the opposite side was shorter, compelling him to advance. Such a conspicuous maneuver would be impossible for the king of vengeful spirits to overlook. Upon witnessing Jiang Ping's actions, the king mused, "Ah, this fellow wishes to approach. Does he not realize he is but an insignificant insect, hastening his own demise?" Under normal circumstances, a mere breath from the king would have sufficed to extinguish Jiang Ping's life. However, having recently awakened and finding the surroundings exceedingly dull, he felt compelled to toy with Jiang Ping a little longer. No, he must ensure that Jiang Ping succumbs to poison. Relishing the sight of him being eroded by the 6 paths of blood reincarnation, ultimately becoming sustenance for it. Much effort had been expended in nurturing the 6 paths of blood reincarnation. At that moment, the king of vengeful spirits directly assisted Jiang Ping in approaching him, eager to witness the old fool's imminent grand display. Yet, Jiang Ping realized he had to make the king lower his guard, for only then could he launch a surprise and lethal strike. Otherwise, he would face certain death. Watching Jiang Ping after being brought to his side, the king soon lost interest as Jiang Ping stood motionless like a blockhead. Jiang Ping awaited the king's moment of complacency, but the king's tempestuous temperament flared up in an instant. With a mere wave of his hand, Jiang Ping was abruptly hurled into the six paths of blood reincarnation. The moment Jiang Ping's body came into contact with the six paths, a piercing scream erupted from him, startling all present. The corpulent figure witnessed his elder brother's peril in stark horror, while the two women, embroiled in an endless skirmish with countless skulls, remained oblivious to Jiang Ping's plight. At that instant, the six paths of blood reincarnation swiftly enveloped Jiang Ping, with its tendrils invading his body to siphon his essence, nourishing itself. In the throes of agony, Jiang Ping writhed on the ground. The six paths, originally feasting on his vitality, suddenly sensed a potent toxin and their own strength draining away, which all reverted back to Jiang Ping. As this energy surged into him, Jiang Ping felt as if he might burst, teetering on the brink of collapse. The king, disinterested in Jiang Ping's plight, was aware that this was his final gasp. Soon, there would be nothing left but bone fragments, and the next target would be the corpulent figure. However, at that moment, Jiang Ping absorbed every ounce of toxicity and strength from the six paths, which instantly withered into a lifeless husk. This remarkable feat was attributed to the venomous dragon residing within Jiang Ping's dantian. It had scarcely anticipated the existence of the six paths of blood reincarnation. This was indeed a stroke of fortune. Clearly, the old wretch had encountered numerous fortuitous events, and it lent Jiang Ping a powerful aid, devouring the six paths entirely. Yet, at this juncture, Jiang Ping could no longer withstand the surging power within him, feeling as though his body might explode from the unbearable strain. In an instant, his aura erupted like a volcano, propelling him to the late stage of foundation building. The surge of power did not cease there. It continued to rise uncontrollably, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of foundation building. The king of vengeful spirits, initially dismissive of the formidable fluctuations of spiritual energy, suddenly recognized the shift in circumstances. As he turned his gaze, he was confronted with the sight of what was once a thriving six paths of blood reincarnation, now reduced to a desolate wasteland of withered roots and leaves. Chapter 74. Annihilating the king of vengeful spirits. In that moment, the king of vengeful spirits was engulfed in fury, his eyes ablaze with wrath. The six paths of blood reincarnation had been the culmination of his life's work, crucial for crafting the 10,000 poisons body. Now, due to his momentary lapse in vigilance, this insignificant old man had squandered it all. Very well. Since the six paths are lost, I shall make you my ingredient. The king bellowed ferociously. If he intended to use Jiang Ping as a component, he needed to capture him alive, for killing him outright was no longer feasible. Nevertheless, even with Jiang Ping attaining the pinnacle of foundation building, the king still regarded him as a trivial insect, unworthy of consideration. However, the king's fixation on Jiang Ping inadvertently provided Mu Shuiyin and Bianlinger with an exquisite opportunity to strike. Without hesitation, they unleashed their most potent attack. A chillingly sharp-eyed sword and a ferocious serpent formed from immense spiritual energy surged forth, directed at the king of vengeful spirits. As the king turned to face the onslaught, a look of disdain crossed his features, and he extended his hands, attempting to effortlessly crush the incoming strikes. Yet, at that moment, with his full attention diverted to Bianlinger and Mu Shuiyin, Jiang Ping made his move. Now a practitioner at the pinnacle of foundation building, his sword attack bore strength several levels beyond his previous capabilities. As Jiang Ping's flying sword manifested, the vengeful spirit king instantly sensed a surge of lethal danger. Nonetheless, he remained largely unconcerned, firmly believing that the true peril still emanated from the assault of Bianlinger and Mu Shuiyin, a threat he must confront with unwavering resolve. Just as he braced himself to withstand the onslaught from Bianlinger and Mu Shuiyin, Jiang Ping's sword flashed like lightning, piercing cleanly through his skull. At that moment, the vengeful spirit king's expression was one of utter disbelief, his eyes wide as he gazed at Jiang Ping. No sooner had he turned his head than Jiang Ping's flying sword whirled back, once more traversing through his head before returning to Jiang Ping's grasp. Unwilling to concede defeat, Jiang Ping once again pointed his fingers at the forehead of the vengeful spirit king. The flying sword transformed into a radiant beam of golden light, ruthlessly piercing through the vengeful spirit king's brow. Immediately thereafter, the sword changed direction and flew back, directly penetrating the heart of the vengeful spirit king. With bitterness in his gaze, the vengeful spirit king looked at Jiang Ping, before collapsing face down with a thunderous crash, devoid of any signs of life, dead beyond revival. At this moment, the two consecutive powerful attacks had drained Jiang Ping's internal spiritual energy to a mere remnant. However, he was well aware that should he summon a final surge of strength, it would not be beyond his capability. His current body, impervious to poison, had undergone significant transformation, a result of absorbing the six paths of blood reincarnation. Across the vast universe, while individuals capable of absorbing the six paths of blood reincarnation might exist, they were certainly unheard of. Yet, Jiang Ping had merely absorbed it without truly refining it, for it was the source of myriad poisons. At this juncture, Mu Shuiyin and Bianlingo arrived at the lifeless form of the vengeful spirit king, leaning down to inspect. Bianlingo examined closely but found nothing amiss. However, Mu Shuiyin felt an unsettling dissonance. According to the memories passed down through the holy maiden of the Taiga tribe, the vengeful spirit king was seemingly immortal. Particularly in its current form, which could continue to grow, how could it be so easily vanquished by Jiang Ping? Filled with suspicion, Mu Shuiyin found herself at a loss for explanation, yet the undeniable fact remained. The vengeful spirit king was indeed lifeless. Suddenly, Mu Shuiyin produced a jade vial. The moment she revealed it, Bian Lingo sensed it was an extraordinary artifact, though its true purpose remained a mystery to her. Mu Shuiyin aimed the opening of the vial at the vengeful spirit king and promptly absorbed the corpse within, then turned to Jiang Ping and commanded, "Come here." Jiang Ping, feeling utterly speechless, pondered, "I am, after all, a significant contributor. Why am I so unappreciated?" The system had indicated that the favorability rating had increased. Yet Mu Shuiyin's demeanor remained as unyielding as ever. Mu Shuiyin, grappling with her complex emotions, gently handed the jade vial to Jiang Ping, saying, "This vial contains a seal, utilized by the priestesses of my clan throughout generations to imprison formidable cursed insects. Please take this. Do not let it slip from your grasp. I have a nagging feeling that the vengeful spirit king is not truly vanquished." Upon hearing these words, Jiang Ping was so frightened that he immediately threw the jade bottle back to Mu Shuiyin, muttering to himself, "This Anne has no good intentions. She is plotting to murder her own husband." Mu Shuiyin glared at him, exclaiming, "What did you just say? If I say you should take it, then take it. No more nonsense. If the vengeful spirit king is truly alive, then no matter where you flee, death is your only fate. Unless you can subdue him and bend him to your will, he will undoubtedly haunt you relentlessly. Do you understand? Allow me to reveal a secret. If you consume the 6 paths of blood reincarnation of the vengeful spirit king, do you genuinely believe you will escape unscathed? That represents the culmination of the vengeful spirit king's entire life's work. He is exceedingly sensitive to the aura of the 6 paths of blood reincarnation. And no matter where you attempt to hide, it will be futile." Upon hearing these words, Jiang Ping fervently prayed to the jade vial in his heart, "Brother, you must truly perish. If you do not, I shall meet my own demise. I have yet to experience enough of life." At that moment, Mu Shuiyin reassured Jiang Ping, "Rest assured, even if he were to miraculously revive, it would be utterly impossible for him to break free from the seal of this jade vial in the near future." At this moment, Jiang Ping cautiously received the jade vial. Little did he know that this vial, a token of the Gu clan's sanctus, was strictly forbidden to be bestowed upon any man. Bestowing it upon someone meant surrendering one's entire life to them, or else leading them to their demise. Clearly, Mu Shuiyin harbored no intention of ending Jiang Ping's life. It was precisely at this moment that the system notified him that the affinity between him and Mu Shuiyin had reached a remarkable 99. At this moment, Jiang Ping felt as though someone had severed his very essence. An overwhelming sense of frustration enveloped him. Was it truly necessary for the remaining bond to involve physical intimacy? Could he muster the courage to confront this dilemma? With their rapport having reached such heights, was it not incumbent upon him to make an earnest effort? He pondered whether it would be unmanly not to strive for more. He resolved that once he departed from this place, he would employ whatever means necessary to win over Mu Shuiyin. This vexing predicament left him utterly speechless. At that moment, Mu Shuiyin turned to the group and remarked, "The dwelling of the vengeful spirit king likely harbors some significant treasures. Let us venture in and see if we can uncover anything else of interest." The others nodded in agreement. Just then, the portly companion approached Jiang Ping and whispered, "Brother, I sense that woman has an interest in you." Though the portly man's voice was low, both Mu Shuiyin and Bian Linger, being formidable Golden Core stage experts, heard him distinctly. Chapter 75, The Spirit Refining Technique. At that juncture, the portly man suddenly soared out from the passageway. Yet, this was not the end. A crimson worm materialized at Mu Shuiyin's fingertips. Jiang Ping, upon recognizing the sinister creature as a cursed insect, rushed to Mu Shuiyin's side, grasping her delicate wrist with urgency. "Shuiyin, please, do not. He is my brother. Though he may speak without restraint, I assure you, his character is beyond reproach." Jiang Ping never anticipated that his utterance of the name Shuiyin would send a gentle tremor through Mu Shuiyin's heart. She felt a shiver run down her spine. A delightful sensation, yet she found herself quite fond of Jiang Ping addressing her in such a manner. With a disdainful glance cast at the rotund figure that had just been expelled, she huffed softly and retreated indoors. Beside her, Bian Lingo let out a sigh, remarking, "He deserves it, that wretched fatso." Jiang Ping hurriedly rushed over to assist the hefty man, who was now on the verge of disfigurement due to the severity of the blow. The impact had been tremendous. Yet, at the moment Mu Shuiyin turned around, her heart raced uncontrollably, the rhythm of her heartbeat resonating even in Bian Linger's ears. Bian Lingo pondered, what could be troubling her? Mu Shuiyin herself was oblivious to the cause of her distress. She felt an overwhelming heat coursing through her body, her throat parched, and her cheeks ablaze. Suddenly, Bian Lingo recalled something and turned to glance at the old man behind her. Could it be that she harbored feelings for him? Bian Lingo hastily shook her head, muttering to herself, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could she, a saintess of the Gu clan, possibly be enamored with an old man? Yet, how could one explain this?" At that moment, Bian Lingo found herself in a state of confusion. The old man was indeed captivating. Time and again, he had intervened at crucial moments, transforming peril into safety, not to mention his formidable strength now. Most importantly, Bian Lingo sensed that Jiang Ping's growth was astonishingly rapid, having already reached the late stage of foundation establishment. Frankly speaking, the opportunities Jiang Ping had encountered in the secret realm were unparalleled. particularly the potent flying sword wielded by the old man. Previously, he had mentioned gifting a treasured artifact to his father, hinting at its immense value. Bianlingo remained unaware that had she known, Jiang Ping's father's flying sword had long returned to Jiang Ping's possession. It was likely that her father, Elder Jiao, would pursue that old man to the ends of the earth. Bianlingo's heart grew increasingly complex due to Mu Shuyan's transformation. Jiang Ping supported the rotund figure as they ventured deeper into the lair of the vengeful Spirit King. Upon their entrance, they were immediately enveloped by an overwhelming stench of decay, a most repugnant odor that stirred an instinctive urge to retch among the group. Unbeknownst to Jiang Ping, his mere presence had instantaneously dispelled the foul miasma. At this moment, Mu Shuyan and Bianlingo fixated their gaze upon Jiang Ping, utterly perplexed by the phenomenon. Mu Shuyan, however, contemplated the extraordinary resilience of Jiang Ping's body, immune to all toxins. The efficacy of this ability was astonishing, capable of repelling even the most abhorrent of odors. Jiang Ping remained oblivious, still shrouded in confusion. At that moment, the others began to scrutinize their surroundings more closely. The portly man, infused with an unexpected surge of energy, leaped to an impressive height and dashed towards a particular chest. He sensed that within it lay a treasure of great significance. His keen observational skills revealed that numerous chests surrounding him were coated in dust, yet this one was pristine, presumably due to the frequent visits of the vengeful Spirit King. Or perhaps the spirit had simply taken to resting upon it. Without hesitation, the rotund man opened the chest, and the instant he did, he staggered back several paces. Nearly losing consciousness, a foul stench erupted, emanating from the chest, a putrid aroma reminiscent of decayed flesh, which had likely lingered for untold years. At that moment, Mu Shuyan turned to Jiang Ping and said, "Come here." Jiang Ping silently pondered. Why does this woman not exhibit even a modicum of courtesy towards me? This is intolerable. I must reclaim my dignity in the future. Is it not a bit too much to endure? After all, I am a man of pride, albeit a bald one. What Jiang Ping remains unaware of is that Mu Shuyan requires him to dispel the foul stench. Both Mu Shuyan and Bianlingo have discerned that this particular box is unlike the others. They are also cognizant that it is frequently opened, undoubtedly containing treasures of great significance to the vengeful Spirit King. Jiang Ping stuffed 2 cotton balls into his nostrils, leaving Mu Shuyan utterly speechless. He had once been completely oblivious. At that moment, Mu Shuyan patiently explained to Jiang Ping, "You are impervious to all toxins. These foul odors cannot possibly affect you. Why are you covering your nose when you can simply relieve yourself?" Jiang Ping, rendered speechless, exclaimed, "Really?" He promptly removed the 2 nasal plugs. As he opened the box, a foul stench surged forth, dissipating into the air. At that moment, everyone beheld the contents within the box, which turned out to be an exquisitely crafted wooden case. Mu Shuyan carefully extracted the wooden box and scrutinized the interior, ensuring that no other items resided within. All 4 individuals fixated on the box as Mu Shuyan took a deep breath, preparing to unveil its secrets. However, despite her persistent efforts, the box remained obstinately shut, plunging her into confusion. Jiang Ping, observing the box, sensed an intricate mechanism at play. He reached for the wooden case, turning it over in his hands, until his gaze settled upon the base. He noticed a slight discoloration, as if it had been worn down from frequent handling. Jiang Ping's keen observation was indeed remarkable. He pressed upon the slightly faded area at the bottom, and to everyone's astonishment, the box sprang open. Inside lay a parchment scroll made of cowhide. Mu Shuyan swiftly retrieved the scroll and unfurled it, revealing the inscription, "Refining Spirit Formula." As they all examined the scroll's contents, a collective gasp echoed through the room, particularly from Jiang Ping, whose legs trembled. In that moment, he instinctively reached for the jade vial that Mu Shuyan had previously given him, for it contained the vengeful Spirit King. The refining spirit formula detailed the entire process of creating the vengeful Spirit King. It became evident that this forsaken land was indeed a sacred ground left behind by the demonic race. After their defeat, the demons did not flee. Instead, they concealed themselves within this realm, capturing countless innocents. Over 1 million had perished, solely for the purpose of crafting a vengeful Spirit King. They harnessed the collective anger and hatred of the masses to forge this entity. Yet, upon its successful creation, they discovered that they could not control the vengeful Spirit King, which nearly annihilated them all. Chapter 76. A fortuitous opportunity. The vengeful Spirit King was virtually indestructible, existing beyond death, elusive and intangible. Ultimately, the demons resorted to a blood sacrifice to seal the vengeful Spirit King in slumber. Nevertheless, even in its dormant state, it continued to grow, achieving the nascent soul stage in a mere 6 months, and remained uncontrollable. Faced with this dilemma, the demons had no choice but to flee, acknowledging their failure. The reason for their defeat was straightforward. The 6 paths of blood reincarnation had yet to be established, rendering the refining spirit formula ineffective against the vengeful Spirit King. Only the formation of the 6 paths of blood reincarnation would enable them to refine and control the vengeful Spirit King. With time running out, the demons departed, leaving behind some of their kin to await the formation of the 6 paths of blood reincarnation. Tragically, those who remained perished. After absorbing this information, Jiang Ping prepared to return the vial to Mu Shuyan, who furrowed her brow and said, "Have you not considered that this might be a tremendous opportunity for you? Do not forget that you have absorbed the 6 paths of blood reincarnation. If you can truly refine it and combine it with this refining spirit formula, would you not be able to control the vengeful spirit king? His growth surpasses yours, and having such a formidable ally by your side should bring you joy. In the realm of cultivation, who would dare to provoke you? Remember, the vengeful spirit king will not die. It will only continue to grow. Jiang Ping also recognized this and slowly put away the jade bottle once more. Finally, Mu Shuiyin directly handed the leather scroll to Jiang Ping, saying, "Delve deeply into this spirit refining technique." At this moment, Jiang Ping gazed at Mu Shuiyin and said, "Fairy, I have a request. Until I master this spirit refinement technique, could you protect me unwaveringly? Rest assured, I shall ensure that your protection is not in vain. I will find a way to repay you." Suddenly, Mu Shuiyin looked at Jiang Ping with great interest and inquired, "Pray tell, how do you intend to repay me?" Jiang Ping was also unaware of where his courage stemmed from as he gazed at Mu Shuiyin and uttered, "Would you consider offering yourself to me?" The moment those 4 words escaped his lips, the rotund companion instinctively sensed that his elder brother was likely to face dire consequences, be it through enchantment or, at the very least, being beaten to a pulp. However, what took everyone by surprise was Mu Shuyin's blush. She turned away and softly replied, "Let me ponder it, and I shall provide you with an answer." The stout fellow silently cursed. What is this absurdity? Why is it that people cannot be compared? Am I truly so inferior? Am I to be deemed less worthy than an old man? Have I squandered all these years of existence? After all, I am a prince. The stout man's astonishment paled in comparison to that of Bian Linger, who could hardly believe her ears. Did that old man truly just propose to Mu Shuiyin? And it seemed that Mu Shuiyin was nearly agreeing. What on earth was happening? Bian Linger's thoughts became a jumbled mess. She felt utterly inadequate. Shaking her head in an attempt to regain clarity, she never anticipated Mu Shuyin's direct response to Jiang Ping. And as for Jiang Ping, was he not overly audacious? How could he presume that Mu Shuiyin would not take offense and would actually acquiesce? Had there been some clandestine understanding between the two all along? Bian Lingo found herself at a loss for words. At that moment, an overwhelming sense of loss enveloped her, as if something dear had been snatched away. She should have been the one to know Jiang Ping before Mu Shuiyin. Why were their connections developing so swiftly while hers with Jiang Ping remained stagnant? If the stout fellow were to learn of her predicament, he would be at a complete loss for words. Was it truly necessary for them to vie for affection over an old man? How could a prince of the illustrious Taikong kingdom be eclipsed by an elderly man? The stout man felt utterly shattered, his spirit crushed, and the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward. Meanwhile, Jiang Ping was equally astonished. He dared not hope for Mu Shuyin's acceptance. He was merely a traveler from another world, aware of the truth that love must be expressed. Even if Mu Shuiyin were to reject him, so be it. He could always declare his feelings anew. After all, with a persistent declaration, surely there would come a day when Mu Shuiyin would acquiesce. He had been informed that his favorability rating had reached an astonishing 99. Was he not a man if he did not seize this opportunity? At this moment, Jiang Ping was suddenly filled with excitement. In his fervor, his hands became restless, and before Bian Linger and Lu Debo's very eyes, he brazenly wrapped his arm around Mu Shuyin's slender waist. The unexpected sensation jolted her, leaving her momentarily disoriented, and she quickly recoiled. Her expression a blend of embarrassment and indignation. Yet, to anyone observing, it was evident that she was playfully teasing Jiang Ping. At that instant, the rotund fellow wished for nothing more than to hide beneath a boulder, pondering how unfairly people could compare to one another. Mu Shuiyin hastily interjected, urging, "Stop fooling around. Let us see what treasures remain here." They scoured the area thoroughly, but aside from a few boxes of spirit stones, they found nothing else, likely left behind for the use of the vengeful spirit king. In all honesty, the sole beneficiary of this secret realm was undoubtedly Jiang Ping. Jiang Ping truly revels in his success. It is an inevitable consequence of his enhanced capabilities and the affectionate companionship he has acquired. Most significantly, he possesses a body impervious to all toxins, along with a formidable spirit servant of the vengeful spirit king. Whether he ultimately manages to control this spirit king or becomes its prey remains a matter of fate. Opportunities have been presented to him. If he fails to seize them, it is merely a reflection of his own inadequacy. As the 4 of them returned to the vicinity of the grand spherical orb, they found that although several cultivators were still engaged in combat, the number had significantly diminished. For Mu Shuiyin, the specifics of her gains were of little consequence. Having avenged her deep-seated grievances, her resolve was solidified, and her future cultivation could be aptly described as a smooth and unimpeded journey. Mu Shuiyin led the group upward from the previous cavern. Initially, Jiang Ping was to guide them, but concerned for his limited strength in the face of potential adversaries, she positioned herself ahead of him, effectively becoming his protector. Upon their emergence, they found themselves in an empty expanse, with no one suspecting that a genuine entrance to the secret realm lay hidden beneath the water. With a graceful gesture, Mu Shuiyin summoned a spiritual vessel, swiftly carrying the 3 forward, following the guidance of Bian Lingo as they prepared to return to Taikong Kingdom. Jiang Ping gazed at the plump figure before him and remarked, "Brother, how about I return and eliminate Lu Tianming for you?" Chapter 77. The well-fed know not the hunger of the starving. Lu Daba refused outright, fully aware that Jiang Ping possessed the capability to carry out such an act. However, he resolutely opposed the idea. With utmost seriousness, Lu Daba conveyed to Jiang Ping, To be frank, I have no interest in the throne of Taikong. I have no desire to be an emperor. My true aspiration lies in the pursuit of immortality. At that moment, Bianlingo also interjected, do not involve yourself in the lives of ordinary people. It would not be beneficial for you. As someone who has embarked on the path of cultivation, are you not concerned about the consequences? The rise and fall of the kingdom of Taikong have no bearing on you. That is its destiny. Jiang Ping never anticipated that Bianlingo would possess such an open-minded perspective. It is essential to recognize that many of his kin are officials of the Taikong kingdom. It appears that these sentiments stem from the directives of the ninth elder. At this moment, Mu Shuiyan also concurred with Bianlingo's viewpoint, stating, cultivators must never entangle themselves in the karmic affairs of mortals. You may not realize it now, but once you attain the golden core stage, these truths will become increasingly evident. When you reach the core formation stage, you will confront the heavenly tribulation. Should there be karmic entanglements, it may give rise to inner demons, thereby intensifying your tribulation. The potency of the heavenly tribulation is twice that of ordinary calamities, which may ultimately lead to your failure in achieving the core formation. At this moment, Jiang Ping finally comprehended the multitude of events surrounding him. Indeed, he had reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. Perhaps it was time to contemplate the realm of Dan formation. Initially, he believed that the matter of Dan formation would hold no significance for him in this lifetime. However, he never anticipated that, through a series of unforeseen circumstances, he would find himself at this juncture. Since he had no intention of involving himself in the affairs of the corpulent man, there seemed little need to return to Taikong Kingdom. Just then, however, Bianlingo spoke up. We must return to Taikong Kingdom. I have some matters to attend to. You may stay there for a while, and once I have concluded my business, we shall depart together. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Ping couldn't help but feel perplexed. Why doesn't this girl inquire about where I wish to go? At that moment, Lu Debo approached with a pitiful expression, saying, Elder brother, shouldn't we return to the Yin Palace? Jiang Ping shot him a glare, exclaiming with irritation, return? Do you have any idea how arduous our journey has been? It is not as simple as saying we can just go back. The portly man seethed internally, feeling a surge of frustration. This fellow, reveling in his dual affections, utterly oblivious to my sentiments. I was once treated like royalty in the underworld palace, while here I am, forced to witness your displays of affection daily. Now even the holy maiden of the Gu clan has become your beloved. What am I to do? Do I not deserve a warm embrace as well? Jiang Pingkai was too indifferent to engage with the chubby fellow lamenting over there. In his heart, he mused, humph, think as you will. I shall never allow you to return and wreak havoc among the female disciples of the Yin Hall. That fellow is undoubtedly a boorish brute. Upon their return to the kingdom of Taikong, Jiang Ping observed Bianlinger and asked with genuine concern, Linger, during your previous expedition to the secret realm, who else was aware of your rendezvous with Chenin? Bianlinger felt a flush of embarrassment at being addressed as Linger. Tilting her head in contemplation, she responded, 2 others were privy to it. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ping's eyes suddenly emanated a chilling brilliance, causing Bianlinger to tremble with fear in her heart. Jiang Ping spoke with grave seriousness, stating, if anyone inquires about the reason behind this matter, do not conceal it, and do not even mention Mu Shuiyan. This is solely my doing, and regardless of who asks, you shall convey it as such. Do you understand? Bianlingo cast a deep, concerned glance at Jiang Ping and replied, Chen-en's master is not to be trifled with, otherwise he would not have been able to cultivate Chen-en into such an arrogant and ignorant individual. Moreover, Chen-en's family hails from a lineage of immortal cultivators, possessing strength far superior to that of the Taikong Kingdom. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ping let out a cold laugh, just inform them of my name. As for my connection with the Yin Palace, you understand what I mean. Let the forces behind Chen-en come to find me. I shall be here waiting for them. Mu Shuiyan, listening from the side, felt nothing but profound emotion. Throughout her life, having been raised in the Gu clan, she had never experienced care or affection. She was merely cast among a swarm of insects, devoid of familial bonds. However, ever since she met Jiang Ping, he had bestowed upon her not only deep feelings but also a sense of kinship and love, emotions she had genuinely come to experience. How could she possibly remain unaffected? It was not only her. Bianlinger was equally moved. Subsequently, Bianlinger nodded and went off to attend to her own matters. The stout man led Jiang Ping and Mu Shuiyan through a series of twists and turns until they arrived at an inn. Jiang Ping knew without a doubt that this was undoubtedly the domain of the rotund individual. As expected, upon entering, a young man immediately knelt before the hefty figure with a thud, respectfully exclaiming, Master. The stout man's gaze was icy, emanating an air of authority. Jiang Ping was once again awed by the imposing aura of the rotund man, inwardly exclaiming, this is the true essence of a kingly figure, truly formidable. At that moment, the portly gentleman declared, prepare 2 splendid guest rooms for my elder brother. However, as soon as the words left his lips, he sensed the inappropriateness of his request and quickly amended, no, 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 just prepare a room with the largest bed available. Jiang Ping felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Thinking to himself, this young man is quite perceptive. He aligns perfectly with my expectations. At this moment, Jiang Ping turned to the plump man and inquired, what is it that you intend to do? The chubby fellow sighed helplessly and replied, "Brother, I am going back to see my father. I wish to have a conversation with him. I have no desire for any throne, and I hope you will not harbor any expectations of me in the future. I aspire to pursue immortality. It is time for me to sever all ties with the affairs of the mortal world. When my mother passed away, I should have completely distanced myself from the royal family." Jiang Ping nodded slightly, refraining from further words. He understood that this was not his place to advise. For each individual possesses their own choices. Since the chubby fellow had made his decision as the elder brother, his only role was to offer support, resolutely refraining from hindering him in pursuing his passions. At this moment, only Jiang Ping and Mu Shuiyan remained. Jiang Ping's lips curled into a mischievous smile, while Mu Shuiyan's heart fluttered within her chest like a startled rabbit. Jiang Ping grasped Mu Shuiyan and ascended to the second floor. Suddenly, Mu Shuiyan questioned her impulsiveness. After all, this fellow was merely a bald man. Although her heart harbored a tinge of resistance, her body involuntarily followed Jiang Ping upward. Upon entering the room, without uttering a word, Jiang Ping directly enveloped Mu Shuiyan's slender waist. Mu Shuiyan was once again overwhelmed by a sensation akin to electric shock. Jiang Ping was indeed a seasoned veteran in matters of the heart, and she found herself ill-equipped to withstand his fervent advances. Jiang Ping's earnest lips swiftly enveloped Mu Shuiyan's delicate mouth, leaving her speechless and at his mercy. In that moment, Mu Shuiyan felt an overwhelming heat coursing through her body, and she could scarcely fathom the visage she must now present. Chapter 78. I shall take responsibility for you. Jiang Ping's hands seemed to possess an enchanting magic, as Mu Shuiyan's garments gradually slipped away, one by one, until her pure and pristine form lay entirely exposed before him. Jiang Ping felt a dryness in his throat and a rapidness in his breath. He swiftly stripped himself bare and gently enveloped Mu Shuiyan in his embrace. In that moment, Mu Shuiyan felt as soft as a cloud, and the two bodies were pressed intimately against one another. Unconsciously, Mu Shuiyan's hands clasped around Jiang Ping's back, causing him a fleeting pain that strangely ignited a different kind of thrill within him. Their breaths intertwined, and time slipped away, second by second. Jiang Ping's proficiency in the harmonious embrace technique was nothing short of remarkable. He had practiced it countless times. However, this time, as he cultivated the technique once more, his formidable strength and impervious physique were met with an unexpected sensation. Mu Shuiyan suddenly felt a sharp pain in her forehead, so intense that her 10 fingers instinctively dug into Jiang Ping's back. Jiang Ping felt a sharp pain that caused a trickle of blood to seep from his lips. Yet he dared not make a move, for he sensed a transformation occurring within Mu Shuiyan. In that moment, her eyes had taken on an even more crimson hue, obscuring the sclera entirely beneath a veil of red. The lotus blossom at her brow began to unfurl petal by petal. Previously, she had only possessed 3 petals, one of which had been lost in an earlier fierce battle, a loss that had dire implications for her very existence. Traditionally, each generation of the Gu clan's holy maiden bore 8 lotus petals at her brow, yet Mu Shuiyan had only 3. However, on this day, the remaining petals blossomed fully, not 8, but rather a complete set of 9, restoring that which had been lost. Jiang Ping dared not move recklessly, allowing Mu Shuiyan to grasp her skin. Once the petals on Mu Shuiyan's brow had fully bloomed, her eyes transformed into something even more enchanting, imbued with a hint of purple amidst the crimson. In that moment, Mu Shuiyan appeared breathtakingly beautiful, and her power surged into the late stage of the Golden Core realm. This was something Mu Shuiyan had not anticipated. She had never imagined that cultivating with Jiang Ping could bestow such immense benefits upon her. Now, who among the ancient elders of the Gu clan would dare to question her? She possessed 1 more petal than any previous saintess. What could this possibly signify? Mu Shuiyan could not articulate it, for the memories of the saintess did not hold such a legacy. At that moment, Mu Shuiyan regained her clarity, and upon observing Jiang Ping, who was still enduring, she suddenly realized her hands were stained with blood. Jiang Ping remained motionless, silently enduring. Mu Shuiyan, deeply moved, turned Jiang Ping over and laid him upon the bed, tenderly licking the blood clean from his wounds. She wished to etch this moment in her memory, to remember this man before her, for he had granted her yet another chance at life. Jiang Ping felt a refreshing sensation on his back, a result of Mu Shuiyan's delicate lips. He pulled her close once more, and the two embarked on a shameless journey of mutual cultivation, which lasted an entire 4 days. The rotund friend had long since returned, his heart filled with urgency, yearning to burst through the door. Yet, he dared not do so. It was not Jiang Ping he feared, but the potential wrath of Mu Shuiyan, for he lacked the courage to confront her. At that very moment, the system's emotionless yet crystal-clear notification echoed in Jiang Ping's mind. Congratulations, host. Your affinity has doubled, surpassing 100 and reaching an astonishing 200. Shortly thereafter, the system announced again, the host will receive 2 broken mirror pills as a reward. The system seemed to have been infused with newfound vitality, unlocking an entirely fresh feature. Subsequently, the notifications continued. To attract each female protagonist, 1 point is required, although there is no guarantee that the affinity will directly reach 100. However, unexpectedly, the system generously rewarded Jiang Ping with 2 additional points. At this moment, Jiang Ping felt somewhat bewildered, filled with confusion as he recalled that previously, He would only receive a single point upon achieving a favorability rating of 100. Why then had he been awarded 2 points this time? Nevertheless, he quickly cast aside these doubts. After all, the more rewards, the better. Moreover, he was in dire need of points at present. He reminisced about the lengths he had gone to in order to earn points, coercing a multitude of individuals, regardless of gender, to proclaim their love for him. In retrospect, that scene was excruciatingly embarrassing. Currently, he still had 60 points, and if he could persuade another 40 individuals to declare their affection, he would obtain yet another point, which could be exchanged for a technique. However, Jiang Ping was reluctant to pursue that route again. The last time had been solely to save Shinpeiji, a desperate measure he had been forced to undertake. He believed that unless he found himself utterly cornered, he ought to maintain a semblance of dignity. Such humiliating acts should be minimized. At this moment, Jiang Ping became acutely aware of a pivotal issue. Since the system had rewarded him with 2 broken mirror pills, it was evident that it had detected his imminent approach to the critical moment of Dan formation, clearly offering him support. Reflecting on this, Jiang Ping was overwhelmed with joy. He gently patted Mu Shuiyan's body, which resembled exquisite jade, and cheerfully remarked, "Little fool, it is time to rise." At last, the two emerged. Jiang Ping, this time, did not exhibit the usual timidity. Instead, he appeared invigorated and radiant. Mu Shuiyan, more breathtaking than ever, captivated the onlookers. The stout fellow rubbed his eyes in disbelief, pondering, is this truly Jiang Ping? Though he sported a bald head, he seemed more dashing than before, nearly rivaling my own charm. What stood out most was Mu Shuiyan's striking beauty. The aura she exuded seemed capable of altering the very atmosphere around her. The stout man found himself momentarily entranced, while Bianlinger returned just in time. Upon witnessing the scene before her, she too was rendered speechless by the astonishing transformation. She recognized that Mu Shuiyan had wholly committed herself to Jiang Ping, a development so swift that even Mu Shuiyan might find it overwhelming. Yet, with reality laid bare, there was little left to articulate. Jiang Ping chuckled softly and inquired, "Have you both completed your tasks?" The stout man and Bianlinger nodded in agreement. Bianlinger remarked, "No one witnessed Chun An's demise, and I have kept your name out of it. However, I suspect that the forces behind Chun An will inevitably seek to trouble me. I wish to part ways here to spare you from any potential calamity." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ping became anxious. Seizing Bianlinger by the wrist with an air of authority, he declared, "That is out of the question. I have stated unequivocally that as long as I am here, I shall not permit anyone to harm you. It was I who took a life. If trouble arises, let them seek me out. You must remain by my side, for I am responsible for you." Jiang Ping spoke with such grandeur, yet Mu Shuiyan and the chubby man sensed an underlying discord. The chubby man mused, "Brother, you have already won Mu Shuiyan's heart. Why pursue Bianlinger as well?" Chapter 79, Journey to the Gu Clan. The chubby man felt a surge of anxiety for Jiang Ping, for Bianlinger's father was none other than the ninth elder. Could he ever deem you worthy? One swift strike from him could spell your demise. Inwardly, the chubby man lamented, "Brother, please do not court disaster. You are treading a perilous path. If the ninth elder discovers that it was I who introduced you to Bianlinger, my life will be forfeit." Upon hearing Jiang Ping's declaration of responsibility towards her, Bianlinger blushed deeply. In truth, she too desired Jiang Ping to hold her back, though she could not articulate why. She simply wished to be with him. Jiang Ping's words brought her great satisfaction. He had indeed lived up to her expectations. At that moment, Mu Shuiyan seemed to have an epiphany as she leaned closer to Jiang Ping, playfully chiding, "Husband, I have come to realize that your skill in charming women is remarkable. Pray tell, aside from me and Bianlinger, how many other women have you ensnared?" Jiang Ping's face flushed with embarrassment as he said, "It's not much. I was primarily captivated by the charm of both of you." Upon hearing this, Bianlinger felt a wave of frustration wash over her. "I haven't agreed to anything. How have I become your woman in your eyes?" However, Bianlinger did not resist. Instead, she felt a subtle delight in her heart. Jiang Ping coughed lightly, attempting to divert the topic. "Fatty, what was the outcome of your discussion with your father? What did he say?" The stout fellow sighed, remaining silent. He had hoped to evade the attention, yet all eyes were fixed upon him, especially Bianlinger, whose foremost concern was whether Fatty would return to reign as the local sovereign. However, Bianling never worried that ungainly older brother could rival Fatty. As long as her father, Elder Jiao, remained alive, there was little hope for anyone else. Seeing the intrigue in everyone's gaze, Fatty had no choice but to speak. "I told my father that I do not wish to be emperor. He neither rejected nor accepted my statement. He merely suggested that I enjoy my time outside before returning." At this, Fatty's expression grew serious as he continued, "However, if I ever do become emperor, I shall not have a single man in the kingdom of Taikong, only women. I intend to transform Taikong into my own garden of delights." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ping could not help but chuckle inwardly. It was perfectly in line with Fatty's nature. If anyone else had uttered such words, Jiang Ping would have dismissed them, but with Fatty, the credibility soared above 90%. That fellow was indeed capable of such a feat. In the next moment, Fatty was sent flying sideways with a swift kick from Bianlinger. She was incensed by his lack of decorum, especially since her family resided in Taikong, and Fatty S. remarks clearly suggested he intended to oust them. How could she not be furious? She pondered with disbelief how her father could have been so blind as to take a foolish, rotund pig for a son-in-law. Yet, Jiang Ping was taken aback by Fatty's resilience. Bianlinger's kick had been no trifling matter, yet Fatty managed to rise and return. This demonstrated Fatty's regard for Bianlinger. He would never dare to offend her and was wholly obedient. At that moment, Bianlinger said, Jiang Ping, I believe it would be best for you to return to the Yinyang Palace. It is truly unsafe out here. Soon, Chenen's family will seek me out, pressuring me to disclose the cause of his death. This matter will persist unless I am dead. I do not wish to implicate you. It would be prudent for you to part ways with me. Return to your Yinyang Palace while I hide for a while. In about 10 years, when the storm has passed, all will be well again. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ping grew anxious. Hey, have all my previous words been in vain? As he spoke, under the watchful eyes of Mu Shuiyin and the chubby man, Jiang Ping assertively embraced Bianlinger. Startled, Bianlinger instinctively attempted to push him away. But in the next moment, her eyes widened in surprise. It turned out that Jiang Ping, the unpredictable one, had boldly captured her delicate lips. At that instant, not only was Bianlinger taken aback, but even the chubby man stood dumbfounded, internally pleading, Heaven above, save me. My ninth granduncle will surely annihilate me. I must find a way to separate them. Yet, could he truly intervene? Did he possess the courage to do so? The chubby man felt an overwhelming sense of dread. He had never feared anything before. Wasn't death merely a scar the size of a bowl? However, this time, he was genuinely terrified, even trembling uncontrollably. If his ninth granduncle were to strike him, it would be a severe beating, leaving him skinless. The chubby man now dared not mention returning to the Yinyang Hall. Even if the hall boasted a harem of 3,000 beauties, he wouldn't dare go back. At that moment, Mu Shuiyin cleared her throat, genuinely surprised by Jiang Ping's audacity. She pondered, had his domineering nature not been the very reason she had fallen for him, step by step? Recalling the early days of their acquaintance, when her sole intention was to eliminate him, she marveled at how she had ended up in bed with him. A bewildering turn of events that nonetheless brought her an inexplicable joy. Meanwhile, Bianlinger blushed so fiercely it seemed she might melt, as Jiang Ping allowed her head to nestle comfortably against his chest. Just then, Mu Shuiyin spoke up. All right, I have a plan. You both must accompany me to the Gu clan, where we can seek refuge for a while. However, be warned, the Gu clan is quite hot, teeming with venomous creatures, and its customs are notably fierce. Even if Chenin mobilizes his entire clan's strength, a journey to the Gu clan may yield no return. Upon hearing the mention of the Gu clan, the chubby man quickly interjected, Yes, the Gu clan sounds excellent. As long as we avoid returning to the Yinyang Hall, I'm open to going anywhere. Jiang Ping gazed down at the enchanting Bianlinger nestled in his arms, realizing that she offered no objections. He nodded in agreement. Then let us journey to the Gu tribe. However, at that moment, Mu Shuiyin cast a curious glance at Jiang Ping and remarked, You must be mentally prepared for what lies ahead in the Gu tribe. Jiang Ping was momentarily taken aback, inquiring, What do you mean? Mu Shuiyin responded with a soft smile, choosing silence thereafter. All right, it is time to depart. There is no longer any need to linger here. At this juncture, Mu Shuiyin summoned the spirit vessel once more, and the four of them boarded it, sailing southward. Had they chosen to walk directly, they would have passed by the Yinyang Hall. However, Mu Shuiyin would never dare to act recklessly on another's territory, as that would be a grave affront to fellow cultivators. As they traversed the breathtaking mountainous landscape at a swift pace, Jiang Ping could not help but marvel at the stunning scenery he was witnessing for the first time. Mu Shuiyin gradually lowered the spirit vessel, stating, This is the Two Swords Mountain, home to a sect known as Water Cloud Pavilion, which is composed entirely of female cultivators. More accurately, they could be described as nuns. Chapter 80. Water Cloud Pavilion. As Mu Shuiyin uttered these words, she cast a meaningful glance at Jiang Ping, who exhibited no reaction whatsoever. This brought her a sense of relief. She had long feared that this old fellow might be a libertine. Should that be the case, she would have to take measures against him. The issue, however, was that no form of pestilence seemed effective against Jiang Ping, which vexed Mu Shuiyin greatly. After all, he possessed a physique impervious to toxins. No matter how potent the venomous insect, it would perish within him in no time. Unbeknownst to Mu Shuiyin, Jiang Ping's lack of visible response belied an intense inner turmoil. Earlier, the system map had revealed several blue points, but as Mu Shuiyin piloted the spirit vessel further south, the blue points on Jiang Ping's system became increasingly numerous and densely clustered. Upon their arrival at this location, he suddenly detected 3 adjacent blue points, indicating that they were all disciples of the Water Cloud Pavilion. While Mu Shuiyin introduced Jiang Ping to the sect, he remained unfazed. Even Bianlingo began to reconsider her previous judgments about him, having once thought him a lecher, only to realize he was not. Meanwhile, Lu Daba was nearly drooling with excitement. Bianlinger had no desire to even glance at Lu Daba, had they not been aboard the spirit vessel. She would have kicked him away without hesitation. The portly fellow was in a state of ecstatic agitation, ruminating on how he might secure a place within the Water Cloud Pavilion. His mind raced, nearly smoking from the effort, yet he struggled to devise a viable plan. Suddenly, Bianlinga recalled something and inquired, "Is the sect leader of Water Cloud Pavilion named Yufengxian?" Mu Shuiyin nodded thoughtfully. "Indeed. What of it?" Bianlinga replied. "I have heard my father speak of this individual. She possesses an ancient fragment believed to be left behind by an immortal, which has left a lasting impression on me." Mu Shuiyin affirmed, "You are correct. There are a total of 8 such fragments. To be candid, I possess one." With a flick of her wrist, she revealed a piece of archaic yellow jade, which appeared unremarkable at first glance. Bianlingo gazed intently at the fragment, to which Mu Shuiyin added, "Indeed. This is one of the 8 fragments. It is said that when all 8 are infused with spiritual energy on the night of the 15th day of the 8th month, they may resonate with one another and illuminate the portal to the celestial realm. The veracity of this legend, however, remains unverified." Bianlinga was astonished that Mu Shuiyin did not regard her and the portly fellow as outsiders, openly displaying such a treasure before them. At that moment, she turned to Jiang Ping, saying, "Did you know? The sect leader of Yinyang Hall, Shenpeiji, also possesses a piece of this ancient jade." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ping shook his head in bewilderment, expressing his uncertainty. He pondered the meaning behind her inquiry, particularly since he had never disclosed the depth of his acquaintance with Shenpeiji. Bianlinga regarded Jiang Ping with a penetrating gaze and remarked, "I never claimed you were aware of it. I merely informed you that the Lord of the Yinyang Palace possesses one as well. With your current capabilities, what connection could you possibly have with the Lord of the Yinyang Palace? It would be a momentous occasion for you merely to have the chance to meet Shenpeiji." Jiang Ping, filled with indignation, pondered to himself, "Am I truly so despicable?" Jiang Ping truly wished to convey to Bianlingo that she was his woman. However, he reconsidered, knowing that revealing such a sentiment would only invite further mockery from her. No, he thought, he must regain his honor through Bianlinger. "If you underestimate me, I shall ensure you understand why the flowers bloom so vibrantly." Mu Shuiyin brought the Lingzhou to a halt and remarked, "To return to the Gu clan, we must traverse the Two-Sword Mountain on foot. Otherwise, we need not even involve the nuns from the Shuiyun Pavilion. That group of rogue cultivators at the foot of the mountain could easily end our lives." Jiang Ping widened his eyes and inquired, "What is the situation with those rogue cultivators near Shuiyun Pavilion?" At that moment, Mu Shuiyin let out a soft laugh, explaining, "There are too many female disciples at Shuiyun Pavilion. They often descend the mountain for training and to procure essential items that are unavailable here. The pavilion is particularly in need of one thing, elixirs. There isn't a single alchemist among us. Thus the disciples must frequently venture down the mountain to purchase large quantities of elixirs. Occasionally, with the permission of the sect leader, some male cultivators are allowed to ascend the mountain to concoct medicines, but this occurs under stringent surveillance. Unfortunately, some female disciples, after descending, have been abducted by powerful individuals and never returned. Because the female disciples of Shuiyun Pavilion are pure and virtuous, any loss of fidelity renders them incapable of practicing the pavilion's esteemed techniques, forcing them to leave Shuiyun Pavilion against their will." At this moment, everyone grasped the predicament of Shuiyun Pavilion. However, just then, Jiang Ping and the 2 women stood in stunned silence as a man, rounder than a ball, stood at the bow of the ethereal vessel. Bathed in sunlight, his body shimmered with a radiant glow as he proclaimed loudly, "I am the mightiest alchemist. My lifelong ambition is to create the world's most unparalleled elixir, a true marvel. Sisters of Shuiyun Pavilion, I have arrived. I shall certainly join Shuiyun Pavilion." This man was none other than Lu Daba. At this moment, Jiang Ping was on the verge of despair, and Linger could no longer tolerate the situation. She disregarded the height of Ling Zhou and the potential danger it posed to Lu Daba, and with a swift kick, she propelled the hefty figure of Lu Daba into the air. At this moment, Jiang Ping had come to realize that his brother would not perish this time. At the very least, he would be confined to his bed for a month. As for the concoction of some grand elixir, it would be prudent to first ascertain whether he could even rise from his bed. Jiang Ping was perplexed by Bianlinger's ruthlessness. He had come to realize that the 2 women he encountered were increasingly formidable, yet, He Qinghuan was comparatively manageable, as he held sway over all matters. Even Shenpeiji generally acquiesced to his authority. However, these 2 women were entirely different, each possessing a fiercer disposition than the last. Their dissatisfaction would quickly escalate into physical confrontation. As the spirit boat descended, Jiang Ping observed with astonishment that aside from his torn clothing, the portly man had emerged unscathed, despite having been suspended from a tree moments prior. Now, they were left with no option but to proceed on foot. Mu Shuiyin remarked, "Beyond this grove lies Xianfeng City." This locale was populated with scattered cultivators, all united by a singular purpose, to await the female disciples of Shuiyun Pavilion. They seldom engaged in trade with outsiders. Alas, our fortune is lacking. With the beginning of the month just past, we must now wait another 10 days. Shuiyun Pavilion opens only thrice each month, at the start, the middle, and the end, allowing passage through the Two-Sword Mountain. Any attempt to ascend the mountain at other times is deemed a provocation towards Shuiyun Pavilion, resulting in certain demise. Thus, it appeared that waiting was their only recourse. Under Mu Shuyin's guidance, the group made their way into Xianfeng City. Chapter 81. Self-proclaimed titles though referred to as a city, It was merely a marketplace enclosed for commerce, inhabited by cultivators, all of whom were at least at the foundation establishment stage. Nevertheless, conflicts among the cultivators of Xianfeng City were rare. Those who garnered the favor of Shuiyun Pavilion's female disciples did so through their own merit. As the four traversed the city, they attracted no attention, confirming Mu Shuyan's assertion that the locals were solely interested in the women of Shuiyun Pavilion. Continuing onward, Mu Shuyan arrived at a two-story pavilion, from which emerged two young men, bare-chested and barefoot, their muscular forms on full display. Upon spotting Mu Shuyan, they bowed deeply, greeting her as the Holy Maiden. Yet, their astonishment grew as they beheld the blossoming lotus mark upon her brow, exclaiming, "Holy Maiden, your lotus has 9 petals." With a nod, Mu Shuyan dismissed their reverence, saying, "All right, rise. There's no need for such surprise." They complied, and Mu Shuyan led Jiang Ping and the others to the second floor. "This is a base for the Gu clan at Two Sword Mountain," she explained. All members of the Gu clan paused here upon their return. Just then, the streets erupted with commotion. The portly man and Jiang Ping stood on the second floor, gazing down, when suddenly, 4 female disciples with their heads wrapped in cloth appeared in Xianfeng City. The man's eyes sparkled with delight. He had never encountered such pure and exquisite beauty before. Saliva dripped from his mouth, cascading over the edge of the balcony. Jiang Ping, initially preoccupied with the system, and thus unnoticed by Mu Shuyan and Bian Linger, was now captivated by the lively scene outside. The two women, equally drawn to the spectacle, momentarily overlooked him. At that moment, the foremost disciple of Shuiyun Pavilion proclaimed, "We urgently require an alchemist. In exchange for a year of your services in refining elixirs, Shuiyun Pavilion shall reward you handsomely." As her words faded, a resounding thud echoed, and a massive figure plummeted to the ground. Everyone turned in shock to the sight of the portly man, who ambled toward the disciple with a confidence that seemed to defy familial ties. Intriguingly, he appeared to have his own personal soundtrack accompanying his every step. This spectacle left all present in a state of astonishment. Jiang Ping cursed under his breath, reflecting on how this man had once sought attention in the Yinyang Hall, lamenting, "Damn it, now the spotlight is stolen once more." Jiang Ping has come to the realization that he must personally visit Shuiyun Pavilion and remain there. After all, there are 3 densely clustered blue dots. Should this brute tarnish them, it would mean a future overshadowed by a bleak expanse above him. At that moment, Jiang Ping also let out a cry and leaped down. Yet his stature and presence paled in comparison to that of the hefty man. The robust figure flicked his hair back and addressed the female disciple of Shuiyun Pavilion, proclaiming, "I am Lu Daba, the foremost alchemist of Taikang State and a distinguished pill refining master of the Yinyang Hall." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ping inwardly cursed, wondering who had conferred such a title upon him, as he had never heard of it before. Just then, Lu Dabaos pointed at Jiang Ping behind him and bestowed upon him a captivating glance. Jiang Ping had already sensed that something was amiss. "This is my alchemy apprentice," he thought. The female disciples of the Water Cloud Pavilion now turned their gaze toward Jiang Ping, whose head was completely bald, not a single strand of hair remained. His scalp gleamed under the light, and what was most striking was that he was no longer young. It was evident that frequent alchemical trials had led to this state. Instantly, the female disciples of the Water Cloud Pavilion were thoroughly pleased with the plump man. "Very well," one of them declared. "You shall accompany us to the Water Cloud Pavilion." At that moment, Bian Lingo's voice whispered directly into the plump man's ear, "Are you courting death? What about us?" His legs nearly gave way beneath him. He had completely forgotten about them. With a honeyed tongue, the plump man addressed the female disciples, esteemed immortal sisters, he fawned, his words dripping with flattery, instantly delighting the women. Then, gesturing toward his companions, he added, "These fellow travelers have journeyed with us. Look, they are also female disciples. As long as they remain within the boundaries you set, might they also witness the grandeur of the Water Cloud Pavilion?" The female disciples glanced at Mu Shuiyin and Bianlinger, noting their striking beauty. Moreover, the natural affinity between women made them agreeable. They nodded in approval. However, one of them warned, "Once you ascend the mountain, you must refine elixirs for an entire year without interruption or abandonment." Inwardly, the plump man sneered, "Fear not. Senior sisters and junior sisters, I shall not abandon my task, unless either I perish or you do." While others remained oblivious, Jiang Ping understood all too well. Jiang Ping discerned the lascivious desire reflected in the clever glint of the plump man's eyes. Jiang Ping now finds it hard to believe what the Shuiyun Pavilion will evolve into within a year. However, those 3 blue dots are absolutely off-limits to the gluttonous fellow. Should he dare to touch them, Jiang Ping would not hesitate to take drastic measures against him. Jiang Ping let out a sigh, only to find that the next moment, both of his ears were firmly grasped by the 2 women beside him. In unison, they demanded, "Pray tell, what did you mean when you leaped down just now?" Jiang Ping was at a loss for words. "Indeed, what was it that I intended to do when I leaped down just now? My 2 wives, have you forgotten? I serve as a medicine boy for Lu Daba, without whom how could he convince the disciples of Shuiyun Pavilion to believe in his tall tales, thus effortlessly infiltrating their ranks? It would be astonishing if the 2 women were to take his fabrications at face value." Simultaneously, a whisper reached Jiang Ping's ear, "You better behave well at Shuiyun Pavilion. or we shall not hesitate to take drastic measures. At this moment, Jiang Ping felt a chill running down his spine. What was happening? How could his grand ambitions be thwarted by these two? This very night, Jiang Ping had resolved that he must engage with Bian Linger to discuss the intricacies of life. Otherwise, she would truly believe he was malleable clay, easily shaped to her whims. Moreover, Jiang Ping's dual cultivation plan must be expedited. Though he often appeared carefree, his heart raced with urgency more than anyone else's. To put it plainly, Jiang Ping was an individual brimming with positivity. Ever since he had attained a new lease on life with extended longevity, he had been in constant competition against the heavens, the earth, and fate itself. It may seem perplexing how he had inadvertently become a consummate practitioner at the foundation establishment stage, yet the bitterness of his journey was known only to him. Now, having acquired an invulnerable physique, what once required considerable effort had transformed. He could now effortlessly engage in a night of passion with the woman he cherished. Most importantly, he was now consumed by a fear of the vengeful Spirit King awakening and breaking free from its seal. Jiang Ping aspired to refine and control the vengeful Spirit King. For this entity possessed the ability to grow without restraint, and, most significantly, at a pace surpassing his own. How could such a prospect fail to excite him? To claim he was fearful would merely reflect the trembling of anticipation in his hands. When faced with an opportunity, how could one refrain from striving for success? Chapter 82. The Shameless Fatty. Moreover, Jiang Ping now confronted his most pressing challenge, the formation of the Golden Core. Initially, Jiang Ping believed that attaining longevity would require at least 50 years of diligent effort to reach the stage of forming a core. To his astonishment, within just a few short years, he achieved the pinnacle of foundation establishment and now stood on the brink of core formation. However, the pressing question remained, how does one actually proceed with core formation? With only 2 breakthrough pills in his possession and a complete lack of knowledge regarding the core formation process, he feared squandering these precious elixirs. Consequently, Jiang Ping resolved to once again rely on the system, as he urgently needed points to exchange for essential items. Moreover, he contemplated controlling the vengeful Spirit King. Given his current foundation stage cultivation, he was far from sufficient. Once he achieved core formation, practicing the spirit refining technique would undoubtedly yield superior results with half the effort. Led by a female disciple of Shuiyun Pavilion, the group set forth towards the Twin Sword Mountains. After departing from Xianfeng City and traveling for about the duration of an incense stick, Jiang Ping finally comprehended the origin of the name Twin Sword Mountains. Towering peaks, resembling colossal swords, thrust vertically into the earth, while a winding path meandered forward, leading directly to Shuiyun Pavilion. The breathtaking scenery left Jiang Ping in awe of the rotund fellow accompanying him. Indeed, throughout their journey, everyone listened in admiration as the chubby man rambled on. His nonsensical tales remarkably convincing. Particularly, the disciples of Shuiyun Pavilion surrounded him with an adoration akin to gazing upon the sun, bombarding him with inquiries. As for the chubby man, he seemed to possess an answer for everything. Even when he did not know, he could conjure a remarkably plausible response. At this moment, Jiang Ping comprehended a profound truth. It was no wonder that the rotund fellow held no regard for the position of that decrepit emperor. With such a silver tongue, wherever he roamed, he was afforded the treatment befitting royalty. It seems that in the future, Shuiyun Pavilion may need to alter its style. It cannot solely consist of female disciples. There is a distinct possibility that both genders will be present, all descendants of the corpulent gentleman. The centuries-old legacy of Shuiyun Pavilion is likely to be rewritten with the advent of this portly individual. Jiang Ping would never underestimate the capabilities of the corpulent individual. He had witnessed them firsthand, effortlessly managing 4 female disciples in a single evening. Moreover, if this rotund figure were to successfully concoct something monumental, the Water Cloud Pavilion would face dire consequences. Jiang Ping dared not contemplate the implications any further. At that moment, Mu Shuiyin, playfully pinching Jiang Ping's waist, teasingly inquired, "Are you envious?" Jiang Ping nodded in pain, only to quickly shake his head, stammering, "What is there to envy? I nearly let slip a careless word, otherwise today would not bode well for me." Yet, in the next moment, he felt another pinch on his waist from Bian Linger. Jiang Ping gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, secretly vowing, "Very well, Bian Linger, if I do not strip away a layer of your skin tonight, it would be an injustice to my shining bald head." Such thoughts he dared only to entertain within the confines of his mind. At this moment, he must endure, for he knew he was in the wrong. After traversing the 2 sword mountains, they finally arrived at the gates of Shuiyun Pavilion. The female disciples surrounded the rotund man as if he were a treasure, ushering him into the pavilion with great reverence. Once more, he proclaimed himself as the foremost apothecary of Taikong Kingdom and the illustrious alchemist of the Yinyang Hall. The eyes of the female disciples sparkled with admiration, although they could not fully comprehend the true value of such titles. Nonetheless, they sounded impressively grand. In this regard, even Jiang Ping could not help but admire the rotund man's exceptional ability to embellish his own reputation. What was most striking was that, while others might wish to exude the same heroic presence as the rotund man in such pivotal moments, it was utterly unattainable for them. After all, he was a scion of the imperial family, inherently imbued with an aura of majesty. Although Jiang Ping considered himself far more handsome than the rotund man, he could not quite rival the latter's commanding presence. Once they were escorted into the sect by the female disciples, they were settled in with the utmost hospitality. After which the disciples withdrew. To Jiang Ping's surprise, two strikingly beautiful female disciples remained behind to attend to the rotund man, whose eyes gleamed with delight, nearly obscuring his vision. Jiang Ping, filled with indignation, silently cursed. Are the disciples of Shuiyun Pavilion blind? Can't they see that this is a breeding boar? They are about to be deceived tonight. However, could he voice these thoughts? No, for he had observed the system, and there was no woman of his here. At that moment, Bianlinger turned to Lu Daba, saying, "You foolish glutton, do you truly intend to remain here for an entire year?" Lu Daba shrugged nonchalantly, replying, "Wherever I am, it is all cultivation. I feel that the atmosphere here at Shuiyun Pavilion is particularly conducive to my advancement in alchemy. I simply wish to stay here and diligently learn the art of pill refining." Bianlinger shot him a fierce glare and playfully admonished, "You glutton. Do not provoke my ire. Let us not forget the purpose of our journey. We are headed to the Gu clan. You have nearly done enough here. Moreover, I have never heard my father mention your ability to refine pills. Do not ruin this. This is Shuiyun Pavilion, not Yang Hall. And no one will come to your rescue." The glutton waved his hand dismissively, retorting, "Oh, it's nothing. Do not underestimate me. Do you truly believe that my reputation as a first alchemist is unfounded?" However, in the next moment, Bianlinger prepared to kick him, to the astonishment of all present. Bianlinger's foot had not even grazed him, and yet, Lu Daba flew out as if propelled by an unseen force, landing right before the two female disciples left behind by Shuiyun Pavilion. At this moment, Jiang Ping and Bianlinger stared wide-eyed at the rotund figure before them. The stout fellow seemed to have conjured a mouthful of blood from nowhere, leaving Jiang Ping feeling utterly bewildered. Blood trickled incessantly from the corners of the stout man's mouth, while the two female disciples swiftly enveloped him in their embrace. In the next instant, he seized the delicate hands of the two maidens, who showed no inclination to withdraw. Instead, they glared fiercely at Bianlinger, their eyes radiating a vengeance akin to that of a daughter avenging her father's death. The stout man addressed the two disciples, saying, "Do not blame her. She is my elder. It is only natural for an elder to educate their junior. Indeed, I was in the wrong. I should not have provoked my aunt." Upon hearing this, the two maidens felt their regard for the stout man elevate even further. He was not only an extraordinary alchemist but also a person of loyalty and filial piety. The two women supported the stout man, gently guiding him inward, showing no disdain for his ample girth. At that moment, just as the stout man's silhouette was about to fade from view, he turned back and cast a conspiratorial glance at Jiang Ping. In that instant, Jiang Ping yearned to summon Elder Jiu's spirit, wishing to eliminate the stout man outright. Inwardly cursing, what on earth is happening here? Not just Jiang Ping, but Bianlinger and Mu Shuiyin were equally dumbfounded. How could they not be? Did those two female disciples possess no intellect? How could they be so easily beguiled? The question remained, was there any need to ponder the unfolding events further? Chapter 83. The dual cultivation technique. At this juncture, Jiang Ping, Bianlinger, and Mu Shuiyin exchanged glances, at a loss for words. Jiang Ping could only break the stalemate and said, "All right, let us linger at Shuiyun Pavilion for a few days. After a day, I reckon the glutton's enthusiasm will wane. And if he refuses to leave then, we shall swiftly break his legs." This did not require Jiang Ping to elaborate. Bianlinger would be the first to exact her vengeance upon him. He had just attempted to frame her, and how could she tolerate such indignity? It was imperative for her to reclaim her dignity. Moreover, Jiang Ping shared the same sentiment as the glutton. He had no desire to depart from this place, as it harbored three women for him. If he were to leave without taking the glutton with him, who could foresee the unforeseen circumstances that might arise? Thus, he resolutely forbade any such eventualities. Here, he had three blue dots, signifying the presence of three women. He had unlocked the system's attraction feature, yet it required the expenditure of points. Currently, he possessed only 2 points, and it was crucial that he won over Bianlinger tonight. Otherwise, those 2 points would prove insufficient to satisfy the three women. He needed to elevate their affection at the swiftest pace possible. At this moment, Jiang Ping revealed a rather lewd grin, but he quickly suppressed it. Such a smile was absolutely not to be seen by Bianlinger, for if she did, it would be he, not the chubby fellow, who would be sent flying. Currently, Bianlinger was still seething with anger, having no outlet for her frustration. Although the chubby fellow would feign misery in front of the female disciples, one must not forget that Jiang Ping was a traveler from another world. Even if he was not adept at charming young ladies, he had certainly watched his fair share of romantic films. At this juncture, Jiang Ping approached Bianlinger and said gently, "Come now, do not let that wretched chubby fellow upset you. If your anger were to lead to some unfortunate consequence, how could I possibly go on living? What would become of my remaining days?" Jiang Ping need not utter more than these 2 sentences. He's already invincible at this level. How could Bianlinger withstand Jiang Ping's sweet words? Even if she were filled with anger, in an instant it would dissipate, leaving her captivated, a little bird imprisoned by Jiang Ping's emotions. At that moment, Mu Shuiyin felt an overwhelming chill. She was perceptive enough to understand the principle of equitable distribution. Moreover, having already shared an intimate moment with Jiang Ping yesterday, it was only right that she yield to Bianlingo today. She yearned to flee, to escape this place, yet Bianlingo was in turmoil, her heart racing with uncertainty, and called out to Mu Shuiyan. What are you planning to do? Mu Shuiyan replied candidly, I am merely exploring the vicinity of Shuiyun Pavilion. I have yet to enter it. In the next moment, Bianlinger, fueled by an unexpected surge of courage, uttered words that thrilled even Jiang Ping. Why don't you stay as well? Mu Shuiyan was taken aback, while Jiang Ping felt exhilarated, thinking, indeed, you should stay. Yet, Mu Shuiyan, feeling bashful, nearly succumbed to embarrassment and dashed away. As Mu Shuiyan fled, Bianlingo felt the urge to escape as well, but Jiang Ping, perceiving the unfolding chaos, swiftly embraced Bianlinger. She felt lightheaded, as if deprived of oxygen, her mind spinning, her body electrified, and an overwhelming heat coursed through her. Jiang Ping effortlessly lifted Bianlinger and vanished from sight. At that moment, Mu Shuiyan peeked out from behind the nearby artificial hill, casting a glance at their retreating figures. Had Bianlinger held on a little longer, perhaps she would have acquiesced. Jiang Ping carried Bianlinger back to their resting place, and from there, events unfolded naturally. How could Bianlinger withstand Jiang Ping's relentless advances? This time, Jiang Ping did not employ the harmony technique, but instead ventured to activate the ancient scroll he had acquired in the secret realm, the sun and moon harmonizing art. Once this technique began to operate, Jiang Ping could no longer remain composed. What kind of technique was this? Even Bianlinger was rendered speechless. All the insights she had cultivated throughout her life surged into Jiang Ping like memories, and at that moment, he felt as though he had unlocked the door to a new world. What was the essence of forming a core? What considerations were necessary? The flow of spiritual energy following core formation, including the techniques Bianlingo practiced and her comprehension of them, all inundated into Jiang Ping's being like vivid recollections. However, Jiang Ping's insights would not reciprocate into Bianlinger. This was purely a one-sided acquisition. It was crucial to note that with this technique, as long as he engaged in dual cultivation with Shinpeishi, would her insights and experiences during her ascension to the nascent soul stage also be seized by him? If that were the case, what obstacles could possibly hinder his future cultivation? It would be a smooth journey, as all their understanding would be transmitted to him. The dual cultivation continued. A cultivator's lifetime of effort is typically their own, yet as Bianlingo witnessed everything she offered to Jiang Ping, she felt a slight resistance within herself, which ultimately dissipated. This was her choice. He was the partner she had selected for life. Wasn't it advantageous for him to be powerful? Did she not desire his strength? When Jiang Ping grew formidable, he would have the confidence to face her father. After all, while her father had no control over her marital decisions, seeing her partner as weak would undoubtedly be disheartening. At that moment, Jiang Ping finally understood why Bianlingo could not perceive his cultivation method. Regardless of who engaged in dual cultivation with him, they would not uncover his secrets. His system was fundamentally incommunicable, devoid of shared insights. It was akin to his cultivation of the Harmony Sword, where he achieved mastery but still had many techniques remaining. Yet he only employed the most formidable strike. Throughout an entire day, Jiang Ping absorbed all of Bianlinger's essence. However, when she desired to escape, Jiang Ping would not permit her to flee. Having completed the sun and moon harmonizing art, it was time for him to allow his partner a taste of his harmony technique. As Jiang Ping activated his harmony technique, Bianlingo felt her bodily deficiencies rapidly replenished. Was this yet another dual cultivation masterpiece? Bianlingo was nearly driven to madness. This old rogue seemed to think of nothing but such matters. Day after day, his focus seemed solely on techniques of the bedchamber. Did he possess no combat techniques at all? If only Jiang Ping understood that the true battle lies in the art of intimacy, he would find his understanding aligned with that of the corpulent fellow. After several cycles of cultivation, Bianlinger finally begged for mercy. Jiang Ping would not let her off so easily. Eventually, Bianlinger was almost in tears, nearly escaping. At which point Jiang Ping nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, his rewards arrived, 2 boundary-breaking pills and 2 points. Jiang Ping was so elated he nearly leaped for joy. He had not anticipated that dual cultivating with both Bianlinger and Mu Shuiyan would yield him 2 points each, granting him a total of 4. However, Jiang Ping's initial plan had been to exchange for a powerful technique, yet now he found himself unable to do so. Uncertain of how long he could remain in the Water Cloud Pavilion, he resolved to expedite his endeavors with the 3 women. Chapter 84. Rescuing the corpulent fellow. Where could they possibly be? This situation was quite vexing. He could not roam freely within the Water Cloud Pavilion. He and his rotund companion had a defined range of activity. Furthermore, as male disciples, their freedom was even more constrained, a fact Jiang Ping understood all too well. At this moment, Jiang Ping was intently gazing at the system's map, drawing closer to the nearest blue dot, which remained stationary. He was on the verge of approaching it. Yet he also realized that he was about to leave his familiar surroundings. 3 female disciples were approaching him, seemingly to remind him of something. As anticipated, the trio halted Jiang Ping, inquiring, "What do you intend to do? You cannot leave this place." However, they could hardly pose any obstacle to Jiang Ping. He promptly replied, "I am searching for the alchemist who accompanied me." Upon hearing that he was looking for the plump individual, the demeanor of the female disciples shifted dramatically. They became exceedingly polite, exclaiming, "Ah, you seek the esteemed master alchemist. Please, follow us." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ping inwardly cursed. It is impossible to compare oneself to others. They arrive at the same venue. Yet behold the status of that rotund individual, truly that of a VIP, while he feels as though he is merely a prisoner confined within a cage. Soon, they arrived at the portly man's domain, and Jiang Ping pondered how this differed from being an emperor. For female disciples stood guard outside, their presence lending him a gravitas that eclipsed even that of his own father. It seemed that wherever the rotund man went, he bore the demeanor of royalty, such as fate. Upon entering the room and catching sight of the portly figure, Jiang Ping was taken aback, his jaw dropping in astonishment. Was this truly the same person? At that moment, the rotund man's eyes resembled those of a panda, nearly unrecognizable. He was in the midst of alchemical practice when, upon noticing Jiang Ping, he scrambled to his side, exclaiming in desperation, "Elder brother, save me." Jiang Ping's mind is currently a chaotic mess. What on earth is this peculiar situation involving the chubby man? Shouldn't he be surrounded by a throng of naked female disciples at this moment? Instead, he finds himself with a sword pressed directly against his neck, seemingly coerced into alchemical refinement. What is happening? Has he inadvertently crossed paths with someone he ought not to have? Or perhaps it is the case that he was never capable of concocting even the most basic elixirs, and his fade has been completely unmasked. Is he truly being subjected to torment by these individuals? Jiang Ping suddenly found himself beset by numerous possibilities. The most plausible scenario was that his alchemical skills had been exposed, and now Shuiyun Pavilion was tormenting him for failing to yield the desired results. In truth, Jiang Ping was half correct. Last night, the sect leader of Shuiyun Pavilion, Yufengxian, had visited the corpulent man, informing him that he must concoct the most potent boundary-breaking pill. As the pavilion's saintess was on the verge of a crucial breakthrough, regardless of the conditions the corpulent man might propose, Shuiyun Pavilion would acquiesce. Provided he aided the saintess in achieving her goal, he would be treated as an esteemed guest. The saintess had successfully advanced to the stage of pill formation, but had suffered injuries during her external training, causing her cultivation to wane. After arduous recovery, she was determined to make a full frontal assault on pill formation. Should she fail this time, her ability to cultivate would be forever lost. Each time she approached the pivotal moment of pill formation, her internal energy faced obstruction. As a former alchemist, she understood the reasons. Firstly, the quality of the pills was inadequate. Secondly, her body had not entirely healed. Most importantly, the saintess sought to utilize this pill formation as a means to transcend her ailments through the heavenly tribulation, restoring her cultivation to its peak. However, as the moment of pill formation drew near, the challenge lay in sourcing a high-grade boundary-breaking pill. Consequently, disciples of Shuiyun Pavilion ventured forth in search of alchemists. Before they could utter a word, the corpulent man's impressive titles left the female disciples in awe. Indeed, he was a renowned grand alchemist. Initially, he intended to engage with the two female disciples romantically, but upon the arrival of sect leader Yufengxian, he was immediately tasked with pill crafting, with the promise that should he succeed, he could choose any of the female disciples he wished. Yufengxian, showing her determination, made significant sacrifices for this endeavor. Yet the corpulent man was rather inept. While he had some skill in alchemy, he was only capable of producing rudimentary red pills. Remarkably, however, he did manage to successfully concoct a towering pill last night, which nearly caused Yufengxian to lose her composure, as the fragrance of the pill was so intoxicating that it almost led the guarding female disciples to succumb. Ultimately, Yufengxian was furious, declaring that today was the final deadline. If the corpulent man could not produce the boundary-breaking pill, death would be the only outcome for him and Jiang Ping, who would all perish as sacrifices for their saintess. Upon grasping the full context of the situation, Jiang Ping shot an exasperated glare at the corpulent man, exclaiming, "You troublemaker." The corpulent man, equally perplexed, replied, "Brother, I was merely thinking that once I had enjoyed the company of more female disciples, they would be unable to remain at Shuiyun Pavilion, and I could take them to wander the world. Since they cannot cultivate Shuiyun Pavilion's techniques, surely they could practice the methods of the Yin-Yang Palace. Am I to neglect those who accompany me?" Jiang Ping shook his head and remarked, "Oh, your antics are rather extravagant. To be honest, if the fat man were granted a bit more time, the likelihood of his plan succeeding would soar to over 80 or 90%. However, the urgency surrounding the saintess's matter has even left the sect leader, Yufengxian, restless. Thus, this fellow has unfortunately run afoul of misfortune this time." At this moment, Jiang Ping ceased to pay attention to the fat man and turned to the female disciple beside him, saying, "I would be grateful if you could convey a message to the sect leader on my behalf. I wish to meet with him, for I believe I can assist your saintess in overcoming this predicament. Should I prove inadequate, I am willing to present my head as a token of my sincerity." The female disciple gazed at Jiang Ping and inquired, "Aren't you the apothecary? Do you also possess the ability to refine elixirs?" Jiang Ping shook his head and said, "I am not skilled in alchemy, yet I can assist the saintess in forming her elixir. I kindly ask the celestial maiden to convey this message. Upon observing Jiang Ping, the female disciple noted that despite his age, he radiated a profound sense of righteousness. Most importantly, he had staked his own life on this endeavor. She cast a deep glance at Jiang Ping before turning to report to the sect master. At this moment, Jiang Ping helped the overweight man to his feet. Regardless of the man's past transgressions or his shortcomings, Jiang Ping acknowledged him as a brother. After all, the man merely sought a moment of indulgence. Albeit this time his attempts had gone awry. Typically, as long as unforeseen circumstances did not arise, the man's chances of success were quite favorable. In Chapter 85, Schwanger, the overweight man gazed at Jiang Ping with gratitude, suddenly grasping his hand and imploring, "Brother, you must flee at once. You lack the alchemical skills. Do not sacrifice yourself for my sake." A glimmer of amusement inadvertently flickered in Jiang Ping's eyes as he remarked, "Fear not for your elder brother. I possess my own ingenious strategies. Rest assured, should I encounter their saintly maiden, I shall ensure her condition is altered, thus transforming raw intentions into irrevocable realities." The stout fellow regarded Jiang Ping, sensing the brilliance of this plan, and pondered why it had not occurred to him in that moment. Jiang Ping gazed at the serious expression of the rotund man and, with a swift kick, exclaimed, "Goodness, it turns out you truly possess a pig's head. Why is it that whenever the topic of intimate relations arises, this hefty fellow manages to connect everything with it?" The rotund man, taken aback by Jiang Ping's kick, inquired, "Brother, what do you mean?" Jiang Ping, having no intention of engaging further, dismissed him entirely. Shortly thereafter, the female disciple returned and promptly escorted Jiang Ping away. Jiang Ping suddenly realized the water cloud pavilion was far more expansive than he had imagined. While scrutinizing the map of his system, he abruptly noticed a blue dot rapidly converging with his own position. He halted abruptly, causing the female disciple leading the way to pause in confusion. Had he regretted deceiving their sect leader about his alchemical skills? Her hand instinctively moved toward her sword, prepared to escort him by force if necessary. Yet, in the next moment, Jiang Ping pointed toward a particular direction and inquired, "Fair immortal, who resides within this place?" I sense an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy emanating from there. The female disciple followed his gesture and replied, "That is one of the sect's secret chambers. What or who is confined within, even I do not know." With a dismissive tone, she added, "If you wish to know more, seek answers from the sect leader. I have no knowledge of such matters." Jiang Ping had already taken note of his surroundings and continued to advance, soon entering a grand hall within the water cloud pavilion. At the forefront sat a remarkably mature woman, whose brow furrowed upon gazing at Jiang Ping. She had discerned that he was yet another foundation establishment practitioner. The crucial question arose, could a foundation establishment cultivator truly refine elixirs? Were it not for the female disciple who had relayed Jiang Ping's oath to the sect leader, she would have certainly refused to meet him, fully aware that he was merely a medicine attendant, incapable of producing the elixirs that even seasoned alchemists struggled to create. What use was a mere attendant in such matters? At that moment, Jiang Ping addressed the sect leader, saying, "Esteemed leader, I wish to meet the holy maiden. I assure you she can successfully form her core. I stake my very life on this claim. You can observe my modest level of cultivation. I pose no threat to the water cloud pavilion and seek only to assist the holy maiden in her core formation, hoping to trade this for the lives of my companions. I am exceedingly confident in my abilities." Just then, a pill materialized in his hand, emanating a gentle, radiant glow. Yu Fengxian's eyes sparkled with astonishment. This was indeed a high-grade breaking realm pill. How astonishing that a mere foundation establishment novice could present such a treasure. Yet, her curiosity persisted as she inquired, "What, pray tell, do you intend to achieve by meeting the holy maiden?" Jiang Ping, with a grave expression, remarked, "Master, rest assured that a single elixir is insufficient to restore the saintess to the realm necessary for successfully refining her core. However, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, as long as I am present, I guarantee that everything will proceed flawlessly." Yu Fengxian observed Jiang Ping's earnest demeanor, pondering for a moment. She thought to herself, even if this lad possessed extraordinary abilities, he would hardly stir any turbulence within the water cloud pavilion. Since he is determined to go, let him do so. She had already fretted enough over the saintess's core refinement. If this opportunity were to slip away again, their hopes would be irrevocably dashed. Subsequently, she extended her hand, pointing forward, and in an instant, a luminous portal materialized, formed from condensed spiritual energy. Jiang Ping cast a glance at the luminous portal and, without uttering a word, strode boldly inside. Upon stepping through the portal, he discovered that it led to a cavern. This cavern was imbued with an extraordinary richness of spiritual energy, yet it remained dry, devoid of any discomforting dampness. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Ping strode forward. As he walked, he noticed two female disciples stationed ahead. The sect leader had already sent a message for them to grant passage. So Jiang Ping encountered no hindrance and proceeded directly to the innermost sanctum. At that moment, Jiang Ping was utterly bewildered, for two blue dots suddenly illuminated on his map, revealing two figures turned away from him. Meanwhile, the guarding female disciples slowly began to close the stone door behind them. At that instant, The system promptly alerted Jiang Ping that his affinity with the two female leads stood at 0. Jiang Ping gazed at the figures of the two women. As the two female disciples seated upon the central stone platform spoke in unison, "Who are you?" Jiang Ping was utterly astonished, pondering to himself, "What is this situation? Are they twins?" Their speech patterns are perfectly synchronized. Jiang Ping endeavored to steady his emotions as he slowly approached the edge, eager to glimpse the visages of the two women. He pondered in his mind, was it not said that there was only one saintess? Could it be that Shuayun Pavilion harbors two? As Jiang Ping finally reached their presence, his eyes widened in astonishment. He had grasped the entirety of the scene before him. These two women appeared to be cast from the same mold, utterly identical. Yet, should not twins exhibit some semblance of distinction? The synchrony of their breathing was so precise that it seemed a jest. What on earth was happening? Were there truly twins who resembled each other to such an extent? At that moment, the twins atop the stone platform opened their eyes, appraising Jiang Ping from head to toe. In their gaze, this individual, aside from being somewhat aged, possessed nothing particularly remarkable. If one were to insist on identifying a virtue, it might be that he was moderately handsome. Yet his woefully low cultivation rendered this advantage virtually insignificant. Jiang Ping gazed at the two identical maidens above him and inquired, "May I ask, esteemed fairies, which of you is the saintess? Who among you seeks to refine the elixir?" In unison, they replied, "We are both saintesses, and we both aspire to refine the elixir." "Are you an alchemist? Where are the pills you have concocted?" Jiang Ping hurriedly exclaimed, "I was unaware that the saintess is actually two individuals. At present, I can only concoct a single elixir." However, in the next moment, the two figures seamlessly merged into one, instantly coalescing into a singular entity. Jiang Ping hurriedly rubbed his eyes, unable to restrain an exclamation of disbelief. What on earth is happening? Is this some kind of joke? I have already failed my core formation, and soon I shall bid farewell to my cultivation, yet there are still those who find amusement in my plight. Chapter 86. The Heavenly Tribulation. At that moment, the form of the saintess transformed once more, reverting into two distinct figures. Jiang Ping seemed to have realized something. Pondering in his heart, perhaps they are merely two individuals, temporarily sharing a single body. At that moment, the saintess abruptly nodded at Jiang Ping. Her meaning unmistakable. "You are correct." Jiang Ping's eyes widened in disbelief, and he could not help but exclaim a curse. "What the hell? This saintess can actually comprehend my innermost thoughts." To his astonishment, the saintess nodded in affirmation. Hastily, Jiang Ping inquired, "Saintess, how should I address you?" In unison, the saintesses responded, "Shuang'er." Jiang Ping praised, "That name is melodious and perfectly complements your demeanor." He then inquired with curiosity, "Shuang'er, do you always exist as two individuals?" Shuang'er shook her head and replied, "It is merely that our current state has declined, and this corporeal form can no longer accommodate two souls simultaneously. In essence, we are but one." At this moment, a thought suddenly flashed through Jiang Ping's mind. What if he were to bring the two of them to bed? Wouldn't that be akin to cultivating with two unparalleled beauties? The moment this notion crossed his mind, he was startled into regaining his composure. Yet it was too late. His thoughts had already been perceived by Shuang'er. However, Shuang'er did not express anger. She merely sighed and remarked, "Alas, if we do not advance soon, our lifespans will dwindle to a mere few." Jiang Ping disregarded everything else and slowly ascended the stone platform. The saintess, surprisingly unfazed, suddenly witnessed the stone door swing open, allowing two female cultivators to stride in, swords drawn, ready to confront Jiang Ping. With a graceful gesture, the saintess stated, "Without my consent, you are not permitted to enter." He harbors no ill intentions. Jiang Ping harbored no ill intentions, for at this juncture, he had devised a plan. This strategy might enable him to cultivate the elixir of immortality alongside the saintess. It merely depended on her willingness. Once the guards had departed, Jiang Ping shamelessly revealed his intentions. "I wish to engage in dual cultivation with both saintesses." Jiang Ping contemplated the possibility of simultaneously engaging in dual cultivation with two women, utilizing the techniques of the sun and moon harmonization and the heroine skill. Given that the saintess had previously attained her alchemical transformation and possessed experience, he sought to further comprehend the intricacies of this process. After all, each individual's circumstances were unique. The experiences of Bianlinger and Shuang'er in their alchemical endeavors were undoubtedly distinct. Therefore, he understood the imperative of synchronizing his rhythm with Shuang'er's. Moreover, the heroine technique would facilitate the smooth circulation of their spiritual energies, optimizing their physical conditions. When Jiang Ping candidly expressed his intention to engage in dual cultivation with Shuang'er, she internally grappled with resistance. However, the thought of her impending demise and the bleak prospect of her alchemical aspirations weighed heavily upon her. The allure of Jiang Ping, a strikingly handsome elder, promising a path to her transformation, compelled her to steel her resolve. Both of them pondered. Jiang Ping's foundation building prowess was rather unimpressive. And considering they had never experienced intimate relations, they might as well embrace this opportunity to avoid leaving any regrets before their demise. The regulations of Shuayun Pavilion stipulated that post-dual cultivation, one could no longer practice advanced techniques, necessitating the preservation of their purity. Nevertheless, they firmly resolved that should they discover Jiang Ping deceitful, they would drag him along to face the king of hell, even at the cost of their own lives. Jiang Ping never imagined that this endeavor would proceed so smoothly. He didn't even need to utilize any points and effortlessly secured the affection of two women. His heart swelled with exhilaration. This is utterly delightful. Jiang Ping has now become a seasoned player in the realm of romance. Under his tutelage, the two women displayed such clumsy techniques that they nearly elicited laughter from him. However, for Jiang Ping, this was a fortunate circumstance. He could wield his influence freely. When he directed them eastward, Shuang'er would unwaveringly follow, exhibiting a level of compliance that surpassed even He Qinghuan's. Shuang'er herself was astonished by the smoothness of their dual cultivation, and she genuinely felt her energy stabilizing, with her strength growing more formidable than ever before. Jiang Ping suddenly realized that the critical moment had arrived. He had been preoccupied with a singular concern. The three of them were about to face the tribulation of the core formation stage. And what if the force of the heavenly tribulation proved to be overwhelming? In response, Shuang'er reassured him without hesitation, saying, "Fear not. For my sister and I shall shoulder everything alongside you, my husband." In that moment, Shuang'er was resolute, having engaged in dual cultivation with Jiang Ping. She had fallen deeply in love with him. The earlier notion of dragging Jiang Ping to meet the king of hell had long been cast aside. Now, she would willingly embrace death for his sake. Jiang Ping could not allow such an event to transpire. He thought to himself, "I am a man. How can I let a woman fight for me?" At that moment, the system directly notified Jiang Ping that his affinity with the saintess had reached 200, granting him 5 points and a flying sword. This sword was even smaller than the previous one, prompting Jiang Ping to exclaim in frustration, "What on earth do I need a flying sword for? I require defensive measures, dear system. Could you possibly exchange it for me?" Yet, no one paid him any mind. At this juncture, with an arrow knocked on the bowstring, Jiang Ping had no choice but to act. He swiftly retrieved 3 breakthrough pills, the highest grade available. When Shuang'er beheld the breakthrough pills, her jaw dropped in astonishment. "I never anticipated their quality would be so exceptional." The three of them consumed the breakthrough pills together, embarking once more on their dual cultivation. The spiritual energy surged within them, and at that moment, the effects of the breakthrough pills began to manifest. Jiang Ping and Shuang'er have gained an extraordinarily profound understanding of the process of forming a core, each harboring deep insights. Moreover, Jiang Ping's realizations are even more pronounced, enriched by the insights of Bianling. At this very moment, ominous clouds suddenly gathered above Shuiyun Pavilion, swirling rapidly from all directions towards it. Upon witnessing this, the sect leader Yufengxian immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. The clouds in the sky roiled like tumultuous black waves, seemingly brewing a terrifying force capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth from the depths of unfathomable darkness. Thunder rumbled, echoing like the wrathful roar of a celestial deity, shaking Shuiyun Pavilion to its very core, as if it were on the brink of collapse under the weight of such earth-shattering fury. Amidst this chaos, Jiang Ping resolutely rose to his feet, his gaze fixed intently on the daunting tribulation above. His heart raced with a fervor unprecedented in his life. For this was the first time he encountered such a harrowing ordeal, a blend of tension and exhilaration coursing through him. In contrast, Shuang'er appeared relatively composed. As a cultivator in the core formation stage, she had previously faced the tribulation herself. Yet, even so, the overwhelming power of this current tribulation stirred a flicker of apprehension within her. Nevertheless, her eyes sparkled with excitement, for the greater the might of the tribulation, the more her strength would surpass her former self upon successful core formation. Furthermore, this was an unprecedented challenge and opportunity for the three of them to face the tribulation together. Chapter 87. Poisonous Pill. At that moment, the first bolt of tribulation lightning descended with a thunderous roar, resembling a ferocious purple dragon, fierce and rampant, charging forth with a determination to obliterate all in its path. In an instant, Shuang'er unhesitatingly conjured a protective shield above her head. The shield radiated a brilliant light, clashing violently with the oncoming tribulation lightning, erupting in a dazzling display that entranced the senses. Jiang Ping was suddenly overwhelmed by an immense force, as if his head had been struck by a heavy hammer, leaving him dazed and on the verge of collapse, nearly falling to one knee. It is worth noting that this was merely the first heavenly tribulation. He almost could not endure it. Had it not been for Shuang'er exerting herself to shield him, he would have surely struggled to withstand it. Although his body had significantly strengthened and he had cultivated an immunity to all poisons, his foundational training remained alarmingly fragile. Soon after, the second and third bolts of tribulation lightning followed in swift succession, each more ferocious than the last, like wild stallions unleashed, rampaging with unrestrained fury. In that moment, Jiang Ping watched Shuang'er desperately resisting the lightning while he, as a man, cowered behind her. A profound sense of unwillingness surged within him. Suddenly, 8 spirit-returning talismans began to spin rapidly around him, swiftly replenishing his depleted spiritual energy. In that instant, a dagger-sized flying sword materialized in his hand, a reward bestowed upon him by the system. However, at that very moment, the shield conjured by Shuang'er was marred by a web of cracks, and she felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over her. as if she could no longer withstand the onslaught. Yet, in that precarious moment, two silhouettes of Shuang'er unhesitatingly lunged toward Jiang Ping, resolutely determined to absorb the impending bolt of tribulation lightning with their own bodies. How could Jiang Ping possibly allow it to occur? Jiang Ping leaped upward in an instant, his gaze fixed intently on the terrifying tribulation thunder descending from above. Without uttering a word, he hurled his flying sword with great force. At that moment, the thunder clashed violently with the sword, and to everyone's astonishment, the formidable lightning seemed to encounter its nemesis. As the sword was unleashed, it cleaved the thunder in two, sending the halves roaring away in opposite directions. The flying sword executed a nimble turn and returned precisely to Jiang Ping's hand. At this juncture, the two figures of Shuang'er stared at Jiang Ping in stunned silence, unable to fathom the bravery their man displayed in such a critical moment. However, the tribulation thunder was far from vanquished. Jiang Ping's previous strike had evidently incited its wrath. The thunder, incredulous that such a diminutive creature could challenge its might, now ceased its descent and began to swirl violently in the sky, concocting its most potent assault. Above the Shuiyun pavilion, a colossal black vortex formed, illuminating the horizon as if it were day, while its center remained an abyss of impenetrable darkness. The vortex, with the weight of a mountain, surged downward, and at that moment, two colossal claws emerged from its depths. As these claws appeared, a gargantuan black dragon gradually revealed its fearsome form from within the vortex. The dragon unleashed a deafening roar that reverberated throughout the Shuiyun pavilion, causing all disciples within to feel a sudden ringing in their ears, instinctively covering them. Yet, the mighty dragon showed no mercy, charging fiercely toward Jiang Ping below with an unstoppable force. Jiang Ping, glancing at Shuang'er's two figures, allowed a confident and enchanting smile to grace his lips, a smile imbued with an irresistible charm, even more captivating than the self-satisfied grin of a certain portly individual. At that moment, as he turned his head, dazzling golden light erupted from his eyes. Suddenly, an unexpected event unfolded. Jiang Ping recalled having obtained the source of 10,000 poisons and the 6 paths of blood reincarnation within the secret realm. After absorbing the 6 paths, it had remained dormant within him, not fully refined. Yet, under the stimulus of the heavenly tribulation, he discovered a subtle yet remarkable transformation occurring within his body. Most notably, his originally invulnerable physique began to evolve towards a perfected state, all stemming from the mysterious 6 paths of blood reincarnation. The 6 paths now coursed through his meridians, and Jiang Ping sensed a significant difference within himself, not merely an enhancement of physical resilience, but a newfound capacity to contain greater power, capable of emanating potent toxins and even altering like an ethereal entity. However, this was not the time for contemplation, for he understood that the 6 paths of blood reincarnation had seamlessly merged with his being, rendering him more than just invulnerable. He had become a true embodiment of 10,000 poisons. Under Shuang'er's watchful gaze, Jiang Ping swiftly raised his arm, extending 2 fingers toward the menacing dragon in the sky, and shouted, "Go." In that instant, his flying sword surged forth with an unstoppable momentum, transforming into a brilliant streak of light that shot into the void. At that moment, the sword collided fiercely with the dragon. The dragon, caught off guard, never anticipated that this seemingly insignificant creature could unleash such a formidable attack. As the sword passed through, everything dissolved into nothingness, piercing the dragon's skull. The dragon's descent had been swift, and its defeat even swifter. It vanished without a trace, not even a hint of struggle escaping its lips. At that moment, the dark clouds above, witnessing their strongest strike fail to harm Jiang Ping and Shuang'er, seemed to express a sense of resignation, slowly dispersing. The flying sword then altered its course, returning steadily to Jiang Ping's hand. Jiang Ping and Shuang'er swiftly ascended, floating gracefully above the Shuiyun pavilion. All disciples, elders, and even the sect leader, Feng Xian, gazed up at the 3 figures above the pavilion. In that moment, the 3 figures were bathed in resplendent golden light, and Shuang'er's 2 forms rapidly coalesced into one, restoring her to a complete body. Moreover, she could now separate at will, engaging in combat independently. Yet the singular body was fully capable of accommodating both of their essences. At this very moment, Jiang Ping suddenly realized he could actually soar through the air in his lifetime, an indescribably sublime sensation. Upon successfully forming the golden core, a cultivator gains the ability to traverse the heavens and earth. Presently, the surrounding primordial energy surged like turbulent tides, directly enveloping Shuang'er and Jiang Ping. Jiang Ping suddenly discovered that an abundant amount of the essence of heaven and earth was rapidly converging from all around into his dantian, forming within it. At that moment, a sphere the size of a fist condensed before him, leaving Jiang Ping utterly astonished. Through his dual cultivation with Shuang'er and Bianlinger, and via the sun and moon harmonization technique, he had come to understand that after a cultivator forms their golden core, a golden sphere would emerge in their dantian, known as the Golden Dan. However, his Golden Dan was significantly larger than he had anticipated. Typically, the Golden Dan of most cultivators, including that of Bianlinger and Shuang'er, was merely the size of a walnut, Yet at this moment, Jiang Ping's golden dan was as large as an egg. Most importantly, his golden dan was not golden at all, but rather a pitch-black orb emanating a dim, eerie glow. In truth, Jiang Ping did not comprehend that this was indeed a golden dan, albeit a rare poison dan in the world. Chapter 88. A bunch of rascals. Jiang Ping gazed intently at the dark, ink-like golden core within his dantian, a torrent of endless confusion and astonishment surging within him. At this moment, Shuang Er remained enraptured by the exquisite sensation of absorbing the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. In that fleeting instant, she returned to the pinnacle of the golden core stage. It is worth noting that she had previously suffered a devastating blow, causing her to plummet in cultivation. And she had expended countless rare treasures of heaven and earth just to barely pull herself back from the brink of death, preserving a thread of life. Had it been another, they would likely have abandoned the thought of continuing their cultivation. Yet, through her extraordinary tenacity, she had persevered to achieve a perfect foundation establishment. However, she had remained stagnant at this peak, unable to break through the bottleneck of the golden core stage. Were it not for her encounter with Jiang Ping, it is doubtful she would ever have had the opportunity to form a golden core in this lifetime. At this moment, an unparalleled surge of formidable power erupted from her, propelling her rapidly through the early, mid, and late stages of the golden core, culminating in the realm of perfection. Once confronted with the dilemma of forming an infant core, she now found herself back at the zenith, a complex tapestry of emotions, both elation and bittersweet longing, washing over her, leaving her almost incredulous. She had never imagined such a miracle could manifest today. It seemed that her decision to cultivate alongside Jiang Ping had been the wisest choice of her life. Meanwhile, the crowd of Shuiyun Pavilion gazed in awe at the two figures suspended in the void above them, including Bianling and Mu Shuiyan, whose eyes brimmed with wonder and envy. In an unexpected surge of courage, Shuang Er leapt into Jiang Ping's embrace, her delicate form flashing forward. Amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, her luscious lips pressed unhesitatingly against Jiang Ping's cheek. Lu Debao looked up, unable to suppress a sigh. A good cabbage has been claimed by a pig. The pavilion's master, Yu Fengxian, was equally transfixed, her gaze locked onto Shuang Er. At her level of cultivation, she could instantly perceive whether a woman had lost her chastity. In this moment, she comprehended that it must have been this old rogue who had engaged in dual cultivation with Shuang Er. Initially, a flicker of anger ignited within her. For once dual cultivation occurred, Shuang Er would no longer be able to practice Shuiyun Pavilion's superior techniques. However, upon reflection, she realized that Shuang Er had already successfully cultivated the highest techniques of the pavilion. Thus, even with dual cultivation, the impact would be minimal. With this thought, the frown upon Yu Fengxian's brow gradually unfurled. Otherwise, despite Jiang Ping saving Shuang Er's life, she would have certainly confronted him regarding the matter. At this moment, the atmosphere within the sect was jubilant, everyone expressing their joy openly. Yet, Jiang Ping found little reason for celebration. His mind was consumed with pondering the nature of his peculiar golden core, dark and elusive. However, now was not the time for such contemplation. As he and Shuang Er descended gently to the ground, he distinctly felt a transformative change within himself. He was now imbued with a strength that made him inwardly gloat. It seemed prudent to invite Bianling and Mu Shuiyan to study the dual cultivation techniques together that evening. It could be said that Jiang Ping's thoughts mirrored those of that rotund fellow. No wonder they had become such close brothers. Both were of the same ilk, akin to crows mocking the pig's darkness. Just then, a voice reverberated through Shuiyun Pavilion. It was Master Yu Fengxian, commanding that Shuang Er and Jiang Ping come to the great hall at once. In that instant, several figures transformed into streaks of light, swiftly making their way toward the grand hall. These figures were the elders of Shuiyun Pavilion. Shuang Er glanced at Jiang Ping, and they exchanged a smile before soaring towards the grand hall. Upon entering, Jiang Ping observed that Yu Fengxian bore no trace of joy on her face. Rather, she appeared troubled, her expression one of deep concern and gravity. Jiang Ping, having lived for several decades, had witnessed myriad scenes. Upon observing Yu Fengxian's expression, he discerned her intent to assert her authority. Furthermore, Jiang Ping's mind was as clear as crystal. It was highly likely that this encounter stemmed from his liaison with Shuang Er, prompting the sect leader to confront him. It was reasonable to surmise that she sought to negotiate terms with him. In this regard, Jiang Ping's predictions were remarkably accurate. Without hesitation, Yu Fengxian spoke forth. Where did you acquire that esteemed golden core of yours? Do not attempt to convince me that you possess but a single one. Do you truly expect me to believe that? Jiang Ping silently scoffed to himself. Humph, do not create trouble where none exists. Your true intentions lie beyond mere conversation about the golden elixir. Jiang Ping no longer wished to engage in futile discourse with Yu Fengxian. He understood that Yu Fengxian was intent on causing him some discomfort today. Continuing to dally with him served no purpose. Moreover, he had already shared an intimate night with Shuang Er, turning raw intentions into irrevocable reality. Besides, Shuang Er was the revered maiden of the Shuiyun Pavilion, and Jiang Ping was resolute in his belief that Yu Fengxian would not be able to exert any influence over him. At this moment, Jiang Ping gazed up at Yu Fengxian, hastily clasping his hands in a gesture of respect and stating, "Esteemed sect leader, please speak candidly and reveal your true intentions. Let us dispense with any circumlocution." Yu Fengxian could hardly have anticipated Jiang Ping's forthrightness, nor the complete lack of deference he displayed. As he sought to ascertain the limits of her resolve, Jiang Ping's actions directly disrupted Yu Fengxian's original plans. He had intended to gradually guide Jiang Ping, subtly probing into Shuang'er's changing demeanor. However, this old fox proved to be astute, striking straight to the heart of the matter and leaving Yu Fengxian utterly speechless. Now, Yu Fengxian was filled with fury that he could not express. Indeed, what was his true intention? At this moment, he found himself unable to unleash his anger. For Jiang Ping was undeniably an ally of the sacred maiden of Shuiyun Pavilion, having successfully elevated a cultivator who could not condense their core to the pinnacle of core formation. Most importantly, this achievement was marked by a more robust aura than the previous one, significantly alleviating the complexity Shuang'er faced during her core condensation. If he were to chastise Jiang Ping in front of the elders and Shuang'er, he would render himself unworthy. Not only burning bridges but also appearing ungrateful, a reputation far too burdensome for him to bear as the leader of Shuiyun Pavilion. At that moment, Yu Fengxian felt overwhelmed. Caught in a dilemma. Mustering his resolve, he stated, "I have summoned you here to express my profound gratitude for your immense contributions to Shuiyun Pavilion." Jiang Ping chuckled softly and waved his hand, saying, "Respected sect leader, my relationship with Shuiyun Pavilion is now exceedingly close." Upon hearing these words, the maiden Shuang'er, standing beside him, blushed deeply and lowered her gaze, her fingers fidgeting nervously. At that moment, Yu Fengxian felt a chill in her heart. Pondering the adage that a married woman is like spilled water, wondering what she could possibly do. Her primary frustration was directed at Shuang'er. What were you thinking at that time? How could you so swiftly entangle yourself with this old man? Yu Fengxian simply could not comprehend. How could she understand that Shuang'er had reached a point of resignation, choosing not to leave any regrets in her life? With a resigned gesture, Yu Fengxian said, "You may leave now. From this day forth, you shall be a distinguished guest of Shuiyun Pavilion, with the freedom to enter and exit as you please." As she spoke, Yu Fengxian produced a sect leader's token. Within the sect, there existed only two such tokens, one held by Yu Fengxian herself and the other now in Shuang'er's possession, as she bestowed hers upon Jiang Ping. This token was so esteemed that even the elders did not possess one. To behold the token was akin to encountering the sect leader themselves, commanding respect from all, including the elders. Jiang Ping's heart blossomed with delight, for he found this situation to his liking. He was in urgent need of such a token. And just as he began to doze off, Yu Fengxian presented him with a pillow. He intended to use this token to venture into the mysterious chamber to discover what secrets it held. Particularly why the blue dot on the map coincided perfectly with his own location. He felt compelled to uncover the true identity of this woman in his life. Chapter 89. I am also a professional at acting at this moment. Yu Fengxian had no desire to see Jiang Ping any longer. With a wave of her hand, Jiang Ping and Shuang'er wisely retreated from the grand hall. Yu Fengxian intended to say more, but her gesture was merely to signal Jiang Ping to leave first. She did not anticipate that Shuang'er would follow suit. Very well, let them go. In such a vast realm, what more could she possibly oversee? The elders exchanged glances, each pondering that since the sect leader remained silent, what purpose did their presence serve? Consequently, they all gradually exited as well. At present, Jiang Ping is brimming with confidence and success. As he and Shuang'er once again passed by the location marked by the blue dot, Jiang Ping pointed and inquired, "Shuang, what exactly is that place?" Shuang'er furrowed her brow, displaying evident displeasure, and replied in a subdued tone, "That is where serious offenders are detained." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ping's interest was piqued. A repeat offender? Could his own woman be a repeat offender? At that moment, Jiang Ping cautiously inquired, "Who is imprisoned inside?" Shuang'er, without glancing at Jiang Ping, pondered for a moment before finally exhaling deeply and responding, "The holy maiden of the demon sect, Yu Linglong." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ping was astounded. It turned out to be the revered saintess of the demon sect. Although he was merely an outer disciple tasked with tending the medicinal garden at the Yinyang Palace, the name of this saintess resonated like thunder in his ears. It is said that Yu Linglong, at the tender age of 5, grasped the threshold of the Qi refinement stage, achieving its pinnacle within a year, establishing her foundation at 7, forming her core at 12, and by 25, she had ascended to the realm of the nascent soul. This woman not only possessed extraordinary strength but was also breathtakingly beautiful, capable of rendering any man weak in the knees upon sight. The mere thought of tasting a drop of her footbath water was akin to celebrating a grand festival, yet alas, such fortune eluded them in this lifetime. Following the downfall of the demon sect, Yu Linglong inexplicably vanished from the world of cultivation. Some claim she was hunted down and fled to the wilderness, while others suggested that during her escape, she encountered an immortal who, captivated by her unparalleled grace, whisked her away to ascend. There were also tales of her meeting a tragic end in battle. In any case, the stories varied widely. Jiang Ping once jested that not only would he not dare to drink the footbath water of the illustrious Yu Linglong, but even catching a whiff of her undergarments would suffice to grant him eternal rest. The primary reason for this just lies in the almost mythical aura surrounding Yu Linglong. Jiang Ping throughout his life, never once imagined that he would find himself imprisoned in the very presence of Yulinglong. Jiang Ping remained silent, quietly listening. Fully aware that Shuangge had much to express, it was evident that her connection with Yulinglong ran deep, for otherwise, she would not have exhibited such a profound expression. As anticipated, Shuangge slowly began to speak. I fell below the golden core stage due to her actions. In truth, I cannot entirely blame her. I once considered myself an exceptional talent, capable of manifesting two bodies to fight simultaneously. Alas, I was overly naive. Yulinglong had warned me that my cultivation method was unstable, that one physical form could not bear the strength of two. My speed and agility simply could not keep pace. She had cautioned me not to provoke her until I reached the nascent soul stage. However, at that time, she had not yet achieved her own transformation, and I was on the verge of it. Our realms and powers were comparable, and considering my age was greater than hers, I believed I could confront her. The outcome, however, was that I overestimated my own capabilities. Blades are merciless, and coincidentally, I found myself embroiled in a fierce battle against the demon clan. While Yulinglong spared my life, she severed my path of cultivation. Yet, she does not comprehend that for a cultivator, having one's path of cultivation severed is akin to a death sentence. Jiang Ping indeed comprehends this principle. If a cultivator ceases to practice, they become no different from an ordinary person. Moreover, Shuangge was once the saintess of the Shuiyun Pavilion, and suddenly finding her future shattered is a fate worse than death. This is precisely why Shuangge has been reluctant to relinquish her aspirations. She firmly believes that she can still cultivate, which has led to her present circumstances. Had she chosen to forsake her life and succumb to despair, she likely would never have encountered Jiang Ping and would have met an untimely end. Life is truly remarkable, sometimes. All it takes is a moment of perseverance to unveil a different vista. Jiang Ping continued to listen as the demon clan suffered a devastating defeat under the relentless assault of all cultivators in the immortal realm. Yet, the demons were fierce beings, resolute in their defiance, and Yulinglong was no exception, choosing death over surrender. Ultimately, she was subdued by the heart-questioning nail wielded by the heartless fairy of the Lover's Valley, initially intended for transportation to another location. The presence of male disciples in every sect posed a significant dilemma. Any male disciple who laid eyes on Yulinglong would inevitably succumb to her charm. However, this prodigious talent was spared from execution, as she had never engaged in malevolent deeds nor taken a life, distinguishing her from her bloodthirsty and cruel kin. Unlike the other demons, who reveled in brutality, Yulinglong harbored compassion. Consequently, she was confined within the Water Cloud Pavilion, a sanctuary inhabited solely by female disciples, thereby alleviating numerous potential complications. At this moment, Jiang Ping finally comprehended the entirety of the situation. It dawned on him that his beloved was currently enduring torment. Though he was unfamiliar with the nature of this heart-piercing nail, the mere mention of its name suggested it was anything but benign. What should he do? He could not directly tell Shuangge that he intended to visit Yulinglong, for she had previously warned him that male disciples who encountered Yulinglong would inevitably become infatuated. He surmised that Shuangge, fearing potential complications, would undoubtedly refuse his request. If he were to go alone, even with the authority of the sect leader's decree, it would be of little avail. The disciples would surely report his presence to sect leader Yu Fengxian at the first opportunity. Such a scenario would complicate matters further. What course of action would be prudent? Perhaps it would be best to accompany Shuangge, thereby avoiding any unnecessary disturbances. At this moment, Jiang Ping gazed at Shuangge, feigning a demeanor of furious embarrassment, striving to make his act increasingly outrageous. He placed both hands firmly on Shuangge's shoulders and declared, "Shuangge, take me to meet this Yulinglong. I am eager to discover the identity of this remarkable individual who has inflicted such pain upon you. I must ascertain who she truly is." At this moment, Jiang Ping was filled with righteous indignation, wishing fervently to behead Yulinglong at the very next instant. Even Shuangge was taken aback. It seemed that even Yu Fengxian had never exhibited such fervor. Did he truly feel so despondent merely because of his own injury? It is often said that women in love tend to lose their rationality, even though Shuangge was the saintess of the Water Cloud Pavilion. Encountering the shameless Jiang Ping left her utterly bewildered. Overwhelmed with emotion, Shuangge found herself deeply touched, yet she remained unwilling to let Jiang Ping confront Yulinglong. Her concern was not that Jiang Ping would succumb to Yulinglong's beauty, but rather that in a fit of rage, he might indeed commit some rash act. Although Shuangge had been nearly incapacitated in her training due to Yulinglong's actions, she had never harbored resentment towards her. After all, Yulinglong had triumphed with honor. Having pointed out shortcomings before the great battle, Shuangge merely refused to concede defeat, and being young and impetuous, who wouldn't strive to defend their own dignity? However, Jiang Ping was indifferent to such considerations. Having initiated this performance, he saw no reason to halt. Chapter 90. Yulinglong. Shuangge was utterly unable to restrain him as Jiang Ping, in a fit of anger, strode directly forward. Just as he reached the doorway, 8 disciples suddenly emerged. Previously, Jiang Ping had only noticed 2 disciples. The other 6 had concealed themselves in the shadows, entirely unbeknownst to him. Upon their sudden appearance, Jiang Ping felt a surge of relief, realizing that his bold intrusion had been forthright. Had he attempted to sneak in, he might very well have lost his life in this place. Jiang Ping was intercepted by 8 disciples. Upon noticing the saintess behind him, these disciples hastily bowed in reverence. Before Shuang-Er could utter a word, Jiang Ping had already produced the token bestowed upon him by Yu Fengxian. Upon seeing it, the disciples, without a moment's hesitation, parted to clear a path, for this token bore the weight of the sect master's personal presence. Jiang Ping did not afford Shuang-Er an opportunity to speak. Swiftly entering the chamber. Now a cultivator at the core formation stage, he was no longer merely at the foundation establishment level. He could soar through the air, and his speed was anything but slow. Shuang-Er followed closely behind him, stepping into the space moments later. Upon entering, Jiang Ping discovered a vast cavern. Its expansive interior adorned with spirit stones that illuminated the space as brightly as daylight. At the heart of the cave stood a smooth stone pedestal, upon which rested a metallic cage, within which a woman clad in crimson lay curled up. The faint sound of footsteps from Jiang Ping and Shuang-Er was immediately perceived by the other party. She lifted her gaze and glanced at Jiang Ping and Shuang-Er. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Ping felt as though he had witnessed an angel with broken wings cast into a cage. Just then, the system chimed. Detected female leads favorability level 1. The system's notification instantly brought Jiang Ping back to his previous clarity. What did this 1 signify? This was hardly the moment for Jiang Ping to dwell on such matters. Jiang Ping finally comprehended why Shuang-Er remarked that male disciples would be captivated upon encountering Yu Linglong. She was truly exquisite. Her fair skin, complemented by a perfectly sculpted and alluring figure, seemed utterly untouched by the mundane world. Most striking were her eyes, which appeared to be perpetually conversing, while the small flame totem between her brows added an air of mystery to her presence. Shuang-Er decisively pulled Jiang Ping to the rear, gradually advancing forward herself, and uttered, Yu Linglong, we meet again. Yu Linglong slowly lifted her gaze, revealing a faint smile, and said, you may as well kill me. I would be grateful, for I no longer wish to live this way. Alternatively, if you choose not to take my life, considering my mercy towards you in the past, please assist me in removing this heart-searching nail, and I shall sever my own life thread and end my suffering. Jiang Ping's heart felt inexplicably tugged, as if someone had grasped it tightly, and a profound pain enveloped him. In that moment, he uttered, it is better to live a wretched life than to seek death. Why do you wish to end your life? Both women turned their gazes upon Jiang Ping. Shuang-Er was filled with bewilderment. This was not the scenario she had envisioned. Wasn't he supposed to storm in, brimming with rage, ready to confront Yu Linglong? At that moment, Shuang-Er sensed that Jiang Ping was diverging from the anticipated script and was instead preparing to counsel Yu Linglong. A singular thought crossed her mind. Had Jiang Ping already succumbed? This was far too swift. Even a dog would bark a couple of times before surrendering. How could Jiang Ping, a cultivator at the core formation stage, capitulate so suddenly? One could only say that despite his age, Jiang Ping's intellect and reflexes were undeniably exceptional. He declared, you must strive to live when the time comes. I will repay you for the harm you have inflicted upon my woman in kind. Did you not render my woman incapable of cultivating from the core formation stage? I shall ensure you fall from the nascent soul stage to a state where you cannot cultivate at all. I will not permit your death. Rather, I intend to make you suffer. As Jiang Ping spoke, he gazed upon Yu Linglong's sorrowful smile. Rather than unleashing a torrent of scorn upon him, Yu Linglong turned gracefully, leaving Jiang Ping and Shuang-Er with a poignant silhouette. At this moment, Jiang Ping's heart was utterly shattered. What surprised him the most was that despite threatening Yu Linglong, she exhibited no inclination to scold or despise him. The system indicated that her affection level remained at 1, unchanged. Meanwhile, Shuang-Er, observing Jiang Ping, felt a warmth in her heart. She had indeed chosen wisely. It seemed that he had devised such a method for his revenge, which truly put him in a difficult position. However, Shuang-Er absolutely would not allow Jiang Ping to take vengeance on Yu Linglong. Though they were adversaries, Shuang-Er admired and respected Yu Linglong's benevolence, and any feelings of hatred were non-existent. At that moment, Shuang-Er grasped Jiang Ping's hand and led him outside. Jiang Ping, gazing at Yu Linglong's desolate figure accentuated by her crimson attire, felt an unbearable pang of sorrow. He then sent a message to her, wait for me, hold on, and do not think of ending your life. Rest assured, I will rescue you shortly. At that instant, Yu Linglong's delicate form trembled slightly. She was taken aback, pondering the source of the voice. However, when she turned her head and met Jiang Ping's gaze, she recognized the depth of his affection. She was accustomed to encountering countless such looks daily, at least 1,000. Perhaps she had previously overlooked the gazes of those around her, but today she witnessed the genuine anguish emanating from Jiang Ping. What was this feeling? Yet, Jiang Ping's figure had already vanished. Yu Linglong fixed her eyes on the spot where he had disappeared, meticulously recalling his words. He intends to rescue me. But why? Could it be that he seeks to possess me? A soft snort escaped her lips, utterly disdainful. I am a Yuan cultivator. How dare you think to claim me? Even in death, I will have no connection with you. Yu Linglong held little hope that a Jedon cultivator could save her. But then a thought struck her. How had he entered this place? Without the command of the Water Cloud sect's leader, one could not gain entry. Yet he had managed to do so. Was it possible that Shuang-Er had brought him? This suggested that his standing within the Water Cloud sect was not trivial. When had the sect ever had male disciples? A flurry of questions raced through her mind. Suddenly, another realization dawned upon her. She had previously wished for death and had not noticed Schwanger's cultivation level. It seemed she had also reached the Jidan stage. Her aura even more profound than before. Now, her strength in the Jidan realm matched that of Yu Linglong's own from years past. This revelation astonished Yu Linglong. How had she achieved this? Yu Linglong was well aware of Schwanger's situation. After all, Schwanger had been injured by her, and her Dao heart had been unstable. The speed at which she had recovered was nothing short of remarkable. After Jiang Ping departed, he swiftly reunited with Mu Shuiyin and Bian Linger. Upon encountering the two maidens once more, Jiang Ping discovered that they were accompanied by an unparalleled beauty. With a sigh, the maidens lamented that if they were to avert their gaze for even a moment, this old rascal might conjure yet another earth-shattering spectacle. Chapter 91. The holy maiden Terminator Mu Shuiyin and Bian Linger appeared at Jiang Ping's side, one on each flank, their grasp of his waist employing their formidable skills, causing him to wince in pain, tears welling in his eyes. Yet, in the very next instant, each maiden planted a kiss upon his cheeks, embodying the saying, to strike one and then immediately offer a sweet treat. They joyfully congratulated Jiang Ping on his successful formation of the Golden Core, utterly astonished that he had achieved such a feat, especially in front of the assembly of Shuiyun Pavilion, and even more so that he had embraced the holy maiden amidst the skies above the pavilion, a sight they had witnessed with crystal clarity. At that moment, Mu Shuiyin and Bian Linger approached Schwanger, seized her hand, and pulled her aside to engage in lively chatter, an enchanting tableau of three women unfolding before them. Jiang Ping, feeling helpless, shook his head, as if the situation bore no relation to him. However, after enduring so much grievance, he resolved to reclaim his dignity, which led him to think of the portly fellow. Upon his return to the residence of this rotund companion, he was nearly driven to exasperation. The fellow was embracing a female disciple, making promises of some sort. With a sudden outburst, Jiang Ping's shout nearly startled the man to death. In his fright, the portly individual flung the woman from his grasp, who, unprepared, fell to the ground with a soft cry. Upon recognizing Jiang Ping, the female disciple lost all interest in the romantic entanglement and hastily fled. The portly man, filled with indignation, thought to himself, how could one be so oblivious? While he indulged in flirtation amidst the disciples of Shuiyun Pavilion, here he was, merely engaging in a heartfelt conversation with a female disciple. Was that truly so outrageous? The man's frustration mounted, lamenting the lack of brotherly camaraderie in such conduct. Jiang Ping paid no heed to the rotund man. With a swift motion, he grasped the chubby face firmly, causing the man to cry out in pain, "Brother, I was wrong. Please let go." Jiang Ping is utterly indifferent to that fat man. "I do not wish to engage in further prattle with you. Let us hasten to the Gu clan." Jiang Ping cannot leave just yet. The holy maiden of the demon clan, Yu Linglong, has yet to be rescued. He seems intent on placing a restraining spell upon the chubby fellow, compelling him to cease his relentless harassment of the female disciples of the Shuiyun Pavilion. Should he inadvertently achieve a high success rate, resulting in the birth of a son or daughter, will he take responsibility? Does he possess the fortitude akin to that of an elder brother? It must be said, Jiang Ping's shamelessness is on par with that of the chubby man. If the latter were to discover this, he would undoubtedly subject Jiang Ping to endless ridicule. The chubby fellow, on the verge of tears, had originally envisioned reveling in unrestrained desires within the Shuiyun Pavilion, yet upon arrival, the reality was far from his expectations and instead served to elevate his elder brother's status. His greatest achievement thus far was merely a fleeting touch of the other's delicate hand, which was promptly disrupted by Jiang Ping. At a loss for words, the chubby man cast a frustrated glance at Jiang Ping and inquired, "When shall we depart?" Jiang Ping pondered for a moment and replied, "It should be soon. Don't worry. Your uncle will inform you when the time comes." At that moment, Fatty was on the verge of madness. Today, he was determined to confront Jiang Ping at any cost, ready to engage in a battle to the bitter end. The torment he had previously feared had finally come to pass. Jiang Ping has relinquished his role as the elder brother and assumed the title of uncle, inadvertently elevating the generational hierarchy. The portly fellow, incensed, leapt into the air in a fit of rage, and without uttering a word, aimed a punch directly at Jiang Ping's face. Alas, the disparity between their current states was stark. Before his fist could reach its target, the portly man was sent flying instead. He lay on the ground for an extended period, struggling to rise. Jiang Ping hurried over to assist him, but the portly man, terrified that Jiang Ping intended to reprimand him once more, quickly raised his hand and exclaimed, "Uncle, I am unscathed." Jiang Ping was nearly choked with laughter at the words of the hefty man, his joy manifesting in a fit of coughs and hearty guffaws. At that moment, Jiang Ping produced the last remaining breaking realm pill he possessed. The hefty man, upon seeing it, exclaimed in astonishment, "Oh my goodness, this is a remarkable treasure." Although he had never partaken of such an item himself, he recognized its value and remarked, "Brother, This is indeed a breaking realm pill, and of such a high grade. Jiang Ping raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What did you just call me?" At that moment, the plump fellow's face transformed into one of rapid change, morphing into a sycophantic demeanor aimed at pleasing Jiang Ping. He responded, "Uncle." Jiang Ping laughed heartily. "Now that's more like it. Good nephew, I reward you. Hurry and refine your core, or how will you accompany your uncle in the future?" The plump man thought to himself, "What a farce. To hell with you. What position do I hold in the Yinyang Palace? Ever since I left with you, how long has it been since I enjoyed a proper feast? Meanwhile, you flaunt your connections with the Holy Maiden of the Gu clan and the Holy Maiden of the Water Cloud Pavilion. Why don't you just perish in the womb of one of those holy maidens?" These thoughts remained locked within him, for he dared not voice them. After all, if he did, not only would he be sent flying again, but he would also lose this precious core-refining pill, an item of immense value, unobtainable even with wealth, and exceedingly rare, especially at such a high grade, which significantly enhances the success rate of core refinement. Were Jiang Ping to reveal at that moment that the Holy Maiden of the Demon Clan is also his woman, one might wonder how the plump fellow would react. Truly a fitting title for the Terminator of Holy Maidens. Jiang Ping engaged in idle chatter with the chubby fellow for a while, then earnestly advised him, "You should hasten your training and refrain from fixating on trivial matters. Once you possess formidable strength like your uncle, women will be but mere choices." This time, the chubby man could hardly contain himself and nearly regurgitated the meals he had consumed last month. Jiang Ping was at a loss for words. Was it really necessary? Was I not speaking the truth? As a result, the overweight man began to vomit once more. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Ping sighed and promptly departed. If he did not leave soon, the man would surely choke on his own vomit. After Jiang Ping parted ways with the rotund figure, he discreetly concealed himself, biding his time as he awaited his 3 women to engage in conversation until the late hours, hoping they would gradually drift into slumber, preferably forgetting about him. At least for this night. As darkness descended, Jiang Ping, like a specter, silently approached the location where Yu Linglong was detained. With practiced ease, he produced the token of authority, and the disciples, without uttering a word, obediently parted to grant him passage. Jiang Ping encountered Yu Linglong once again. Upon his arrival, Yu Linglong was so astonished that her eyes nearly bulged out, utterly unprepared for Jiang Ping's unexpected presence. Jiang Ping is certainly not a foolish youth devoid of intellect. He is contemplating the situation deeply. The exquisite Yu Linglong, as beautiful as a celestial being and a formidable nascent soul cultivator, possesses remarkable skills. Presently, the only means to restrain her is the heart query nail. However, Jiang Ping has noticed that the system indicates a woefully low affinity of merely 1 between himself and Yu Linglong. This can only imply that, should she manage to break free from her constraints, it is highly probable she would turn against him immediately. Although Yu Linglong has generally been amicable towards cultivators, her imprisonment by the heartless fairy with the heart query nail could easily foster resentment. Who can guarantee she will remain the gentle angel she once was? Even an angel pushed to her limits may succumb to madness. Jiang Ping was plagued by doubts, yet his footsteps gradually approached Yu Linglong. The moment their gazes met, it was as if 2 bolts of lightning intertwined in the air. Chapter 92. Please annihilate me. Yu Linglong looked at Jiang Ping and coldly remarked, "Do you wish to save me?" Jiang Ping nodded without hesitation. Yu Linglong gave a sorrowful smile and said, "You cannot save me, at least, not with your current strength. The heart-piercing nail is not something just anyone can touch. Only one who loves with utmost devotion may even attempt it, and pulling it out is beyond imagination." Under Jiang Ping's stunned gaze, she abruptly tore open her robe. There, embedded deep in her chest, was a crimson nail, or rather, it had pierced her flesh and encased her heart, sealing it away. This was the infamous heart-piercing nail. It was said that removing it required answering 3 soul-searing questions. Yet no one had ever truly experienced it. Who could say whether the tales were true? Yu Linglong fixed her eyes on Jiang Ping and asked, "Are you a man of singular devotion, one who loves with the deepest and truest heart?" Jiang Ping shook his head, then nodded. This question truly perplexed him. He was undeniably devoted to each woman he encountered. But did this signify infidelity or a broad affection? Was he truly steadfast? Clearly not. For his aspiration to grow stronger relied solely on the perfect life system, which destined him never to love just one person throughout his life. However, Jiang Ping believed he could wholeheartedly cherish every woman who chose to accompany him, ensuring that he would never let them down. Yu Linglong, observing Jiang Ping's hesitation, discerned his true feelings and waved her hand, saying, "You are likely here, much like other men, drawn by my beauty. You may leave. You are not my destined partner. Nonetheless, I appreciate your audacious attempt to rescue me." Jiang Ping gazed at the silhouette of Yu Linglong and inquired, word by word, "What do you mean by profound affection?" Yu Linglong pondered for a long while, secretly lamenting her predicament. To be honest, having lived this long, she had never even held a man's hand. So how could she possibly understand such a concept? Nevertheless, Yu Linglong held steadfast to her own beliefs. She believed that, at the very least, one ought to love but a single person. At this moment, Jiang Ping wore a bewildered expression, utterly at a loss as to how to respond to Yu Linglong's inquiry, for he himself was equally perplexed. Jiang Ping clenched his teeth, his expression resolute as he declared, regardless of the circumstances. I cannot stand idly by and watch you be trapped here. I will undoubtedly rescue you. Upon hearing this, Yu Linglong turned to him, offering a glimpse of her profile, the corners of her lips curving into a faint, elusive smile, after which she fell silent. Deep down, Yu Linglong harbored no illusions in her eyes. Jiang Ping could not even grasp the simplest essence of profound love, so how could he possibly endure the soul-searching inquiries of the heart-seeking male? At that moment, a thought suddenly struck her. Since he was unable to extract the heart-seeking male, it would inevitably result in a backlash against both him and her. Having been trapped here for so long, she had long ceased to yearn for existence in this world. It would be fortuitous to utilize his hand to extinguish her life force directly through the heart-seeking male, thus achieving her desire for liberation. Jiang Ping was just about to depart, needing to contemplate meticulously on how to rescue Yu Linglong. However, as he turned around, Yu Linglong suddenly glanced at him, exclaiming, "Come here." Upon hearing the call, Jiang Ping gazed upon the unparalleled beauty of Yu Linglong, his heart aching with a profound sorrow. This ethereal being, reminiscent of a celestial figure from a painting, had been cruelly deprived of her wings and imprisoned here, evoking a deep sense of lamentation. Jiang Ping approached Yu Linglong with a heart full of intricate emotions. Jiang Ping gazed upon Yu Linglong, not ensnared by her beauty, but rather moved by a profound sorrow, as if he were simultaneously entwined in her anguish. He seemed to genuinely empathize with the torment inflicted upon Yu Linglong by the heart-seeking male. This dreadful artifact not only confined her physical form, but also shackled her soul, even at the nascent soul stage. It is vital to understand that, upon reaching the nascent soul phase, as long as the soul endures, a practitioner would not perish even if their corporeal body were forsaken. Yet, the heart-seeking male severed all avenues of possibility. Jiang Ping slowly approached the iron cage. At that moment, under his gaze, Yu Linglong suddenly flickered and appeared at the edge of the iron bars. Their eyes met, and Jiang Ping was filled with confusion, unable to comprehend the intention behind Yu Linglong's actions. However, the system still displayed a disheartening affection level of merely 1, showing no sign of improvement. Yet, this time, Jiang Ping did not recoil. Rather, he was curious to see what Yu Linglong intended to do. Deep down, he felt assured, as Yu Linglong was bound by the heart nail, rendering her unable to wield her powers. Otherwise, she would have long since escaped from this place. Indeed, as Jiang Ping had anticipated, Yu Linglong stood at the edge of the iron bars, extending her delicate hands to grasp both of Jiang Ping's large hands directly. Jiang Ping did not shy away. Yu Linglong gazed at Jiang Ping, her eyes filled with determination, and then spoke. "You must help me extract the heart-questioning nail. Once this process commences, it cannot be halted." Yu Linglong initially intended to conceal the inherent dangers, but her kind-hearted nature ultimately compelled her to look at Jiang Ping and say, "Should you succeed in removing the heart-questioning nail, it will benefit us both. However, if you fail, we shall both endure grave consequences. Do you still dare to proceed? It is not too late to reconsider." In Jiang Ping's gaze, there resided a steadfast determination, beneath which lay a subtle hint of gentleness. This distinctive look, when bestowed upon Yu Linglong, stirred an indescribable sensation within her heart, one that she could not articulate despite her earnest efforts. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Ping spoke with a calm yet resolute tone, declaring, "Regret? I, Jiang Ping, have never known how to write those two characters." Yu Linglong was momentarily taken aback, and in that instant, she finally grasped that the cultivator before her, in the stage of core formation, was named Jiang Ping. Slowly, Yu Linglong closed her eyes, unveiling her ample bosom before Jiang Ping without reservation. At that moment, she etched this name deeply into her memory. Even if she were to meet her demise this time, it would be this man who granted her liberation. In her heart, Yu Linglong silently vowed that if fate allowed in the next life, she would surely repay Jiang Ping for the grace of today's emancipation. Jiang Ping took a deep breath, his mind utterly devoid of distractions. Even as Yu Linglong revealed her delicate form before him, he remained unperturbed. This was not a moment for such thoughts. His gaze was solely fixed upon the enchanting crimson spike embedded in the location of her heart. In that instant, Jiang Ping cleared his mind entirely, achieving a state of tranquil stillness, with nothing but the question of that heart-piercing nail occupying his vision, resolute in his determination to extract it. Previously, Yu Linglong had made it abundantly clear that if he failed to remove it, he too would suffer grave consequences. Yet, Jiang Ping had long regarded Yu Linglong as his own, and to speak selfishly, she represented a goal bestowed upon him by the system. Even if she were not a task assigned by the system, he would undoubtedly devote himself fully to the endeavor. For he could not bear to see this angelic woman with her wings clipped, cast into the mundane world. Jiang Ping exhaled deeply, his hand steadily grasping the heart-seeking nail. At the very moment his fingers made contact, he was abruptly drawn into an enigmatic realm by an unseen force. This space appeared desolate, seemingly isolating Jiang Ping within its vastness. Unbeknownst to him, Yulinglong was quietly observing him from afar. She harbored no expectations for Jiang Ping to successfully extract the heart-seeking nail. Her singular desire was to utilize him as a means to achieve her own obliteration. This, indeed, was the most authentic reflection of Yulinglong's innermost thoughts at that moment. Chapter 93. Yulinglong's Liberation. At this moment, Jiang Ping found himself immersed in this peculiar space, where the surrounding mist appeared almost sentient, undulating incessantly, enveloping him in a realm reminiscent of a chaotic world yet to be formed. Jiang Ping was acutely aware that this was undoubtedly a severe trial for himself, yet he showed no signs of retreat. For the moment he resolved to rescue Yulinglong. He had already steeled himself to confront the direst of outcomes. Jiang Ping's state of mind is unlike that of ordinary individuals, though he battles against heaven and earth, and contends with himself, yearning to carve out a future that is entirely distinct. His heart resolutely forbids any harm from befalling those around him. Although this is merely their second encounter, he has long regarded Yulinglong as his own. Therefore, regardless of the circumstances he faces, Jiang Ping will never yield. At this moment, a sudden voice reverberates through the space, the source of which Jiang Ping remains utterly oblivious to. As this voice resonates, Yulinglong's unwavering gaze is fixed intently upon him. Since you have arrived here, it signifies your intent to personally extract this heart-piercing nail. You now have no avenue for retreat. Should the nail remain unextracted, it will result in your shared demise. Do you not harbor any regrets? Jiang Ping smiled faintly, his demeanor serene. A man of great stature, born of heaven and earth, what is there to fear? Having made my decision, I have already contemplated the worst possible outcome. At that moment, a vague figure suddenly materialized above Jiang Ping's head. He slightly nodded, his eyes gently closing, and after a brief moment of contemplation, he spoke with a voice deep and resonant. Gradually opening his eyes, he fixed his gaze intently upon Jiang Ping below. Since you have come to this place, I shall pose a few questions to you. Should your answers please me greatly, I would not hesitate to bestow upon you a fortuitous fate. However, if your responses fail to satisfy, then life and death shall be dictated by destiny, and wealth and nobility are fated by the heavens. Such is the trial you must endure. At this moment, Jiang Ping bowed softly in reverence, expressing his gratitude to the elder. For my first inquiry, I wish to ask you, what is the essence of love in this world? At this moment, Jiang Ping's thoughts were in disarray, reminiscing about the memories from before his transmutation, as well as the myriad experiences of this lifetime. He recalled Lin Miaoyin, who had nearly been separated from the mortal realm, and then reflected on He Qinghuan, who had initially surrendered her innocence to him with a heart full of reluctance, ultimately transforming into unwavering devotion. Jiang Ping let out a long sigh and slowly remarked, love belongs to the heart. It is a bond deep within the soul, unrelated to the whims of the world, and solely tied to sincerity. Upon hearing Jiang Ping's words, the indistinct figure above responded, what a profound notion, that it is unrelated to the frivolities of life, yet solely connected to genuine affection. Then, stroking his beard and gazing into the distance, he continued, allow me to pose a second question. If love can inflict pain, why do we still seek it? This time, Jiang Ping did not hesitate at all, stating, though love can wound, it also possesses the power to warm the heart. To exist in this world without the tumult of emotions is akin to being a mere shell of a person. Only by experiencing the joys and sorrows of love can one truly grasp the essence of life. After Jiang Ping articulated his response to the second question, both the ethereal figure above and Yulinglong, who had been secretly observing Jiang Ping, found themselves lost in contemplation, pondering his words repeatedly. Particularly, Yulinglong mused inwardly, have I truly lived my life in vain? I have devoted my existence to the pursuit of transcending the mortal realm, yet in this world,